Put that shit in fucking 1440. Oh, shit. All right, I think we're good. This shit's gonna be fucking hype. Dude, these games are gonna be fucking sick. Hopefully this is what I went live on the right YouTube channel.
Welcome everyone to the OWCS Champions Clash. I'm Ash, I'm going to be hosting, and I promise that Zoe will be back later in a couple of days, but I'm joined with some familiar faces on the desk. Jake, Johnny, how are you guys doing?
So back, Jake.
It's good to be back and here, you know, in front of the top competition in the world. All the best teams have come together, playing each other here at the Champions Clash for that title of best in the world. And come on, like, that's what you play for. That's what esports is all about.
Oh, it's the first international major of the year. Just
And in China.
so much excitement.
Super hype, super hype. But I know that what you guys are excited for back home are actually the drops that we have in store for the next couple of days. You know what, Johnny, I know that you're excited. We've got 3 unique drops for each day coming in hot.
I respect you keeping it real, Ash. We're just going straight to the job. This
We
is
are
what
straight
people
to the
want.
drops.
We know what the people want. We're just giving you what you guys want. Don't even pretend, Chad. Like this isn't like you're not after the drops. Like you don't have your Twitch linked.
And there's loot boxes in there, Jake. You don't know what's gonna be in there.
He loves the RNG.
Legendaries.
I need to go bring that shit up on my
I'm a
fucking
enjoy.
iPad
I'm
or
a
something.
enjoy. You can open your loot boxes. I'm gonna be playing
I'm
May.
going with the loot boxes. You never
No.
know. Give me an epic at least. Come on.
Super valid, super valid. But let's lock in and look at day 1's drops. I think the Hangzhou, the name cards are actually pretty nice. We've got the Mei skin coming in for day 1 here as well. So super exciting things. You guys can remember to link your Twitch accounts to your Blizzard accounts to make sure that you get these going while you are watching
Nice,
our broadcast.
nice. Yeah, I'm gonna
But
get
the
them
drops
shits.
don't actually stop there. We've got Face It drops coming in for you guys as well. You guys can link your
I need
Face
to
It
put it on my
accounts,
iPad or something.
with the link below, and make sure that you get those Face It points.
I don't have Face It or
for
whatever.
the ability to exchange them for some Overwatch 2 coins at the Face It store as well. So super exciting things for you guys in chat. You love to see it. You love to see it.
As I'm banking up those face coins, and I'm gonna get a laptop.
You're gonna get that many.
It's coming. It's
It's
real.
cracking
I'm gonna
those
get it. I'm
fucking
gonna get it.
How far are you along the way?
I don't know, man. That's the thing. You can't look. If you look, it's like messes up all the juju. You know, I need to be.
How do you
just
even know
like
if you're
a-
getting any at that point
Okay.
then, though?
Well, I got it linked. You know,
Okay,
link your
okay.
Face account, your Twitch account.
You sound locked in.
I'm
you have a
locked in.
laptop running in the back
He's-
just to like get the points as well.
Well, yeah, but I need another one. You know, that one's it's like a perpetual motion machine. I get infinite laptops.
Okay.
You gotta be drops maximizing.
Yeah, drops maximizing. We're a little too locked in on that. Let's lock back in on the broadcast actually and take a
What
look
are we doing?
at the schedule that we've had for 2025. This is our first LAN coming in here for OWCS, and what better way to welcome the Chinese region back than taking it to Hangzhou for Champions?
I mean, this
I
is
said this is pretty
exciting.
hype,
You know,
it's in
we
China.
played through all of stage 1. You know, finding the top 2 teams in each region. They're here to compete in the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. I mean, and this is when we finally get that cross-regional competition. You know, there's always a lot of drama. NA and EU trash talking each other. Who is the second best region? Because let's be honest, the Koreans are scary, man. Falcons
Hey,
and
it
crazy
could be
Russians.
China. It could be
All
China.
right, once again, that is scary. That's a threat on the hometown
Talk about
crowd.
that later. We're so excited.
Yeah.
It definitely is, definitely is. So the top 2 teams from each region are also here to compete for a little prize pool that we've got going for us. And not only are they competing for that stage 1 crown, but it's also $225,000 so far. But you guys at home can actually continue to contribute contribute to this prize pool with a
Quarter
really
million.
sick skin that we have online here. It's the Ember Juno skin. As a support main myself, I think this one looks honestly spectacular, Johnny.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
shit, pretty
unique.
cool.
I love it because Juno as well, you know, usually you have like most recently the galactic skin, you know, all space and stuff. Now you got Ember instead. I love this color pattern, Jake. So I think it's a truly unique Juno skin. So you got to pick it up while you can. And support the tournament. Support the prize pool.
Exactly. You know, supporting OWCS, awesome to have that integration in the client. Shout out to the devs for that one, and the skin is looking good. I might start playing a little bit of Juno. Maybe I'll start the
Most
support.
relaxing hero to play, yeah.
Is it relaxing? I'm trying to take the headshot perk. We're on like a different vibe. I'm trying to farm the headshot perk as quickly as possible and never heal again. That's
Okay. Well, you guys have until April 22nd to grab that Ember Juno bundle. But while we're actually talking about the Sick Show here in LA, we've got a man on the ground over in China. Let's say hello to our on-site reporter, Danny Lim.
Danny!
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here.
I was
at
wondering if they
Hangzhou
still had
for
this dude.
Champions
I haven't
Clash,
seen him in a
guys.
while.
The show's about to start, and we got some great fans here in Hangzhou, China. Are you guys excited? Yeah! Oh my God! Just hearing that
All
makes
the
me
Spark
excited,
jerseys.
guys. I'm gonna be around the arena shooting a lot of stuff for all of you guys at home. So don't worry, I got you guys. So for now, we're gonna say Jayo. When I say 3, 2, 1, we say Jayo together, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Jayo! Let's go, Burbank!
Thank you so much, Danny. We'll be seeing a lot of him throughout the next 3 days of competition. But if you're just
I was wondering
joining
if Danny
us
was still
for
around.
the
I hadn't
first
seen him in a
time
while.
this year, there have been a lot of changes to competitive Overwatch. The biggest one being hero bans, Jake. This has been a really interesting way to shake things up.
Yeah, I had to pull for this for about 4 years, but you know, finally we're here, and it's really changed the game in an exciting
hero
way. I mean,
bans is pretty
for the
cool.
past, like for pretty much all the major competitions I can remember, 9 times out of 10, we'd see a lot of mirror matches, but not so much anymore. With hero bans, every single map is going to be different. So even if there is one, you know, dominant comp or strategy, these bans are going to change it up. You can't ban the same hero twice throughout the series from one team, and also when you do the bans, the first team who bans, they pick a hero, of course, of one of the 3 roles, and that same role cannot be banned by the same or by the other team in that same map. So you can also use a ban as a bit of a protect. If you really want to play Winston, you could ban Diva, protect the Winston for that map. So there's a lot of strategic nuance in the ban system, and it's really, I think, developed a lot of the players, pushed a lot of these teams to play much more innovative and open styles.
Yeah, and on your screen right now, you're seeing the bans from EMEA in stage 1. You can see that on the bottom right of your screen right there. And you can take a look at some of these bans in the tank category, for example. 13 bans on Sigma, 12 bans on Mauga, 21 bans on Diva there, 19 on Torb. So you can kind of see a pattern here for EMEA.
Nobody wants
As
to
we go
play
into
against
North
fucking
America,
turrets and shit.
We're banning Wrecking Ball, we're banning Hazard and Winston, 15 Sombra bans.
Sombra.
That
I'm
might
banning
be because
Sombra every
Amplify,
time
they
next
can
season.
specialize in Sombra, so Sombra mains don't get too excited there. But you're seeing these different regions prioritize different bans going into this tournament. So that's another dimension, another question. Like, what bans will we see from different regions in this tournament?
We're seeing additional layers being added to the competition.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool because I think
here,
each
and
region kind of has like their own
actually
meta.
added a brand new
So,
ability
it's gonna
perk
be interesting.
system, which has been shaking things up continuously. Jake, what do you feel like has been pretty significant when it comes to these ability trees?
Yeah, I mean, I think one big example we could look at is Ana's perks.
I'm gonna be right back while
Ana
this
has
is
been,
while
I
it's just
think,
this
really
shit.
revitalized with these perks. You know, in the pro level, you're gonna see a lot of people taking that biotic bounce. You know, what the pros can do with this is really impressive. Bouncing the nade off walls, you know, really upping the skill potential for that nade. And then, of course, Shrike getting, you know, as everyone calls it, let's be honest, double nano. You know, to be able to put a nano on yourself and your ally at the same time, it really lets Ana get a lot more into the fray. And so as the match develops, you know, by farming ultimate, by charging ult, you also are getting your perks online and sort of growing your power level. For some of the other heroes too, there's a lot more diversity. You could see different picks coming out, you know, shaping your hero to the demands of the match at hand.
The double nano. It's really cursed if you're a dive hero. You dive in there and then the Ana is suddenly nanoed. It's bad news. I selected Brig in this category as well because I think Brig is another hero that was already strong, you know, going into the tournament, but then you add perks, which is like boost what Brig already does. The morale boost, that's a minor perk, for example. Inspire lasts 3 seconds longer when activated by the whip shot, so you just get more healing all around for your team. That's really beneficial for a hero like Brig, for example. I think Winston would be another hero, for example. That's really good perks. You can either, you know, go with the chain lightning, for example, get a lot of chain lightning damage in there. And I think these perks will boost these individual heroes and actually have some effect on the tournament to the point where we've been kind of leaning dive compositions going into the tournament, Jake.
Yeah, that's been the rumblings that we might have a bit of an Honor Brig Winston, type of a meta shaping up. But that's the exciting thing with Hero Bands is I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for teams to attack that and kind of show their own unique style here in the tournament.
Well, speaking of teams, let's check out who we're actually going to be seeing across these 3 days of competition. Any surprises here, Johnny?
For me, I gotta say that OWCS making it as the number 2 seed for EMEA, that was a bit of a surprise because going into this year, you would have highlighted teams like the Ultimates, with Kevster, Kai on it, like big star names, right? Twisted Minds is another really good team in EMEA, but instead it was OWCS who secured the number 2 seed from EMEA. But a lot of proven players on this team, like Checkmate, for example, Labda, who you're going to be familiar with, and Landon as well. So you know that OWCS, they have the experience on the international stage, of course, but then putting it together the fashion they did in stage 1 was really impressive, and curious to see what they do here in the
Yeah, I just was getting some shit taken care of while they're fucking
I
going.
can't wait to get into it. We got to talk a little bit more about the top 2 teams from each region, though, and who better to
this shit
kick
about to
things
be
off
fucking
with
hype.
than welcoming back these Chinese teams. I know that we've got, once again, and Team CC coming into the fray. Tell us a little bit about that.
I should go grab my Spark jacket
tour.
while fucking...
Yeah, I mean, so team once again,
playing.
AKA the team from China, AKA, a lot of the players from Hangzhou Spark. It's Gushui, I think, on your screen right now, the Monkey King, one of the best Winstons in the world.
Yeah, that's why I bought that,
in front of the hometown crowd in
Hangzhou
China.
Spark
I think this team
Winston
is going to be a
skin.
treat to watch. They were really impressive to me at the Esports World Cup last year, and that was in a spot where they didn't have that much practice. That now with, of course, competitive Overwatch coming back to China, this is a real opportunity for them to show what they can do on the world stage. But they have some tough foes to go up against. Luckily, it's not just Gushui. They've got Shy and Leave on the DPS line, and I think these two, they're just incredible to watch. Shy in particular on the Sojourn, it is a walking highlight reel. I feel like he's
Yeah,
could
I like
probably just
watching
one
Leave.
trick
He's
it, and
fucking
they could
nice
maybe win the whole
and
tournament.
I can't wait to see what level they're playing at. They didn't do super good at the OWC, but they beat Team Falcons, which
If
you beat Team
Dive
Falcons,
is
you're
meta
in
right now,
contention,
I don't really
right?
know
So
what's meta right now.
It's definitely
Yeah, I think they're gonna be really
noteworthy how
good.
they played last year. Now, the number 2 seed from China. Obviously, because once again, they took all the best players in China. So Team CC, there's another group of really talented players who some of you might be familiar with from the Overwatch League, for example. Gaga would be one of those players who, made a name for himself around like 2021, for example, coming up as the new fantastic tank player in China. And you're seeing Gaga on this team, and I think that this could really be one of the best noteworthy players on Team CC because of the dive potential playing the Winston, but also the Wrecking Ball, who we heard so much about just a few years ago, right? So if Gaga can really put together on the dive heroes, I'm expecting some decent things from Team CC this tournament.
A lot of pressure for these Chinese teams to be competing in front of the home crowd, but let's move over to EMEA. We've got Virtus Pro, who is undefeated throughout stage 1 of the regular season, and then OWCS,
I'm pretty
who's
sure
been
they
a
just
dark
lost
horse. They started off as that 6th seed
T1 in that
and
Soup
managed
Cup
to
or
fight
whatever.
their way to the top.
Yeah, so I mean, Virtus Pro, #1 seed out of the EMEA, kind of crushed the region, frankly, and a lot of it comes from the veterancy in the tank core. I think Vistola really impressed everybody. Such a stable, leader for the team, and really brought even more flexibility. Was known as an off-tank player previously, but has shown a ton of flexibility and really just an incredible mechanical level across all of his heroes that you know him for. But I think the combination of Vistola with this rising superstar in Jwoo coming in, we talked about with the coach, like thinking, you know what, I'm going to take a chance on this guy. I'm going to give him a shot. He seems really motivated, and well, that chance has paid off. This has been a breakout season for Jwoo. I'm expecting really big things for him. I mean, to be fair, this is probably the biggest stage he's ever
Jwoo's
played on,
good
so
as fucking
the
good,
pressure
dude.
will be on, but he has shown that he has the potential. He can deliver in these crucial scenarios.
Yeah, and I mentioned OWCS before, the number 2 seed from EMEA, and some of the players on this roster. Checkmate, an Overwatch League champion with Florida Mayhem, of course, in 2023. Labda as well. One of the best Flora players we have in the game, really so good in that hero. But it was the Sojourn we saw in stage 1 and we're mightily impressed by the fact that he took it to players like Quartz, for example. But how did OWCS get it done? It was aggression. They played so fast to the point where even Virtus Pro, they struggled with the aggressive playstyle coming out from OWCS. So I'm kind of wondering, going into this tournament, from OWCS, will we see similar aggression throw off some of these other regions in their matchups?
Definitely something to keep our eyes out for, but let's hop over across the pond and talk about NA a little bit. We have Nightmare
NA
and
is gonna get
SSG,
fucking
who
wrecked.
secured the top 2 spots
I hate
during
to
stage
say
1.
it,
It was
but-
close competition throughout the regular season, though, and Jake, it's pretty crazy that this Nightmare roster denied Team Liquid the opportunity at their LAN after their long-awaited return as an org.
Yeah, I mean, with how much went into Liquid and SSG for neither of those teams to be the 1 seed here, I think a lot of it comes down to, this guy on your screen right now, I think Ultraviolet has peaking. I mean, he has had just disgusting highlights in everything I've seen him play recently. This is, I think, the best we've ever seen from him. And this is a veteran. He's been around for a long time. For him to be hitting a new peak is incredible. And alongside Zera, who has really come into his own. We saw him in Stockholm last year, but I think he's really just continued to grow and impress as a player. The Genji, I think, probably is going to be his signature. We might see a lot of it, but I've been really blown away by his Tracer level. I mean, Tracer has always been that bellwether hero for flanker players, and really what you need to play at the elite level to beat the best in the world is an elite Tracer, and Zera has been doing just that. So I think Nightmare is going to be incredibly exciting to watch. Qualifying as the #1 seed out of NA is quite an impressive accomplishment.
And so we head over to SSG, the #2 seed from NA, but it doesn't really feel like a #2 seed, Jake, because this team is stacked. And especially if we are going to see dive compositions in this tournament, they have all the individuals to put up incredible performances. I think this might be a top 3 team. You have Sugarfree on the Tracer, who has really taken it to some of the best damage players in the game. Kellan, of course. Winston is his
this is
signature
to me.
hero,
This is
and
the
if you're allowed
only
to play that Winston, he's going to be able to
only
bring it
NA
on the
team that could maybe do
international level
something.
as well. So SSG, the
I don't know.
#2 seed from
I guess we're
NA,
gonna see. We're gonna
don't
find out.
underestimate them. I think they could go really far this tournament.
Man, I love hearing that. I love hearing that. But we saved
It
the
could
best
go
for
anyway.
last,
I mean,
let's be honest
it's
here.
just gonna be who
And
shows up, I
probably
guess.
the favorites to take home the Stage 1 title within
I think
the
everyone's
Asian
expecting
region.
Korean
We
teams
got
just
to
to
talk
pop
about
off, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Jake, tell us a
Crazy
little bit
Raccoons
about
and
Team
Team
Falcons.
Falcons.
You know, they're the defenders
I'll be
of the
surprised
World
if either of
Final
them don't
Champions.
win.
Yeah, you know, this is a team that has won
Or be
most
top
everything
2.
they've touched, and if they haven't won, they probably got second place. You know, this is just an elite team. They've been world beaters from the time they were put together as a roster, and frankly, you don't get players like this on a team. If they get worse results than top 2, honestly, this is a team that like could break up. Like that is anything less than, honestly, frankly, #1 is a disappointment for Falcons, and that is a ridiculous amount of pressure to be under. I feel like maybe the most pressure of any team in the world, but they're also maybe the only group of 5 players that can handle that pressure, that can continue to deliver these knockout performances time and time again in the biggest stages of Overwatch.
And so Crazy Raccoon, the other horse in this 2-horse race in Champions Clash here, Jake. And you say all that about Team Falcons, but Crazy Raccoon has most of the time had the edge in this rivalry. They did lose in Stockholm in our 2024 World Championship, but they won in Dallas. EWC, they had a great success. So Crazy Raccoon going into this tournament, we have
Honestly, think Raccoons will beat
Malga
Falcons.
is not as good in this tournament, and that actually benefits Crazy Raccoon in this rivalry matchup. So Crazy Raccoon, this might be a great tournament for them, considering the balance changes we saw going into it.
I love that. I love that. Well, with the best of each region competing in a double elimination bracket for Champions Clash, let's take a look at our opening matchups. And when we take a look at this upper bracket quarterfinal, what's your favorite one you're looking at here, Johnny?
All right, Jake. There's a couple here that look really good.
He's cooking.
But just seeing once again,
Yeah, okay.
I can't wait to see Leave and Shy combine efforts once again on that
Yeah,
roster.
that
It's
second
going
match is gonna be crazy.
So much fun. I can't wait to see how they fare against VP, who play a bit of a different style. VP likes to rely on their brawl.
I'm excited for
their
match
poke
2 and match
compositions,
4, I
and so
think.
how do
The
they
most
match up
excited, I
against
should
once
say.
again? That's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I agree, Johnny. I think that's going to be super exciting to see VP and once again clash. Honestly, though, I kind of have my eyes on this Team Falcons OWCS match. Like, as much as Falcons are insanely powerful and strong, I mean, you got to remember, this is Junkbuck coming to coach OWCS. So this is a team that has
I like
made
OWCS 'cause
incredible
Checkmate's
strides
on it,
without as
but
much name value.
I don't
That
think
has
they
brought
stand a
things
chance.
together and look so scary without having like necessarily the superstar, like world-beating rosters that other teams have. And so I think everybody probably has to put some respect in the name for OWCS. And then you talked about that level of aggression. I think there's a chance for them to make some kind of a crazy upset and really just shake this tournament up off the rip, really.
Well, yeah, now that you're talking about OWCS versus Team Falcons, actually, let's take a look at today's schedule after we've checked out those upper matches, because that's the game that we're going to be starting the day off with. For you guys at home, just so you know, the first 4 matches of today will be a first to 2, and then once we drop down into the lower bracket, it will be first to 3 for the last 2 games. So super exciting things here, and now that we've, kind of set the tone for everything, right? We got to get into some fun predictions. We prepped a little bit of a segment.
Man, I'm gonna be tired as a
for you
motherfucker
guys
when
called
this shit
Tomorrow's
ends.
News today, and basically, where the 3 of us came up with some headliners of how we think the action is actually going to pan out during day 1.
I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this one.
Yeah?
I'm just going to let you guys know.
Have a little bit of fun with it. Yeah, I didn't know this was supposed to be based in fact, but
All right, look, we're making
Let's see
predictions
what the
about the
news
future,
say.
Johnny.
I got a Ghost Rider. I don't know. I'm not.
You got a Ghost Rider?
Yeah,
You didn't
I'm
put this one up yourself?
I'm not responsible for whatever my tech says.
Okay, well, tomorrow's news today, Jake took us away.
It's a nightmare scenario here in China. It's in front of the hometown crowd in Hangzhou. Team CC fell to North American #1 seed Nightmare in a blistering 2-0. Nightmare seem to be finding their sea legs after a tough run in the Soup Cup, but they still have a long way to go to claim their ultimate goal of securing the championship here in the Champions Clash. Today, they face off against the 7-foot-tall gaming warlord Lip, along with the rest of Crazy Raccoon.
I don't know if my voice is going to be as good, but we have liftoff. Crazy Raccoon launched themselves into orbit of the upper bracket finals after a swift 2-0 victory up against Space Station Gaming. This match may have lasted longer than Katy Perry leaving the stratosphere, but now SSG find themselves face-to-face with an asteroid belt in the lower bracket gauntlet. The ride is about to get turbulent with the Chinese teams on home ground standing in their way.
Pre-poppers. Hanbin is officially and has been. Papa Smurf was sorely missed in Friday's matchup against Al-Qadsia when Checkmate and co sug-swanged their way around the lackluster Team Falcons dive that saw the tournament favorites bomb out for the winner's bracket. See more on page 12.
Oh, okay.
Dude, if Al-Qadsia upsets Falcons, though, that would go crazy. I think it would be because of your newspaper article. I think you would have to take credit.
He's manifesting right now, actually.
Yeah. Look, people these days,
there's
they just
no
want
way, no.
engagement. So it doesn't matter if it's true. So, you know.
True.
People might interact with my article, and then,
True.
you know, I'll be front page.
For the
Just wait,
memes,
Jake,
for the
just wait.
content.
Yeah.
Speaking of content, though, we got a fun game coming in for you guys. If you guys tuned in at all during the English broadcast for the regular season, you may have catched some Overfeud. I'm new to this one, but if you guys are also not familiar with the
Here we
game,
go.
we pulled over 500 OWCS fans on various Overwatch-themed prompts, and our lovely analysts here
Let's get
are
to the
gonna have
games,
to try
man.
and guess what the top 5 answers are. If
does
they
this
get 3
shit?
wrong, that's game over. So we're gonna start with an easy one. You know, there are only 8
I'm a man of
teams.
the people.
Guys,
I got my finger on the
listen,
pulse. All right,
there's
Johnny?
only 8 teams in the competition, so it should be, you know, in your favor. But I want you guys to name the team most likely to reverse sweep at Champions Clash.
You just take the best teams? You just
okay.
take the best teams, Jake.
Okay, I'm gonna
But then they would have to be down
say,
first, too.
Yeah, well, you know.
I'm gonna
Stuff happens.
gonna put out there Crazy Raccoon.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, there
We
we
got
go.
one. We
See?
got one.
Only 8%.
Yeah, only 8%.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Well, I'm gonna double down on my theory
Okay.
and say Team Falcons.
Okay.
Let's see. Another
Nice.
one. You guys are
Okay,
you're killing it
Falcons.
right now. You're killing
How
it.
many lives do we have?
All right.
have 3
actually,
lives.
I think this is gonna be the #1 slot. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think once again.
Okay.
Let's go.
You're
I
actually
actually
owning
owning
it
I
right
even
now.
called my shot.
Okay,
You're
Jake,
owning it right now.
I need your
This is
advice
where we
here.
gotta lock in, though. This is where it gets real.
I need your
Yeah.
advice here before we go on to the next one, okay? I'm thinking SSG. What do you think?
Yeah, I sort of like it. I sort of like an SSG.
You know, maybe they're mentally.
I think the true correct answer to this is Al-Qadsia, but I'm not sure if the teams, if the
Okay,
if the
you'll
fans would know that.
give your go.
I
I'll go
like
SSG. I'll go SSG.
SSG, you're locking that one in? No? Okay, 2 lives left. 2 lives left. You guys were,
that shit
you were
outta
on
here.
track
Like,
for a flawless
the
run.
thing is, I think Al-Qadsia is what my answer, but I don't know if that's what the fans would say.
Oh my.
So I'm gonna say Virtus Pro.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh my!
Finger on the
Oh
pulse.
my!
He knows the audience well. He knows
Okay,
the
there
audience
has
well.
to be an NA team in there, so I'm going Nightmare.
Okay.
that.
Let's see. Let's see. Do they get the last one?
Oh, okay, Johnny.
That's what I'm
Not
talking
bad,
about.
not bad, not
Nice
bad.
start, Jake. Nice
Easy
start.
win. Easy win.
Great teamwork, guys. Great teamwork, guys. Well, that is going to be it for Overfeud, but I know that we have the opening ceremony coming in. I see that we've
come
had
on, let's
like
get this
some
shit
dragon
underway.
scales like up in the back and whatnot. I'm predicting maybe we get some thematic dragon stuff going on for China. What do you guys think?
Look, I have no idea
Dragons?
what to expect.
Guest appearance?
Can you imagine? That would go too crazy.
Yo, give me a show match with Shanghai Dragons. Let's get in there. I'll be down.
Put me on. Let me play. Let me play. All right, no, guys, let's be honest here. Is once again going to win this whole thing? That's the real question. That's what's on everybody's mind. I feel like Low key, I've been hearing the rumblings as a Winston meta, you know, cooking, brewing.
Yeah, if it's a Winston meta, maybe I could see it, man.
I feel like he's gonna just unleash the Primal Blade.
He's gonna take over.
I think he's gonna.
They've been playing
over
together
the
for a
tournament,
long fucking time.
That should be the opening ceremony. It's just Gushui like primaling people in the practice rate. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, you have that. You have Gushui, a fantastic dive tank. But then you have the 2021 Overwatch League MVP in Leave, who's just like.
How do you even remember that, bro?
I've been around. I've been around for a long time. But yeah, Leave is just like
Leave is crazy.
insane on so many different heroes.
Yeah,
Like the
true.
Flex player, of course, and you know, on Tracer can take it to some of the best Tracer players in the world. And then you have Shai, of course, who, you know, biased, my favorite Hitscan player. And we saw, for example, in the 2022 mid-season madness, how Shai popped off for the Hangzhou Spark in that tournament. Can really carry a team, right? And I think this meta as well. If we're going to see like a dive meta with a Hitscan, Shai can just take over. Like there will be no big shields in the way, just like shoot them.
Look, Hitscan is great, but I want to see Shai and Leave on Torb Sim. I want to see the Torb Sim hazard meta.
No, we got the Saria and
saw
the
it.
feed. I don't want to see it anymore.
It was all right. Look, I'm just saying the Torb Sim comp goes crazy. The fact that is
That's second cancer to play against.
Come on, we hit a meta where you play Torb and Sim together in a pro game.
What is bro saying?
Okay. He's overcooking a little
that
bit.
shit.
He's overcooking a little bit. But while we wait for the opening ceremony, we're actually going to take a look at the Season 16 trailer. Stay tuned.
Oh.
Welcome to the stadium.
Yeah, Stadium coming out. That's just gonna be hype.
Get a look at our competitors.
Third person mode.
The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They nearly pinched the win this round.
I've seen some people playing it on YouTube already. We got like early access to it. Looks fun.
This is a round you won't want to miss.
Ugh.
Against all odds, they've won it all! You love to see it, folks.
And I'll be right back.
Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of
I can't even lie. This shit going on till like 6:30 in the morning. I gotta
Creator,
take some Adderall.
the heart of
Else I ain't gonna make it.
Amelie, the heart of grace. Kiriko, the heart of passion. Freya, the heart of courage. And I am Juno, the heart of hope.
Yo.
Together, we will take down the Hollow Hearts. The full heart theme!
They just make it like hella cute shit for the same couple characters. What the fuck? That shit ugly.
I run this show.
I like the Genji skin.
My
That's cool.
spirit grows strong.
Of course, all them skins gonna be in the shop.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked.
You are under my guard.
16 is looking really hype, guys. And Johnny, I mean, I saw you in the stadium trailer the other day on socials. Tell me about the game mode.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was just playing some Reinhardt. You can fly as Reinhardt. I mean, I've been asking for that balance change forever. So I'm just thrilled that it's in the game. Yeah, it's tons of fun Stadium. I've really been enjoying playing some of the preview servers and stuff like that. So I can't wait for Stadium to drop next week.
I'm a broken build enjoyer, and I love, crafting the most.
Okay, what was the most broken build?
All right, I feel like we're not. Look, I'm saying I found a Cassidy build where I was just like right-clicking for about 30 seconds. So I think that felt pretty good. I don't know how it felt for the other team. I'm gonna say maybe less good. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say
30 ammo.
They didn't like me fan the hammer, breaking the Rhine shield, and killing him in one right click. I think maybe Johnny didn't enjoy that.
What did I do to deserve that? Like really. But then, yeah, I mean, Junker Queen was one of my favorites as well.
Yeah.
You can like reset the Shout quite often, reset the Carnage as well. So, yeah, Stadium is a ton of fun. I can't wait for it to drop.
Super sick.
Great season. Yeah.
Super sick. I mean, we got the hero bands coming into competitive.
Oh, Jake.
this season,
Yeah, Jake, you are. Every time hero bands gets brought up, Jake has like a visceral reaction. It's like,
I've been waiting for
so excited.
years to
what are you banning?
ban out whatever my opponent's best heroes are.
How will you know?
Oh no.
I actually wonder. I don't know if you get to see their names.
No,
and
you
stuff
don't, you
first.
don't.
Okay, well then.
So you got to ban.
What would I ban? Just as a pure vibe check?
I'm going Mercy. I'm sorry. I'm not a chick.
See, that's a weird take. I feel like Mercy.
That's
I'm a
random
tank player.
take.
Like, give me speed. Give me Juno. Give me Lucio. Get me in the fight. Mercy, I'm sorry. You don't help
I think I'm gonna ban Tracer. I think that's the ban.
What? What?
Wait, that's wild.
Insane take. Ban Tracer?
That is an insane take. That is an insane take. Crazy things.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for hero bands to be in the game.
No.
It's going to change like how the game is being played, right? So I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely. But we do gotta get into the action. The opening ceremony is coming in hot here for Champions Clash. Let's check things out live in China.
What's this? Oh, here we go. Dude, that looks sick. It's like a big hologram screen in the fucking middle of it. That was cool. Yo, this shit's actually hype. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck?
Hello,
That's fucking insane. That was cool as fuck.
各位，现在是向全球直播，我建议让世界上的所有人都能听到、看到、感受到我们杭州的热情。再来一次，你好，杭州！
Dude, China going all out for this shit.
And welcome to the Champions Clash， 欢迎来到2025守望先锋全球冠军赛。 coming to you live in the heart of China. We'll bring you one of the biggest international battles in the Overwatch esports. 接下来，我们将在杭州电竞中心为您带来本年度第1届的 OWCS 线下赛。
Hell yeah.
Over the next few days, the best of best will go head-to-head in a collision of strategy, skill, and sheer determination. 在接下来的比赛日当中，全球顶尖的选手将进行一场关于斗志、关于技巧、关于决胜雄心的尖峰较量。 Across 4 fierce regions, North America, EMEA, China, and Asia Pacific, 8 teams have conquered their corners in the world, and now they're here gathering in Hangzhou face to face against each other. 来自全球4大战区，北美、欧洲非、国服以及亚太4大战区的8支队伍已经各自称霸了本土的赛场。今天他们齐聚杭州，将再一次进行巅峰对决。This is where legends rise, rivalries ignite, and you become part of history. 这里是传奇诞生的舞台，是宿敌交锋的战场，也是所有人见证历史的时刻。And at the end of it all, one team will hold the crown as your OWCS first stage champion. 在一切尘埃落定之后，有且只有一支队伍将会成为 OWCS 第1阶段的总冠军。So whether you are here joining us in the arena or watching the live stream online, please gear up, get loud, as the road to glory is beginning now. 所以，在场的所有观众以及在电视机前的你，让我们开足马力，发出你们最大的怒吼，因为通向荣誉的路程此刻启程。那么接下来，让我们有请今天将要亮相的8支队伍来到舞台之上。And now let's welcome the 8 teams to the stage.
Yeah, that fucking holograms and shit was crazy.
First, let's welcome the first seed from EMEA, Virtus.
The stage is nice as hell.
Virtus Pro joins us here on the stage.
Oh, I thought it was Team Falcons
From
first.
EMEA, led of course by Vestola, who has proven it so many times on the international stage. Known for playing brawl and poke compositions.
I thought it was Falcon versus OWCS first.
How were they
But
found in this Champions Clash tournament?
oh, what the fuck? Did they change the...
Coming in here, the dark horse team from EMEA.
Did they change the
Impressive results for these players? A global team coming
seeding in the
together.
roster or whatever?
Lambda in particular has had a massive showing this season. Coach Junkbuck has brought a lot of teams to championship performances. Can he do
Checkmate,
it
that's my
again
boy.
here in China?
From North America, seed number 1, Nightmare.
Oh, they're just bringing all the teams out. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
For Nightmare joining us as the number 1 seed from North America, and now led by Zero, of course. A very young, fantastic prodigy for this team. Has fantastic performances in the Tracer role.
I thought they were just
How
bringing
will
the
he be able
first
to
game
compete
out.
with the likes of Proper here on the international stage?
Second seed from North America, Space Station Gaming.
SSG, surprising to be the second seed, but I don't think it has cowed them one little bit. These players
Yeah, I
have
like
massive
SSG.
experience on land. They've got incredible chemistry together, led by their main tank, Kellen. This is a team that can do incredible things, but of course, you got to give Bravo.
Dude, this is gonna be sick, man. The stage is fucking dope.
From the Asia
All the
region,
good-ass
and our
teams are here.
2024 world champions, of course. An unbelievably stacked roster. These are some of the best players in
Yeah,
the game.
fucking
looking to add
Stalker's
to their
fucking
legacy
crazy.
this
Proper's
weekend.
crazy. Everyone on the team's crazy. Everyone on Crazy Raccoons is fucking good. I think Raccoons will probably win the whole
Always
thing.
a joy to watch this team. You never know exactly what they're gonna
He's
pull
saying
out,
lip.
except that they're gonna execute it immaculately. This is a team that may be the second seed in Korea, but you can bet that they are a threat.
I like Junbin too.
来自中国 China #1
I think once again it's gonna do good. They're on home turf here, so they gotta fucking pop off.
Hear the crowd getting rowdy for once again. The Chinese super team, and truly one of the most entertaining and beloved teams in Overwatch esports.
Yeah, I like once again a
history.
lot.
What can they
I got that
achieve here?
Hangzhou Spark fucking jacket the other day.
Team CC, a lot of old heads from the Overwatch League will recognize these players. Definitely had a tough road here, of course, with the incredible competition out of China, but maybe with the hometown crowd behind them, they can make some upset victories and make a splash here in Hangzhou.
Stepping onto the battlefield, let's begin the clash. 八支战队会师，英雄再次起航，让我们期待他们在比赛中的精彩表现。
Easy does it, absolutely on fire right now. A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for. Sugar Free, oh buddy, he's made short work in the backline. Oh, what an off-angle there for Lethal.
This is cool.
Stuff here for Lethal, really.
Dude, you should have seen the hologram
What
shit.
an incredible opening ceremony. I know that crowd
It was fucking
sold
crazy.
out within minutes once tickets went
I wonder if I
live.
can-
What was your favorite thing,
I can
John?
maybe
Because
run
I
it
thought
back
the
real
Tracer
quick.
Recall AR was sick.
Where was it?
Yeah, I mean, I just love how the crowd really got behind the Chinese teams. To no one's surprise.
We'll run it back. Watch this shit, bro. This shit is crazy. How the fuck they do this shit? That shit's fucking ultimate.
Ho, ho, ho!
This shit's fucking crazy. Like, do they are they seeing that in person there? Yeah, like if they see that there and like some hologram shit, that's crazy. I don't know if it's just like video editing that we're seeing, but I think it's like live there right now, so I don't know. Like the guy came out on the stage after and was talking on the same stage, so. Like whoever fucking put that shit together popped the fuck off.
Hello, world!
Like that shit was fucking sick. They went fucking crazy.
From OWCS, and often when you face the Korean teams, you're never going to have a chance.
They got that
if you
crazy
take it
Chinese
slow
technology over
and you're
there.
like jockeying for precision
holograms
on
and
the flags
shit.
and stuff like that. But if you run it down mid, maybe there's a chance there, and that's
Yeah,
what
that
OWCS
fucking
did
shit was
so
dope.
really well in EMEA.
I don't know if they actually saw
like,
that though, like
you know,
in person. Was it
Big
really
Father
like
started
that?
running it in. That was really efficient. Like that was the way to play the Mauga Brawl composition, right?
The
Now,
stage looks
are we going
dope.
to see Mauga Brawl here? Very doubtful after the patch
nerfs,
notes. We
yeah.
saw Mauga get nerfed, of course. But still, though, that kind of like aggressive playstyle that could be a pretty beneficial boon here on the international
Yeah, even if it was just like video editing for us to see, it was dope as fuck.
As far as like the hero band,
But the dude walked out on the
system, right?
stage
Being a
after,
fan
so
and
I don't
maybe,
know how the
using
fuck.
bans as
I don't
protects.
know.
I think that's going to need to be a place where
Yeah, they fucking whoever made that shit is
I think if you
fucking
come into this and you
big brain as
you
fuck.
haven't really prepared for this match, which I just don't think is possible knowing Jugbuck. I'm sure
That
he
shit
has
was cool.
watched every game they've played in the last year to prepare for this, but I think they're gonna need to have a really rock solid strategy to beat players like Proper and Stalker. I feel like you almost can't just play a heads-up fair game. You need to be putting them on the back foot. OWCS need to come in here with some kind of like a stealthy strat that they have prepared, maybe a way to take us to a certain map pick.
And they brought all the
you know,
teams
make
out and
this
shit. It was
series a
cool.
comeback.
The
I mean,
stage looks
I think
nice
the
as
Pharah,
fuck.
right? Like Lavda playing the Pharah, it's something we actually saw from Twisted Minds in Stockholm at our 2024 finals, of course, where going into the tournament, everyone pretty much collectively said that in scrims, Twisted Minds was the worst team coming into the tournament. But then they actually really impressed us because they came out and they played this amazing
Yeah, for
Pharah
real.
composition, and no one was really ready for it. So OWCS, they do have aces up their sleeve. We'll have to see if they pull them out.
Yeah, I think it's a lot on the line there for both teams, right? And it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But let's see the teams take the stage in China. Team Falcons versus
Okay.
OWCS.
I think we're about to get started here. I guess the first couple games are just best of 2.
Now the battle of
Or something like
glory is
that.
about to begin. Let's welcome
Or first to
the
2,
first
maybe first to
match
2 wins. I
teams.
think that makes sense.
那么荣耀之战即将开始，让我们欢迎第一场比赛的战队。首先，让我们有请
I think it's first to 2, and then the games after go to 3.
Team Falcons.
I think Falcons
superstar
is
squad
you can
out of
easily win
Korea,
this.
The best team in the world right now, but it won't mean much until they claim the trophy here in China. You believe this is the first match? These guys, they're not even sweating yet. They're not even worried.
Yeah, they're about to do it.
欢呼声送给
Destroy
他们的对手 And now their
OWCS. I hate to say it.
opponent, OWCS.
I think there's like upper and lower bracket and stuff.
It's gonna be an interesting
So I don't
match
think
here
it's
for
single
OWCS,
elimination.
of course,
But I guess
going
the
up
first
against one
couple
of the
games are only like
tournament's
first to
favorites.
2 for
Can
some
I gonna
reason.
feel this one
I guess
out?
just to
What
get
are we gonna
them
play
quicker.
going into
Yeah.
this matchup? How will we perform and what can
That's
we
my boy
improve, of
Checkmate
course,
right there.
later in the tournament? They have a few options
He's my
here.
favorite player.
Let's see what compositions they bring. To
He was
their
on
first
Florida
matchup
Mayhem
at
when
the
I was
Champions
watching
Clash.
in, what was that, 23?
Well, we've got quite the David versus Goliath match.
Yeah, I think that's like a popular Korean haircut as bowl cut.
It's going to be a super exciting one. And I mean, there's no one better to take us through the action here for our first matchup of today. Let's toss it over to Mitch and Matt.
Thank you very much, Ash and the desk. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty exciting game to kick us off with, right?
Bro, I couldn't
Now,
imagine
of course,
playing like on a
we've got
stage in
knocked
front of all
down
these
into the
people,
lower
knowing that
bracket,
it's being
4-0
streamed to
by
like
Crazy Raccoon to come back and
this
win
many
it. Adrian
people,
Alcantara,
and
who
there's like
are
a
the
fucking
dark
$250,000
horse
on the
dark horse
line and shit.
Yeah, and I think for OWCS, you know, obviously the entire desk picks Falcons, as they probably should. The argument here for OWCS,
I would
is that
fucking
you have to win
choke,
one
get
less
kicked
map
off the
over in
team
first
right
to two
away,
here
dude.
in
You're
that
still,
first
you're
round.
still doing this cope thing. You was doing this yesterday, bro.
And at every point they've exceeded expectations,
Yes.
right? Like we didn't expect
stop.
this team to come out of EMEA, right? You kind of look across the field, right? You know,
Is that
Pep's
better?
Very strong. We
TM,
looked at
Ultimates.
Twisted
I can move
Minds,
it away a little.
Ultimates,
Yeah.
right? This was kind of like almost the last team.
Or do I
in
need to
that
turn?
Kind of
They were
turn
fourth
this
in the
up?
group stage.
yeah, that you would think would come out. So they've been really nice so far, but still going up against Falcons is a tough task.
I mean, and Falcons, right, coming into this year, they actually lost Smurf. So they no longer had this, like, dual tank rotation they could bring in and have an answer to everything, but...
oh no, they have to play Han.
Right, exactly. They just have to use one world champion instead of both
Stalker's
of them
beast as
in
fuck.
rotation. But, look, this team still looks really good. Over in Asia... yes, I mean, these guys are locking horns with Crazy Raccoon constantly, and it's always a close game. I love that Majid got into the B-roll here. Mad respect, brother. That's it. You shine out there.
He
But
got
this
into my
team,
FaceTime with Danny Lim yesterday too. He was telling me he was hot out there.
yeah, I saw you tweeted today. He was having some kind of food. He had an apron on. He looked like he was having a good time. But this team are the real deal for a very good reason. World champions, top team in Asia, and again, they've looked fallible to some degree, but not nearly enough for many teams to be able to put a scratch on them. Let's talk a little
Dude,
bit
this
about
dude Hanbin, he
Katsuza,
play. You'll
'cause
see it
this is
later.
a team that
He plays with
built
his
around
fucking.
Checkmate and Landon, and then surround
Yeah, Stalker
themselves with
plays
these really
Tracer.
promising players that
That's
emerged
why I
here
like
from the
Checkmate. He
Saudi
plays
E-League,
Tracer.
and it looked incredible. I mean, Ziad is someone I'm particularly looking at. Also, like Labda with a
Yeah,
bit of a
Stalker's
role change
insane.
inside DPS has looked incredible.
That has been probably the most impressive thing because think about some of the other hit scan players inside of EMEA and how strong they are. Lab is a
I wonder
player
how
that we
Checkmate
kind of
ended
thought
up on
was
this
like
team
a
because-
Farah
Farah one trick,
Yeah. And he's played the Sojourn throughout
How
here
did he
in
not end
stage
up on a
1 and
Korean
looked
team or something?
absolutely lights out, like going toe-to-toe and actually beating some of the other best Sojourns in EMEA. This is another step up, though, right? Like, as you go into international play and you draw a team like Falcons early on, this is another level.
And I'm talking
Yeah,
Ziad here, but Tread.
maybe I
apparently
think
is in
the two
starting
Korean
line. We saw him
teams
walk
that
up onto the stage as
are
a
here are
play
like
that
just
obviously we'd seen
way
a
above
rotation
like
with
every
Ziad,
other
right?
team
Ziad
there, so
being
maybe
more
it's
like
not
the
worth
deeper
playing
kind
on
of
a.
player. Tread, filling
All the
some
good
of those
Korean
other roles
teams,
here, but
you know,
this is a
all the
team
good
that was so
Korean players
underrated,
are on
but
those two
they've
teams
got incredible
already.
power at DPS. We
Could
now
be it,
understand
I
that. Playden is a rock solid player alongside Haku. They've made an incredible backline here. This is the kind of team that, again, in a first to two, it might be tough to see their quality depending on how this Falcons roster comes out of this. But there's been a lot of chatter, Matt, about the meta and what it's looking like right now. One thing that I'm hearing coming out of the scrims, a lot of teams with boot camping in Korea, is that the scrim results are all over the place. It's really hard
As
to
they
draw,
usually are.
but like more than ever.
Right.
I won't use the verbiage underused, but it's.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like a
you
real
can't take
like
anything too much away from what the scrims
super
look like
defined
here.
meta. Like
A lot
sometimes
of
they
teams have been
all teams just play the
playing
same
Winston.
exact comp.
Even like Falcons,
But
right?
I think
which is
right
team
now there's
that
a lot of
obviously
stuff that
hasn't really,
works.
Always gone for Winston. Harmby, we know.
Which I like. I like
a
them just
little
like
bit
that.
of a preference to go towards those flex tags. We've seen him pick that up. Hun Winston.
They
as it's
play
been,
all the
done,
modes.
so
They have like
curious to
a
see maybe that's why
map
Trent was seeing
vote
here in the
system or
start.
whatever.
And also probably dictated by the
I think
map
the
pool,
team that
right?
loses
Different
gets
map
to pick
pool
the
here
map.
for
Yeah.
the main
The
event.
next
There's
map
no,
in
like,
game mode.
must-die maps in this map pool. We're going to bring it up right now.
So here you go, right here.
You'll notice there's no Gibraltar in here, and those maps that really force a style. I think Circuit Royal there at Escort is really interesting. That can force poke compositions entirely. Also, Ilios has been snuck back into the map pool here, of course, which is a control map, Matt, that kind of dictates a little bit.
Yeah, I had to
of
take half
time.
of Addy,
So,
bro, because there's no way I'd fucking.
I think
I think this
some of
shit's
those
going till
series
like
that
6 in
start
the
with
morning.
Ilios could look a little bit different to those that maybe start on Lijiang.
I'm
or
sipping on that
Oasis.
fucking.
And when we did NA, right, a lot of the time it was like Esperanza
That
24/7.
featuring
We saw
fucking
their poor
G
push.
Fuel.
I expect to see some different things here throughout this tournament because you can definitely make an
Well, I was
impact.
planning on
throughout
trying to
the
get a
map
nap
pool with
beforehand,
your,
but
hero bands
that
as
didn't play out.
well. In terms of what ends up being played, I think look at Circuit Royale, like you mentioned. That'll be one that's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
got to,
contested, I
'cause
think. If teams
I
really
haven't
don't
been
want
staying
to
up
play
late,
that,
really.
I
I've been
think
going
you
to
can
bed
play
around
Winston
like this
there,
time
but,
every day.
the sightline
Actually,
just
before
the
that,
way
I've been
you
going to
play
bed at
is
like
definitely
around
plays better
11,
for some of the
12.
more
I mean,
comps.
and I'm looking at EMEA teams to almost prefer to
Yeah,
try
I
and
know,
go in
because
that
my
direction.
sleep
In the
schedule's actually been
past,
decent for once.
those
I'm
have
about
been
to
the
fuck
teams
it
that have been
all up.
noticed, the
but
more off-tank style teams. VP loves to
It's
play
worth
poke
it.
composition. That's one team that I feel like
I've been
will go
excited
there on
about this shit for
occasion.
like 3-4
keep an eye
weeks
out for
now,
that one
so.
as teams, that you drop the first map right and you're an EMEA team, you might want to go over there.
Well, I'm also curious. You mentioned a lot of Winston play potentially. There
In
are some
scrims,
teams that
there's been
just,
a lot,
There
yeah.
are some teams that just aren't really great at the Winston. Where I'm curious what they turn to with Maga just kind of getting obliterated with the last patch. Just kind of sent to the Shadow Realm for just probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Maga fans, he'll be back. No, I think there's probably 2 people out there.
Is that all three?
Yeah,
all
Maga
three
was
in the-
busted.
in the doldrums.
I should have did my tank
But no,
placements
I
before they
think
nerfed
potentially
Maga,
looking at,
because
like, Hazard,
the few
right?
times I played
Hazard
him, I
or
fucking
Risa-
destroyed.
Or Risa always is like on the fringe of being
He's
played.
super busted.
So,
There was a whole period of time where Hazard and Malga were getting like their health and armor proportions changed and actually swapped between them, and whichever one had the more
I need to
armor,
get some fucking
it became
in-ear
the meta
headphones.
tank of that sort of period of time.
I'll
So
get a
they were
fucking
very,
dent
very
in my
close
head.
and getting a lot of little tweaks because obviously they're pretty similar in that they both want to brawl, they want to take space, but they're relatively close range. They have disruption, displacement, and obviously an ultimate that probably Malga's a little bit more powerful. It's harder to avoid, obviously. So, we might see it creep back in. We talked about these, like, as
Damn,
we
no
look ahead
homo, but
to
look,
our
bro's
games
got
today,
like
'cause we're
a
gonna see
piss
everybody
stain.
in first to twos, by the way, where every map really matters. I'm bringing that one back from 2019.
that's throwback.
but they actually matter. They actually matter here. We've seen North America always trend towards like the main tanks, like they
No
want to
homo,
play
but I
like
happen to
tank-based
somehow
comps,
notice
whereas
that.
Europe a little bit less so. We saw Junbin, for example, on Crazy Raccoon play ball in that Asia final.
You see it?
To try and secure
Well,
that
and then
kill
also
spot.
for an aim, you have a team like with Nightmare, right?
Bro
Like
got
they're,
straight up,
they're
like,
playing all different types of
fucking
stuff
piss
towards the
right
end in NA. So we will be Lijiang Tower to kick things off. We'll see what bands come in. I think, look,
I wonder if anyone in the
you're gonna
actual
get kind of
comments
mixed
is-
results all over the place. You're also going to have teams like hiding bands from each other, different map selections. So you might
Maybe
take one
on-
scrim
probably
against
on
a team
Twitch.
a little bit more serious than another, knowing that you might have to play them. They're in your
I think most people are
bracket.
watching
So a lot
on
of that,
Twitch.
I think you'll see really today
What,
just kind of the tone set
that show, I
between
think you
these
should
teams
leave or
and how I
whatever.
think
They
this
had the like
tournament's gonna
pants that
go.
already
This
had
is
the
really-
fucking piss
You
stain on them.
just saw a glimpse of that, folks. If you've never seen how Hanbin plays, he tilts his monitor 45 degrees away from him when he plays.
I love that. But
This is what I was just talking about, the way he
I love
tilts
to
his
put
wings.
his Liquipedia
Yeah,
onto the
the
background,
Pikachu.
like he needs any introduction. So
That's what he's
Armin's
wearing,
setup
is
is
just kinda like
pretty
Pikachu.
bizarre. There's Landon for you, of course.
do you think he tried to log in to delete the Paris Eternals?
And then the other
my
dude
God,
got
he
his
was on
shirt
that
from
team.
Dan Flashes.
That is great. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Paris Eternal. I mean, hey, they had a stage win. You know, they had a.
They did.
Wow, that is. I had scrubbed that from my memory. I'm going to be honest with you. So Lijiang Tower, obviously, you know, this is the kind of map where we can have some wins. Right? We're seeing it in sort of night market, but again, you know, if you're a counter, you might be even considering.
Oh,
You know,
she's
trades
just as
here
May.
in the
I
past is
just noticed
definitely. I have felt we've seen a bit more Winston from them, right? Whereas Ziad was the diva option on this team.
And this crowd
Yeah,
is no joke.
fucking
there.
going to
Did you see
Chifani's
the
for
AR
sloppy
intro?
steaks.
Did I see it? I was sat next to you. Yes, I did see it. I mean, that was crazy.
So I thought you were looking at your prize picks. I wasn't sure.
No. I was paying attention. That was crazy. And I mean, I always think, we really never with Overwatch League ended up getting like a live event international in China. So it was probably back even, but like the Overwatch
We had a homestand.
one.
We had a homestand in China.
We won.
Yep.
I think one. So.
And it was awesome.
But like a major
I'm so ready for
international,
this
like
shit
a
to get
final or
started.
anything like that. Like
mean,
it was really Overwatch.
I think
one
this first
day.
game
Yeah, that
like is gonna
Last
kind of
time
be
I
a
was there was for
stomp, though.
APAC Premiere in 2017.
But the one thing though, like
Some of the later
when you
games I
think
think
about,
are gonna be
Overwatch
good, though.
World Cup, like the Chinese fans always show up in abundance. They've always been so passionate.
Well, I
about
mean, it's his own
teams. So,
fault.
okay, so the initial ban will be Sim here from Falcons. El Catsi on the other side, you'll get rid of the Juno. So
You gotta bring an extra pair of britches
with
with you if you're going.
It's just such
You're
a
going
strong
to the
ultimate.
studio.
So it feels like never a wrong option.
Without having had a chance to look into the scrims as much, because obviously teams been boot camping in Korea, they've all been happening on the Age server.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes
just so
it might
funny.
seem
He
like
legit
a
has
like
one
this
too.
to-
Like, that's
in order
not-
to protect a certain DPS, but we've seen Sim on Night
That's
Market
not
especially,
easy.
right? She can
Yeah,
obviously get you into play pretty quickly and strong in those front lines that do want to make use of shields.
But in theory, though, the Sim is like really
He
good
should've
in
just stripped
combination with
naked
more of, like,
completely
Brawly
before he
style
took a
tank with,
piss.
like Maga,
and we've seen
right?
Torb Sim comps not so long ago.
Yeah.
That was
That's
mixed
true.
about a bit.
I don't know, because
That's
nobody
true,
wanted to
but,
be weird and
it could be also like
talk
a
about
DPS
looking near his
protected
dick area, I
you get
guess.
that initial
But I
ban.
would, if he was my
Remember,
friend, there's
it's a
no
major
way I'd let him
pool
go out there like
doesn't
that.
allow El Catsia to kind of go into that.
All right, bro,
So
sit
they're
this one
forced
out
to
real
go into
quick, like-
the support pool. So
Juno
being
is
gone.
an interesting follow-up ban, I think. Obviously, you'll see her get mixed in here and there. She, you know, really shines in comps that want to make good use of.
Yeah,
their
there's
big
no way I
toe
would've let
clumped up
bro
together
go out
inside
there
the
like
orbital
that.
array, so it might imply they're trying to avoid going into against a brawl style.
Damn, is that the
This
trophy?
sim also works in those comps. So
Holy shit,
both
look at
teams
that
may be
thing, dude.
angling to eliminate one particular style here.
It's.
That'd
I
be
mean, you're going to
fucking
see the probably
sick to
swap
win
out
that
for
damn
Lucio, though.
trophy.
Rather, I mean, you pretty much.
I
say
thought
that
bro
with
had a
confidence,
grill in
right?
for a
Like,
minute, but his
Lucio
places.
seems to be a must pick in terms of the speed when the Juno's not in the game, right? Juno. Obviously can't create the same speed as Lucio, but still just having the utility that Juno has on top of the speed is really beneficial. So I expect to see some Lucio play here early on from both
This is
sides.
a really cool stage.
Moments away from kicking off our Champions Clash here, folks. Jumping into Lijiang Tower. It's going to be Control Center to start us off here. Number 1 seed from Asia, Falcons.
Yeah,
current
probably. Maybe
champions of
somebody
the
noticed
region
it.
Versus the perennial dark
'Cause
horse,
I wasn't looking or
Alcatia,
anything, and
now
I
in a
noticed it,
first to
like,
two.
And you thought
It
he
was
gone.
impossible not to see it.
Oh boy.
It's not like just a little like dot or two. Like that bro fucking got a big ass splotch.
It's Malgan time, folks. And of course, Lucio Kiriko compositions here.
Oh, here we
Mirror
go, dude.
match now. We're going to have proper on the Genji versus
They're
So
still
now you
playing
actually
Maga,
think
though.
That the sim ban is actually not much of a protect. Like it actually could have been a legit ban for that sim. Oh,
I didn't think they'd be
Another
playing
great
Maga
start for
still.
Trent
But
there. He is blown to smithereens in the front line. Pro
Oh
has
my
already
God, proper
made
popping
his
off.
way through Alcatia,
holy
leaving nothing
shit, dude.
but blood in his
Holy
wake.
shit.
That was 5K. Just casual rundown. Okay, buddy.
just looking, making it look so easy there.
How does
is
that feel?
proper.
Just touch down in Hangzhou and get a 5K to start off?
I mean,
Yeah, you can't ask for a
in
better
games
way to
like this,
fucking
it's pretty simple.
start
for
off
proper
and
to be
shake
able
the
to do
nerves.
so, right? It's just when Falcons get
Yeah,
up
I think
against like
Falcons
Crazy
is gonna,
Raccoon, right?
you know,
Like
win
you're not going to
easy.
see the same type of
Man,
result.
I would have loved if Proper gave me a chance to warm up into that instead of just throwing it out straight away. But hey, luckily, plenty more of those than they came from. Here come the stomps now. Trent a little bit low, and again, it's so important to keep that Malga healthy in the front line. Harbin, though, is chilling. Chiyu does get picked off, though, by a railgun, but Trent is down. So frontline advantage here for Falcons, and you know they can snowball an advantage like this. Alcatia, sadly, feel a little bit outmatched outside of the opportunities
this might be
that
a quick
Lambda
stomp.
has been looking to open up on this Soj.
Well, this is interesting because this is a composition that like
there you go.
EU would typically want to play, right? Like a composition like this.
They-
But I
I think
also
they're gonna
feel
take
like
it
this
right
is
here.
okay for Falcons. Like this is something they totally want
Yeah,
to
they're
play
gonna
as
just let 'em
well.
have
As
it.
Alcatia, they'll move in, get control of the point here. It will flip, but Falcons just more of a regroup scenario, right? They're going to be able to come back with double support ult here and flip this rather easily. Couple
big picks from Labdic. Puts
Yeah,
out Katsu
Proper's
in this
got
position now.
Blade.
They're going to capitalize. Kitsune Rush to
They
start
got,
the
yeah,
fight
beat
off.
in Kitsune, they
Railgun at the
popping
ready.
every damn thing.
And in goes Proper. Blade in hand, but
they're
absolutely
not- they're
no
gonna
need to
save the
make
Blade.
use of it. The Kitsune Rush for Falcons is well utilized, but they also commit a beat to that fight.
They ended up stacking support ults. They ended up using their like
Well,
Kitsune
they still
rushes
got both
basically at the
DPS
same
ults,
time.
so.
And then Shio obviously further ahead than Haku in terms
But,
of getting towards that sound barrier. So he
OWCS
has the
is gonna have
luxury
beat
being
and
able
Rail
to
and
drop that. But
Blade,
now
so
for Falcons, you don't have any
they
support
can maybe get
ult
it
to
back.
deal with this checkmate Blade on the other side. So potentially you're looking at like Stalker, right? Can you get a big overclock going, maybe chunk
Is that
some of
better, or do I
sound
need to do
barrier
more?
off, and then able to kind of deal with that Genji.
You have to wait this sound barrier out though if you're Falcons, so you need to be ready to
Oh,
disengage,
there
but
we
there's no
go.
opportunity for that. And that is a huge pick without needing to make use of the sound barrier. Labda, of course, takes the perk that
And
gives
they're
him
gonna stop
150
Blade.
charge off the rail, so easy enough to get those insta-kills. Falcons have to disengage, and Haku still commits the sound barrier here. Falcons have done enough to draw it out because they used both their DPS ultimates.
Yeah, they Blade and overclock, and that forces the sound barrier out. And this is actually great for Falcons.
Yeah,
right?
there
Because
might
you
be
can
other moments where they
re-engage.
get
You know
hyped
exactly
up.
where you're at in terms of support. Ultimate.
All right,
And
they're about to
you're
have,
engaged, like, the Blade.
yeah, there's a
it's
cage.
big checkmate going down.
And the Falcons disengage off this fight. They drag it out. Now Harbin comes in with that cage fight, and there's nowhere
Why did the
for
Lucid
Haku to
jump in?
go.
Oh, I guess he wanted to
Labda
die,
land
I
and
guess.
get involved in some of this fighting, but Falcons have both supports alive at the end of the fight, which means
Try and die and come back
Haku was
quicker.
never going to go down. And
Come
that
back with
was
the team.
the ace up the sleeve for OWCS, that sound barrier that Haku had to make use of. Now, honestly, Checkmate has to go in with the rawest of raw blades and hope that the Kitsune Rush doesn't cause him to get bowled over.
You're gonna have
They
cage
might
fight
try to
plus
save the blade
right?
until
That
the
was a
cage
pretty
fight, yeah.
popular combo that OWCS can potentially utilize, but you can create so much distance here between the two teams, right? Falcons would control the point. You just need to keep it contested.
Landon goes down at the start of the fight, though. Chio, ever the aggressor's able to pick him off, and this has gone disastrously
over.
for OWCS. Trent Elise is able to get a cage
They
fight
flipped
in
it, but
play,
it's
but only
not gonna
Harbin
matter.
was in there, and frankly, Falcons don't need him to finish the job. Classy work for Proper, a second deflect kill for the round, and it has to seal the deal, especially with Chio coming into his own sound barrier. OWCS are out of options.
But did you see how far Checkmate needed to go with that blade to try and access that support line? It'll be Stalker finishing this one off. This will be a point here for Falcons early on. Lambda gets one with a railgun shot, trying to make it interesting here towards
just
the end.
delaying
but
the inevitable.
That sound barrier should be enough. Where Checkmate ends up using that blade, has to go basically
Yeah,
all
I
the way
mean,
down the hallway by
Falcons
the
could win the
Hellcat
whole
gets moved
thing,
back,
so.
And then now you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, right? The Mog
It's
and
either
the
gonna be
DPS
Falcons
are on
or,
the opposite side.
Crazy
No chance of
Raccoons.
kind of going after the support
The-
line
both the
as
Korean
well,
teams, they're
where
gonna be
you can just
fucking
create
top
so
two,
much
probably.
distance being able to control that point
But I mean, OWCS, in theory, can wait for Falcons to take some space in the middle part of the map and give Checkmate an easier killing field. But because Falcons are disengaged, and OWCS felt the need to chase them with that sound barrier, they
Checkmate
don't have
on
a
the
good setup
tour.
for Checkmate. You're right, he has to play. He basically needs a Sherpa to access the backline.
And we'll see potentially a Torb here.
Lightweight.
Torb has been pretty popular, I would say. More popular this year than I feel like at any point
Torb is
throughout
strong.
Torb's
Listen,
esports career.
Perks, bro.
Yeah.
Perks have made a big difference. Obviously, Torb, yeah, sneaky, getting these sneaky stealth buffs every now and then.
I also think Falcons is probably pretty happy not seeing the Genji
Yeah.
on the other side. Like, Proper's Genji is so
Both are running
disruptive,
diva on this
that
map.
This is
That's
probably a
interesting.
better game here for OWCS.
Crazy Raccoon banned Stalker's Farah on this map when they
It's crazy,
played
like,
those
every
Aegis
map
finals.
has
They
its
did
own,
not
like,
want to
meta.
see it. Katsuya maybe not ready for it, but it is going to be a little bit scary to deal
The
with.
Pharah into
especially
diva
that
might
you
be
can
kinda hard,
remove
though,
Checkmate's
so.
turrets from play, but if Labda keeps shooting like this, it might not be an
But
issue.
then the
He's
Tracer into
continued his
Torb
strong
might be
Sojourn
alright,
play, right? I mean, you lose that first round, but still putting up a pretty good fight on that Sojourn and gets a first
Nice.
pick off here, so that's going to allow OWCS to get control.
I feel like this comp looks honestly really good though for Falcons. It feels like everybody's in their one of their best positions. Proper back on the Tracer, Hanbin on the Diva as well.
Oh, we about got
Labda
moved
has to
off.
respect there as he tries to play by the bridge, but is wary of the concussive blast, knocking him off. Still will play from the outside, and Falcons actually can get a flip going on virtue of being grouped up and forcing OWCS off.
I would agree that obviously Falcons is on a lot of like comfort picks amongst all of their players, but I think that just pace of this game is much more comfortable.
It's cool
for
you get to
OWCS.
see their
I don't think it
crosshair.
favors them
Whatever
entirely,
crosshair they're
but I
using.
would say they're probably much better playing this style than they were in the first round.
Hanbin was hoping to pick up a Mega on the way back there, but it just wasn't spawned and available. He still needs to try and contest the point, and that means he has to serve up his Diva Mech, I guess, as a burn offering.
Nice,
Checkmate
about to
here
flip
is
it
definitely
back.
going to start to be an issue. Of course, he's taken the perk that empowers him during his overload, so definitely pretty brutal in the brawl fight. And Falcons, they kind of want a long fight. They want Stalker to soften people up, Proper to go in and finish them now, switching to the Genji.
I think this is obviously a better look here for Falcons because the Genji
Yeah,
was giving a lot of problems.
Playing Tracer into
the
Torb is
Alcacia
fucking
backline. I think
really
just put
hard.
pressure on Landon and Haku to be able to keep each other up.
Yeah, they're doing good.
Sune rush here for Falcons, kicking things off. It'll be Haku with a beat.
It'd be nice if it's a close series. I don't like watching
my
stomps.
goodness, yep, he's on the
Oh,
move,
that fair
buddy.
ult's fucking
The poke
huge,
that
though.
allows him to move while in barrage is a powerful one indeed. And Labda and Checkmate get flattened.
And it just feels like with the Genji in combination with the Pharah, you're just way more all in, right? You
They're about to have Overclock
hyper-aggressive
and
with
Diva
that Pharah
Bomb.
putting down
They're
damage
not
from
too far
above
off of
with
damn
the
Torb
Genji
ult, too.
and the Diva combination, and just speeding up the process for OWCS. I think
Yeah,
that's where you
Lava
force
all
them to start
over.
making mistakes, and when you can get an advantage.
Labda's Overclock though is active and it's already claimed one. Stalker
Oh,
falls
there's
into the
beat.
backline, goes proper. He's looking for the Soj. Gets the damage, but it falls as a result. Checkmate though, sent
Checkmate got
greening off
moved
the
off.
map, and this is good for Falcons. This is positive tempo for the blue side team in control of the point. Hardman just backs away and will allow Tread to get a remake.
I don't know.
There's not a lot else to work with for
I don't know about that
Alcacia.
remake. You
They
could
just
have maybe
have to
saved
regroup.
that.
Yeah, and it's Team Falcons
well,
actually going in behind
I guess they were coming
Shio's
back
sound
quick, but-
barrier, right? The sound barrier over on the bridge into
I guess
the
they were able to come
overclock
back
that comes
quick
in
enough,
from Lambda,
so,
and you just push directly on into it.
See, that is land deflex, bro. I mean, you can't do that online. That is ridiculous. That's 3 deflect kills for Proper over the course of this game so far. Now Alcacia
They were
are
doing
in
good.
trouble.
And I think if
Sune
you're-
Rush is all they've got to lean on this fight.
But if you're Falcons, you play close, right? Checkmate's going to switch here over to Genji. Falcons, you play close. You have an opportunity to use
They're
this
about to have
blade
the
basically
Kitsune
in there,
rush.
spawn, and you get
But they have
Lambda early.
Falcons have Blade and
That's the
fucking.
Stalker difference now. He's really
Diva
starting
Bomb.
to cause problems for Alcacia.
Which they basically just used to get
Over
the
the plate
instant
now, and
remake.
nobody's there to protect the rest of them. Harmbin's on the follow-up and catches Haku with consummate ease. Now Tread's looking for Stalker, but again, he just repositions, gets back in a decent spot to fight, and Harbin has a remake available, so that's 2 Divas worth of HP that he has to work with. Tread, however, can't boast the same. Knocked out of the mech, now can't really have an impact on the fight, and he is eventually removed.
Jover.
Kitsune Rush here now used by Fielder. Harbin still with a remake available, and now it's just the dregs of Alcacia to be cleaned off. Strong showing here for Falcons, and you've got to respect the Pharah.
And it's going to be a Falcons map #1 win in a pretty commanding fashion. Alcacia had their moments, but
now
there's
I
never
think
a part of the game where you
Alcacia
felt
gets to
like
choose
it
the
was
map
going
and
to
game
slip
mode and
from
stuff. So
Falcons' control.
maybe they got a
And I
really
think if
strong
you're
map they can
Alcacia,
go to.
there's probably like 4 or 5 things you want to ban going into the next map, but you only have one choice.
Yeah,
to
I
go
don't think
with.
there's
It's going to be
much
very
chance for them to
difficult get this
fucking
next
beat
map.
Falcons.
I mean, out of the gates, you're in Amalgam era, right?
That must suck
already
too. Like
you
your first
have to worry
game,
about a
like
couple of
first
things. How can we trade damage effectively?
game in the
without
entire
putting Amalgam
tournament,
in a
and it's your
position where
first
they have
game,
to
you go
turn
against like the
their
strongest
back
team.
and run. If you ever
fucking
have to use
wrecked right off the
that
fucking
charge
gate.
defensively and expose yourself and you get too low in those frontline trades, you're already at a distinct disadvantage, and we saw that happen in that first fight. Labda for me is a bright spot for Alcacia.
Yeah, I would say he played pretty good. I mean, as good as you can play with the amount of pressure and everything kind of going on positively for Falcons, and then Alcacia kind of falling apart a little bit.
Just got a 5K in the first fight. Proper, I mean, what more
It's got to
could
be
you
so
ask for?
defeating.
I mean, again, it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
It probably, if you're going up against Proper, it's like, yes, the legends are true. You know what I mean? It's not surprising to you if you're on the receiving end, I feel.
But this is what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame with Alcacia, where, like, great, you overachieved, I would say, in EMEA, right? Coming out and qualifying for Hangzhou and Champions Clash here. But what do you have at the international level, right? I think this is like a great, obviously, test for this team, especially playing Falcons early on, right? Like, where are we as a team?
Fucking Calico
like,
Jeans
where is
and
the
Dan
potential
Flashes
for
over here.
this team, right? I still think there's a lot of room for them to grow.
Well, you're playing against an opponent now who doesn't make unforced
Patterns
errors.
are
You've
so
got to
intricate.
put Falcons under such a degree of pressure where they start to make those mistakes, and then you can capitalize on them. They don't just get served up to you for free. You've got to make your own luck, and that's why you have a Sojourn player like Labda who can, just off his own back, fire up an overclock and pick someone like Chio off at the start of the fight. That, for me, is where the openings were for Alcacia, but look, I mean, even the disengagement from Falcons, when they go down a player, 2 players, they do so they're always negotiating from a position of power on these maps.
It never feels like they're truly out of a fight. Like, it always
I don't
feels
know.
like regardless of what happens, they have a chance to potentially...
Unreal glaze,
He's-
by the way, but it was a
he just
great
done this
showing.
whole fucking
I mean,
shit in front of all these people.
It's
Pissed
a
me.
deserved glaze session, I would say, as Falcons looked extremely strong. Where would you want to see Alcacia
Circuit
go
Royal.
to? Yeah, Circuit?
Circuit
Although
Royal.
it is Hanbin. And maybe if you're playing against the team that, like, if Smurf was on this roster and still in, maybe you
There are a lot of teams who actually play, like, would rather go Surabasa than any of the other.
Yeah, we always see
Well,
that.
I was gonna say maybe they're gonna go
Surabasa,
Surabasa, but
I mean,
I
it
don't
speaks
know.
highly.
This is the NA special.
It is the NA special.
Control Surabasa Esperanza. Do a little
That's my
walk
favorite
in.
map.
Yeah.
I love Surabasa.
Yeah, look, I mean, some of your options here, if you're a team that like wants to play their brawl style and likes to involve Farah in your compositions, Runasapi is a great map for the Farah. You have the open sight lines, and you can play from just around the building corners and be pretty punishing there. In the past, we've seen teams struggle to sort of punish those Farah setups.
I like how
which
bro's
you
just
actually
standing
play
there with his
safely
hands in his
understand
pocket, like
sight
not
lines.
professional,
But
just
I think
wearing
if you're
jeans and a
Akatsuki
hoodie,
here,
like
Tread staying in. You gotta ask yourself, what
like
concept
no
are we trying to play?
professionalism at
Are we
all.
an Alga team? Are we trying to sort of force that, or was it just that one round? He's obviously not quite as robust on a map that has environmental kill potential.
Bro didn't even
like
try and like look
Garden,
nice.
But, you could take Circuit, but Harbin is like an incredible Sigma player. Obviously off-tank, aficionado.
You just play something like Junkertown, just kind of like throw like or Route 66, right? Throw something like that into the mix. Like, I mean,
I think the strategy for a lot of these teams is against Falcons is probably still going to be trying to create situations where dive has to be played.
well, they get first ban too, right? So
It would
could
kind of
you-
suck to be there
could you
live. Like these guys
play
are there
a
live,
map
I think,
that is like a
in
Route
China,
66
and they don't get to like
Diva
go on the
force
stage
them
and
to
watch these
play
games. They have to
Winston,
watch it from the
right? Like,
TV, and they're there.
If you feel like that's
don't
your
think that's a bad
path,
idea. Yeah.
I mean, if that's, I mean, look, you're just picking the best of probably the worst options here. But like, if that's your expected path, that would be one way to go.
I know it's
Son
odd.
of a
We're
piston.
talking about Winston. We've not seen any of it yet, so I understand
Yes.
why people might be a little bit quizzical about this. This is a little bit of what's emerging from like.
I would have like pulled a
the
chair
script
up or
scenario over
something,
there. There's a lot of
like
teams
cross my
obviously
legs so
Surabasa,
nobody could
all
see
right,
it.
maybe we got a little bit of the NA special on our hands here.
I mean, we're
Oh,
looking at a map here where
Surabasa.
like Malgacomp's very reasonable to play. We've like seen a lot of talks.
Yeah,
seen
you're
comps
in
that have
China-
actually
like,
seen
they're in
massive comps
China, I
the
think.
Past, right? You can play the Orisa style.
And then you just have to watch it on
What I
TV
want
while
to
you're in
see,
China.
If I'm an Alcancia fan, hypothetically, is them try and pick a composition they think that can actually beat like the Falcons' best.
Would you
foot
ban
forward, right?
Malga? I mean, you could ban like if you don't feel as confident, right?
Yeah, that
Surabasa,
shit.
we've seen a
It's
decent
probably
amount of
fucking
Malga
draining.
played,
Like knowing you're
throughout it.
I mean, you have
on camera in front of all these
they
people and
banned
shit,
Gino and
like,
still play Malga, right?
Yeah.
and you have to
So,
like
and you'll
announce and
notice
like
obviously
every,
the
you know what I
Kirikos
mean,
in those
like
situations to take
commentate and
that
shit.
gives
They're
them
probably
extra,
gonna be
like,
fucking
healing
tired as
against
shit by the
targets
time.
that have like critical health, right? So they're like focused.
They're gonna
on
be
not
burnt
raw
out
so
when
much
this
and trying to
weekend's
get
over.
Healing up because it could be an issue sometimes in the Kiriko Lucio comps, that raw throughput. But I just thought it was a bit odd that they sort of banned the Juno and still end up sort of going for that style. So that's an option. For sure.
Yeah, I think
there
like
are,
in the
there are
past
quite
at
a number of
events,
maps
they've had
where,
like, a
outside
table where the
of
commentators
first
and
ban
stuff,
is
they're like doing it
Alcatia.
live
They
for
get rid
in
of
the
Genji, which, I
in
was
the
talking about
fucking
that second round where Proper was playing
stadium
Tracer at
or
the
whatever,
start.
you know,
You'd
like
much
in the
rather see
arena
that
or
than
whatever.
Genji. The Genji gave them a lot
kind of shitty. They
problems
just
early
got
on.
him sitting here watching TV.
Getting rid of Genji's also a really good combination with Malga, right? But then also on the other side, Falcons, they're the ones that get rid of Malga, right? So it seems like Falcons, they're okay playing, whether it be Diva or something
Well, if
else.
they were on the stage
And
and
I
shit,
wouldn't
they'd probably be
surprised,
sitting
right?
at a desk
Seeing
and it would
them,
be
like,
hidden.
play Diva comp on this map would be very reasonable. We've seen teams
And
also
it's, like,
try and play,
darker.
the dive
So he
style
probably could have hit
setup
his piss
here
stain
as
if they
well,
were
quite
actually in
often.
the
It can definitely
in
find
the
some value.
fucking
So a lot of
arena.
options here on Surabasa. But again, when you think about that first point, right, you think about that first engagement, trying to control that high ground with your DPS is really important. I think Sojourn's going to be pretty ubiquitous throughout the
I would
course of
never
this
let him
tournament.
live that shit
Actually
down
has
if I
been,
knew him.
over the last few months of
Dude,
play.
I would just start calling
just
him
an
piss stain
unbelievable
from
hero,
now on.
right? I mean, he can provide so much, like, has insane, like, escapability, right? Like, we saw Labda there playing with the double dash, right? Able to
Pissed his
just kind of get
britches.
out of harm's way rather easily. So, Alcatia, huge hill to climb here. I guess benefit for Alcatia is this is one of the shorter series, so you win this, you give yourself a coin flip here in our final map.
And this is...
I mean, look, what monitors
What
are
happened?
they
Like,
using?
you're aware of this, by the way. When you're
Oh, that's
playing in
the
your
Zowie
regional
monitor, I
finals
think.
and you know that you're getting a second seed.
I think this is
you
what
know
they
there's a
use in
really
the
good chance that you're
Korean
going up
stage,
against one of the
too,
top
and-
seeds from, either China
they've been doing
or
theirs.
from South Korea. So, from that, OWCS Asia scene.
I
So
wonder
you
if these
know
guys
you're gonna
all
be up
play with the
against it
same
much
like
straight from
monitor
the
and
outset.
shit, like
But also,
at their home. You know what I
you're
mean?
probably gonna have to play a team
So
like
they're
this,
always on the same like
second,
monitor.
if not first, right? Like if you win your first
gonna
game,
play them anyway.
if you get an easy
Yeah.
matchup in your first game, you're gonna have to play, in a best of 5.
I mean,
There is
he's
no,
probably aware of it,
semifinal,
but there's just like nothing he can
here,
do about it
right?
because
And
it's
Akatsuki
just
know that
there.
because they've spent their
You know what I
fair
mean?
share of time in the lower bracket over in EMEA. They know what
Like
it's
he
like to
probably
fight
knows
out of
it's
that.
there, but there's like
On
no
to
way he
Surabasa we
can.
go. So
You just
Harmon
gotta try
is
and
gonna be on the win
act
streak.
like you
Let's
don't
talk
know
about
it's
this a little
there.
bit more. You'd be surprised to see that, I guess, knowing what Harmon's
Or maybe
preference
he's
in the past
oblivious.
has been.
Fuck, I don't know.
But the word on the street is that the
I
top
love this
Winston
map.
comps for the top teams are still beating the D.Va style.
Yeah.
It's still the better option. But Alcatia have also picked up the Torb
Falcons
here.
with the
So
Winston.
checkmate on Torbs.
I
It
could
may
see
not
it
look,
with
but
the
it does
D.Va
give
and the
them
running
a
Torb
bit more,
again.
of a robust response to
Both
these
running
dives.
the same
Torb's
support,
pretty
so
nasty
both
against
running
that Winston
Sojourn.
up close, right? Can just kind of like shred through some of that damage. You see Onbin has to be like so careful, especially because D.Va's really good at taking those duels as
he's
an
low.
offensive threat and then the chase downs.
I like that a lot against the Pharah. You really want to try and control, like proper
Nice, I won
obviously
first
use on the
fight.
Pharah here instead of a Stalker. And yeah, like it's it's gonna make Team Falcons wonder like, yeah, if we can actually get away with the Pharah. Switching over to the Tracer now is proper.
I was gonna say that's
Dude, if
probably
they show
why you also have him
Hanbin,
on the Pharah, because
he
you're gonna
plays
switch
with
off
the
this.
monitor like
Amazing against the Torb.
off to the side,
You know,
like
would go Genji, I
like
think
he's
against
looking.
this,
I
but
think
that's
he's got like a
the
bad
man,
eye or
so
he's blind in his
this is
right
not
eye
a
or something.
perfect option and
So his
probably have to
monitor's like
play
off to the left. He
pretty
stares
aware
like
of the
straight
Pharah
ahead,
nuisance.
and
I
it's
really
like
like
off
Genji
to the
man here for
fucking.
Alcatia.
Like he's
We
staring
talked
straight
a
ahead,
little
and it's
bit
like
about
off to
pregame.
his
We saw
fucking
how
left.
dominant Proper was.
It's crazy how he
Map number
plays.
one, where
And he has
so
like his
far seems to be pretty impactful.
he has like his keyboard way up here and his mouse way up here, and he's like just looking out.
But it's gonna be difficult to kind of dive into this Torb D.Va setup on the
He's got the
opposite
most
side.
like crazy
The D.Va Torb look
setup I've
forces
seen in
Falcons
this.
onto a D.Va of their own, forces the Tracer switch. So Falcons are the ones that have to fit the mold a little bit here, and so far it's been a struggle. Hanbin's been desuited.
So they switched D.Va, and now he's on Tracer, which is annoying to play into that turret.
Back into the action, and Hanbin wasn't in mech when he killed Checkmate. He legitimately just killed that guy with the blaster. Okay, man.
The fight
They're
is
gonna get the
never
flip shot.
truly over. with
99%
Falcons,
though. If they can get it back one time.
Regardless of the scenario, that time both teams end up dropping their Kitsune rush. Hey, you still got Proper alive on Tracer. You got a chance.
Let's see, we got any
I'm not
ults
seeing
coming up?
things, right? No.
D.Va Bomb beats coming up, but
Yes,
both
the
teams are about to have
Kitsune
beat.
Rush fire rate increase on the bunning blast is
Lucio
really
ult.
different.
High value there. It's,
Then we got Pulse Bomb.
Alcatia, though, obviously,
Falcon's gonna have overclock too. I don't know. This might be tough to get back.
Alcatia, they just need one fight here, though, man. I mean, they're going to have probably like 2 cracks at end. Lab still continuing this hard start.
I mean, they can force him off the point with that D.Va Bomb.
There's massive, man, that massive ultimate off the table. And Alcatia hero at 99%.
Oh, nice rail.
And Lab has been dishing it out. 3 kills.
I think
This guy
Labdo was
ball
on
to
the World
stage,
Cup
apparently
team
a
that won.
verifiable Land Dragon comes out
I'm pretty
of the battle
sure.
Team Falcon for the first flashpoint.
And watching him play Sojourn, it seems like it was a waste of the
In,
talent. Just blocking
2023
it forward,
or whatever.
running it down is.
I think he was
has
on,
had a great series thus far. Has an overclock, gets that early pick
Saudi
onto
Arabia
Gio.
team that won.
No opportunity for the sound barrier to be matched for Falcons.
dude's a beast.
And that's an easy fight win and point take for Alcatia.
Yeah, great opening here. Chia's already gone ahead and tried to clear that Torb turret out of the way, but you are going to be running into a wall here for Alcatia.
I mean, shit, they got the first point, man. That's
was
good.
An enforced
Good
savings
start.
plan for that ultimate after that previous fight. Now we'll have that available.
Falcon's gonna come in with beat, I
Having a
think.
mech refresh opportunity. It's going to be Lando
There
wants to
goes
push
right
out
there.
here with his overclock. Big damage already going to get put
Yeah,
onto the
pushing
front line
with
of
beat.
Falcons, but they have a sound barrier to stave much of it off. Proper there just has to pick away at the Torb turret, but
Oh,
Lambda
they got Fielder.
finally gets onto Fielder. It's going to be a trade though, and Stalker deals with his opposite number. Hanbin going for a self-design.
Oh, shit.
Okay, bro, come on. Kills Checkmate with a bunny blaster, then does it with a self-destruct of all things, gets his mech back. Absolute mayor of Value Town is Hanbin here, and Falcons are able to take this first fight.
And with the sound barrier early, I actually like the way
This
that
might be close on
Alcatia
this
played
one,
it,
I don't
right?
know.
They used the Twirbolt and the
Oh, they're going
self-destruct to kind
Symmetra.
of mitigate some of the aggression that was going to come through from Falcons, but Falcons just ends up winning it in the end.
I don't know why Checkmate just doesn't go
will make the
Tracer, man.
change
He's
over
really
to
good
the
on
Sim.
Tracer.
So Sim, if you can keep this Sim alive, that's always been the thing with Sim. Really glass cannon hero. If you can keep this Sim alive and ramp up against the D.Va,
Like Tracer
the
or
D.Va has no way to
Checkmate
mitigate
proper
the damage
Tracer
of that
battle would
Sim
be fucking
beam,
sick.
right? So you become quite devastating.
Hopefully we'll get
I
to
think
see it.
Checkmate got isolated briefly. He was using the TP to get away there, but he's able to get back to safety. Haku, though, not nearly as lucky. Harmon's able to bring them down, and Proper with his first pulse bomb kill of the tournament, of many, I'm sure, does get rid of Checkmate. The switch over towards the Sim seems audacious here for Alcatia, but Shred and Lab just standing up in the absence of their teammates as Hanbin tries to lock it down. Double back to his backline, Fielder's able to stay alive under the scrutiny of Tread and force a D-mech, but Tread out of mech is getting kills as well. A Bunny Blaster fans really eating today.
Haku's back here
Yeah, this
as
is a
well.
close fight.
Lab is still in the mix, so Alcatia not out of this one just yet.
99% though to 0. This will be a disengage
Yeah, I
from
think they're
Team
gonna get that.
Falcons
Yeah,
here.
they're gonna let him flip it.
Alcatia have to spend pretty heavily in order to get this. Kitsune Rush committed to that fight, but hey, we're coming back on another lap to overclock.
One thing I'm also looking here for Alcatia is
It's gonna be
switch
tough
the
to hold
Sim
this
gives you
fucking
obviously
Joker
a
the
little
whole
bit more
time, though.
offensive firepower than the Torb, but the Torb was really good with that turret of also aiding Landon and Haku in that backline. You saw right away in that first fight, Prober was able to get into the backline, land a pulse bomb, take one out right away. If you're going to play,
I like how they're kind of staying on one person for longer than 2 seconds.
Otherwise, feels like Tor might be the better option, but Sound Barrier here is going to make it hard to see.
A lot of times they switch too damn much. It's disorienting.
Very durable's late beginning engagement, and Stalker quickly is bowled over by, you guessed it, Lapta again. Fielder going to fall now, and this will be OWCS with 2 consecutive fights, putting Falcons in a dual die spot for this second flashpoint.
But Falcons, they don't end up using their beat there. They actually, force them back
There's
with
a
an
good hold.
overclock. Haku's forced to beat on the other side. So now
They got
Falcons
Pulse,
can
they
come
got
back
B
in a,
coming back. They're going to have fucking the remake.
And they can use their beat into the Kitsune Rush. They can use their
They got
Kitsune Rush after,
overclock.
so Falcons still in a pretty good
got
spot.
overclock, Diva Bomb. They're about to have Kitsune Rush. They just got the Kitsune Rush to it now.
Sound barrier for Team Falcons as they come forward. Harbin's forced to self-destruct here, and he gets taken down.
Oh, we got him nice before he could remake.
No chance to climb back in there, and OWCS have the advantage.
Damn,
Lapta
nice,
leading
dude.
From the front, this guy is dirty.
He misses.
Let's fucking
This
go.
is crazy stuff. Hey, this is what we saw though in
Okay.
EMEA. We were like shocked. With so many good hit scan players in EMEA.
Damn,
like,
this series might go 1-1.
like one of the best.
And then
you can legitimately
fucking-
make the case like one of the best Sojourns in
And then the
EMEA.
next game will win, I think. Because I think it just goes
Right.
first to 2.
Shockwave.
So
Yeah. Man. Kai, I mean, yeah, just fantastic
Fuck
hit
yeah.
scan players there.
Back to the hunt, Vincent. Stalker also switching over
Yeah,
to
there's the
Sombra here.
fucking,
Wholesale changes now for Falcons
whatever that
as they
shit's
go to
called.
an
It's
echo-based
not
composition. Already getting forced back by OWCS.
Ooh.
Lapta again, well, dead taxes, and this guy getting a first kill in these fights.
Dude, they're looking good on
Forced
this
back
map.
A little bit now. The Kitsune Rush is deployed by the Falcons, but it feels like a bit of a
They went
fade.
Sombra Echo.
They don't really have the
Back to
sticking
Winston.
power to follow up on that ultimate and turn it into a point flip.
Well, what do you
What's
think
going
about
on?
the Falcons?
Yeah, they're
code
fucking
change?
popping
like
off,
the
dude.
Jose, like the, going now to Sombra Echo.
They forced them all to switch pretty much.
Well,
They got Echo,
they're
fucking
trying
Echo,
to make it hard for
Sombra,
Trent to
and
bowl
Winston
Harbin
again.
over. Obviously, like this,
They
the
kept the
alpha
same
damage that you
support,
can
yeah.
deploy there is a Diva's very powerful, but Prober's able to get rid of checkmate at the start of this fight. You're going to notice that Prober really needs to use the terrain and the Winston bubble.
What ults we got
pretty
coming up?
extensively here.
Double support ult here for OWCS. They're going to have an advantage.
He's gonna be able to
here.
remake.
Self-destruct
There we
will
go.
go off.
Unless
You might be
they
able to
kill him
beat
before he
out of
can,
this
but-
if you can actually get that mech back. Oh no, you end up losing
isn't.
both supports.
Prober's done well here, finds
Yeah,
yet
that's
another
gonna
one.
be a
Lapta was
flip.
looking here only at
And they're gonna have
Winston.
EMP for next fight.
Concerned about
EMP's
the
really
Echo that was
fucking
already
strong.
tearing his team apart. He was locked in on trying to get the mad scientists out of the game.
They got a lot of
If
percentage.
you could keep Tread up there, there's
Checkmate's
a
on
world
Tracer
in
now, I
which
just noticed.
OWCS beats out of that. Kitsune rushes.
I don't know if
you
he's gonna
probably get
stay
the
on
beat
it.
out on the other side. And I mean, who knows kind of what
Yep,
happens
he's
in
gonna
a solo
switch.
fight like that, where yeah, now you go back. The Torb was really effective against the Winston early on.
Torb's good against Sombra
Sombra can
too.
obviously
So.
like hack the turret and take it offline for a brief bit, but still, it's not. You would much rather.
They're gonna
see
have
the team
duplicate,
right?
EMP, B.
Okay, we have a EMP available for Stalker now.
I can
Hack
see
the
just
turret
use
first,
B.
take it out of the game with a quick virus application. And then look for Checkmate, who gets hammered in that front line.
Man, they're
Eagle
focusing
here, not
Checkmate
enough to
hard.
stop Team Falcons with a
There's
sound
the
barrier.
EMP.
There'll be an EMP committed in the backside of the fight just to ensure things are locked up. Nicely,
Oh,
but Lapta's
Labda,
here
nice,
yet
dude.
again. Another rail claims
This dude's
Stalker.
popping
He's
off,
still
bro.
ready to fight. He has an overclock to work with as well. And you notice that Proper's trying to stay out of his
That's
line of
crazy
sight
if
by
they-
playing from behind
they-
the pillar, but he can't
I thought they
avoid
lost
this
this
forever.
fight,
In he
or,
comes, sticky bombs go off, but Proper falls to a disruptor shot. Lapta,
Primal
though,
Rage,
has
though.
to commit so deeply to get that kill. And Harbin lays waste to the rest of them.
Yeah, I don't really love that fight for OWCS.
Man,
I
this
think
been crazy.
they end up obviously investing both support ultimates. They end up hanging around here towards the end. Labda now going to go over and play Cassidy.
They're gonna put Cassini
potentially
Rush.
is, see if there's any more changes. No, you'll actually play the Cassidy. So we're going to see Cassidy, Torb. This is like a very...
He was popping off on Sojourn. Yeah, he's gonna go back.
Right? Very stationary. Doesn't want to play that aggressive.
Oh fuck.
But you can render Sombra unable to translocate away.
Yes.
With that hindrance grenade. Huge
Oh,
part of it.
nice.
Kit and White so strong here.
Dude, these fights are
I can't
like
see the
so
guy's stats.
so back and
Lapta
forth.
is just- I mean, he's good for 3 or 4 every fight. It's not right.
Yeah, Labda's fucking carrying, dude. He's going
Goes
crazy.
back to the Sojourn. I mean, he was looking like the Cassidy there for a second, but now back to the Sojourn, and you're just dominating on it, so why not?
Still, Falcons do get that flashpoint there, Matt, critically.
Yep.
The switch over towards the Echo, composition, I think there's a lot of hate for the Diva. Probably hard for Tread to be as active, to be as busy in this fight now.
I mean, you get tacked, there's the
They have
focusing
the remake, they're about to have
right, and
Kitsune
then,
Rush.
Virus, like, there's a lot of burst damage potential that you can't really predict. It just kind of happens out of nowhere.
Okay, well, I'm in down. Overload active for Checkmate. But once again, it's Lapta that
Nice.
opens up the fight.
They're getting the
I think
first cap.
idea is probably, Matt, to take some of the pressure off Harbin.
I feel like getting that first cap when you have
But
Torb
after
is
that,
really
you're
good
still
because you
gonna
get
deal
that
with
fucking
the
turret
overloaded
set
Torbjorn.
up.
I mean, Soju
And
also,
depending on what perk he's got,
he's going to work you
here's the
down
thing.
very quickly.
he could throw that
If
fucking
Hanbin
turret
goes
way up on
in
that
onto
shit.
the Diva, right? And you have the focusing beam, the hack, and things go down.
Which is
and you
annoying
keep
as hell to
Tread
deal with.
up, it's going to be hard for Hanbin to get out, and that's kind of what you saw in that previous fight. Wasn't able to jump out. I mean, what you see here, I mean, dude, he's
railed.
locked in. If I'm Alcatia, I'm
Yeah,
like,
this-
we win this map, I'm like, hey, get
Bro,
this
that
next fight
fucking-
up as soon as possible.
How much Adderall did this guy
Let's
take?
just
Holy
keep it
shit,
rolling.
dude.
Man, sick rails. Not even an overclock there, by the way, for Lambda. Just dealing it out. Obviously
Fucking
takes that
bro is
secondary
going
perk that gives him a bit
insane,
more mobility.
But like I
He's
said,
doing this
you
against like the
can
best team in the
tread
world,
line
so
through that initial
that's
jump
fucking
in
insane.
From that wind stand and then some of the other damage and like the focusing beam, that's where the Diva can
Oh,
start
he's going for a
following
huge
up.
flank.
You saw
Oh, why'd they
Hanbin die in the
switch?
previous fight because of it.
All right, sound barrier to be
shit.
committed there for Falcons. They have come up in a lot of their ultimates, Matt. That is the
They were trying to
positive
go up in
sign
there
of
for the
action
damn
and properly
spawn
over the next
camp and
couple of
shit.
fights, they'll be in good shape. First positive point here for Falcons is that they're in control and they've had a long fight. That's going to give them a good 20 to 25%. Even
Oh, they're
before this
staggering the
stagger is
Diva.
down.
Yeah, you're going to keep Tread alive here for as long as possible.
Press F to pay your respects. Bye, Tread.
That's brutal. It's,
Yeah,
gonna get
dude,
probably
he's
another
going
15%
insane.
on the
Holy
point
fuck.
Out of that, just staggering the
Like I said, I
Diva
think he
out
was on the
for
World
that
Cup
long.
team that won the last
This
World
next
Cup.
fight is massive, man. I mean, you win this one
Which
for
was,
Alcatia, you know, with all the
Sa-
ultimates that are
Kingdom of
probably
Saudi
on
Arabia or
both
whatever.
sides, you
I'm pretty
probably
sure.
are
I could be
winning the
wrong,
map.
but
Losing
I think he
it, though,
popped the
probably
fuck
sends
off
us to a
there
final
too.
round.
So look at this
So
shit,
glad we
dude.
can see that. This is that previous fight here where Lambda was resplendent.
And that's also where they keep Tread alive, right? And Hanbin not able to make it out.
Oh yeah, into another
Bro's
fight here.
going
This
insane.
time Lambda not quite as successful. It's a duplicate of a Diva for Proper. So
Man, this might go to
very
last
durable
point. The
looking
last
Team
point.
Falcons there. And Tread once again will be forced to hang around too late like the estranged uncle at the Christmas party. Staggered out for all eternity to get Team Falcons to 2-2. Is that
it's
really
really-
necessary, Gio?
It's really the
Yeah, it's
stagger
going
that
2-2.
buys them a
Next
lot
point
of
wins.
percentage, for Falcons.
Hopefully
It
Alcatia
just
wins,
basically
that way we
means
get
they need
another
one more
map.
fight there to end up taking it as I will say Alcatia
Fucking
much
Sombra
more
cringe
competitive
as
here
fuck.
in Surabasa in map number 2 is Hack and Virus on the Landon, probably not enough to finish him off.
Maybe the Winston, though, might get you there. Landon desperately trying to scramble away from the Winston. He's able to switch step out, and once again, Proper dies to Lambda. It's been the story of this game so far. Stalker's able to get out after finally getting rid of Landon. It took both him and Hanbin to bring the Kiriko down, and Lambda gets hit with a virus. Forced away as Haku's turned into a Lucio pancake. Hanbin touches
I
down
hate
the
touching a
Stalker.
seed through walls
Well,
like that
once
if
he's
you're
got the
allowed
center
to.
view, he does not give up the hunt.
Every time we watch Proper, he's just making a beeline for Lambda. That time it is Stalker as well as Primal Rage here from Hanbin. That's Trent going to be resetting off the side.
They got Rush and beat.
Falcons in control.
Both
of
teams are
the
gonna have
point
beat.
First is, I feel like Alcatia needs a fight win in such a desperate way.
I like the perk take here for
been a
Hanbin.
good
It gives
game.
regeneration to those under the projector barrier of Winston.
Yeah.
Pretty handy for Proper to duck in and out of that, get some extra passive healing going. Sound barrier now for both sides, but Hanbin just ceases to exist.
Yeah, he does
There's
have
no
the
other way to
perk
put
where
it.
he can throw the
Fielder
turret up on
gets
the
a touch
wall.
there from Lambda, but Alcatia know they've got to really just get over towards the point. They took a fight pretty close
nice.
to their spawn. Now the cleanup and a cap happening simultaneously.
They're gonna
will
get the
get them on
flip.
board
They gotta
on this
hold
fifth
this
and
fucking
final
shit,
flex
though.
point.
I'll
The
tell you
game
what,
is
man.
in this in
Yeah,
their
put that
hands
turret
right
up somewhere
And
fucking
Falcons
stupid as
doesn't have a
hell.
lot, right? I mean, they don't have anything at this
there you
point. I
go.
mean, they'll end up building up towards that EMP rather quickly. But with how Lab has been playing in
Dude,
in a neutral
this guy
fight, I
is
think
just
he's gonna
popping
get
the
a pick,
fuck
and he
off,
most
man.
certainly does there.
I mean, Falcons don't have a shield to work with. Hanbin
That's
obviously
huge.
got the
You
point
get
of
in a
barrier,
support,
he's
it's
committed to the
fucking
fight. You've got to try and take space
right
away
over.
from the Soju, but then there's Torb that gets in your face instantly, as is just evidenced in that moment by Proper falling to the rivet gun. And this
Damn,
will get
they took the
Alcatia
lead.
into a healthy spot now.
They're trying to hold up the
Yeah, you're gonna get up to north of.
They're trying to hold him up at the
65% here
strip.
on the point by the time the
They got to be
next fight
careful though,
ends
because the
up
Sombra
kicking
can get over
off,
there and
but
maybe try and
this next fight
force
is
point.
massive. If you can force maybe Falcons end up using like a Kitsune Rush quite early and then disengage, gives yourself a better opportunity. But looks like they're
Yeah,
gonna back up.
Alcatia has no
allow them
ults. They're about to have Kitsune Rush and
Celtics don't
EMP.
get Dread. Molten Core up
That's
a
kinda
checkmate. This
sad.
is probably answering the question of why they would disengage and play point. Here it comes though. Kitsune Rush opens up the fight for Falcons. And in goes Proper. Once again, thinking of the backline here, but he might have a juicy morsel in the form of Tread, who has to quickly boost on out of
EMP
there.
is gonna
Lambda
hurt.
was hacked and hit with a virus, and Alcatia just burn on down. Falcons have got a decent climb,
They're
so
gonna
I'm glad
save
they
it,
try to ration some of these ultimates out a little bit, Matt.
But for Alcatia, right, there's
This
a
next
lot of
fight's gonna be
spots here
crazy
where,
'cause there's about to
you're not
be
gonna get
fuck ton of
staggered out
ults
forever,
online.
So you can actually get a quick reset as opposed to that previous.
They got
point.
Duplicate,
So they
EMP,
end up
Primal
not
Rage,
investing
about to have
that
beat,
much there.
and
Alcatia
Alcatia
actually
is about
ends
to
up
have
investing nothing. You come
Overclock.
back, double support. I mean,
Core,
you have all 5 ultimates here to win the
Diva
game.
Bomb,
This is the best opportunity you can
fucking
give yourself.
Kitsune
This
Rush,
is the fight, folks.
and they're not
Already
too far
has
off from
Alcatzia trying to
yeah.
stay in
It's
this
all coming down to
first
this last
unit.
fight. This shit's about to be insane.
EMP comes in, Trent the only one affected by it. No, Molten Core's going to come down straight away. Lapta into the overclock, but he
He needs to get that beat. There he goes. Lab didn't get it though.
The Proper's been able to gain himself. He's knocked out of the mech in fairness, but will return to Echo form soon. Harkin is able to get rid of Stalker. EMP
Oh, dude, I think they did it.
You to get from it, and Alcatzia are fighting back into this game. Chio's off the map now. Checkmate returns to the point as Alcatzia.
Holy shit, dude.
And Falcons only have a couple players left to work with.
That's
There's
huge,
nothing
man.
Prop can do against this. We have got ourselves a series.
Yeah.
And if Lobster shoots
Going
like
game 3.
that,
Dude,
I mean, you could have an upset. I mean, dude, he is.
That's got to feel good after he just got stomped on the map
Boys, I'm
before.
shooting.
He's like, bro, I am here. I mean, even Trent's looking at him like, bro, you were just dominating.
That was fucking
man.
crazy.
As that is one where, look, it goes down to the final flashpoint, but almost every flashpoint, Alcatzia was like in control, or like it goes. The ones that Falcons win, obviously.
Yeah,
gonna
that
have
was
wire,
insane.
like the
That's
initial
got to feel good. That's a
Alcatzia,
big morale boost right there.
Obviously, you're not going to have the opportunity
Taking a
to
map off
Genji
the best
which
team.
will obviously hurt going forward, but they looked great.
But I think
Dude,
we saw the
Abdo went
game plan
insane. That was he
coming
carried
into
hard
this
as
game
fuck.
in motion.
Yeah.
That was
Force
like the
Falcons
fucking.
onto a dive comp. Bring your diva in the classic
That was
EU
insane.
diva look. Okay, maybe you can't account for Labda going absolutely hog wild on them through that game.
Yeah,
But
dude,
forced
he
them
was
into a
like the
bit of an
fucking for
uncomfortable
real.
spot. How many hero switches
That-
are we seeing from Falcons?
That's somebody that doesn't crumble under pressure because he's playing against the best team. They just got stomped the map before, and he's on a fucking stage in front of all these people. Like, it's still popping the fuck off.
Like we saw them constantly. They were They were trying Echo.
Dude
they
does not
tried,
crumble, that's for sure.
Sombra. They were on Tracer. Like we saw far. I mean, they
My ass would be
just about
whiffing every shot.
everything.
Like,
I think we even saw them play Sojourn early on as well. So like. Trying so many different
I'd fucking look
things
like
where
Chom after
that
he hit the
Torb is
damn
such a nuisance for like
little pin.
Tracer Sombra, where like the Genji's pretty effective against the Torb, and then obviously not having it proper's fantastic on the hero, a huge swing.
Oh, look, he pulled the he pulled his hoodie down some.
Counter, a Torb composition that don't work when your enemy Sojourn.
Maybe somebody finally told him.
We saw like Proper came out in the Farah to start the game. He's like, all right, I can really control the space on this first point here.
Yeah, or maybe he's just one of them people that just performs well when he knows like
and make it possible
people
he
are
can
just
still
watching
finish
him.
his kills.
Like,
But very quickly we saw Harbin get off the
some
Winston,
people do
back
better
to
under
the D. He says,
pressure.
no, this is where I need to be, especially against this Torb comp. Proper switching over to the Tracer. And
he
never
was
being
fucking
able to
going
get
crazy. If they
into
win,
the
he's
backline,
getting.
really.
They do like
Don't
player
work
of the
for, like,
match
he
or
was able to
whatever, or
do
the
his thing on
series
the
or whatever
Tracer.
it should
And so
be.
we
But
switch. We go over towards
he
that
is
Echo
definitely
Sombra
going to him
composition, which is very
if they
good at
win.
limiting Tread's
That's gonna be a
effectiveness,
huge
creating
upset
a
if
bit more
they-
space
if they
for Harbin or maybe taking
knocked
the
him to the
pressure
lower
of the Diva and
bracket.
the micro rockets off of him.
Yeah.
But you're still dealing with this. You
Yeah,
are
someone had to have
trying
told him
deal
because he's
with
like
the gun
hunched
matrix
over and he's got
defense
like it
damage.
pulled down.
You are
Like,
at risk of losing picks in the
he's trying to
neutral
keep his
scenario,
hands
and
kinda in
Hunter is
front of
just
it.
delivering.
And it also felt like that any time they were able to keep Tread alive after that initial.
that was
kind of,
probably awkward. So someone probably
burst
told him like in
from
his
Falcons,
headset,
where Falcons uses some
like,
of their
bro, you got a
abilities,
fucking
goes on
big
in,
piss stain.
tries
Try
to
and
put
hide
pressure
that
on the
shit.
Diva. Anytime you could keep him alive through that, that was a fight win for Alcatzia. And man, I mean, I was talking a little bit about it before. I was trying to sell y'all on Alcatzia, how they make it happen. Now it's like, I mean, look, obviously Falcons, they have map pick and first ban. Going to be a massive advantage here, right? But
Yeah,
still,
that was
to put
fucking
yourself
insane.
in this type
That
of
was a crazy-ass
situation for
game.
Alcatzia, you have to feel great.
What if you
Hell, even if you lose, just
chose
knowing you took a
map
map off the
that was
best
more
team's got
dive
to feel
appropriate
fucking
and better
good.
data? Right. Try and play Winston Mirror.
Wait, you
Or
think
ban
that's
the
what-
Torb. You ban the Torb, but again, Genji's not going to be banned here. So, do you care that much about going up against the Torb comp?
Do you ban like the
So now
Torb
Falcons
ban
get to
for
pick 'cause they
Falcons feels
lost.
silly, right?
I
Like,
mean, it
Oh yeah, and their
because
hero
then you open
ban,
up
they might
support
ban
and
Torb.
tank for them on the opposite side. I mean, that would
Or they might ban Sojourn
much
maybe even. I
more
don't
of the
know.
composition
I mean,
you would
I've never
like.
seen any team ban
Crazy
Sojourn,
thought.
I don't think.
If they're not
'Cause
going
they
to
play it
Sojourn,
too,
Do
but
you ban Sojourn?
just ban it.
Yeah.
Right? There are some. Oh, God, Echo here on any of these maps?
I wonder what we're gonna see.
What do you think? Do you?
We're gonna see push, or are we gonna see a payload Joker?
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean,
It's
look at
probably-
the escort pool, right? Like, I mean, you know, play.
I could see it being
Ruse?
something weird.
Not with no. I don't think you can really.
I think it's either gonna be New Queen Street or
I
Circuit
know
Royale.
you're gonna play
some really long sight lines on those remaining maps.
Circuit. Feels like
Yeah,
something
they
you
do.
would
They
say
have hero
Alcatzia would
bans now
potentially have gone to, right? So
and
like,
the shit.
yeah, do you
So
play
one
of
team
the
gets to
push,
ban
right?
something, and then the other team gets to
New Queen
counter
Street
ban.
we didn't have
the hero.
in NA and EMEA.
Oh, they're going to
so
Runasapi
Will be Runasapi,
and
so they
push
go with
that
the push.
fucking robot.
I actually think, given the escort map pool, I think this is probably the right call.
Yes, we talked about it before. It's pretty fire friendly. I'm looking at these bans. I do think that you.
But I don't think this a team can't ban the same hero twice.
Ash is a serviceable option.
So if you ban someone in the first game, you can't ban them again the second and third.
Playing Ash anyway, right? Just because of the pressure, the heal
I
pressure you
think
can put down with.
it's still pretty new to me too. But
I don't think Ash's perks are necessarily groundbreaking.
all right, they're gonna ban Diva, and then
she plays
they're gonna
with
counter ban
supplies that
Pharah.
look
I can
pretty
see it
good in
down
that
in the
regard.
corner down there.
It's a Diva ban. They did it. They went for it. So they might again. Is Runa Sapi? I don't feel like this
Diva must be meta right now because they've been playing Diva like every fucking
If
game.
you wanted
So.
to play Maga here, this is a map in the past where when Hazard was in the meta, we
I
saw
think
some
she's
Hazard.
strong.
Arisa sneaks in here on Runasapi time and time again. So
Yeah, they just started doing the hero bans I think
I
kind of
the-
recently because
the Far ban's pretty
when I
good
used to
there
watch
for
in
Outcasts,
2023
yeah,
when they had
right?
Overwatch
That's a
League,
hero you probably
they didn't
were not
have
going to play
hero
anyway,
bans.
'cause, well, I mean,
But I guess hero bans are
playing lights
coming
out on
in the
Sojourn,
next
so
season
why
and
did they
ranked and
change?
stuff on.
And for
Like,
Falcons, right? I guess like what you get rid
when
of
the new
this
season
Diva,
comes
this
out,
puts you
which is in a
either,
couple days, I think.
Maga, Winston, at least from what we've seen
They're
so
doing
far,
hero
that
bans
type
and
of
ranks, I'm
territory.
pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's a new game mode
This is,
called Stadium,
it's
which is
got a
like got
little
third
bit spicy.
person and
I
shit.
would say like. Were Falcons to be unleashed into the lower bracket, that would throw the entire thing into chaos.
Yeah, I probably should have played her more yesterday when I was doing my tank placements. I was kind of feeling Ramacha though, so I played him a lot.
The Diva definitely was an issue for them. Like Hanbin tried to play it at one point, and they look at like what the comp ended up looking like for Falcons to try and limit the effectiveness of Tread. Like the fact that we're looking at a Sombra being picked up there in order to try and like harass the Diva. Also, we saw it used a little bit against the Taras, hack them, virus them, and try and get through them as quickly as you possibly can. But yeah, I do think that you can play a Brawl here. You probably, if you want to play Brawl, Diva's annoying because she can actually make use of that high ground that's present on parts of Runasapi where the checkpoints are, right? There is that balcony that can be used quite effectively.
I mean, if you play Maga here, right, it's probably like a Maga, Sojourn, Genji potentially for Falcons.
Yep.
On the other side, it would probably be, instead of the Genji, you would play the Torb, right, in response.
I think we can, like, I'm going to throw us back to Control Center, the first round we saw.
Dude, I want to go to one of these like events in person. If there's ever one close to us, I'm gonna try and go.
Yeah, I think how they played the Malga's life in the front line was really good. Obviously, Proper was looking unleashed. That's the kind of map, like Runasapi's the kind of map where you can do much the same thing.
Maga head-to-heads, like, if you were going to get, if you're Alcancia, right, and you're like, hey, you get a game 5.
Yeah, look how he has his monitor, like,
head-to-head.
crooked, and he has his like keyboard and his mouse like way up, and he's like hunched over, and like
we'd be totally fine with that being the way this series goes. Like, low chance you win it 2-0.
It'd be fun as fuck to go to
a final game in
go
a
to one
Maga
of these.
head-to-head. You probably take that.
I think a question a lot of people
This
might
doesn't
ask
have as many people in it,
this
honestly, as some of the other ones.
Why do you not care
But
so much
I guess
over
it's just
Brawl if you
maybe a
can play Genji?
smaller.
Like, why does it feel so much better than
I don't know.
playing
Maybe I
Tracer
haven't just
against?
maybe I'm panned out
just
enough
feels
where I
like
can
the
see
Genji
everybody.
can
but-
just like you can get rid of that turret so fast, and he's just so.
I think I
much
saw a
more
comment
devastating on the
somewhere that
back
said they
line,
had 5,000
especially when the
seats or
Maga,
something,
like,
and it
let's say
sold
you
out
play
like
Maga
instantly.
with it, like the stomp comes in, the Genji dash, you can just burst down some of these targets. Like,
But
so
this is cool.
fast.
It's like a
And then,
round, like
look, Blade is really.
you know what I mean? They're
effective, right?
seated like
You
all
can use that
around.
Blade,
Usually, it's like the
get out
stage and
sound
like a
barrier,
movie
right?
theater would
Even if
be.
you don't really get a
So I
kill
think
with
it's
it,
cool.
just
It's
being able
like,
to force something out. Much
and
better.
I like that they're like facing each other, kind of like.
Just gotta look
Their
there.
setups are like kind of facing each other. I think that's cool. Oh yeah, there's second and third row.
Do you think they
Okay.
expected
Yeah, I
the
didn't
series
see that
because
shit earlier.
If you were to like, give them some, they would obviously, if we interviewed them, tell us, yeah, this is gonna be competitive. But like, if you gave them some true serum, like, would they tell you?
Yeah, I'm excited to see once again. That's the Chinese team.
It's like 2022, 23. I hope Johnny can confirm this.
It's all the players from Hangzhou Spark or whatever. You know that like that jacket I got or whatever.
Right.
Hangzhou Spark.
Is that 22?
And they're playing in China, so they got like home field advantage. So I'm excited to
okay,
see them play.
21. Oh, buddy, okay, I'm old. That was like the first time that Junkbug
They got a lot of
and
girls
9K
playing as
duo, like, split
cosplaying
up
as
and had to play
Kira.
against each other, and that was when Junkbug actually won the first of those like student versus master coach matchups. And 9K goes, he goes on record and says, "I'm pretty scared
I'd cosplay as
to go
fucking
up against
Roadhog.
a Junkbug team
Fucking Showdog.
first because
Put it in my
there's
fucking
always some
stomach hanging
really
out.
good strategies that we like are generally afraid
Big
of,
ass
that we
hook.
really respect." There's like these two coaches go way back, man. Like, they've been
I
working
think they're
together
playing in the
a long
next
time. She was a
next
crusty
series.
Junkbug sort of duo. Excuse me, back on the
I
shot.
think the
But
next after this
obviously,
series, the next
still,
one's gonna
9K's
be.
like, I respect this guy a lot. So, I can't see not only with incredible, I think, players that have kind of come out of nowhere, many of them. The amount of talent coming out of Saudi Arabia is pretty crazy. Like
For Overwatch, it's insane. I mean, it feels like every year we have new players out.
I think it finally
Saudi
dried
that
up a
just
little
come
bit.
through. And there's
That or
one
they
thing to,
gave-
like do it in EMEA,
I don't
right?
know.
But then you see it at Overwatch World Cup.
I don't see it anymore, so I think maybe dried up or he slipped on a different pair of pants in
I'm so glad you
between.
brought that up because, you know, that World Cup was pretty wild. Obviously, seeing
Maybe the
China
hoodie's
and
just
Saudi Arabia in the
covering
grand
it now.
final. That much of that Chinese, in fact, the entirety of that Chinese World Cup team is here in Hangzhou. We'll see obviously slightly different teams.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, I think far away might have been on that, the Chinese team is on CC here, but it's going to be great to see them playing. In the next matchup, of course, we've got Virtus Pro versus once again, which is going to be great.
The crowd
next
there is
year,
gonna
dude,
be
all these games
insane
are
for that one.
fucking
It is
insane,
like
man.
it
All
is
these
just
teams are good
incredible
as
to
hell.
see I would say our 4 regions as we've considered them in the past finally brought back together, and even after a year break, it looks like once again haven't really skipped a beat. So very excited to see them come out and what looks like a bit of a
Yeah, I saw something about that. Like,
or at least it's one that allows
once again,
for that,
like,
right? So
couldn't
yeah,
play
we're
for
gonna
a
be
year or
treated
something.
to
I don't know if
quite a
Overwatch
special
was
team,
banned
of
in
course.
China for a year or
Dude,
something crazy.
This match being a potential upset in the first round would be crazy. Like, would reset everybody's expectations of the tournament, the bracket.
Capes of
how
War,
things
Capes of
go.
War. Thanks for the
Start
follow,
to
man.
Look at
I
other
appreciate it.
matches a little bit differently,
Start
right?
to look at the whole lower bracket differently.
And I think it was really hard, like the bracket.
Hope you're having a good
with,
night.
Where the Chinese teams are placed in, and like how you kind
Or
of
early as
value them
fuck morning, I
potentially
should say.
Before we even saw them play, right? And then now you're kind of like, oh well, you know, how does
Yeah,
VP
hit it with
match
the
up
fucking
against
hair
What
dry.
about like CC and Nightmare?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
that's,
yeah,
That's,
like-
that's a real wild card, right? A kind of matchup.
Yeah,
with
it's going to be a
Nightmare.
huge
Don't
upset if
forget,
Alcacia
number
wins
one
this
seed
next one.
from North America, right? So in theory,
'Cause
have
everyone's
that more
saying
favorable starting matchup
Falcons
based
winning
on
the whole
seed,
shit,
but
so.
you just never really know. And we're talking about, by the way, like a Virtus Pro that lost
But
to
it's
a
their-
Tier 1.
their map
that had
pick.
Soup Cup, which isn't even
So-
they're not even here. They're not even a top
Yeah.
team out of Korea, right? They're like
Both teams running
Like,
Maga,
Zeta
Sojourn.
Division's there as well, right? The depth there, I think we're seeing in that region is
Juno
crazy. I mean,
Brig.
Runasapi had a side
Only
of
difference is Checkmate's on Torb again.
This is fairly similar
versus
to what we
Genji.
saw in Control Center, but because the Juno is banned early on, right? We saw like Lucio.
It's
and
crazy
Brig,
seeing
you
him
know,
run
like,
Torb so
the Brig
much.
with it, but now you see Brig in the mix. And the biggest difference, obviously, is Proper going to.
That's crazy,
play
even
like
after
that
the fucking
Genji, where
huge
on the other
nerfs that
side,
Maga just
Checkmate
had, they're
going
still
to be
running
playing
him.
that Torb. If they can
That shows just how
neutralize
fucking
Proper on
busted he
stage,
was before they nerfed his
Alcacias
ass.
can take this.
I mean, they couldn't do it in the first map of the series, could they?
But there was no Brig. They were playing
that is
Lucio.
true.
Let's see if
right?
Lambda
so
can
Brig
pop off
actually
again.
adds a little bit more of a defensive mechanism into it.
And hopefully we can talk a bit about our perks. Like, oh, there we go. So takes Checkmate out early.
Oh,
Lambda, though,
Lambda gets back
look
to
at him
the
on this off
soccer
angle,
door.
and no one's really attending to him right now. That feels like
Both
a
down to
dangerous move to make.
DPS.
The torpedoes end up claiming Haku.
Brig goes
Lambda,
down.
looking for a fight. Somebody, please give me blood. Anybody. Not to be. There's Tread now falling in that front line.
Yeah,
Not
that's
much
gonna be
left
it.
for Alcaci to already pick up here.
It seems like they're just really strong here. Falcons at playing this style of play as they will get the bot moving.
Push is
into
kinda
Alcacia
crazy
territory.
because
Alcacia gets on it for just
I've
a
seen so
second
many
here,
games
so
where they like
put the
almost
Brady
cap the
leaders
full
on the
shit,
board, but
and somehow the other team
Falcons
comes
early
back and
on,
wins.
a
It's
pick
so
from
crazy
Stalker,
how like you can
getting Checkmate,
you can turn
obviously
around.
pretty massive. We talk about how impactful that Torb is in this composition and the style that they would like to play it. So losing him early on, that stinks for Alcacia.
Absolutely. Again, some of these big perks, right? We talked, I think, a little bit about sort of the whiplash
I forgot
knockback
that
to
full rail
slam into the
charge.
wall to get the extra damage. It's always fun to see.
It's a fast play.
Yeah, I mean, there's one fight Proper has built that up.
I think he's just back there
Yeah,
hammering his turret to
makes a
heal
big
it.
difference now
Oh,
as
here goes the blade.
Comes on in, sharp and keen, as Proper always is. Just an inanimate object falling to the blade so far, but Checkmate's turret is out of the
Oh,
way.
man,
It
this is
leaves it
chaos.
there. It is eventually. Alcacia buckle. Proper's able to get into the back line well and truly and remove both healers and leave Tread stranded. Wilson, he screams as he finally capitulates.
Falcons, they're going to get close to taking checkpoint here.
Yeah, getting that forward
no
spawn's
slowdown.
pretty
That was the
huge, and they're
orbital
about to
ray
get
there
it. So.
used for Alcacia. It is a rally
they got
invested there
forward
for Falcons. So
I don't think the full team is back yet, though, so they might be able to get the
all
take
of the
here.
ultimates coming in for Alcacia, but
And they're about to have
gonna be able fight
overclock.
with your orbital ray and cage
And
fight.
they got
Like, that's a
cage
pretty
coming up
nasty
soon.
combo in itself.
The Molten Core's not too far off. Oh, and they just got
Here in that
rally.
front line now, as the orbital ray comes down, he wants to try and get clear of it. Of course, the damage boost can be a bit of a problem, but Haku is not allowed to escape. Catchfire for Trade is made use of, but again, you can break through it pretty quickly. As the Molten Core is a deterrent for Falcons, but they do happily take that close fight, and it's another comfortable
man,
win.
they still got
Checkpoint
that shit.
gained, and they're well and truly off and running.
It's like have we ever given a player of the match
Not
to,
looking
like,
too
a
good
player on an
for
individual
Alcacia.
hero? Like just Proper on Genji is the player of
Forget
the
about
match.
the other
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Don't worry about
Only
it.
when he was playing Genji. That's the player of the match. As right now Falcons
I think he's gonna switch
pushing
to
deep
Symmetra.
into Alcacia
I don't know why
territory.
he's
They're
playing.
gonna go play the sim. So
Like
we'll see
the
now if this makes any bit of a difference.
turret
but
characters,
it seems
builder
like Falcons
characters, whatever
totally
they call 'em.
fine, backing up, conceding some space here to OWCS, and then taking the fight on their terms. Probably building up another blade.
This is the kind of map where you can set up defensive turrets when you're playing in these sort of narrow straightaways and those little corners. You can give your backline a little bit more. It might be a turn for proper as he'll obviously get snarled up in those, and it's an issue for him to try and dive in. First of all, get rid of the
teleporter's
TP.
gonna
Remove
son
that
of a
mobility now away from OWCS. It's time
here
to
goes
go.
the
Another
blade.
God, easy come, easy go, I guess, and proper just whips it out once more. Easily dealing with Haku first. Lambda, who
Yeah, this might be Jover, bro. They haven't won a single fight yet.
Yeah, you just play around that corner for Falcons. Proper at that point was like 86% to a blade, so you let him farm that up. And then Alcazia kind of forced to play offensive, right? They can't just kind of play that neutral around that corner. The clock would just end up rolling down. So
And Falcons has overclock and rally
and you're
again
just going
too.
right into a blade. I mean, that's unlucky there. Alcazia
There goes rally.
kind of falling apart here towards the end.
Big rally, there it is. Morale boost taken for Fielder, so Inspire lasts for 3 seconds longer when activated by Whip Shot, which is amazing when your flankers can dip
I think they're gonna need a
Inspire proc and then have extra
Yeah, he's
healing for
fucking
extra
crazy on
time
Genji, dude.
as they dive into a backline.
I think he's crazy on a lot of heroes. He got,
He
he was MVP one of the Overwatch
Falcons
League years.
asserting their dominance here towards the end. Not the way that Alcazia would have liked to see this one potentially end, as it'll be Stalker
They
and
got the
using
overclock.
Can you guys tell that Matt is gearing up for a match finish here?
We are 124 meters to 3. And look, if you know anything,
There's still a lot of time left, and like I was saying earlier, I have seen some huge comebacks on push.
6 fights, 7 fights to
But
go
it's not looking
the
good too
opposite
good for
way.
him.
We've seen it.
Statistically, though, one of the most unlikely outcomes that you can imagine here on this kind of map. Harvey
cage
knows caught inside
fight.
the cage fight. Now Checkmate also going to
There's a
throw a
sumo.
wall up here, so this is Alcazia. Okay, they get a favorable fight, and to their credit, they don't spend the rally or overclock in doing so.
Yeah, I was about to say
So
they're
it's
gonna
a
have
1 out of 6.
overclock and
Well,
rally
keep
still
track
too,
as
so
well.
maybe they
Here's
can
the
get
hardest part
another.
about push is that
one.
Falcons obviously going to have the close spawn still, so they're going to get another fight probably
Yeah.
around mid-map per se. Maybe even a little bit
'Cause
closer.
they still have the
if they get,
forward
like,
spawn,
point
like the,
aggressive around
the one dude was just
corner
saying.
here, kind of going up the slope. Then
And
you're
it
gonna
takes
get another
forever
fight
for this
before
damn
checkpoint.
fucking
Then
robot
you're
to
gonna get
run.
a slowdown with checkpoint. Then you're getting another fight, right? So it's like, and you only have so much time, right? You're going to need to be perfect for Alcazia.
Oh, nice, dude.
Maybe they can be.
Okay. That's scary, trying to break some ankles, but Stalker's
damn,
ready for him.
Stalker.
Railgun
Back,
straight to the dome, unnecessary given how low Labda was, but Stalker does it in style. Probably he will harass.
Losing the
Holding onto
tank's a
blade,
bigger
hoping to
deal,
garner
honestly.
some degree of attention.
Dude, Proper's
Won't
just
be
up their
looking
ass
to
right now. They don't even notice.
And we're not even back with the bot towards mid-map, right?
Blade's going.
Oh.
Please, why? Okay. I've been a little bit
Pop that blade for nothing.
late to the party there. Still, Fielder's going to try and dive on in here and see if they can get rid of Tread, but he's too
Damn,
healthy. There's too much healing for
Brig
Haku.
goes
Though,
down.
can't say the same for them.
Not the CSL.
Taken out straight away here by Stalker, and Fielder is going to commit the rally. So without proper.
Checkmate melt with that
open up
damn
this
beam,
fight,
though.
look to try and start a good fight, but that Sim is motoring. Checkmate, though, can't quite topple the Titan that is Hanbin, but Lapta's there to help. And reach up and
Audio's
deal
gonna fucking-
with him. But time is ticking down. Alcazia at least, though, have some positive momentum and Proper's back in the fight. He
shit.
hoped to find more than just the
He was
one
shooting
kill
into that
with
deep flag for
satisfied.
some reason.
And there's Lapta putting him to the bed yet again.
So if you're
Dude, the
Alcazia,
audio's fucked
you're
up.
like, okay, we need to get checkpoint.
I don't know if
without,
that's just
like,
me or what.
2 minutes on the clock, minute 45, right? That gives you like
Look
a
how the
puncher's
delayed the
chance
audio is.
in order to win it. But I like what Falcons is doing. They just constantly flood out, taking the fights here mid map. There's no meterage gained by Alcazia throughout all of this, even with some winning fight.
Okay, slide away there for him.
Coming with the
Lapta was
flank
good.
with that
He's able to be a
overclock.
part of this fight still, but
Ooh.
Stalker hunts him down. Now, on the enemy side of the wall, Alcazia don't really have a safe place to be. They try and push ahead of it now, and Landon knows he's in Stalker's sights, and he's trying to avoid it. Fielder taken down early. It's going to be an orbital rain now for Alcazia. Committed his strength, combines it with the cage fight. Proper can only deflect for so long before he's got to give up the ghost. And still, Chio still looking to fight around this. Landon got
Bro, this
brought
fight's
down.
been going on forever, and they haven't been able to
Falcons is trying to turn this
fucking...
in the muddiest game possible and bleed the clock.
You
They're
just
not
turn
able to
into a
get
little
any
bit of a mess there
ground
towards
with the
mid-map,
robot.
right? At this point, Alcazia has to invest into every single scenario, right? With the
Yeah, the
clock
audio
kind
was
of
super
ticking down.
delayed, at least on the
Falcons,
like
they just
gun
keep throwing
shooting and
bodies at it,
shit.
right? Let's get back. Let's get another fight. Another fight. Another fight. Force them to consistently.
Like, see,
fight
you can
here.
hear it when he's not
And only
shooting.
I mean, you gain out of all of this, right? It's been about 2 minutes.
Should I try and refresh the
You
stream, or do you
gained
think it's just on
a
their
little bit
end?
more than 3 meters.
Note the 2 hearts per keeper Hanbin, so we'll gain regeneration when he's on an objective, which is the bot in this map. Trying to make use of that now. Of course, this trend is going to fall first. Not a great sign at all for Alcazia. The rest of them,
Maybe it's good
unfortunately,
now?
like
I don't know.
dominoes, must follow suit. Sorka didn't even need a rail to claim that fight, and Lapta went for the ultimate. Unfortunately, just not a fight where Alcazia's Sojourn can make the difference.
And it's a huge ask for Alcazia. Like, this is why it's so important not to fall behind in this type of fashion in push. Because
yeah, this
you're
one might be
asking
over,
them
bro.
to be perfect against such a difficult opponent. This will be a rally here from Fielder as they want to get a grab. Oh, they push right on in. This will be a blade to follow things
Well,
up
hell,
here
they got
as
one
well.
map,
Such
so.
a scary combination, the rally with Amalga diving on in.
Yeah,
Now,
something's
Alcazia,
definitely going on with
finally
audio.
has been silenced in this first game of our Champions Clash.
You're probably
They're gonna
right. They're
shut
probably
the
not.
sword as
They're
the
switching
bot
the
looks to
view,
try
but
and
not
get
switching the
home.
fucking
Stalker
audio.
has a round mid to make use of it now as Trent wants to step up and make a stop happen. Has to play though from behind the barrier. There's Lapter out on the winner making a try and bail his team out. A second
Damn,
kill.
2 headshots.
Surely not more than that as Proper goes looking for the Widow. Lapter has had his time in the sun. He's had his fun and Proper is here to put this game to bed. But Alcazia refused to bow here at the
Well,
final hurdle.
they stopped the full cap at
Out
least.
to try and regain control of the bot. With only a minute left, Alcazia have so much map to cover.
Anytime
Checkmate's
Hanbin
over on
can
the
stay
Genji.
alive
Probably-
here on that bot would
he
have
probably
been
should have been on
time delaying as
Genji or
now
Tracer or
Checkmate
something
will
sooner.
go over to a Genji, so a flat-out mirror matchup. It'll be Hanbin getting that close spawn, so you're going to get another fight here towards that mid-map.
50 seconds.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
play.
it's on there because I think the commentators won.
Disposal of Landon here, and Team Falcons don't have any
It's
big
the gun
ultimates to
sounds and
rely
shit are
on.
delayed.
Let's see if Alcazia can at least get a cheap fight win now and stay on the bot in overtime. It's going to be Checkmate looking to come forward now. He's got to respect the brig, but elsewhere Stalker's found a ultless kill onto Landon. The lion's share of the healing now
Big
unavailable for
stomp, though.
Alcazia, and Hark is forced to commit the rally. No choice but to try and keep his team in the game rather. But Stalker
Yeah,
is
it's
just
over.
a beautiful stuff. Knows he
There's only
doesn't
20
need fully
seconds
charged
left.
rails to finish
Unless
them
they get
off.
a
And now 17
badass
seconds left.
overtime.
It's the final stand in this upper bracket for Alcazia.
And that's a fight win there for Falcon.
My 600-pound
Through the orbital
overtime.
rate and rally on the opposite side. That is nasty work here. Is under 5 seconds. It is right up to the spawn door.
There's no way Tread was going to survive that. Checkmate stuck in the doorway trying to make use of this blade, but the cage fight
Slice his
really
ass
limits
up,
his
boy.
coverage. And Stalker's eventually going to bring him down. Your current
GG.
world champions, though not without a rocky start, will advance in this upper bracket.
Oh, they took a map off him.
Not easy there for
You can't be
Team
disappointed in
Falcons,
that
but
performance.
in the end, they take care of business. Is when they're on that Malga with that Genji in the mix, it looks almost impossible to beat.
Coach Sparkle there, getting excited, of course, one of the most recent additions for this team. Even subbed in for them at a recent tournament for Stalker. Didn't go so well. Don't ask about the details, but great to see him
They
there.
do like
He's
in
gotta be feeling good
in
and
baseball when we
about
were kids.
getting
Good
to
game, good
the
game,
first two
good
threes
game.
now in this upper bracket for this team.
And I think for Alcazia, I mean, it's obviously a loss, but you have to feel pretty good about how you played against Falcons. I think obviously just the proper
Yeah, you can't be
the amount
too
of pressure
mad
he's
if you
applying
took a
to you
fucking
is
game off
kind
the
of where
best
your
team,
team crumbled.
so.
But how many other Genjis are you going to play like proper throughout the tournament, right? I mean, not really.
Not at that, not quite at that level.
Not at that level. So,
My boy's error though.
but you still feel pretty good maybe for Alcazia in that lower bracket, but Falcons look sick.
We saw them at their strongest and potentially their weakest here in this series, but your current world champions, Team Falcons, still.
Yeah,
because
you'd be mad as hell that you lost and shit.
The desk here and break down
And you
a
got a
very
fucking-
first match of the weekend.
It's a
Well,
good
what a
game.
matchup to kick things off. Not quite the 2-0 that we thought it was going to be.
Especially it been like a heated
Alcazia
game and
come
like
right back to
talking
them.
shit and stuff.
Yeah, you know, I think that this is still a good start for them. As much as it's the loss, like, let's be honest, beating Falcons would have been a shocking result, hugely impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Getting
I don't
a map win,
know.
though,
I'm
it
guessing
puts
there's
wins in
gonna be
their
a
sails.
couple
It shows that
minutes.
There's a lot of teams in this tournament who won't be able to take a map off Falcons.
I hope they
So
just
think
get right
Alcazia
to it, though, to
down
be
the
honest,
lower
but-
bracket, they're down, but not
Yeah, I think they're gonna do like
out. That being
analysis
said, I
on
mean,
the games and
This
stuff.
5K from Proper to open the match. Talk about a statement
over
for
the
Falcons.
highlights.
That's
Oh, yeah.
the most Proper Falcons moment of all
And then I
time.
imagine they're
Yeah,
gonna do
okay,
like a fucking
first
10-minute
fight
break
of
or
the
some
tournament,
5-minute break and then come
and
back.
I just eat you all up for breakfast.
Yeah, and then we went over to Saravalsa. I mean, Labda, what a performance. I mean, if you can do it against Falcons, then you've essentially proven that you're able to deliver amazing social
They popped the
performances
fuck off, but
against
Labda
any
had to
team
go
in the entire
absolutely
world.
apeshit
And
to
so
fucking
this
make it happen.
makes the tournament a lot more interesting now because you're thinking Alcazia, with Sojourn performances like that from Labda, they could essentially take on any team in the world. Now,
Yeah,
they
Ja
did
feel.
lose 2 maps, you know, playing the Mauga composition against
Put it on your
Falcons,
iPad or
which shouldn't
something
feel too
while you
bad
lay in
about
bed
that
and just
because
watch it while
This
you-
is essentially, you know, the best team in the world on their best composition, the one they play. Proper MVP, much deserved. Matt talked about the Genji performances really shown in this series. Falcons, they dropped the map though, but Proper looked fantastic on the Genji.
Yeah, Proper always such a threat, you know, on pretty much anything he
Dude, he
plays.
came
the
out
team
swinging
offense
hard on
just,
that
like,
first map with
flexes
that fucking
completely
5K.
around where he can have the most impact, and well, there's a good reason for that. And I think the Genji is probably the most explosive hero to see and on because, you know, talk about feast or famine, Proper very consistently eating well in these big fights, you know, with the pressure
still
on
have your
him, all the
iPad?
resources given over to him, and it's for good reason. He delivers time after time. Like you said, that map loss, definitely not the ideal here, but Falcons, these guys are elite. They played so many tournaments so many times. They're just like looking ahead to the next match already.
Yep.
Oh, they definitely are. They definitely are. I think it's pretty insane, though. We do have to give OWCS still the credit that's due for being able to even take down Surabasa up against a team like Team Falcons. But
Yeah, I love my
let's take a look
iPad.
at our bracket as
I'm glad
well,
that I
just
got
to
it.
See, you know, how things are going.
I was
Here
using
we
that
can
shitty ass
see some
tablet I got for like
Team
20
Falcons
something bucks off
obviously move on in the
Amazon,
upper bracket,
and it worked.
OWCS
Like I could
are
watch
our first
YouTube videos
team
on
to
this stuff,
be
but
down in the lowers.
the iPad is so
And
much nicer. I can
really
actually have
when
like
we're
Twitch on
looking
there
at,
and fucking.
this right now.
I can
The
watch videos in way higher
expectation
quality. It loads
with
quicker,
the
doesn't
British
lag and
Pro
shit.
versus once
So
again
fucking
coming
nice.
up next there, Johnny. Who do you think?
All right, so here's the thing. This
Who's
next game's
landing
gonna be
where?
crazy
Oof.
too, because
I mean, wow,
this is
going to
China's
be
team.
a very
China's like best
interesting
team,
match
and they're
we
in
got on our
fucking
hands here
China.
between
So.
Virtus Pro once again. I really struggle.
And this was the top team
as much as I, you know, I want to see
in the
once again
fucking like
dive
what's it
heroes
called
here.
region.
You know, VP has looked fantastic playing the Sigma composition.
VP
with
went
Soul has
undefeated, but
really great
they just had that
Soup
Soup Cup
this
or whatever
previous
like a week or
weekend,
two
so,
ago, and they lost. So
you know, I'm not really ready to call one of the favorites in that matchup. We have to make Preds, so
It'll be later. It'll be later. Yeah, we definitely will. We definitely will. So don't forget our second match of the day.
and dude, the
will
battery
be
on my
Pro
shit lasts
versus
like
once
forever. I
again.
hardly
We're
ever
gonna
have to
head a
charge that
quick
thing.
break though, and we'll be right back.
Well, we'll see how long the break is. Oh shit! Only a 2-minute break. I thought at first it was 2 hours. Yeah, Bree found one at the fucking Goodwill bins. She paid like $1 or something for it, and it worked for a while. But then the person like locked it or whatever. You can use to like find my iPad shit or whatever, and like locked it. I tried everything I could to get around it. Like I tried like, and I can get through the lock or whatever. But if you close the screen out, then it comes back. So it's like not even fucking worth using. But it was an old one, cause I tried to put fucking Master Duel on it, and it was like nah, it wouldn't even show up in the fucking app store because the shit didn't have like a good enough fucking processor or whatever. Like you couldn't update to the like iOS or whatever can even fucking run the shit. Yeah. I mean, when I got my phone, though, they had that deal for the Apple Watch and the iPad, so I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. Yeah, because at the time I had my old phone too, my old iPhone. That shit was small ass screen. Fucking trying to read them damn cards on there and shit.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다. 지금 2025 챔피언스 클래시를 시청하고 계십니다.
Welcome back, everybody. Team Falcons made a stamp for our first match of
Bro, I'm gonna
today,
feel so
but before
fucking
we get
greasy
into
by the
match
time this
number
shit is
2,
over with.
I actually wanted to talk to you guys a little bit because if you think you guys have what it takes to make your way into the OWCS, you guys have to sign up to compete
After I
in
finished playing
Season
yesterday at that
5
Sunrise, bro, I
of
felt
the
fucking disgusting.
Overwatch 2 Face-It League. And for your chance to make it to the main stage, visit phaseit.com/OWCS for a little bit more info. But now that we got that out of the way, we
Yeah, as
gotta
long as
talk
you
a
can
little
watch,
bit about the match that we were teasing right before
if
this
it's like
break.
fast enough to watch live
Virtus
streams,
Pro is
shit.
going to be super exciting, but we do have the interview.
That
actually,
shitty
first before
fucking
we even get there with-
tablet I
oh,
had,
no
it couldn't like
interview,
really watch
sorry.
live streams.
So we'll be skipping that, and we're just gonna be
Yeah,
having
I'm gonna feel like
straight into
Casey
the
too. I know I'm gonna
YouTubers
be
once
fucking
again
feeling
matchup here, Jake.
disgusting.
Look, they got no time. These teams got to start reviewing. They got to get on to the next game. Falcons, the winners interview. Come on, wait till the trophy comes out. Then we start to talk to them. You know, but they're not interested in any of that just yet.
Yeah, let's get on to the next match here then. Virtus Pro against once again. So,
Dude, I wish I had this
now
big
that
ass
we've
purple
seen
Overwatch
one match,
song.
Jake, we spent the entire pre-show talking about
That shit would be
Dive
sick.
and Winston, and we've been hearing about all these, Dive compositions, and then we see Mauga come out. How are you thinking about the meta so far here?
I mean, I'm not fully convinced that it's a quote Mauga meta just yet. I think Falcons is probably the team with the most interest of the whole tournament of making this a Mauga meta, and I think they're gonna play it as much as they can. That's what they beat the world
right
with.
back.
Like,
I'm
of
gonna
course
wash
they're
my
gonna
hands
try to
actually
bring it
'cause I'm
out.
feeling gross
But I'd
already.
expect to see more diversity. I mean, these are gonna be two very interesting teams with once again wanting to play a lot of dive, a lot of main tanks, and then Virtus Pro I think wanting to play a lot of towards Vistola's strengths on the off tanks. I think this will be another match to really indicate more how the different teams from different regions are seeing the top strategy.
See, that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear Jake say that, Mauga, pretty specific for Alcazia and Falcons. Both of those teams have loved to play that hero. So now Virtus Pro, obviously, they also love playing Mauga in stage 1 so
Alright, I'm
far.
back.
But they could also play.
My
the
hands are already
Sigma
feeling
Temple
oily
Diva.
and
We have
shit
seen
when we're
that
talking
Vistola
about
in the
fucking
past.
feeling
But
greasy
once
in
again,
this
loves
new
playing dive.
washing
So
real quick.
if once again plays Mauga in this matchup, then we
got some
maybe didn't have the right prediction of the meta going into the tournament.
No, we'll have to see.
I hope to
right
see
before we get too far ahead of
once
ourselves
again
and
playing
whatnot.
Winston and shit.
But when it does come to this Mauga, I mean, were we really even expecting this pick to come through for a lot of these teams, considering the nerfs that had just come out recently?
I mean, it's a surprise we didn't see it at all in the promotion relegation, where we did see a couple of the new teams that are going to be coming up out of that Face It League and into OWCS in the next stage. It was very heavy on the dive, a lot of Winston, Hazard, a little bit of Diva, a little bit of Brawl with the Ramatra, the Orisa being played as well. But I don't think we saw any Mauga, so I'm a little bit surprised to see as much as we saw in that first match. But I do think I'd be pretty surprised if once again, maybe Virtus Pro a little bit more likely to lean that direction. I mean, Vistola is so mechanically strong on tank. I think that could be a good look for them. Play around Jwoo's Genji and really enable him to pop off against.
I think this is going to be a really good game.
But I think the real question here is
this was like the
Virtus
top
Pro
team in
performance on land. Guys like Jwoo has had a huge breakout year.
fucking
Has
whatever
been a star
region,
performer in Europe. I
and
would say the best flex DPS in the region right now.
Giant
However,
is on
this
the fucking
on
home
stage in front
turf.
of the hometown crowd for the opponents.
Yeah,
in
so they're
China,
gonna
on land. I mean, this is
they're
like
not
a
gonna
real
want to
moment
get
for Jwoo to
fucking.
show, can he really keep up in the basically
They're
the
not gonna
maximum
want to get
possible
stomped in
pressure
front of
a
their
player can
fucking
be in.
crowd.
I love that show. I love that show because we could actually talk about what we're expecting when it comes down to this matchup between once again Virtus Pro. I'll kick things off. It actually kind of pained me to go up against once again in this one, but I did vote 2-1 for Virtus Pro for this.
Nah,
I
I'm
think
going
that
once
it will
again.
go the distance in this first to 2. But Virtus Pro, I had to back the fact that they're undefeated in EMEA.
Well, they just lost.
I was going into this Pred,
They just
and
lost during the
before
Super
the tournament
Cup,
had started,
which was like
I
2
was
weeks
thinking
ago, which I
once
didn't even
again,
know
I
was going
thinking
on.
This would be
but-
a comfortable meta. I think they would play. But honestly, watching that last series, seeing the amount of Mauga and different diva styles that both teams were able to deploy in that last match, I think I take Virtus Pro as well. I think if Vistola can keep the game in his wheelhouse, it's really going to be that clash of styles between can Gushui get his heroes to dominance, can Vistola force their strategy onto the match. I think that's what's going to decide it, but I have VP taking this one. I have a lot of
I'm
faith,
going once
in
again.
guys like Jwoo and
I think once
Vistola,
again.
even to go up against
I want
the
to see them
best
win anyway.
Chinese
I don't know
team
if they will.
here
but-
in Hangzhou.
Well, I mean, it feels bad for me in this scenario because I'm predicting against my European brethren in this instance, and I just gotta go with the Hopium, Jake. I gotta go with the Hopium. I went with it once again. Like I cannot not predict. Once again, they got Leave and Shy, they got Gushui, and yes, I mean part of it was because
I love how they said
going
the
into
pink and
tournament, I
white.
thought we'd see more dive, but
Make sure it was
even
pink
if
on my
Virtus
glasses.
Pro plays some of
Because
those
that's what
compositions, I
the
still
colors
think that
were
the
for
damage
Hangzhou
players
Spark.
4 once again are so impactful. I hope, because again, they're a bit of a wild card. We haven't seen them in quite a while, besides the qualifiers, right? But I really do think that once again, they are capable of some insane performances on the international stage. We've seen it time and time again. Thinking back to Toronto, the last Overwatch League playoffs, of course, and thinking about the World Cup, for example. Like, these players keep surprising us. And so going into this tournament, I'm really excited.
Yeah, I think
to
they
see
got
how
more-
they're going to stack up against some
more
of the
like
international
stage
competition.
time too, which
But
I think will
I'm not
play a
counting them
part.
out. I'm just simply not overlooking the fact that they definitely have what it takes to take down some of these top seeds.
No, that's definitely fair, especially with the home crowd energy standing behind them there as well. But we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with our next match.
Damn. Another break. This shit better be 2 minutes again. Okay, 3. Alright, so we got upper bracket. They got the wrong one up because it says up next, and that just happened. This game is going to be good too. I like Crazy Raccoons and I like Space Station game. So this one's going to be really good. Yeah, that jacket I got the other day, the one I got on Facebook Marketplace, the Reebok one, the Hangzhou Spark or whatever, it's like the same colors or whatever. It's the same players. I think there's only one different player. And I think they've been playing together for like a long time. That's why I think they'll probably win, because they've been playing together for a long ass time. These are, I'm guessing tomorrow is going to be like semifinals and shit, and then the last day will be the grand finals. They'll probably have a loser bracket grand finals and upper bracket grand finals. So I'm guessing today's quarterfinals, tomorrow's semifinals, and then the last day is grand finals. I didn't know they'd play this many games tonight, but I'm for it. So I think since it's lower bracket, since Al-Qassad lost or whatever, they're gonna be here, and then the loser of this one will play them, and then the loser of this game will go here, and loser of this one over here. I don't know. I don't know how it goes tomorrow with the semifinals and shit. Shit's confusing. I don't know. That's kind of sucks if you can't though, right? You lose one fucking game and then you're just out of the calling. I want them to show that big bracket again with like the one that goes like long ways, because then maybe that would show if it could. Freya. She's about to be actually in the game soon. I wonder if they're going to change anything about her before she goes live.
Freya, at your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid.
Nothing personal.
If the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you.
Yeah, I mean, that might be how it works. I don't know.
You wanted the best, and you got it?
I guess we'll see as it goes. Brackets and shit always fucking confusing. This is the new mode that's coming out in a couple days, I think. It's got like a third person mode, and like in between rounds you pick like different like perk type things or whatever. You can play first person or third person. She took a sip of that G Fuel. She's got the fucking grape soda just flowing through her.
Summon's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys?
We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
I could build
Yeah,
a
maybe.
inflection for
I think
Zarya.
they've been working on this for a while though. But see, like you pick different like items and shit in between rounds.
If we group as 5, I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us, and then everybody gets a taste.
You can like purchase different abilities or something between rounds and shit.
Every single power, I'm just gonna be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more.
It'd be kind of cool to have a little setup like this.
Definitely.
But then you have to have friends that play video games to come in and play them. That would have been like a fucking ultimate setup when we were kids.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya. Go. Me and you.
I've got you in my sights.
Big flag. I got the point. Right side. Kill Juno. Nice. Good stuff.
I kind of wish they'd put third person in just a regular game mode because I'd probably play it.
Okay, reset.
We have Nanoblade for next fight. 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go. Yeah, we got it.
I find third person to be kind of easier. It's easier to keep track of your positioning and peek and stuff. Yeah, that little round table setup, that shit kind of fire. What the fuck, miniature Bob? That shit looked pretty cool. Damn, a 5-minute timer? What the fuck? I'll definitely play that shit when it comes out. I think it comes out the 22nd, so like in a couple days. Oh yeah, I forgot that drive shit was supposed to start today. I don't know what that is, but I wanted to check it out. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It'll be a good thing to make like YouTube videos and shit with, I think, too, just because it's like a new game mode people will be wanting to check out. Maybe I'll just be a beast on third person, hopefully. Just be popping off. Yeah, they got to get the hairdryer back out to fucking dry another piss stain he got while on break. They probably had one of the assistants like fucking run out and buy him a new pair of jeans or some shit. But yeah, maybe I'll just be a beast at Stadium because it's third person. Like I'll do just good as shit on it.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, standing by next to Hamden from Team Falcons for the post-match interview. Great job today. How are you feeling? 일단 시작부터 좀 어떻게 지금 어떠신가요, 심정?
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. 이겨서 기분 좋습니다.
이겨서 기분 좋습니다. Right? Hamden says that he feels great because he got the win. I mean, I do have to honestly say that I was expecting a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, but I've played other third-person games like Fortnite and I played Marvel Rivals a little bit and stuff.
What happened? 자, 제가 봤을 때는 이제
I think it's kind of easier because you can see. It's easier to keep track of like your positioning behind like shit, and you can like be up against the wall and like still see around it. You know what I mean? So I think it's kind of easier.
일단은 저희가 밴할 때 30초 재는데 이게 좀 생각보다 30초 되게 빨리.
And you can see like your surroundings more. You know what I mean? Like in first person, you're so fucking zoomed in. It's there's shit right off screen, just like you don't even see. In third person, you would easily see somebody that's right there. I think it's easier.
It was a good match. That's why it was 2-1. And also, I think
We'll see how it feels, though. I don't know. It might feel weird to play Overwatch in third person,
we
but
had 30 seconds to pick our bans.
I've done good in other
That 30
third
seconds
person
went by
games.
really fast, and I think that was one of the big problems that we had. But I think it was necessary because we needed that, so that in the next matches to come up, that we won't be having the same trouble as we did for the first match. And yeah, like I said, you guys did get the win, so you guys are moving up. Hanbin, I want to hear from you. Is there like a team that you want to beat in the Champions Clash? 자, 두 번째 질문으로 이제 오늘 승리를 이제 이기고 이제 계속 올라.
I wonder if they'll implement it into every mode, though.
보실 때 지금 우리 챔피언스 클래시에서 이 팀만은 좀 다시 좀 이겨보고 싶다라는 팀이 있다면?
이 팀을 이기는 거 그냥 이기고 싶은 팀.
네.
뭐 라쿤밖에요. 아니다. 그 원석인 그 구세의 팀을 좀 이겨보고 싶습니다.
Hanbin first said Raccoon, and then he changed his mind. He said he wants to change his mind and he wants to beat once again, and he wants to face off against Gushui and beat Gushui as well. I feel like that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Gushui versus Hanbin. Are you confident that you could win? 어때 구슈이랑 1대1로 이렇게 싸우면은 이길 자신 있나요?
자신은 항상 있는 편이고 자신감이 제 무기인데 자신감으로 한번 도전해보는 거죠 뭐.
I'm definitely confident. Confidence is
I don't know.
strength. It is one of
He's
my
talking in that little
weapons
fucking
that I
battery
have as a
box
player.
mic.
So with that confidence, I'm confident that I could get the win. All right, Hanbin, high five. Great job.
They blew all the fucking budget on the damn hologram shit for the
It's so nice to hear
before
from
it
Danny
started.
and Hanbin. And I mean, I love how
The
he
opening
asked
fucking
him
shit.
who he wanted to face up against.
Opening
who he wanted
ceremony,
an
fucking
opportunity to
hologram. They
meet
blew
during
all their
Champions
budget on that.
Clash. Nearly answered with a tale as old as time with
And
Crazy
this desk,
Raccoon,
because this
but
desk is fucking
excited
sick.
to hear that he wants to go head to head up
Look at this
against once
desk.
again there, Johnny.
Yeah, they had that moment earlier this week. I forget exactly what the quotes were, but Hanbin essentially reached out to Gushui and was like, "Oh, Winston GOAT, like my Winston hero," or something like that. So, Hanbin has been studying.
They should have made these lights though, or maybe they are lights. They're just not turned on. 'Cause this is a light.
Gushui would be a pretty good opponent for Hanbin. So yeah, I'd love to see that.
And I think that's something of a grudge match, right? With in the Esports World Cup last year, with once again coming in with like very little prep or practice and still being able to upset Falcons. I mean, that's done for that team. That's a
I need
team
to stream at that desk. That'd be
that
sick.
came into that tournament wanting to be a competitor and wasn't even in the final two at Esports World Cup. So I think getting revenge here in the Champions Clash on the home turf for once again would be perfect for Hanbin if they can do it. I mean, that could be a scary match. That could very well be the next match. If once again, of course, take this upcoming series, they're going to be facing.
You can like
Falcons
see the pixels on this screen in the back.
Before we even get on with our matches and whatnot,
That's
if you guys are
supposed to
just
look like
tuning
that.
in now, I want to give you guys a reminder to link your Blizzard and Twitch accounts to get that opportunity to pick up some of these sick drops that we have here for Champions Clash weekend. You were talking about the loot boxers earlier, Johnny.
Yeah.
What's not to love with them?
Yeah, exactly. In just 1 hour, and you get a loot box.
I've got a bunch of
Also,
stuff
even
from
these
watching
drops
in like
change every day.
2023.
So, if
I
you
watched
want to
like
miss
every
it,
single
you're
game
gonna
I think in
watch 5 hours
2023.
today. You know what to do.
I didn't miss like a single fucking
We're here to commit.
live stream for it.
Thoughts, Jake?
I hope we see a little May come out in this tournament. It feels like the meta is not going that way. I mean, it's pretty rough in Amaga meta, pretty rough in.
I think we could see May.
But a little thematic May.
May
I
Symmetra
hope somebody
We
brings
did
it
see
out.
some from Virtus
It's
Pro
not
in the
bad.
Soup Cup. They played at Circuit Real, for example, with the Sigma. So, given
Yeah,
that we're
true.
about to see Virtus Pro,
Soup
maybe
Cup,
we'll
they
see
played
that.
her.
Because Circuit Real would be the map that Virtus Pro most likely would pick. It's like Vestola's, home map.
I don't want to like spoil this for people, but like I'm pretty sure Circle Real's is a Winston map right now.
They played Sigma like this earlier against Korean.
I mean, I think VP is probably not going to play Winston. Like they can play Sigma and you can probably win with it. However, I think like a really good team with Winston, Genji, Ana.
Let's get to the damn games,
It's very
man.
hard. It's a very good matchup against Sigma. in
Them
particular.
boys on
if you get to
stage.
third point on circuit, like Winston's better for sure.
That's why I picked him once again.
Bro, I wish I had this big neon sign. That shit is so cool. I love the purple.
It's fair. Maybe you're making me. I'm not doubting. Actually, I won't doubt just yet. The Mauga. I think the fact that Mauga is playable and is being used by top teams in that first series says to me that there's a real ace in the hole against Goucher's Winston, something to shut him down, especially for teams that don't want the Winston
Please,
Merriman.
no. Like, we just want to see the... Look, okay, so we got like a minute here. So I got going earlier today with my competitive drive.
Yeah.
Because it didn't go well. I went like 4 and 10 or something, but I got the first tier,
Okay.
my competitive drive. I bet there are some people who are watching this and trying to get their own competitive drive like that.
I was talking about that
just
drive
queuing
shit I
in.
was talking about.
I just wanted to play some honorable Winston, and what do I get? I get Roto players. I get Mauga players. So I'm asking, I don't want my competitive drive experience to be Goucher's experience here as Champions Clash. Let Goucher play Winston. Okay? Don't.
Go Roadhog, Bastola. Go Roadhog.
That would be actually low key. If we got one Roadhog map, like I'd love that. I'd love that. Shades of Junbin at Dallas. But
could work.
Come on.
Take us to
don't
Leo's
play the
well.
dog into
It's a
Winston.
classic.
Come on.
Hey, fair enough. Hey, fair enough. But we actually got to head to a quick break. But the players are
Another fucking break?
getting close to being ready and whatnot. They'll be on stage soon. But we will be right back with our next matchup. Virtus
Get them boys
Pro
logged in
versus
and fucking ready to go. Jeez. Yeah, this shit going until fucking 6:30 in the morning probably. Maybe longer. This shit might go fucking long as fuck. We haven't even got to the second game yet. It's already fucking 2 in the morning. I hope I got enough space on the SSD. I deleted one thing off. I don't know if there was anything good on it, but deleted the oldest shit that was on there. Yeah, this shit gonna be going till fucking 10, 11 in the morning at this rate. They gotta fucking speed it up. They need to have them boys in the batter box ready to fucking go when the next game, when the game ends. Man, that anticipation and like anxiety when you're about to go on stage and shit's probably fucking crazy, dude. I already know I'd feel like I'm gonna shit myself probably. Like, when I get that anxiety and stuff, it makes me have to take a shit. Yeah, I believe it, dude. I fucking hate that feeling. I get it now still when I'm like about to stream and stuff, like trying to fucking, I don't know, hype myself up. Especially if I took like Adderall and drank like some caffeine and shit. I'll start getting that feeling. What's funny though is when I was on deployment, I never got that feeling like when we were about to go on a patrol and like go out like out on patrol. I never got that feeling. Like I get more like nervous and anxious and stuff about like queuing up for comp or fucking streaming and shit than I ever did like on deployment, going out on patrols and shit.
Virtus Pro versus once again.
It's so
And
weird.
Let's do a little introduction to our rosters heading into this matchup. I know we're super excited about this one.
Yeah, fucking have to
Johnny,
piss.
you've been
That's all I got to piss. I got to shit like fucking 3 times before I go.
I heard you on Plat Chat. Like you've been going on and on.
Yeah, look, you gotta.
I mean,
No, I
this
think
is the
I
moment,
don't know.
For a team, like,
One, I was younger and shit, so I
for the Overwatch competition to come back to
think
China
I
to
like
be
didn't
competing
overthink
there.
as much just because you like.
But of course, Virtus Pro
I don't know, you got that
Number
like
one,
young
out of EMEA, we gotta look
obliviousness
at this team as a
or whatever,
serious
and
threat here.
then
They kind
I also kind of
dominated
just like
the
told
region.
myself I was already
J-Wood, I
dead,
think, is
so
a
I
big
just like
part of
didn't
that.
care.
Shockwave together, an insane damage.
Yeah,
deal.
that
Fixit
too. I think
also
that's
really
probably a big
impressed
part
me. I mean,
too.
such a
Like
stable main support for
knowing
this
you have other
squad.
people that are
They
relying on
really
you and
have
stuff
a
that
lot
got
of
your
heavy
back and
hitters.
stuff.
Gala has looked great on the flex support too. So across this lineup, I feel like they can kind of handle anything. Vistola in particular has really evolved as a player, bringing out a panoply of different heroes where he used to be maybe more confined on the off tank role. Now the team has opened things up diversity wise. They have the
this
tools
team
to
is
take
really
it
good.
once again and kind of silence this
They
crowd
went
around it.
undefeated
Yeah,
in
I
the
think Coach Smash
in the
has
European
done a
region or
fantastic
whatever,
job,
but they just had that
working
Soup
with
Cup
this
or
roster,
whatever,
figuring out what works
like a
for this
week or two
roster.
ago, which I didn't
How
know
are we
was going on.
to
I
use
would have
hero
streamed it if I
protect
did,
and bans,
but
to set up
they lost there
Vistola,
to
to
random
have great
clan
impact
team.
in that tank role, of course,
Not
but
random clan
also
team, but
the flexibility in the back line. I think it's been really impressive as well. Fixer playing the back, for example, the Brig, but also Gala.
That was weird. I never
we
got
see
that
the
feeling
signature
then.
Ilori being brought out for this
I don't know
team.
why I get it
Lots of
now, but
questions, but once again, can't wait to see this roster participate here, of course, because they
Leaves
are
a fucking
capable of
beast.
taking down the best
Usually he's
teams
a
in
beast.
the
Shy's a
world when
beast.
they're allowed to play the dive composition. They have two incredible damage players in Shy and Leave. Leave, of course, the 2021 Overwatch League MVP. He was the best player in the world that year, of course.
Those shirts are
and
fucking dope.
He's so capable of matching even the likes of
Wonder if they
Proper, for
sell
example,
those.
Stalker. We
I'd
talk
rock
about
that
these
shit.
legendary damage players on the Korean teams. Leave can take it to them, and Shy, he can just take over the games like Labda did earlier in our previous series, of course, on that Sojourn. So this
Yeah, shit's
roster right
fucking
here,
hype.
when they play at their
I'd rock
best,
one if I could get one.
it's world beater stuff. They
That
can
jacket I got, I don't know if I'll ever wear it because I
Imagine
don't
this.
want to take the tag off
What
it.
level of play are we going to see from once again? Because
Shit
this
is
a
brand
team
new
that
and crispy as
hasn't
fuck.
been able to participate in OWCS China. There was no OWCS China last year, of course. It was reintroduced now in 2025, and so we haven't seen that much gameplay from once again. What is their
Yeah,
practice
I would
been
definitely
like?
rock
What
one.
level are they
You could
playing
probably
at?
buy
These
him
are
somewhere.
unknown.
Somewhere
We're
probably sells
not
them.
quite sure. So going into this tournament,
I have a
how are
jersey
they going to
from
stack up against Virtus Pro?
Florida Mayhem
Just
or
guess,
whatever.
essentially.
Yeah, it's a big
And I never
question
wore it
there,
either.
right?
I
'Cause even
got
just
those
talking about the
tags on
practice
it
that you're
still.
mentioning there, Johnny Jake.
I think I'm gonna like
Think
hang.
about
I want to hang them
the
up in the
scrim
back here
opportunities
somewhere.
in China because of the fact that the servers weren't available. for
fucking
these
Mayhem
teams.
jersey and
it
the,
really changes how much like practice and prep they've or
Spark
reps they've been
jacket
able
I
to
got.
get going into the 2025 season.
Yeah, I think with the servers, Overwatch servers coming back to China, it's definitely been a big moment for the scene to kind of like rebuild. But I think one of the challenges for once again is how far ahead of the region they are. I mean, honestly, the qualifiers, anytime, I think pretty much every single game they played, they just stomped their opponents. There wasn't another team.
One map they dropped.
Yeah, I definitely gotta like do
No one is pushing
some
them to
shit back here. I
improve
haven't
to,
done
like, hit
anything.
Their highest potential.
I was thinking about
level,
just putting
and
like my
now they're
pops
going
or
up against the
something.
best teams in the world. That can be a challenge. VP has been tested.
I
little
found
bit
a
more, I think, this
Facebook
season.
Marketplace listing for like a bunch of Overwatch pops, and they want like a very fair price from it. It comes out to like $3 per or whatever. And there's like some of the big ones and shit in there. So I told them they'd have to ship them though. I told them I'd buy them if they shipped them. And she said she's got some potential offers like nearby that she wants to see about first, and then she'd get back to me. I'll send you the list real quick.
第二场比赛 now match 2 for the day. Now let's welcome EMEA #1 seeded Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, the #1 team out of EMEA.
I have two that you got me, I think, before.
Undefeated in that first stage, just a shocking domination on them. All
Crazy
foes
Raccoons, they have
tested and conquered. Now,
one of their
they're
players is
here in
like
Hangzhou,
6'7"
China,
or something. He's
fighting
tall as
to
fuck.
show what this region can do, and can they be successful against China's #1 team?
China, once
Again, takes the stage.
Yeah, they're on home. They're not gonna want to fucking
in China, of course.
get their shit pushed in front of like their fucking all their fans and
How
stuff.
will they
So.
fare in their very first matchup? Going up against Virtus Pro, it won't
And they've
be
been
an
a
easy task
team together for a
this
long
team.
time,
They're capable
so-
of taking them down, but will we see the
I think they
execution
got
be
this
on
shit.
point for once again?
It's gonna be tough though.
It's going to be interesting to see this litmus test, it feels like, here for once again making their stamp back into the OWCS for their first debut since the leagues ended up swapping things out here. So I'm really looking excited for this matchup between the Giants of China and the Giants of EMEA, sorry. But I gotta know, throwing it over to Mitch and Matt, what do you guys think for this
Yeah, getting all those like Overwatch pops and
think of
putting them
anything else
like
than
in the
getting to
background here, I
witness
think that'd be
the
cool.
Re-debut
And then hanging up
back
like
to
the jersey and
international
jacket.
stage.
Like their
somehow.
third
Once again
debut.
roster.
Hey.
Doesn't matter how many times.
I don't know. I thought about moving the desk to a different spot too and trying to like maximize the background. I kind of just threw it in here. I haven't changed anything in the back. It's just how it was.
Again, play. But I also think that if there's a lot of Malga, like we saw,
I'm sure there's
early
definitely a better way I
VP
could like
is
maximize the room
tough
and space and make it look nicer.
early on here. So although you got a little bit of like a hometown buff going on here for once again, I think yeah, they got a whole stadium full of people. I think it could be pretty difficult here against VP.
I mean, what I'm hearing,
I think
from the
I don't know. I
teams
need
that
to get
have
like a
these
cool
guys
like
been playing
neon
against each other a whole
sign
bunch, is that
light back there and
this
stuff.
once again
Just
roster,
make it look
it's been a year
nicer.
off competitive play. Obviously, not being able to play the game at all. But the spirit of this team, the spirit of the Hangzhou Spark obviously remained, and they've come back and people are saying, you know what, they're still incredible at the game. Leave,
So why couldn't they play for a year? Was Overwatch like banned in China or some
doing
shit?
it all, you know, very much, you know, almost entirely that same look that we saw from them, of course, not so long ago now.
But it is a year off, right? And it's not just a year off for them. It's like a year off for like the entire region, right? So they obviously put together a team that has the most talented players in the region, lots of chemistry already. And you started to look through the scene.
Yeah, I should do that, honestly.
It was a bit messy at times in terms of the play. So
I've seen other people do that.
It's
I mean, it
really
looks cool.
difficult to gauge where this team is
There's
at.
definitely not a ton of depth in the Chinese scene yet, right? I think that for this once again team, they were able to make their way through.
I didn't even look when the game was going on.
Obviously, someone we're looking at
Is my camera in a good spot
that
and stuff?
Didn't, you know, have the glory of this team in the past is sort of brought up and is the fresh face to this team. And we've been waiting to see how these guys like dice up against other regions.
That fucking Adderall's starting to hit me.
Pro have tested themselves at the Suit Cup, and look, they made it to the grand final, and they got thoroughly drubbed. It was like a 4-0, not the result they were looking for against a T1 team that is not.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get it purple.
No, but the best
I'll probably
in
just
Korea,
get it
right?
say Purple Heart Veteran and
These
have it
guys,
be
though,
purple.
incredible quality. They are very stable. Virtus Pro, right? I think they're a great foil.
Is the camera
to what we're
size
gonna
big
see from
enough,
once
or
again,
should I
'cause
make
you
it
know
bigger?
This team wants to dive. They want to play fast.
I don't want to
they
make it like
boost,
too
they
big
wanna
and
play in
cover
your
the
face, and
fucking
Virtus Pro
game.
often
I hate when I watch
wants
like
to be the antithesis to
other
that.
people on YouTube and shit, and they got the
Virtus
camera
Pro
like
doesn't exactly want to go
their fucking
that
webcam
route
shit is
in
like
terms of
half the
game.
damn
I mean,
screen.
Doesn't want to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, essentially they just don't want to go. We'll see what maps they decide to go to. I was actually laughing.
Who's the first seed in this matchup, by the way? We're not even sure. They're both number one for
I
the
was
regions.
looking at the commentators here, but you guys can
Is that
see it
me
at home.
and you?
Yeah, I'm the really tall one that's almost out of the screen, and then that's Mitch. That's I was like, hey, they have their own version of you and me. I'm the really tall one there.
Except they probably didn't piss
I'm the really
themselves.
tall one
See
in
that
the
guy?
suit.
What,
Yeah.
what is different? What is different?
Yeah.
He's wearing a suit, brother?
Hey, we gotta
Yeah.
get, we gotta get them.
You can wear a t-shirt. You can
gotta
wear-
get
Yeah,
them
what,
some-
bro showed up
get
in
them some
jeans
hoodies
and a
out there,
hoodie,
man.
dude.
Can you
Like what?
Can you imagine the Chinese respected broadcasters wearing a hoodie? Can you imagine any respected broadcaster wearing
I mean,
a
I
hoodie?
know
Yeah.
this fucking dude's wearing
Jake's
something
worn
kind
them
of
before.
goofy, but
Jake's worn- literally,
at least it's
the
like
entire show, I think, outside of
somewhat
you.
dressy
Maybe this is
attire.
you,
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like
Did I lose a bet and have to wear a hoodie for one broadcast?
this
run?
dude just showed up in fucking a hoodie and fucking piss
things off,
stained
so it is,
jeans. Like
is
what the fuck,
VP map
dude?
pick. And then for the bands, you have a Farah and a Diva band. So obviously VP can play a good amount of Diva.
Bro
You
did
see
put in
Farah
literally
gone
minimum
for
effort.
VP.
And we're-
Interesting set of bands.
I mean, it's not surprising. You're targeting Vistola here. You do, like, teams that want to play Winston are generally trying to
Yeah, he
avoid
called him out 'cause I
the
mean,
thing, right? To the extent
It's
that
like kind of
Falcons could pour
ridiculous,
themselves
in my
into a shape
opinion,
by
but
playing like this echo and
like I get this dude's wearing kind of like
Here's-
goofy shit, but
Here's the thing, though.
it's still nicer
once they-
than fucking
once again,
piss
wants to come
stained
out
jeans
play,
and a fucking
you know,
hoodie.
Winston, right? Maybe Sojourn, Tracer, whatever.
Yeah, they were talking about how the Chinese casters
VP just turns around and plays
showed up in like fucking
Malga,
nice
Sojourn,
like
Torb.
clothing,
What
like a
do you
suit and
favor
shit.
in that matchup?
I mean, the Sojourn Tour is pretty good, especially with Farah Band.
With the Malga? Yeah.
We are
On
talking
Li
about-
Zhang?
We are talking about Leave.
Yeah,
We're talking about Leave, who's someone who can, you know,
bro.
pick up the Genji, look pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's funny you
and a
called his
number of-
ass
you
out.
can't ban this guy out. All right, I want to point out there.
I wonder. I bet you
Shilo's
tomorrow he
one of those
shows
guys-
up in something nicer.
I mean, I'm sorry, but like it is
Pretty nasty roster.
Yes, I mean it is exactly what it used to be in so many ways, and it's very exciting to see them get out onto the stage. Virtus Pro, I
Probably
think.
some nerves here, though, for them. Like, we talk about
Or maybe he
VP,
doubles down and
obviously,
comes
like,
back
you know,
in
a
fucking
huge,
jeans with an
moment
even
for them
bigger piss stain.
playing on stage, but the fact that this team has been gone for so long, their first big event is in China, where, you know, an international event for Overwatch. I mean, you see how packed
Tomorrow
it is
he's
there.
coming in with a piss stained
There's probably
hoodie.
a lot of
instead.
pressure on the once again crew to put together a good performance. Especially, I mean, the crowd's going crazy.
And if you're a
They're
more
coming in with a
recent
fucking hoodie
viewer
with
of
like
this, once
barbecue
again,
sauce
I mean,
stains and
it's
shit all
worthwhile
over it.
remembering that you know, in the previous era of Overwatch, we're a top 3 team, right? They
Fucking
had
ketchup
they showed us
stains
an
and shit
incredible
on it.
reverse sweep in their last Overwatch League finals in Toronto, and at third place in their tournament with a electrifying.
Yeah, for real. You could at least add some kind of Overwatch
really
attire
impressed
on.
us, but
If you're just gonna wear like
weaknesses
super
could be exploited by
casual
more
shit.
stable teams at their tournament, more flexible teams, right? That could find comps that could punish like this dive obsession
Mustard
that
tiger.
once again at the time the Spark had. And these guys here, you've got to expect now in
I fucking
EMEA
love
fairness,
Trailer Park Boys.
Winston comps are not necessarily ubiquitous or their dive style,
Oh,
right?
these are coaches.
You know, it's been a lot of teams, like a lot of coaches.
Dude,
have
that
kind of
trophy,
dubbed
it kind of
NA
reminds you of like
as the
Sailor
region
Moon or
and
something.
NA is the main tank
That shit's
region,
cool
right?
as fuck.
Shorthand for describing the preference for a lot of EMEA teams to try and play Diva where they can, whereas like NA, it's
Fucking
like,
Sailor Moon Chalice.
Also, I guess for this team as well, right? They were at EWC, so you know they get an invite there last year, so they do get that. But before that, I mean, you're thinking back to BlizzCon, right, where they hit second to Saudi Arabia, and then
Oh man, they're coming out on some fucking cheese. They got tour events and that shit.
kind of a long.
They're coming out on a fucking double turret comp.
competition here as
Feel that?
He's only Symmetra to do the teleporter, but I think he might actually be playing.
If there are cobblestones in here,
He's gonna. I think Lee will go Tracer.
we're back, folks.
I thought
Once
you were having
again,
like coffee jitters. I was like, I
Who
see
did they
that,
ban?
but I
Farah
don't
and
feel them.
Diva.
here we go. It's gonna be an Arisa comp here for Virtus Pro. Once again on a classic.
Man, it's gonna
not
be-
fan
I couldn't
service,
play
it's just the way
fucking-
these guys like to play. Gonna be Winston Bay's
Oh,
comp, and
nice.
Gushway opens up the account on a shot
I couldn't play
already.
Tracer into
Shy
fucking
is
double
stuck onto the
turret.
point, but oh, buddy, you've got to get up early in the morning to come at this guy on the Winston. He
Oh
is
yeah, once again, it's
something
popping the
else, and
fuck off
Pistola
already.
has nowhere to go.
And this is the bread and butter for this team.
I
Right?
feel like the sound's
so
fucked
good
again.
at these types of compositions.
See, look how delayed that was.
And when we see them moved off of that, that's when they are beatable. But VP coming out here with Arisa, Sim, Torb off the rip. So don't want to play a Maga here. Don't want to play a Sojourn of your own. Playing this Sim with the Arisa. Arisa can definitely sneak her way into this meta, and then also gain
If
a little
Virtus
bit
Pro
more
would have got that
mobility
first
here
cap, then their comp would
with
have
that
been.
Sim.
It would have been hard to fucking get in there with those damn
Right now,
turrets.
decided once again, newcomer Mew gets involved, though, and Fixer's already down. Virtus
Dude,
Pro
let's
with
go.
hope
They're
to get
crushing
this
them.
Orisa where she's needed most, but once again, ignore her. And hit
Yeah,
the
I think it's just on
Too
the.
hard. And this is the wildest part
their
with this
production
team
end, but-
because you could have told me any result would happen in this match. You probably, yeah, it's somewhat believable.
Yeah, I think they were crazy for picking Virtus Pro to win. I think once again it's gonna fucking crush
If
them.
I'm honest, though, I think there's probably better pathways you can take, even though the deep is gone.
I mean, we've got concerns
We got
about the
Kasune
depth of
Rush.
hero pool available to
There
this
it
team in
goes.
terms of the comps they've got. Jushway
Coming up on
briefly knocked back by the
Overclock.
javelin, but he's having to corral Virtus Pro inside the dojo, and now he's going to teach him a lesson. The black belt of Winston himself has come to take the place over. Shy, again, also happy to keep VP locked
There goes the
in that
Overclock.
room. Jabu over towards the point, the rest of Virtus Pro over to TP there now. Kasune Rush in play for Virtus Pro, and there it is. It's Shy.
Oh.
He's found himself 2 and 3 with the
Oh.
overclock. Roll it back the years, folks. And not a damn thing has changed.
Yeah, they're fucking crushing them.
Could you
I don't think they've
imagine
even
better
had a
start?
single death yet.
Or once again, the crowd going absolutely nuts.
Johnny's smiling from
The
ear to ear,
fans
bro.
at
He
their
is like,
back.
he's
Johnny's like,
cheesing
we
on
are
the decks,
so,
bro.
he's getting on the next flight to Hangzhou.
We're actually unfathomably back right now. It is crazy. Here's the stick.
Oh, the stick.
No quite kill
Can they
there,
get a kill there?
believe. The Trace has been a nuisance. The Virtus Pro are beating inside their own spawn. The #1 seed from Europe is already under extreme
Going
duress
crazy, the
now.
Primal
And
Rage.
Gushway hits a primal.
Oh,
An easy
oh.
juggle as Gala over Stola will fall. Oh, buddy, make it 3. What a definitive
100. Oh, God
statement here
damn.
for once again. We're back, and we're never leaving. This place in Hangzhou is going to go nuts if they
Damn.
win this one.
Get me a box.
That's what I was hoping to
So
see.
it was actually a really nice Suzu from Gala to keep Fixa alive. That pulse bomb actually connects, but Gala able to keep Fixa alive. That allows him to beat, but you're beating back in your base, right? So not an ideal scenario for VP. Is honestly, I think for VP,
Yeah,
you just got to
that
chuck
was
that one
fucking
out. I
rough.
mean, you got absolutely nothing going on there.
How about that Hangzhou Spark Winston skin the other day because I like
Yeah,
Guja.
I mean, look,
You're not gonna
Jamu
pick
has been
Ilios.
heralded as like a a real
He's
up and coming
fucking
player.
beast
Like
on
people
Winston.
have said the next proper, right, potentially. But on the sim doesn't really have much space for that skill expression. This is like the most dive hostile composition you could imagine Virtus Pro are playing right now.
I don't think they had a single
Really
death.
Trying to control once again and how they move.
Yeah, I
into
wish they
space.
showed the scoreboard
But
too at
Shotgun's
the end.
turret's already taken down.
That'd be
Gushue can
crazy.
just right click it. Didn't have that one a few years ago, did you, mate?
There's also no long-range threat though for Shy. Right?
Dude, Lee's
Shy
crazy
is
on
able to
Tracer,
farm all
man.
these
Playing
rails
that,
and just put
playing
down
Tracer into
damage
this fucking
with
comp
really
is
no,
really hard.
No pressure.
no
There's no
pressure
backline
and
pressure at
response.
all.
Yeah.
And once again, can disengage. They can make space for their DPS.
Oh, the Lucio
Shy
died.
has
That's their
got his
first
spin
kill, I
up at
think, in the
moment.
whole
He's
series.
basically playing wins level Overwatch here.
I mean, there's no threat, right? There's zero threat of anyone taking him out. So Vistola going to go over to the Ramattra here. I think this is going to have some changes as well. I imagine you change out the Sim here. So, yeah, so you're going to change out
All
the
right,
Sim
they're gonna switch it up.
onto the Tracer. So, obviously making a complete
Ugh.
comp switch pretty much here for VP. I think it was necessary. They were not going to win playing that style.
Well,
What's crazy is Virtus Pro was undefeated in their region.
Gala this time is the casualty, and Shockwave's got nowhere to go, man. He just pins into the
Bro,
wall.
they're
get
going
another rail.
insane, man.
Again, this Ramatricom looks just as awkward. It's slightly more mobile, I guess, but the premise is the same. Virtus Pro needs
I hope
Shockwave
once
to
again
give
wins
us
the
some
whole
room to
fucking
breathe,
thing,
some
wins the
room
whole
to work,
tournament.
maybe challenge Shy at long range, but this guy is taking on all comers.
They need anything positive to happen. I mean, it's not really just on one player for VP. I mean, they are just getting beat down right now here by, once again, it'll be Kitsune Rush here. Right, basically at their spawn door. It's going to force
He's
this
got a
all the
pulse.
way back out with the rest of VP. They're going to have to wait this out.
Once again, clearly happy to make use of that there, just to force VP back now, getting north of 50% and counting. Leave another pulse.
All right, they
bomb here
finally
and
made it
down
through that
Kiriko
choke.
to stave it off. If it's a stick, it's basically a kill, but it might not even be needed in this
Shy
fight.
goes down.
Gala and Fixer already down. Leave wins his way.
They got
into the
both
back
supports
line,
though, so
then
it's
plucks
fucking.
off the last
It's
remaining
probably Joe
support
with one.
player.
There's a
Stick
stick.
is good, folks. Vistola will fall as Mew finds the extra damage. And Virtus Pro are not on the level of once again.
I mean, this is not
Yeah,
what
they're
anything
fucking
reminiscent
just.
to the Virtus Pro we saw throughout stage one. of
This
the
looks like my games
OWCS.
when I'm fucking get the
Right,
shit
looks
tank
like
on my
you're gonna get
team.
on the stage and
They're
this
just
match
getting
might
fucking
last.
stomped.
You said it. So it did take a bit. No, they're going to take that long. I'd like to see a better response here. But VP, I mean, you got
They're
like
gonna
one
have beat. They're about to have
last practice,
overclock.
and
They're gonna have primal
because
rage.
they
There's
made
no
so
way
many
they're
changes,
getting this point.
I mean, you're going to just have what? You're going to have your Annihilation.
There's gonna be
to work with.
200
You're gonna
to
have
two
a Pulse Bomb here
back-to-back
as well,
100 of
but
those. I
it's
should
gonna be
say.
Gushue Primal here. He's
Great
going to have
move.
Primal anyway. It's going to be fine.
Good stuff for
Beat.
Fixer. Stops Gushue on his way on in. Now the Annihilation's in place.
Oh, don't go
Shy
down.
is committed to this. He has to try and fight for the
Oh.
mega health pack, but he gets caught out by Gala before he can
If he
get
didn't
there.
die there, he could
So
have
Vistola
overclocked.
gets his value. Sound Barrier also committed to that fight, and once again, don't have that big damage output from Shy, but Gushue is
Well, fuck,
clever.
they're on the board.
Health pack on the high ground and stay relevant, and he's managed to find Gala. Shockwave here, the player called upon to try and
Oh, he
match
got
Shy
both
across the
supports
map,
by
but
himself.
Who is
What
going
the
to match Gushue? Space created once more. Virtus Pro shattered, and Shy is back in position
Not by
to
himself,
unleash
but-
hell.
And
Got
they
the
get
finishing
that
blow
first
on him.
kill does VP, but they get absolutely no kills on the follow-up. It's just kiting there from, once again, they work their way back onto the
He
point
just
behind
chunking
this
him with that
Kitsune
fucking
rush.
rail.
Hey man,
That
this is,
overclock.
it's one fight, one there for VP, but it really ultimately doesn't feel like it. Is once again, it's just dominating.
Yeah, it's a one-sided affair, to be sure. This is a
Oh my
VP
God,
map pick,
dude.
and even with Farah out of the game, Leave is still able to find edges on this Tracer. Absolute domination. And you better believe that
Fucking
the pleased
insane.
crowd has once again slaps down this EMEA.
You gotta
number one
fucking
seed in the
show
first
out when
map.
you're like
That is about as
playing in your
good
hometown.
of a 2-0 performance you can get on map number one, as that'll be once again taking a 1-0 lead here.
Virtus Pro
against
gotta be feeling like
VP.
shit after that.
But that just feels like a little bit of a statement, right? I know VP, obviously extremely strong team. We know how
Like
they
they're all
played
fucking sweet.
throughout the
Holy
year
fuck.
thus far. And once again, we kind of like, hey, a little bit of a toss-up in terms of the performance you were going to see from them, right? We talked
Yeah.
about how maybe seeing not the
I hope they win the
strongest
whole
of all
thing because they
regions
play
right
like
now,
my
but
favorite
man,
comp. I love like Winston
they just beat
Tracer.
the hell out of VP.
It's not a question, I guess, of the region's strength, but what once again able to bring in.
True.
With a roster that is, tried and true, has been through some of the greatest challenges, in the Overwatch world. It's probably no surprise to see them at least be competitive. I'm not so sure if
this is
that was what we expected, though. This was a dominant showing.
This team really, like, a lot of these players have been playing with each other for a very long time, so it's not like the time off. There's a lot of, like, we got to rebuild the chemistry, right? Like,
it's already there.
They're going to be able to put it together.
It's all there.
And if you don't have chemistry, I mean, just have sick talent, right? So, I mean, we know, like, how good Gushue and Chai and Leave and the rest of the crew is. You can make up for it there.
Yeah,
And
that
so
was dirty,
already
dude.
we're seeing
That
a
wasn't
situation
even
where
fucking
Virtus Pro
close.
and don't get to play the Diva. Now, in fairness, that's not a band that, you know, once again, are going to have access to for the rest of the series. So that's the, you know, VP at least have gotten that out of the way. Pistola can play the hero that he is most known for, and, you know, obviously looks the most effective on. But the answer to the Diva ban is something that will have a lot of teams' ears perking up watching this game and realize that something simple as taking Diva out of the game forces this contortionism into so many different comps. It's like the Orisa setup, which is reasonable. We talked about on the desk. They said you could expect to see some of it with the Sim Torb. Very, very hostile to these dive kind of compositions, but when you've got Shy, who just dominates both those DPS.
What's crazy is Winston seems so easy. Like, but he's probably
So I
like
guess with VP
most like
getting,
skilled tank in my
map pick
opinion.
and then ban pick, right? I mean, would you be shocked
Like
if
playing
it's
him
anything other
really,
than a
really
Winston
good
ban?
is like
no. I mean, it has
he has a high skill
Winston
ceiling
ban,
for
so, I mean,
how
lock
easy
that
he
one in
seems.
and then figure
that's
out the map.
something we never saw Gushue sort of play in, and well, obviously domestically, yes, but internationally in a hero ban world of Overwatch, right? They can never take his Winston away.
The other alternative would be picking Circuit, banking on the fact that you probably can't play as much Winston, that you could play Sigma Diva, and then for the final map, be able to potentially go there.
They're definitely going to ban
once
Winston
again,
probably.
Probably the option of you need to protect the tank role and then give us free option of the supports and damage dealers.
I think
that would be your trade-off.
That's a fair question, because as much as this once again team were,
Yeah, he's my favorite tank, but I only kind of know how to play him on some maps.
They probably realize they've had to evolve now as well, just like
they have like the
everybody else.
rooftops and shit, like with like a lot of verticality. That's the only type of maps I really know how to play him on.
Now you absolutely do. It's just evidenced by VP struggling in that map. So, mate, what else do they have?
And if you're something new, and if you're VP, I mean, it's a little bit of a gamble, right? You're basically gambling on the fact that you think you can go to Circuit, Winston won't be effective, you can maybe ban something else out of the game, and then that's good enough to take you to that third map, and the Winston ban is there.
Why do I feel like they'd play Winston anyway?
They would. They probably would. Honestly, they probably would.
Banning Winston is like probably their only
little bit of
chance
a
to get a
fool if you
fucking
don't
map.
ban it, right? And then you end up losing there, right?
But it is objectively is not great on Circuit, right? There's like a lot of long straightaways without the verticality that Winston loves to make use of, to make the jumps a little bit more efficient. But look, you got shooters, man. If Shy's gonna keep showing us that level of gameplay, right? You try and play another Torb comp, you might find things pretty difficult.
Do you play like I was gonna say you play Junkertown maybe?
Oh, okay. I mean, have a look at this. So
Yeah, like some of these maps I wouldn't be able to
hostile
play
maps,
Winston on.
I think you still play him on definitely parts of Junktown.
Honestly, I wouldn't know how to play him on
Third
any
as
of
well.
these maps.
Obviously, you can make use of just that high ground area there as well. Circuit is the obvious choice, but perhaps that's the red herring in this sort of map set. New Queen Street obviously, features a little bit.
Yeah, I
less
think
than
it's cool
verticality.
too.
You do have access
Because
to
before,
it
when I
in
used to
some
watch
parts of
this
those
shit back
streets
in
you can
like
play inside
2023 or
stores,
whatever,
but,
with
maybe not
Overwatch
quite as
League, there was no
comfortable.
ban and everyone played the
I
same
guess the
comp
other
every
alternative
time.
would be to pick
Pretty much, in a
Suravasa,
way.
the traditional map 2.
It was just like mirror
and then
matches every
basically
game.
They're forced to either go for a game 3 push or one of those 3 escorts, right?
Yeah,
Which
I
you
think
have,
it's cool
what?
too.
Route 66, Junkertown.
It's cool. It's coming to the
Inventory,
actual
right, which
game.
aren't- and Circuit, which
like a couple days.
That they're not the best.
We're
options,
having this,
right?
bear in mind, we're having this entire conversation.
But unless you like know the players on the other team, you don't know what they play, so it's kind
That's
of.
not. It feels like the safest bet, but it's not.
I'm gonna just ban
guaranteed.
Sombra probably every fucking game.
I think in
I hate playing against
I got some
Sombra.
stats up there.
The healing done. Oh, you can't see. 13k healing done for once again. At 7.4k for VP. That's just on healing because the backline was constantly dead. For the
And if you're wondering, that is
Yeah, they have some
38
stats. I wish we
deaths
could
to
see them.
4.
Yeah, that's
I don't have to tell you what side.
That's a 31.5 KD to a 0.3 KD.
They only had 4 deaths the whole game. The other
good.
team had 30 something.
Indictment of VP's struggles in that particular match.
If you're on Call of Duty, Ricochet would get you out of there. Hey, you're
Yeah, I think
Does anybody
I
get
think
that reference?
Crazy Raccoons might play Low Cassidy.
I was like,
I've seen them play it.
you could have just dropped the classic. Oh, it was called E-Sick one, and I would have got that. But okay, that's Ricochet. Okay,
So
was that a
we're-
Cassidy perk? Like
we're all waiting on VP in terms of like what route they decide to go.
4
in
deaths to
terms of,
30
like, their
something
ban.
deaths
I
is
think we
fucking
both agree
crazy.
probably the safest is banning the
They
Winston.
got fucking dumpstered.
And then getting you to that final map potentially if you're able to still kind of beat it. I think banning the Winston and then
That's
once
gotta
again
take like a
winning
mental
the map
toll
would
on you,
actually
like
be
just to
quite
get fucking
fascinating
shit
because
on like that
that
in
would
front
just
of
tell you the
everybody.
level that this team is operating at across the board, right? I mean, they would be.
yes.
It'd be hard not to
look,
get
the problem is like we're
like in
assuming
your
that,
head
like,
after that. You know
not
what I
being able
mean?
to play the Winston is going to be a huge problem for this once again team, which might That's those aren't the bets for this one. Don't worry, that was the last map.
That
They
already
went to
happened.
the- They won another control
Spoiler
map?
alert. Once again won that one.
I mean,
They just got shit on our
honestly,
control
they look
maps. I'm
incredible.
surprised they're gonna pick
I want
another
to circle
control
back
map.
because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss VP.
Unless I saw that
and,
wrong.
And what they are capable of. Because if we go to a circuit kind of map, you do have Gala on this team, and there are some niche windows where Liari is actually quite a powerful option.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to try and play a poke style.
Oh no,
VP
they.
is
Oh,
definitely
okay,
known
never mind. They showed the
to
map
play
that
poke.
just happened. I think.
Those kind of comps though do require you to match up against your opponent's DPS while also playing poke, right? We've seen what Shy's been able to show us here. Shockwave felt a little bit restrained in that game and obviously spent a lot of time on the tour, I think.
Yeah, I'd be
But,
mentally
that's
boomed,
someone
I
that
think.
You can definitely still
I'm
put
like,
your
man, I
faith in. He's
fucking
come a long
suck
way
ass.
since his, the last few years of play.
Oh, they did.
I guess another route would be if you're going to want to play Sim Torb, would you get rid of Sojourn?
I mean, no, because you play against Farah
You
Genji.
definitely put yourself also in a corner where
You just died to Farah
there's
Genji,
no
I'm pretty sure.
there's no option to move off of that, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, you kind of like put. I mean, you could play.
Like you have to be
Ashe,
really
I
careful.
guess?
Yes, you definitely can. I mean, like we've talked about it earlier. There are some like hit scan players that will be more than happy to go that way. Like Lethal, for example, will play Ashe. We've seen it from Seeker on occasion as well. You've got to be careful if you pick a map that's like very. Good
I'd
for
definitely
Farah,
be,
right?
you know,
You
questioning
just
if I got it
go
like
against,
that.
Soj Farah.
You know, like
You're, like
I guess
Shockwave,
you
for
you
example, have
went
to deal with Shy and with
you went
Lethal.
undefeated in your region and you
know
made
that
it to the tournament,
A lot of
but
theory crafting going on here. We're going to go to a quick
I'd be like,
break
man,
now.
fuck,
Results
maybe
up
maybe I
down
don't
there
got it
in
like
the
that.
arena. We'll be back with map number 2 of our second best of 3 of the evening. Don't go too far. It's once again going up against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I'd be salty for real. It'd be hard not to rage because like this game makes me rage more than anything like in my entire life ever has. So if I was just getting shit like that, I'd be fucking raging. Yeah, I know. As quick as that game was, fucking get these jokers into the next one. They gotta be falling behind schedule. There's no fucking way they're not. I can't wait to see once again play one of the Korean teams. That's gonna be some good shit. Yeah, I don't know if they hop in the practice range between games and just shoot at robots for a second. I don't know. I mean, what are they doing between games anyway? Like, I know they got to pick which hero to ban and what map and stuff, but how long does that take? I guess they got to get the custom game set up and shit. I don't know.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at
Now we got to watch this fucking shit again, dude.
the first round. Can't get here quick enough.
April 22nd. Shit's in a couple days.
They merely pinched the win this round.
Build your chode out.
This is a round you won't want to miss.
There goes Chom on Reaper. He just got fucking melted.
Against all odds, they've won it all. You love to see it, folks. Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. run or hide, it won't matter in the end.
Yeah, this shit is gonna go on till like fucking 10 in the morning because they're not even done with the second game yet, and there's still like fucking 4 or 5 more or some shit. So, and then the later games are gonna be best of 3. Or first to 3, not best of. So this shit's gonna be fucking going on till like 10 in the morning probably.
Goodbye.
See, here's the hero bands I was talking about.
Cavalry's here. Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe.
And this is just new
Only our
skins and shit.
combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart.
OWCS.
The heart of strength. Amelie, the heart of grace. Kiriko, the heart of passion. Freya, the heart of courage. And I am Juno, the heart of hope. Together, we will take down the whole.
I don't know what the fuck OWCS is. It's pretty cool though. I like her mythic skin. You see mythic weapons. Got little fucking rat in there.
I run this show.
And they got like demon fucking guitar gun. That Genji skin is cool. I like that shit. It's like the same characters that always get like a bunch of skins though, because they just give them a bunch of cutesy shit.
The lone rose gets plucked. You are under my guard.
The iridescent skin aspects are cool. I might get the Tracer one. And then here's the Gundam shit that's coming. A little teaser of it.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late.
It's Gundam Wing.
Kudos up top. I'm on point, dude.
This shit, I've seen this fucking commercial thing. This shit's so dumb.
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
I like how the clips they show are in like 3 FPS.
We suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, baffle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
No, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god!
Oh, fucking hit that shit.
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Lock the fuck in, bro.
Righto, folks, thanks for sticking with us. We are moments away from jumping into our second map of this first of 2 series between Once Again and Virtus Pro. And if you missed the first map, it might have been because you blinked. It was lightning fast.
Yeah, there was nothing I could even talk about reacting to that shit because
they were always here.
Yeah,
it was
they
just so
look
one-sided.
as good as ever. As we actually get right into this.
Oh, they went to Circuit Royale.
We'll get an idea. So it is Circuit.
Let's see if they're playing
We're,
Sigma.
Highlighting this potentially. We'll get an idea what the bands are.
Oh, they brought
Winston
Legion
is
instead of
in.
Usual.
We forgot about Ligue, of course, who can sub in. Also, just a
They
quick
sub-
correction. Obviously,
subbed
Mew
in.
is Suneus and Evital, so not a fresh face at all, but just likes to change his name to a different Pokemon every year, which I respect, but also can
That
be
was like
confusing.
when Morto would ask us to pronounce his name in a different way every
Oh,
year.
Value,
much
Value,
in
yeah,
that.
Yes, so there you go.
So It's a Ramatra.
There's no way
ban,
that's what they're what they're
for
playing.
VP. So it looks
They're
like
gonna
they
change
actually
before the
probably
game
just use
starts.
that to protect the tanks, right?
Yeah, and there's and the Baptiste ban. Okay.
So that eliminates like Sigma. Like, well, I mean, you still play it, right? But
Definitely reduces its effectiveness for sure. That's a pretty heads-up ban here, I think, against Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
You're
they're
still
gonna
going
go
to run
Sigma.
a poke comp though, and you can. Zen is an option here. Fixer wants the Brig, which will give you an answer, I guess, like
Yeah.
Diva trying to push up. You can really farm a lot of easy Inspire procs off whip-shotting the Diva. And of course, you know, with the right perk, you can increase that Inspire uptime drastically from whip shot. So decent healing option.
Jwoo versus Leave on Genji is going to be good little
We can
fight.
finally get Jwoo here on a hero that offers more skill expression options.
I was also going to say, this is a huge moment for Jwoo.
'Cause he's
right?
good on.
You get
He's really good on
dominated
Genji.
As a team in map number 1, you're the top team in the EMEA, right? You come in here and just get 2-0 thrashed, right? Not a fantastic showing. Doesn't portray a lot of confidence, right? Moving forward.
Scootray out, but Liga gives them
He's looking
an
for someone
option
that
here
rail.
at Flex Tank, and once again, hoping to have the answer now against Virtus Pro, who do want to play a poke style. Shy wants to play it off angle now, but already Jwoo's come to call. He's going to reposition somewhat, but the pressure on the shields is immense, and Virtus Pro are crumbling. Not the start they were looking
Wiped
for.
them.
Once again, give you enough rope to hang yourself.
And VP is
They banned Ramatra and they banned
But
Baptiste.
you see there, that's where the
can
Baptiste
see it up in the
would
top.
come into play. The dive comes in, the immortality field comes out. That's enough to kind of, with the regenerative burst, right, keep players alive through that. And that's where the Sigma comp starts to get rolling there, when you're just able to live for that long.
And then they subbed once again subbed out Gujue and put I don't know how to say his
closer
name.
to game, right, where,
Liege.
if Shy hits like a big railgun, you can go in on that.
It also doesn't get, it means that like the Genjis get to play so much closer to like the
What else we got? We got both sides got Rally coming up. They're dropping the orbital ray.
Rally here from you. Gotta catch them all, he says. Virtus Pro
Yeah, fucking wipe them again, dude.
Choice but to comply. So I mean that is both support.
They used the Rally and the orbital ray, but they got overclocked. They're about to have Blade, and then they got the Diva bomb. But
and that will essentially be kind of free coming up, but Shy with an overclock.
yeah, Virtus
Leave
Pro
with
ain't
a
got
blade.
shit. They're about to
Maybe
get a
huge
fucking
opportunity
Blade.
here potentially for once again go early.
Say
It'll
they'll
be
come up
Jwoo
kinda
using the
soonish.
blade going early.
Shy trying to get away.
Oh,
Mustafa
nice.
ends up catching with a hypersphere though on the backside. Lee hoping to reciprocate here, but only has eyes for the front line. Vasola does go low, and eventually
They killed the tank though, so
enough damage to
there goes that
topple that
push.
front liner. And that's okay, that's
Oh, they're
cheeky.
kind of. Oh, let's say the
Unfortunately,
C90.
cat's out the bag there for Jwoo. Once again, did enough in that fight, answering Jwoo's blade and getting rid of the tank.
No Genji
And
battle.
not much gain there though by VP. I mean, it essentially gets them back to the same spot, like right around the corner. He'll be an overclock. Still actually end up losing that position. Hightailing it the opposite way.
Here's that orbital ray. Shy is
Orbital
hoping
ray.
to find a play that's not.
They got
played for
overclocked
with
too, and there goes a
right now.
Sigma
That's a
ult.
big ask. Fixers have been able to deal with Leave here. And there's the gravitic flux. No big catch outside of getting Liga D met.
Oh,
But it's
hit him with
probably
that
enough
fucking
here
rock.
for Virtus Pro. They spent heavily.
Nice. They'll
But
get
that
the cap.
checkpoint, that first checkpoint is looming.
I mean, I think they know that if they lose that there, you're below a minute.
Yeah, luckily this map
You
can be
might
brutal,
looking at
man.
yourself going to the loser bracket just off of that, right?
Yeah.
So you absolutely need to go.
They got the first
as
cap,
hard
but
as
if they wipe them
possible in
here,
that
they can
fight,
just
but
set up on this
pretty
high
good
ground, and it's
defensive
so
showing
fucking
this
hard to
far
get
from
it
once
back.
again.
This has got to be one of Virtus Pro's best maps.
But
best
they got the
looks
checkpoint, so
against a
that's
team like
good at
once
least.
again. It's a must-win,
But
obviously.
yeah,
Goes
if they
without
wipe
saying
them here
first
and they
and
get
two,
set,
but
yeah.
with this
Oh,
comp,
they already
you've
got
to show your
fucking
best.
Jwoo.
Leave there. Well, wins the gentleman's duel of Genjis
Shockwave with the
deflect
overclock,
to
though.
claim Jwoo. And Shockwave's overclock doesn't do too much except open up a bit of room. Liga doesn't fully respect it. And it's going to be once again snapping back into a frontline roll.
They're about to have orbital ray and rally coming up
The
for once
pregame
again.
of this going into map number 2, you also saved that Winston ban, right? So
Oh, Virtus Pro pop rally.
bigger here for VP if you're able to win it for your odds in that third match.
Yeah, this is really bad for them
This
because
is
now
once again just bullying them back to the spawn.
they wiped them. Now they're just going to be able to set up and shit on this high ground. It's fucking going to be hard as hell to do anything.
And Virtus Pro do get that checkpoint, yes, but there's a lot of clock to burn still, and that
was a pretty good stagger.
down the incline.
And you're not playing like a diva, right? So you don't have high access to get that high
There's
ground,
sitting
right?
duck down here. It's the most awkward part of the map to play the Sigma comp.
Yeah, this fucking map is
So
brutal
you're gonna be
sometimes.
kind of just poked down as you moved up.
Because you got to try and climb
it's hard
this
because
fucking
you need to
wraparound
hold on
high
to some of
ground
these
and shit.
resources like your shield and like your kinetic grasp to have the HP pool to exist, but if you don't use them, you might just die.
Oh, Vasola's going to be in trouble
Ooh,
here.
pop
absolutely
blade.
pounced upon. Again,
Oh,
it's
he
a
got
Jwoo
Monk.
blade that gives an opening, an opportunity for Virtus Pro, but Leave is ready to deflect any more pressure. Now with a blade of his own, he's going to look for a chance here. Liga being desuited and eventually, oh, Fixer, okay, with a whip shot finisher. Does mean once again
lost
have
the
to be
tank,
cautious.
so they might gain some ground here.
You don't fight this if you're once again you back
They're gonna
up.
commit
But,
the overclock,
hey, they
though.
got other plans. Shy will pop an overclock. You still have a lead here as well. They're going to end up getting Mew back in the fight here as well.
And Vistola's a little bit too late to the fight here. I mean, you saw just how exposed Fixer was in that situation against that overclock from the GOAT Shy.
Ugly.
Oh, buddy.
Phew.
A minute 23. Not much time to work with.
Jabu now in the May.
I mean, all once again have to do, is hold VP in place for long enough for Shy to work through their numbers. There's another rally coming up here for Mew.
Yeah, man,
And
this
I
is
gotta say,
over.
I
They're
love to
getting
hear the death
fucking
POV.
destroyed.
I think once again banning the Baptiste here is such a great call. I mean, the BAP is so good in you know, with the Sigma here, being able to use that lamp at a distance, being able to save some of those cooldowns.
They got rallied, so.
Doesn't feel the same without it.
Matrix really dirty with 150 charge Sojourn Wales as well. Like, let you work through
Oh,
those
they got the
big
brig, though.
targets. Once again, though, it is an orbital raid that gives Virtus.pro some step to this game. Shy here doesn't really have much else to do but try and pick out the weakest targets. It's really just a stack
there they go.
to get caught out. But 40 seconds left in the game. VP have at least maintained.
They need to try and get as
some
much
ultimates.
ground as they
This
can.
is very doable, but man, they've had to fight for every inch.
Most importantly for VP, they actually get this space, right? You're not constantly moving.
Yeah,
up
don't
towards this high
fucking-
ground. You
don't let
control
them get any
restore. This
space
is where
back.
Nate can be pretty effective with the walls, right?
They got through the worst of it.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, have to be aware they need to try and bait a wall here for Jwoo. And that means they'll probably only have a couple plays. They've got to go now, I think, try and bait it early instead of being in an awkward position where they've got to touch with just one on the wrong side of a wall. Here's that overclock now for Shockwave, and he gets what he came for. Leave is picked off, and that cart's been moving this
Nice, I think
entire
they're gonna
time.
get the checkpoint.
So checkpoint number 2.
Oh, he's using the
on
heart,
Dockers.
heart
Not
reticle.
pretty, but they put it together towards the end here, so take a
All right,
look
now,
at
that,
that.
now they're doing good.
Yeah, so Vistola's taken
Got that
the
second
knockback
checkpoint.
perk here, which is really powerful when you're trying to clear that space up, right? Some people take like the, you know, like the floaty perk here. Just, you know, it can be effective in some cases, but now if Liga or anybody gets too close, they're kind of held in
They're about to
place.
have May. Virtus.pro's about to have May
It's
all.
really bad if Leave gets
Getting
caught by a
somewhat
raid
close
of
to
melee.
Sig
You
ult.
do need
Once
to
again,
keep
it's
fighting
got
direct
Orbital
hyper
Ray
speeds to charge that up. So
and
you're not
Overclock
gonna have
coming
it
up
available
soon.
all the time.
There is so much poke, though. You have it a good amount of the time.
He used Orbital Ray.
Once again, I think just trying to get control of high ground here.
He's got
right?
Sigma
This is a
ult.
really odd spot for VP to be in.
He's gonna pop it.
Gravitic Flux. Might just be Liga caught in here.
Yeah.
Get himself a mech for free. Now that means once again, they really have to back away. Looking for a pick here, though, still. The win condition still revolves around trying to take Shockwave or one of these supports out of the game.
All right, they're popping off a little bit now.
You're once again, is just stopping them from completing the map good enough? That's kind of what you're probably discussing right now.
They only, if they
Playing
wipe them
around
once,
this
though,
choke.
they're not going
Choke
to
by the
cap
spawn
because
is
they
so
only got 30
difficult to
seconds
get in. Look
left.
at this.
But they're getting
Shy
close.
on the sneak.
Oh, shit, Shy going with the flank with the fucking overclock.
Pressure now where it's needed. Fixer.
They
Able to
threw the
avoid his
blizzard out.
scrutiny, but Arizgala getting taken down. And that is exactly what once again we're looking for. Blizzard does get deployed, but it's a little bit too late in the day for Jwoo, such that the follow-up just isn't really there. Pistola busy though with Leave. Takes him out of the game. Both DPS are down for once again, but there's plenty of hitting power with the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got pretty far, though.
For VP.
It was looking real fucking bad for a minute there, but
Pretty good about their chances here on Circuit Royale. It's a map that we actually think is pretty good for VP, right? It kind of works out playing a Sigma, no Winston out there. Liga has to come in here for Gushue.
yeah, they didn't get that fucking the full cap, but they got some pretty good space there at the end because it was looking real rough for them.
The fact that VP can't, you know, take Genji out of the game, right? They're still dealing with that diva pressure. It means that there's not like that pocket Zen option, which can be quite powerful, you know, to get a Discord on a diva, for example.
Well, I guess
and pepper it down.
discussing it, if you would have banned Genji, let's say, if you're VP, they could have banned Sigma on the other side. They could have banned Diva, right? Could have maybe taken away what you actually wanted to do.
I mean, Virtus.pro definitely do respect Ramatra's ability.
Yeah, me
to
too. They
walk
got
up
it
on the
together
Sigma
there,
comps.
like
and obviously just kind of ignore
at the
him.
end. Once they got some momentum and shit, they kept it rolling.
Nemesis form does let you circle
They could
Virtus
maybe,
walk
I mean,
past the Sigma and ignore him outside of the
I could see him
accretion
holding
zone.
it.
Pistola also took the perk that Kinetic Grasp.
This
will
map can be
reduce that
fucking
accretion
brutal,
cooldown,
so.
because he's constantly, like, Diva cannot interact with accretion.
Are they gonna
Constantly want to try and stop her in your
go
tracks.
Sig
He's
this
invested
time
all of his perks
instead of
into
Diva?
raw stopping power of people that try and walk up on him, but it's far more threat than just the enemy Diva. I wonder if we get a...
And what do you think about Jwoo going to the May? Like, it's a short-lived stint on Genji.
On that
it's,
part of the map, it makes sense because of the chokes.
What about here at the start?
I mean, don't love it. Don't love it. It's just far too easy to get around that. You've got so much mobility on your team. Everybody, and once again, virtually can circumvent a wall or get back to safety, with the exception of Mew.
No, he went back Diva.
Big ask, I think. Still on the corner here, like catching someone out, just giving you a couple of extra seconds to get damage on Liga might result in a DMEC. That's very aggressive from you. There's the wall that comes out and just doesn't matter.
Daewoo down.
It won't stop. The wall doesn't slow once again down.
Did he not have his
for
ice block or
seconds.
whatever?
I mean, the wall is a complete
Damn,
non-factor.
tank down too.
You just kind of walk around it. I mean, you see you using the bash, just getting into that space, and like, screw it, let's just take the fight as fast as possible.
You know, an unwillingness
Yeah,
to
they really
use
needed
those
to
lane
like
perks, which
wipe
are
them a
quite
time or
powerful,
two there
like
and
wall up time
run the
increases
clock
for
down.
potent, but there's not a good situation. I mean, now it's terrible. Now it's really not good.
Yes, I mean,
Ugh.
not even kind of worried about that in that type of situation. Is VP. I feel like this is a must.
It's alright. If they can wipe them one time, they can hold pretty good.
I mean, what? It's gonna be over.
Yeah, if they lose this shit,
to get through the second part of the match, and
if they can't hold this right here, it's gonna be fucking real bad for them.
Brutal if they lose this.
Oh, Mew brought down. It's a great overclock from Shockwave and a very important pick. Liga would want
Got the
to
DMAC.
try and disengage
It's
back
looking
to
good for him.
safety. Shy getting a pick might have
They
opened
did.
things up, but
Yeah, they
Shockwave
lost
has maintained a great output
the
of this
Juno,
fight.
but
Look, I mean, if the Brig is going to play that aggressive on the other
Juno
side,
can get back
speaking
quick though,
about
because she's
Mew,
got that
you
damn
have to punish
hyper
that
beam.
if you're VP. That time Shockwave just takes him out right away. And
They're gonna
you
try and
lose that
go
Brig.
back up and hold him
Brig
at the
is
start.
it's a lot of healing that the Brig pumps out, right? Because when you're in these brawls, you just kind of have constant uptime, you know, on the
I'm gonna back it
Inspire.
up.
So just kind of passively pumping out all that healing damage. It's a huge hero to get out early.
Still question marks on the
Virtus
Ray.
Pro has Rally.
Obviously you don't
That's like the
get
only
bursts,
ult up
you
right
don't
now.
keep them round to round, so Jaywood doesn't have that reason to stay on this. I guess the wall for the ability to disengage from behind seems
Alright, once again, he's
fair,
getting some
but
ults now
eventually,
too,
once again,
though.
they're going to find you. They're going to find you where you hide, and they are going to dispatch you. There's Mew. Bursts into the action once more. Feels like a proper raid boss here with this orbital raid. And yeah, comfortable fight win for once again, and
They got the
they've
checkpoint.
kept a couple of big DPS ultimates for later.
And that's Rally and Blizzard used there by
Once again,
VP.
has
Did
3
end up
ults up
layering
too,
both support
so-
ults on top there for once again. But you can play
Virtus Pro's about
close
to have
that door, right? With this
Overclock,
blade and this overclock,
Sigma ult,
you can get a
and
lot of
Juno
this
ult.
court progress for cheap, essentially.
Again, wants to play close. You listen to that previous fight, kind of went off without really being noticed. Jaywood still though, looking to make something happen. Nothing. Yeah, Gravity
Can't
Flux
get
doesn't
anything
catch
with
anything. You
Flux.
see Shine just
Ooh.
slide away. Overclock is active right now, and you see Liga's a problem in that backline, and there's nothing Pistola can really do. Thankfully, Gala and the
Liga's
Mini
done.
Blaster is able to bail out the rest of VP's backline, and Shine realizes there's not much more to do here for now.
And that is huge there, with VP able to keep that backline alive when Leave is going in with that blade. He gets kills there. This is really a second point already here for once again.
Oh, what the fuck?
Orbital Ray in play for the moment. Dangerous though, Shockwave.
Ooh.
Has that overclock active. Another strong fight there for VP.
Nice, yeah. That was
It's like,
huge.
it feels like VP's put a few really good fights together. They're
Yeah, they
still
gotta run this fucking
3:14
clock
on the
down.
clock. I mean, this is still a really difficult hold they're going to have to pull off. And you see, they get aggressive. They want to not allow, once again, to get any space.
Now, the Damocles sword that hangs over VP is, again, that support ultimate's coming back online. Mew playing inside the orbital array looks pretty terrifying. Right now, though, definitely a bit of an
If they lose this high ground like curve position, it's fucking over. I think they'll steamroll the last point.
Rally here for Vixen means that Leave has to respect the backline, the disruption potential. Shy was hoping for a pick there on Shockwave, but close but no cigar.
Rally, Blizzard coming up soon.
Be a self-destruct here available for Ligue, so you'll be able to get a new mech back. Looks like VP on the retreat. A few players low. It's going to be Fixa using the rally.
Yeah, keep that shield durable here. Fixa going for a bit
Dropping
of
off the top rope on top of
Here's
Brig.
the orbital right now for once
There's
again.
the
It's going to be
Blizzard.
Blizzard to try and slow this down, but Liga gets in
Oh.
there anyway. Shy does get caught out. Orbital right now expiring, but Pistola's caught in a corner with nowhere to go here. Throws the shield up, trying to fight time, trying to stay alive. Gala desperately trying to keep this
Slice
Sigma
him through
in
his
the
ass.
fight, but eventually all things must come to an end. And Pistola
Yeah, they're gonna get that
has
cap.
to submit. Card there is right on the edge of this checkpoint, by the way, and once again have 2 minutes now plus that extension to get just through this part of the map.
It's the rally for Mew there towards the end. Ends up, Visola was staying alive for a very long time. Gala doing a great job keeping him up. But that rally and just the extra healing there
They're
provided
about to have
by Mew
Overclock,
for once
Sigil,
again makes it almost
Orbital
impossible
Ray.
to get those players out. And I mean, you see
But
this
once again, it's
goal
about to
box
have
victory here, Mark
Overclock
Blue
Blade.
For once again, they don't have to
I
get
don't know,
that far, man.
kinda close.
No. And honestly, they made good progress already without there being a fight. Overclock now. Shy's time. He was
Once
the
again, just needs like
deadlock
one
breaker
fight
in
win.
the previous round with a flank play off this overclock. He's looking for a target. This is a great one.
What's he dopping on like crazy?
Nice spot. The blade for Leave. That could be
Oh,
devastating though.
shit.
Gala already torn in two. And
This
there's much
Jover,
more
dude.
for Leave to have his way with. Shockwave's done well at least getting rid of Shy, but it's just still a lot of threat, a lot of pressure. And Vistola again gets sandwiched. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. And now there's Pro
Yep,
don't
I think
even really
that's
have
it.
time to get out of the spawn properly. Once again, the victory lap here as they will advance in this upper bracket, just clearing off VP one last time. Vistola switching to the Winston, try and get back into the fight. They are
Nice.
well and truly back, folks, now on the international stage.
Yeah, once again, looks really
Announcing
strong.
themselves, the heirs of Chinese Overwatch have come to throw down.
That is a statement win there from once again.
Yeah, I hope they win the whole
Coming in
thing,
here
to be honest.
2-0 against VP, a team out of EMEA that we all really
Yeah, Virtus
love.
Pro did a little better on that
Fantastic
second
in
map,
that region.
but I think that's like their
Look to
best
be
map because
trying to put together good
I think their
performances
SIG
at the
comp is like really
international
good
level. And
for
once
them,
again,
but
shuts that
like one of their
down right
stronger
away.
comps, and they still got
Come out of
beat.
Circuit
So
Royal, we talked about it. It's VP's best shot. They
I hope once
try and
again
set up
wins the whole
Sigma
fucking
composition.
tournament.
They try
Watching
and
them
output
play
the
against one of the
strengths of
Korean
this
teams
once
is going to
again
be fucking
team.
sick.
And once again, just goes, okay, we'll take your Baptiste away. We'll make this Sigma comp just a little bit less lethal, a little bit less durable. We'll deny
Alright, sounds
that
good, man.
immortality field from being a possibility. We'll deny the Ant Matrix.
Sleep well.
And they're able to get in.
I'll let you know where I put the SSD.
Not
Shit,
always clear,
it
but I
might
do
still be
think
going
if
on by the
VP
time you
going back
fucking
and
wake
going,
up.
okay, we really
I
tried
honestly
this
have no
way.
idea
We
how
felt like
long
the
this is
wall
going to go.
Gave us time to sort of regroup, to fall
It's already
back,
almost fucking
get
3 in the
topped
morning
up,
and they only
continue
finished
to
the
fight in
second
front
game.
line, but this is a once again team that is going to keep asking for more from you. Keep getting in your face, keep closing the gap. They have extreme mobility with this composition, and I think we've got to point out they can also bring Liga in to play something not Winston. This team has the depth in terms of players to play any style. We're going to go to the desk here to have their thoughts brought out over
Yeah,
a
night, man.
great reawakening now.
Thanks for
once again.
stopping in and watching.
Okay, maybe our predictions didn't go quite the way we expected, Jake.
That show's pretty hype.
You
Once
confident
again,
over
did
there? You have
fucking
something
good.
to say?
Yeah, you know, as expected. In the end, once again, they
Fair
really
enough.
came alive. They were even better than I thought they'd be. Like
No.
the way they started off on Leading Tower,
They
I was
looked
like,
insane.
this is just like story.
I gotta say, I think VP looked a little flat. Like I really like they ran out with the. I wanted to see a little Torb Sim. That was a little bit too much of a cook.
Yeah, he did.
Into
He
the
did say he
Winston,
wanted
you
to see
know,
Torb
and
Sim.
honestly, I think once again, I agree with you. I think they played phenomenally. But yeah, VP, like I thought maybe we'd see a bit more Malga based on how that first match went. I thought that would be maybe potentially an answer to Gooseface Winston, but they go a very different direction and they got caught flat-footed. This is a VP team that isn't used to losing.
All right,
Yeah,
I might
so
walk
you're
away for a
saying
minute
here
too.
In this situation,
I gotta
once
take a
again,
piss
yeah,
and
they
I
looked
might get a
insane,
drink and stuff,
right?
so-
But we're seeing it right now in the highlights.
I'm sure it'll be
but
fucking
you
like
think
20
that maybe
minutes
it's
for the
a little
next
bit
game,
about
so
Virtus
I'll
Pro
be back.
Not being at their top level of gameplay like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I was a little surprised maybe to see some of the comp selections. I liked, I think it was a great point Matt made about the Baptiste ban on circuit. I think that really limited the potential for Vistola's Sigma to be as lethal as it otherwise is. And in fairness, I mean, Shy is just firing on all cylinders this series. The Sojourn creating so many picks, so many big opportunities. I thought the Brig Juno in particular from Monk and Yu was fantastic. Whether they're playing, I mean, even the Lucio Curie, right, with the Winston, or in this map, the Brig Juno, it's just really strong backline, those supports. We talked a lot about the DPS and the tanks, but I was also really impressed across the board here for once again.
Yeah, and looking with the player of the match here on once again being Leave, I don't think there's any surprise, Johnny, with this one.
Well, you could have picked a few different
You could give it to
candidates.
anybody.
That's fair, that's
There were a
fair.
lot of player of the match candidates in this one specifically. I mean, the way Gooseface started off on Leading Tower, that
Yeah.
brought a lot of excitement. Shy had some incredible moments, like you pointed out, Jake, as well. But Leave is just like brings it consistently, right? And considering that you're such a flex player that can play at such a high level on so many different heroes, Leave is going to be one of those players for once again that is going to dictate how far once again can make it in this tournament. Started off here pretty strong, but overall, I'm actually going to echo what you said about the backline for once again. I was really impressed by Mew, how Mew played the Brigitte especially. Really took it to Vistola early on there on Circuit Royale, which forced the Mei swap to come in from JWoo, but they just kept working around it, working around the Mei walls and dealt with the resource management accordingly. So I was mightily impressed by the backline off once again.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them make their stamp on home turf, right? And let's see where they're headed into the bracket as well. We've had 2 matches pan out so far today. We saw earlier Team Falcons take that win up against Calcadcia, no surprise there. And that means that they'll be facing up against, once again, with the 2-0 victory that they are just able to take now with Virtus Pro, who dropped down to lower bracket. It's the EMEA Derby once again here.
Man, that's a big match. Falcons versus once again. Like, not super shocking to see it this early, but it is such a match.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Jake.
The China
oh my God.
I mean, once again, they looked lethal beyond. I mean, they played a few different comps in that series, but it was way beyond the comps. They felt like it didn't matter what they played. They brought ridiculous aggression. I mean, they were taking it to the spawn doors on Lijiang Tower. Whenever they have any kind of ulti, they're going in super, super deep on Circle Royale. And so, I mean, we talk about the energy of the hometown crowd, but they're clearly, you know, transmuting that into their gameplay, right? Like, the aggression is ridiculous. They're swarming over the enemy team, and that's the way that you want to play on land. You need to be really taking it to the opponent, making them feel that pressure of the crowd. They're executing exactly how they need to potentially go far in this tournament. And I think Team Falcons are probably just watched that match and are like, okay, like, this is, it's going to be a big game. Like, I don't think Falcons can come into that match full of confidence. I think they have to put some respect on what, once again, it put together.
I love the storylining that we have going on here. And speaking of that home crown advantage, we've also got to take a look at our next matchup. That is going to be Team CC versus Nightmare, coming up right after this break.
大家好，我是晒，您正在收看的是《守望先锋2025全球冠军赛》。
Welcome back, everyone, to the OWCS Champions Clash. I've got a new treat on the desk for you guys. Stole them right over from the casting booth. Okay.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Oh.
He can be a mean person sometimes.
Really?
He can.
Not to anyone but you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm good, don't worry.
Is this like a sensitive topic for you?
No. I mean, I'm used to it. It's been too long.
Every time he tells a lie, he gets shorter.
Yeah,
That's what we've ended up with.
That's where I.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
the chair doesn't.
you know,
go
on the
well.
chairs right now, you guys are like the same height, so.
Yeah, I mean, the magic of TV, right?
Yeah.
This is fair. This is super fair. Well, I love having you guys on the desk with me, but before we get into the action, I do want to let you guys at home know about a little giveaway that we've got going on here for Champions Clash. It's a Gleam giveaway. You guys can enter the Champions Clash giveaway to earn Overwatch 2 Black Cap bundle, the Lifeguard bundle, or 1,000 Overwatch 2 coins. Sign up at the link down below at bit.ly/OWCS CC giveaway. That's a long one there, a little bit of a mouthful. You guys can read at home, hopefully. But you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. So more fun stuff for you guys at home, all the viewers and whatnot. But we got to get into this next matchup. We're talking a bit about the home ground advantage with, once again, this is another similar situation for Team CC. I think different expectations, though, in this matchup up against Nightmare there, Matt.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Team CC is, once again, in terms of like quality, I feel like there's a little bit of a step down, maybe a little bit of a tier break between those two teams. And I think we were all pleasantly surprised what we saw from Nightmare in North America. So I think this one is going to be obviously a bit close to the
I think we're going to see that there's like maybe not as much depth in that Chinese region as maybe in, like, let's say the Korean region, for example. We've got amazing quality players there, but just how far down does that go? This CC team, though, does feature some like storied players of yesteryear, and mixed in with some maybe newcomers and less sort of proven quantities. So I think they're a dark horse in this kind of tournament, but it was what Alcatia were able to do.
Well, I was going to say, I was like, we all thought that would be the case. Then Alcatia Falcons goes the distance, and then VP gets smashed, right? So, hey, who knows?
You never know. You never know. It's different energy on LAN as well when it comes down to for these teams too. But let's talk about predictions a little bit here as well. I'll start things off. You know, I had to go with the fact that Nightmare had a pretty crazy upset up against Team Liquid within the NA region. So I actually went 2-1 with them up against Team CC. What about you guys?
I like it. I'm actually in the similar boat. I believe I gave CC that one game, you know, home turf advantage, so one gamer there.
Yeah. I'm buying time to see my pred come up so I can remember what it was, but I do think it was probably a Nightmare. I might have given him a 2-0 here. I think that like these guys, they have been out at LAN, they were in Korea boot camping, they played in that Suit Cup. I wouldn't say it was the most auspicious run for this team that is the #1 seed from North America, but I think it's a young squad that got some really important like LAN experience.
Yes.
And that's kind of the message from Coach Sweets as well. They've said like, you know, we didn't play our way, which is a little bit of a non-answer here. I said 2-0, but I do think that's pretty instrumental for them because when you get onto a stage like this, nothing prepares you for that. I do at least think though that, you know, getting out at LAN recently has helped a lot.
That's super fair. I think it's also an opportunity to kind of shake off some of that bad juju to have that first LAN experience. And then you go into now Champions Clash with that dust off your shoulders, if you will.
Yeah, and I think there's also, you know, you go into, you know, obviously the fans are going to be for Team CC, but you go into it with an opportunity, like I always liked when we were doing COD, of like you have an opportunity to like shut the hometown fans up a little bit. Like, you know, it feels much better when the room is silent, right? You know you're making an impact.
Something tells me that wouldn't shut them up. Not after what we just saw.
No.
Nothing really breaks the spirits of Chinese Overwatch fans on a day like today. But like, there's a reason why this team was the #1 team in NA. And yes, it was like an upset win over Team Liquid. And I think they had their problems as well. But I'm generally excited about what this team can provide us. I think like they've got great veteran leadership in the back line. Ultravire's the kind of guy that's really seen it all in terms of competitive Overwatch. And the rest of the team is young, very, very young. Like guys like Zero, I think, can sort of step up. Lethal's such an interesting story for me as someone who's like kind of been around.
He's just a gamer. He's a gamer.
Because when he was on this team initially, he was a sub and he was just like the vibes guy. And now he's had to sort of he's had to step up into this team and take it, not only leadership role, but also
set the alarm 5 minutes before the match, you know, roll out.
I'm seeing the vision.
Yes.
Yeah, and just dominate.
Generally, and I think, you know, they've also got a tank player in Kuffer who's going to have a lot of eyes on him because another young guy that is going to go up against some of the best in the world. But I do think it's another metagame that kind of favors his preferred pool.
That's totally fair. How do you feel like that, I guess, ends up panning up against a team like CC, though?
I mean, they're a bit of a wild card. Like we talked about, like the Chinese region, like maybe doesn't have the most depth, right? But I think you see the talent, the individual player talent.
At some roles,
at
these
the
guys
top.
look nuts. Like you have Gaga, Tank, you've got
Faraway,
guys like
always played.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Faraway super. I do think this team has some serious firepower. I'm curious to see what their
Alright,
DPS
I'm
line looks
back.
like. You know, Kaneki only had a pretty short stint at the top level for a time,
But
and now it's back. So
I would say this is where that year gap, like off in terms of competitive play, probably.
gonna show for these guys more than
Yes,
once again.
probably
Yeah.
shows
sure.
more
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
For sure. Well, all great points to keep in mind. We are going to toss to a quick break, but I promise we'll be back sometime soon here for an exciting third matchup of today.
Damn, another break. Yeah, the games have been pretty hype so far, but honestly, the first match was better. I guess probably because I went to a game 3. That was kind of hype. I can't remember who's on Nightmare. So it's Ultraviolet. Yeah, Zero. I don't know. This next one could be close. I think Nightmare.
Welcome back to
might
Hangzhou,
win,
everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Lee from once again after their great win against their opponents. Fantastic job. And of course, I forgot to mention, we also have our translator, Chinese translator, Xiaoli here, who's going to translate Lee's answer for me. All right, I have one question for you, Lee. Big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, the last time we saw you guys was at Overwatch World Cup 2 years ago. Now you guys are finally back. You were playing in front of your home crowd. Did that make you nervous at all because you had to wait for like 2 years?
我们大概就一个问题，在上一次见到你的线下的话呢，是在世界杯的时候，这么2年之后，在你的主场观众面前们在比赛的话，你会紧张吗？
其实说实话，这么久没打线下赛，我原本以为自己会很紧张，但是没想到就是真正坐在舞台上的那一刻，发现听见大家的欢呼跟鼓励，就很兴奋，不会有那种紧张的感觉了。
I thought I would be very nervous, but once I get back to the stage and heard the audience cheering for us, I feel everything is just fine.
Oh, first nervous, but not anymore. I think you got the home crowd on your back. You guys are looking fantastic. Big congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time, Leaf.
He looks
And
like
yeah,
he's
that's
on
it for
some
the
sort of
interview.
stimulants, doesn't he?
So great to hear from Danny and Leaf in that interview, and the fact
Performance
that
enhancing,
Leaf seemed to feel like he was right back at home there, Matt.
Yeah, so
supplements.
just getting out there, dominating, just cool, calm. I mean, he's so good. It's like
I like
wild. I mean, the fact that,
Team
they were just
CC
kind of,
because they play some
obviously,
kind of
no fault of their own,
off
over
meta
on the side, right?
heroes.
Just watching these other teams play.
I've seen them
There's
playing
also
like
probably
Mora
a
and
little bit of,
Reaper.
like, man, I'm watching these teams
So,
go to these
I kinda
events.
like that
we're
about them.
clearly better than these guys. Like, I can't wait to go there, just beat them down.
And like, it's funny, like a year off for these guys doesn't really change anything for them. Like everything I've heard, like finally now that Western teams been able to play them, they've been like, oh bro, they're still sick. They're still so very good. Because obviously the most important thing in Overwatch is that team chemistry. And they spent years developing it. Like through thick and thin, they were initially not a great team. They were like kind of middling when they really first started with this roster, and then very quickly, like they showed us just how great they can be. So I'm very glad to see that they've maintained that sort of legacy that we saw over the last few years.
Yeah, I hope
and
once again
growing.
wins the whole
I'm
thing,
scared for
honestly.
Falcons, I'm telling you, man, these guys are cracked.
I mean, it's a great way to start off their run, right? Within the upper bracket here for once again, that opportunity to really solidify their stamp early on here in Champions Clash.
Yeah, I think to also like kind of like how Leaf mentioned, like, you know, the nerves potentially, right? To just get that first game out of the way and get it out clean, right? It's not, you know, 2-1 down to the wire. You can feel everybody in the crowd getting nervous, and then all of a sudden now you're nervous, and then it just kind of snowballs. Where I think just getting that first one out early, just getting a big win, especially
that's
against
probably
one
a
of
big
the
boost
other
for him,
region's
honestly.
best teams, I think is a huge.
You kind of prove to
advantage.
yourself as well that you can do it. You remind yourself of,
Yes.
you know, because it's been a few years,
Yeah.
I think, you know, and they've scored on the biggest stages, right? And they've come very, very close to being the best team in the world. I'll just say that straight out. You know, that last Overwatch League final, they were third. They had incredible reverse sweeps throughout that tournament. Unfortunately, you know, just Florida were a better team in that tournament and couldn't quite get there. So it's very cool that we get to like keep that hold over here, and they still seem to have that same like passion, that same desire to compete here in a different era of Overwatch.
Talent-wise, they've always been extremely close. It's just like that last little bit that they never really seem
It's
to be able
like
to put together.
over-pushing, like
For
a
sure.
little bit, yeah, a little bit out there. But
For sure. But let's lock back in on our next matchup, our third matchup of today, right? And we gotta welcome the new casters in the booth. They're not new to OWCS, that's for sure. though. Jaws
Came in just
and
today.
Rose, how are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Excited. I was pumping my
He's wearing
fist
damn
in the
hoodie
green room
too.
earlier. I was like, yes, okay, we're back. We're so back.
We're
Chinese
so
Overwatch
back.
with once again winning. No, it felt real good. And obviously,
What the
like
hell
you
is
mentioned on
on
the desk
that,
as well, the audience was just going absolutely ballistic. Like every
Is that a
single
fucking
kill was
like
sick.
Oh my
quesadilla
gosh, yeah.
crying?
I
or
mean, like even
something?
just the
What is
energy
that?
that you could feel when the teams were walking out onto the arena. I could feel it coming through the screen. It just got me so hyped, and so I'm really excited to be here to jump into the action.
I love that. You know what? On the desk, we already handled our predictions, but you guys are going to have a chance to talk about yours in just a second, because I believe the players are ready to get onto stage. It will be Team
let's get it going.
CC versus Nightmare. This is an incredibly exciting matchup here.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think this is going to be really fascinating, especially, you know, with what we get from Team CC. I think is a little bit unknown. I expect Nightmare to be the team we saw in NA, though.
Can't wait to see them take it onto the stage here. Team CC versus Nightmare.
From North America, Nightmare!
Yeah, Nightmare has been extremely strong throughout their run in North America. Zero and Lethal as the damage dealer duo, some of the most exciting young players we have in the region. Kuffa as well can play just about every tank. Really excited what him and the rest of the squad can do.
The second stage from China.
here it is, Team CC, while maybe not
They got the
quality to
hometown
topple
advantage.
that once again team in their home region. Still a really nasty roster, I think, getting out here onto the stage. A lot of holdovers from
I
the
haven't seen
previous
too much of them.
era of top
They're
level
like
Overwatch. Expect these guys
way,
to show the quality that got them to that level in the first place. Faraway as well, a member of that, second place Chinese Overwatch World Cup team. I think this team is definitely a dark horse, but has got what it takes to compete here.
Well, I cannot wait to see
from what I've seen,
how
I
this
do like them
matchup
because
is
of
going
the
to go.
they play off
We
and other
just
shit,
talked
which
to
is crazy.
Rose and Jack over in the casting booth. I cannot wait to hear their predictions going into this matchup.
Oh, predictions. Finicky one. I'm not going to be like Jake, though. I'm not going to instantly switch my pred and then instantly lose it. Absolutely
what the
not.
hell is that hoodie,
What is your
dude?
prediction, though, going into this series? What do you think?
I have Nightmare
It's like half a
winning this one,
quesadilla with
but,
fucking
to be honest,
mouth and
taking a
nose
look at Team
pie.
CC, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see them win either.
And then I don't know what those
like,
are,
I know
fucking
that
butt
seems like
cheeks
it's
or
playing
something?
both sides of the fence because it is, but you can never
You're allowed to do that here.
underestimate a home crowd on LAN, right?
Yeah.
And you can't underestimate this roster. I think there's a lot of star power hidden behind the curtains, and so it just might take a little bit of that energy to bring it all out.
What's the scoreline then?
I think it has to be 2-1 Nightmare.
Okay, 2-1. Okay, I'll go the other side of things. I think I'll take Team CC. But let's talk
Okay.
about Nightmare coming into this one. Rose, of course, coming in as the #1 seed from North America. Their first chance here to really
the
show
fuck is he holding?
the stage and the crowd as well what they have got in terms of comps. I mean, look, the idea of Dive coming in, like, the Chinese teams are going to be very good. Gaga, extremely good on the Winston, but I think Kuffer is going to be up there too. One of his best heroes.
I can't remember how these guys did it.
Absolutely,
That's
but
Soup
it's not
Cup,
just the Winston dive that I think makes this team a particular threat. They have a lot of variety in terms of the other compositions that they can run that make them super scary. If Winston gets banned out, that's not something that Kuffa is going to be upset about. He can go to play the Ramatra. He was able to be super proficient in that for the first couple of weeks of North America, but he also has a fantastic hazard that he could also pull out of pocket.
Let's chat Team CC then. Their opponent, second seed, obviously, coming in from China. And look, Pineapple and a lot of these names, you're going to recognize them from the days in the Overwatch League, both on Charge, Hunters, like Gaga especially.
I think Insane
An
is
absolute
insane
beast
on
the
Tracer.
Wrecking Ball. Any kind of dive character that you want to play, he's going to be rocking it. And it's going to be a tough match for Nightmare. That's why, you know, I'm going for Team CC.
Pretty sure I've seen.
And
some
that is a really good bet to
beast mode on
take
that.
because Team CC has a lot of the backbone players from the early days of Overwatch contenders in the Chinese region. And so when they had that dominance there, it's
Farway's
why
like
you
the
see a
only
lot of
person that
these
has like
teams
number in his
as
name.
players that made it onto the Chinese Overwatch
Like any
League teams
Overwatch
like
team, yeah.
Hangzhou Spark, like the Guangzhou Charge. And so to see them back on this roster together, it's so exciting because it brings me back just a couple of years ago when Team CC were running the tables in Chinese contenders.
Yeah, there are a few names there as well. Every single name that I see on different teams, I'm like, oh yeah, Avril has said this guy's really sick. Like, super rich. Avril was like bigging that guy up for the longest time. Same with the Pritter as well. It's just good to see him back in the mix. When it comes to Nightmare though, Rose, even looking at the backline, Ultraviolet, easily the best flex support in the West.
Yes.
I would say, not even just North America. And then Admiral too. I think he's looked his best over the last couple of years, improved from the Overwatch League up until now. And that backline has just been so stand out, like super stellar, super just keeping each other alive and just being able to dish out a ton of damage too.
Yeah, Ultraviolet, I know he's nice
That
with
is
it.
what is required in this kind of meta. You're going against someone that's a
And
team
Ana,
that's
if they
going to
ban
be
Ana,
pretty
then-
aggressive on the dive. You got to keep
Oh, they
yourselves
banned
up. I
Cassidy.
think Avril and Ultraviolet, they're going to have their work cut out for them, but they're going to be pretty alright.
And that's exactly what you want to see, though. In a dive mirror, if we expect
Winston,
both of these
Cassidy
teams to run
banned, going
dive,
to
it
Lee
really
Chang
is going to
Tower.
be about that backline presence.
Yeah.
That's public enemy #1. That's the exact target that these Winstons are going to want to go after. So if you have that survivability with your backline to keep each other up, that just means you have an even better shot to actually win the overall
I wonder what
war.
they
Zhang Tao is
merit
gonna
their
be our
bans
first
on.
map in this series, of course.
Why would they
First
choose
to two
Cassidy?
here in the upper bracket, first round of games. Now, Nightmare, that's their map pick. Do you think that really tells us anything? here
Probably
about
because
what
they're gonna play
Not
Pharah.
really. I feel like Lee Chang Tower is just kind of every
It's the
team.
They're gonna play like
favorite
Pharah or
map, so
Sombra or something,
I
and they
feel
don't
like
want
we're
to
going
go
to see that a
Cassidy.
lot from our first map of each series.
It's the best control map. Come on now. I mean, you can argue me in the comments all you want, but it really is.
It's
and
pretty
it
fun.
shows a lot of different looks as well. Like Control Center, a little bit more tough to play something like the dive.
We've
Rush
already
is
seen
kind of
Malga.
nice. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Malga too. Honestly, when the gates rolled up, I was like,
Both teams are gonna probably be
I'm
Maga
like,
again.
no, the
We're
prophecies.
so back.
No, but luckily, I think what's been really nice is that the meta has been very open. We've seen Dive, we've seen Malga Rush, we've seen a little bit of Poke as well from Vestola on Circuit Royale. But Lijiang Tower does show us a few different looks. And we'll see if Team CC want to just run pure hyper-aggressive dive with maybe a Gaga Wrecking Ball if we're lucky enough, but it's probably going to be the Winston. I wonder if Kaffa can kind of trip them over with something like a Hazard or even the Mauga, like you said.
I think it definitely depends on the stage, as you've already alluded to. For each individual stage of Leishang Tower, we do seem to see different flavors of these compositions. And now I'm confused because that does say Ilios.
We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
It is going to be Ilios. Okay, there you
Okay,
go.
so it's
Leishang
not
Tower.
Legion's
We're not
turn.
going
Was
there.
the
We're
bands
jumping
right?
onto
Is
Ilios.
it Kelsey?
Oh, well,
Um,
isn't that a nice switch up
Winston?
then?
I'll take it. I'll take it. Don't mind a little bit of Ilios. Means you
I
might
like
see a little bit of
Ilios.
Roadhog. Probably not on well, but
Well, we actually could see the Wrecking
can
Ball,
always
though.
hope.
I actually think it might be
Sure.
even more popular on Ilios than it would be on Leishang Tower.
honestly, it's pretty
so,
good on
Gaga
ruins.
Wrecking Ball?
So,
Ooh.
yeah, that
Don't
is
mind if I do.
a vintage pick. I'd love to see it. Now, speaking about backlines too, I mean, Farway is nothing to scoff at either. Like, his Ana play was sick back in the Overwatch League, and I'm curious how he's going to match up against Ultraviolet, who I would say, like Admiral, has just seen just a drastic improvement over the last few years in his play. I think Nightmare, although even like Mitch was saying on the desk, a little bit of an upset over Team Liquid in North America, I think the team is still just so solid at its core. We'll see how they do up against Team CC.
Well, North America was such a weird region. I think it was very difficult for us to tell which was going to be the best North American teams because it was very top heavy. We had 4 teams that were really vying for those top spots in North America.
Yeah.
And they all beat each other at some point. We called it the circle of equilibrium because there wasn't really a clear favorite in those top 4. But Nightmare coming out on top, I think this is a really great opportunity for them to be able to prove themselves. Looks like they're even getting some fun in with their mice before they actually get into the map.
2020 LA Valiant in the back
Wow,
there.
that's a throwback.
Okay. I see you. I see you.
You got the spark.
That was
shirt.
a strange time for LA Valiant thinking back to it. The crowd has actually been so sick too. All the signs. There's been a ton of cosplays actually in the crowd as well as we're.
Everyone's cosplaying Kiriko.
The
though.
sign game for this audience has
It's
been
crazy.
so
The
on
neon signs
point.
and stuff.
And then we also saw some really good printed signs too. I don't know.
It's different, man.
It does hit different.
Lands hit different. We'll be loading into the map in just a moment. Of course, it is Ilios, and like you alluded to, you know, you can actually play the
let's
Wrecking
get this
Ball there.
fucking
We'll
show on
obviously
the
see
road.
the bans as well, which I'm sure the teams are kind of discussing at the moment. Saw UV
They
kind
showed
of
Winston
spinning his
Cassidy,
mouse
is
a
that
little
not
bit
it?
there, ready and warmed up, I'd imagine. Looking fresh as well.
I love how there's smiles on this team. I feel like that's how you know that they're really excited about what they're going to be getting into. And we get a chance to take a look at the
Winston
bands
and
now.
Cassidy.
Winston, followed up by a Cassidy band.
Okay, a Winston ban from Nightmare. Okay, a little bit scared of Gaga there. What does that ring to you for Nightmare? How do you expect them to respond to this in terms of tank picks?
Well, I was going to say, actually, that it almost feels like we should expect to see Gaga on the Wrecking Ball.
Sure.
I feel like that gets opened up even more. If you know that Winston is now not an available tank option, why not just go down that route of being able to still play a dive, but with something like a Wrecking Ball? Maybe I've just got my fingers crossed. I really want to see this Gaga Wrecking Ball happen, but I'm hopeful.
I mean, we've seen a lot from Team CC, to be fair. I mean, you look at their most recent games, they've been playing Sombra, a little bit of Reaper, like a lot of different picks. Very versatile DPS.
Damn, he got that new mouse pad.
Ooh. Wait, that's kind of clean with
Ooh,
it,
those
though.
are
Can we,
heat.
hey, can we get one of those? I do need new desk mat, so if anybody
Is
can
he
grab
using
me one,
that as his
that'd
actual
be
mouse
sick.
pad? Because
Let's jump in, though.
I don't think
Ilios,
I'd want to
first
use a mouse
map.
pad. I'm not like
Nightmare.
comfortable on like I've been
Winston,
using. You know what I
and then
mean?
a Cassidy ban on the side of Team CC. China's #2 seed versus NA's #1. Their first showing here.
What
North
the fuck is that
America,
stick
they're
coming
gonna
out
have to
the
do
back of the
them
monitor?
proud.
Something that we
What is
actually
that?
have seen Nightmare play a lot is the Sombra coming out from Lethal. If it isn't going to be a Winston dive that we've seen Nightmare go for, maybe it's going to be something like Genji Ash or Genji Sombra. That's definitely on the table now.
Sojourn just still.
Oh, maybe it's like a hook for your
incredibly
headphones or
strong, though.
something.
The Winston bans could also lead to maybe a bit more of a Mauga pick as well.
When you
to be
take your
fair.
headphones off, you can hang them on the back of it.
Could be fairly easy to
Fuck,
lock
I
people
don't know.
down as the Mauga. A bit difficult on Ruins, but Lighthouse is not a bad one. And there it is. I mean, Gaga's already hovering the ball. Oh yes, here we go.
This
5
could be a
seconds
better
till the
series
gates
than I was
unlock.
thinking it could be.
Nightmare versus Team CC. Kaffa running out with Hazard. Okay, Hazard versus Wrecking Ball Rose.
Got the Hazard versus the Wrecking Ball, but still an opportunity for Lethal
Wrecking
to
Ball,
switch to something
Farah.
later. But the fact that you have this hit scan, you were prepared to see a Kaneki Farah come out.
Ultra Violet
with
not
the
on
rest
Ana.
of the team being able to support this Wrecking Ball dive.
Especially
We'll
against
see
the Farah,
how
I'm
you're able
surprised to see
actually
that.
get set up here as we see Kaneki trying to get a wrap behind the enemy team. Need to scout out these hazard walls and see if you can pick somebody off from the back.
Doesn't quite find the direct
Damn, he fucking
hits
landed
there.
on
Either
his
going
damn head.
super low, kept up by the back line. However, that buys Team CC a lot of space.
That is
Looks
not
like Carver's gonna
Pineapple.
try and
Like, they
contest
have their
the
own
point as much as
camera.
possible here,
That's my
but
shit.
Pineapple is going to be there to match
They have
it.
their own camera on it.
Not willing to let go of the point just yet.
It's going to be a hard brawl, though. It comes down to which team is going to be able to get the first pick. And you can see these health bars starting to fall. But it's gonna be
Nobody's
Lethal
noticed it because
that's
they
gonna
haven't
fall
switched
first.
it.
Yeah, first kill, Super Rich taking out Lethal. Okay, points capped though by Nightmare. Pineapple and Gaga want to set up for these dives, but it's still hard against the Brig. Pineapple, no recall there, goes pretty low. Receives a pack, has to get back, but look at that. Nightmare instantly loses.
Look, it's staying on the same picture, staying on the same
on
dude.
the board.
There isn't a whole lot of staying power for them.
Oh,
and it's
Farah
gonna
got
have
stuck
to be
by the
relying on these
that
cooldowns
wall,
to get
but
back in.
didn't
Kappa's
die.
already so low, and he's going to start to run out of HP to work with.
Pulse bomb already for Pineapple here as well. It's going to be tough. I mean, look, Pineapple's not even going in for these dives. So Gaga right now is actually far away that he's
There
set
it is,
himself
man.
up with a kill. Pulse bomb goes wide, but doesn't matter. Zera, Lethal down. Team CC. They're not here to mess around.
No, I mean,
CC
take a look at
looking good.
how many picks Team CC are getting in the backline. There's no more DPS available here for Nightmare, and Team CC still
That
has
Farah and
control
Ball is
of
going to be
this
really
point.
annoying to deal
As
with.
you see Kappa start to make his way back,
While you're
this is
looking
where
in the
Nightmare
air at the
can really
Farah,
start
you're
to
going to
put
be
their
getting
foot
booped by
down
the fucking
as
ball
they
like
build
crazy.
up to these ultimates. But it's been Team CC that have pulled the trigger first. Pineapple already throwing out that pulse bomb, but Farway's getting ready to go with this Kitsune rush.
Mine's in 10% as well. Look at this
Oh,
backline
Juno
presence here.
down.
Kaneki picks up a kill on Ultraviolet. Rally pop by Avril. They're going to try and push
Well, they
forward
answered
off
back
of this
against
one.
that
Not a lot
character.
of healing now for Team CC, but they're close to a beat. Kaneki eventually falls and the point gets capped. But Team CC don't invest a lot into that.
All right, they fixed the
They
pictures.
know after you see the downpour and you get
the
locked in,
webcam shit down
the
there, I think.
rally invested on top of that was just so much for Nightmare to be able to push into that point. Now we have Team CC coming
Whoa,
back
he's
with
got
4 ultimates. Feels like it's just going to be an overwhelming
That
amount of
Ashton.
damage.
Orbital Ray for
Are
Ultraviolet.
they all using like
That
a
Bob from Lethal can be a thorn in the side for
custom
Team
skin
CC.
for this? I
On the
didn't
high
know.
ground currently, getting poked a
Didn't
little
notice
bit. You
yet.
can see
That says like
couple of direct
champions
hits, but nice
shit.
shots from Lethal. Kaneki had no business in that fight. Oh,
Damn,
my
Lethal popping off.
Okay. They're not here to mess around either. Lethal with a little triple.
Damn, looking clean on the Ash.
So you don't need ultimates
got
if they're
Bob,
just going to be able to
too.
get the picks here.
They got
I
the
was going to
orbital
say,
ray, they got the
everybody on Team
pulse.
CC back to spawn and having to rethink how they want to actually engage.
Team
The fact
CC's
that
got
Ultraviolet is
Barrage, they
able to
got
hold onto that orbital
Mines,
ray
they got
is
Beat, they got
huge.
fucking
Can just send it down through main as
Kitsune
you see
Rush.
Lethal start to get set back up on the high ground with the Bob available as well.
Gaga's now behind enemy lines. He's going to try and come in onto Lethal. Coach gun available in 1%. Mines deployed on the point. Bob's going to be there to try and clear them out. An ult dump here from Nightmare as they also use the orbital ray. Team CC are going to try and just play the periphery now. Just wait for Nightmare to maybe overextend. And there's the kill onto Lethal.
shit.
A nice little barrage. In fact, 2 for the Farah. Sound barrier does connect, but not quite in time to save the Farah's life. Point's
gonna
gonna
try
get
and
capped
stall.
here for Team CC. Although Nightmare's going to be able to get back on the point in time. A rush on the point's going to get hard though for Kuffer to stay around. And well, Gaga has a triple boot on the hazard to get him off the point. And that will be that. Team CC recap.
But take a look at this. Lethal's actually going to be coming back
Nice, this
on
is a
the
close game.
Sombra. Now you have the opportunity to actually hack out the Wrecking Ball, which is something that Nightmare might have wanted to try to play for. See if Lethal decides to stick to this. But there is enough time
Both teams
for
got a
Lethal
pulse
to be able
bomb
to
to
come
work
back
with.
in on the Sombra and actually build up to an EMP to try to finish
Well,
out
they
this
like
map.
customized the maps. They
have
say
a
like
couple
Champion
more
Series
ultimates
all
to
over
work
it. You
with
see that
here
shit?
as Zera can open up some space
I
with
just
something like
noticed
the
it.
pulse bomb. It's a whiff and a miss though.
Yeah, Pineapple. No pulse bomb connection. Zera's got a pulse bomb of his own now. Overtime
This
is
map can be
rapidly
kind of
approaching Rose.
hard on
Zera's
Tracer
in a
because you
good
can blink
spot
off
here
the
to
map
harass
real
the
easy if
backline,
you're
but
not
he's
careful.
alone right now. Can't really team up with anybody else.
Cover has the downpour.
Downpour available, yeah. I mean, can they actually find anybody though? Look at Pineapple's positioning right now. It's going to be tough for him to re-enter that fight, and the downpour connects, and it connects with Gaga. One of the best players to actually take out of the fight right now because the touching
get
at the
the flip.
point is going to be so tough for just Pineapple alone. 10% to go as Nightmare might just be able to find
That's
his
just
first
gonna
round.
tick quick.
Kaneki falls. Gaga is going to come back in just a moment, Rose, but Zera's still holding on to the pulse.
The pulse could be just the perfect thing you need to just stop that wave coming in from Team CC.
Okay, they do manage to trigger OT, but how long can they actually stay alive? Gaga is going to be ring around the rosing on the point, but the rest of his team, while he's trying to contest, they're just getting torn apart, to be honest. Pineapple's trying to land a connecting kill onto Ultraviolet, but too little too late. And that'll be the rally to finish it off, as Gaga is slain by Lethal Sombra, and they take round 1.
Zera didn't even need to use his pulse bomb there either. You saw the rally as just kind of that extra little treat on top to be able to finish out that round. But how close was it at the end of the day? I think if we're going to see these two dive styles against each other, this is what you should come to expect.
Yeah, it's cool they have like the custom championship
you called that at the very
shit.
start of the game, right? We know Lethal likes to play a lot of hit scan. He had that insane Widowmaker performance on Junkertown in stage 1. We'll see if he ends up switching again to the Sombra to be
They're gonna run the same comps
for Gaga.
I think it's tough to invest into that right away because you never know what Team CC is going to do until you see those gates open. The Ashe was so smart to lock into early because it gave you a good fighting chance against this Pharah coming out from Kaneki. And as you see those rockets go long range down the midpoint, Lethal is probably pretty happy about his choice to have the Ashe so far.
How did Nightmare really take space here? Look at Kuffa already. Used pretty much every CD to get out of dodge. Lethal too. And this is going to be the big problem. Lethal actually getting into a position where he can be effective in the fight. Effectively taking down this Pharah, just poking at her to make sure she has to play scared. Not many crazy sightlines that aren't going to be instantly checked by the Wrecking Ball.
And I love the way that Kuffa is playing this as well, because if it's not the angle that Lethal is going to be able to get, it's Kuffa actually forcing somebody out and maybe into the sightlines of Lethal, and would you look at that?
There's the kill, but it does end up getting traded. Unfortunately, no pack there from Admiral to keep him alive. And now Admiral fears for his life a little bit. A lot of nice little rally procs there, or inspire procs, sorry. As Nightmare do end up controlling the point here, and again, Team CC, they need an extra couple of kills because Ultraviolet and Admiral, full HP almost 100% of the time.
They might better get a flip here.
Kuffa is slain, but how long is it going to be before they actually take this point, Rose?
There's so much stall potential on Nightmare that it's very easy for Nightmare to cycle their bodies onto the point. You have the speed ring coming through from Ultraviolet as well, and the point is still not capped. Team CC has to get a couple more picks.
Yeah, Kuffa's going to come back. There's the wall.
I hope he contested it right at the fucking
couple
end.
of pixels away from being capped, but Nightmare aren't going down without a fight. It's actually Superich that falls. Kuffa finds
He didn't have recall. He went in for the stick.
This is going to be 50% territory here for Nightmare as they still keep control. They force the pulse bomb
I think he
out
thought
of
he had
Pineapple.
recall.
Maybe that would have been the equalizer here for Team CC. But the fact that we saw Superich go down with the sound barrier, you got to go back to spawn now.
Nightmare looking really strong on this one.
Kuffa just wrapped him up with a nice little bow on top there, straight back to spawn, and I love the aggression from Kuffa.
A lot of ults coming up
They've
too.
got basically 5 right now. Admiral 5% away from a rally.
I mean, you could keep it up with the downpour here. Just lock everybody down when you look at this in its last fight territory.
Orbital raid from Ultraviolet to start us off. Bomb available in downpour 2. Looks like the backline.
He's just going crazy on Hazard, dude.
Far away, didn't know what happened. Didn't know what hit him. Pulse bomb available from Zera 2. The mines have hit the point. Same with the sound barrier, but here comes the downpour, locking people in place. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as Lethal just tears your head off. 10% to go now for Nightmare. They might just round this one out. 100
Bob
to 0.
just for good measure.
Bomb for the backup.
Oh,
the
he's
ball
about to
is
get booped
dead.
in.
And Nightmare, they're going to take this next map. Or take this
Damn,
next round
looking
even.
strong.
100 to 0. One lifeline remaining in Pineapple. Maybe Gaga gets back in time, but this overtime wick is burning down. It's burning down fast.
That looks like it's just going to be it. And
They
what
can touch
a
again with
statement
ball,
that
but
Nightmare could make on this round alone. Nobody
Not
else from
any
Team
stall
CC can
for him.
touch. Gaga's trying his best, but looks like Nightmare are going to take it and the map.
100 to 0. And 100
That
to
wasn't even
99
close,
on
that
the
round.
first round, but Nightmare shore things up in the second.
They almost
There's
got the
one
flip,
map
but
win under the belt. And you only need another one here to advance in the upper bracket, knocking Team CC down. Damn, what a performance there from Lethal.
Nice.
I said, might be a little bit of a struggle getting a good angle on the Pharah, but the backline just so stable, just keeping Lethal alive against the Wrecking Ball dives, against the Pharah rockets, and then obviously them also being basically immortal there, Rose. Beautiful stuff from Nightmare so
I guess
far.
it's nice seeing
What I love
NA
about Nightmare
do pretty
locking
good.
into that Ashe choice as well is it's something that they've already shown in other dive mirrors. I know oftentimes we're looking at the Winston versus Winston, but I think the same principle applies. Having Lethal go to the Ashe, you've got the coach gun to be able to take the high ground, make sure that you're locking down other angles, and Kuffa plays so aggressive.
I'm
You can see
surprised none
how
of the other
often
teams play
he's
Ashe.
trying
I
to
think she's
distract
really
to
strong.
somebody in the back. Yeah. It just takes you by surprise, and I think it really threw Team CC off their game.
It's the fundamentals of the dive is still there with the hazard, right? You are just trying to trade backlines. You're just
can
trying
hit your
to
shots,
get
and
in
these
there with your
motherfuckers can
tracer, with
definitely
the
hit 'em.
Genji, whoever's kind of diving with you, find these picks. Well, I mean, sometimes Kuffa was just one-shotting far away, right? I mean, that's the deadly power of the hazard in close range. And these ultimates too, these downpours were very, very good. Initially, when Hazard came out, it was like, wow, this thing goes through walls, guys.
Damn.
It's like, this is crazy. This ability's OP. And it's like, actually, it does take a little time to hit. You can kind of dodge out the way, but
Lethal's
his
nice with it.
connections were just superb.
He just gets so close to you. It's hard to back away at that
Yeah.
point. Are you really gonna press the S key in front of the hazard? Because then you just get caught in the trap because of the area effect that downpour has. But I think especially on the second round, you could really tell that the pace of Team CC got thrown off a lot. It took them a lot of time to actually engage onto the point. They were going down with ultimates. It didn't really feel like they had a clear game plan that they could execute because of how fast Nightmare were taking those fights.
Where do you expect Team CC want to go? Obviously, Winston's been banned already, so with that
They
off the
can't ban it
table,
again.
just go Winston. Just
I
rock
think
out
you
with the
just go
Winston.
Maybe we see something like Esperanza. I think there are a lot of really great dive maps in the pool where Winston is a very clear choice. And then we get an even better test of strength between these two teams because this was Hazard dive versus Wrecking Ball dive. I feel like Wrecking Ball can sometimes be quite exploitable with just how fast those control timers can really start to tick up. So maybe you do go with something that has a little bit more delineated attack and defense.
Yeah, the hazard definitely
we'll have to
seemed
see. I
way
mean,
stronger
look,
than the Wrecking Ball.
Kuffa wants to
in
run
that
this.
matchup.
Does he end up just matching the Winston mirror? Obviously, coming out of that, you're feeling pretty confident in yourself. And again, we spoke about at the very top of the show how Lethal loves to play things like the Sombra too. I can't imagine we're going to see a ton of that if Winston's going to get played. But on the other side of things, Team CC, they've played Reaper, Echo. Look at like their recent games that they've just had. A little bit of mystery here, as it felt like in the DPS lineup, Rose. I mean, they do have Insane, obviously, on the bench, who will end up coming in for Tracer if they want to perma pick her.
Yeah, we did see Pineapple actually pick up the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean,
a
I don't
little
know
bit
about.
on Ilios,
I think
but
Fair
we
is
did
really
see,
strong, but Lethal
Insane come
seemed
in
real nice
lots
on
of
the Ashe,
times,
so I don't know if
especially
I'd
in
keep
just the
playing
last
Fair
couple
into
of
the
weeks
Ashe.
of OWCS China to come in, play the Tracer, kind of opens up Pineapple to play more of the flex DPS style that I think he is more well known for. And so I think that does give them a couple of other tools to work with, but it just depends on, I think, where they want to decide to take this.
Yeah, maybe push is the game type. I mean, a little bit of Runasapi wouldn't go amiss, I'm not
Yeah,
going to lie.
I
Feels
think
like we've
Runasapi could work too.
seen New Queen Street in forever. I wouldn't complain there. I mean, we saw Circuit Royale, obviously, in our last series.
But
with
it's not a dive map.
Sigma, yeah, exactly. Not a dive map, but you can make it into a dive. Those changes
That's
on
true.
first point, a bit easier now for teams that don't want to force the Sigma versus Sigma, like the pure poke. A bit easier to get to the high ground through the mega room, and then you've got the little stairs, and then you jump over, and then you're on the high ground for free, almost. So we'll have to wait and see where Team CC want to take us. Looks like actually it's going to be Suravasa. Okay.
My
And the
favorite
bans
map.
coming through. So we see Nightmare banning Brick, and then a Hazard ban from Team CC. Okay, pretty
Makes
pissed at cover.
sense. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Hazard was giving them so
I
much
hate
trouble.
playing against Hazard.
The fact that you can just go in and get a combo onto the Kiriko, and then the Kiriko gets completely
Motherfucker's
sent
annoying.
out of the equation, you just are lacking such an important healing resource. On top of the fact that, like, look at all the other utility that Kiriko provides to these fights. Normal Suzu, no more being able to set up with something like the Rush, and that was something that we saw a lot. Far was just going down with the ultimate in hand.
Well, without the Brick either, Nightmare can easily pivot to what Landon also loves playing, and that's the Lucio. You can just go fast. You can go hard. I mean, look, Ultraviolet Admiral, they can be super aggressive now. I mean, you can be aggressive on Brig, sure, but if you really want to get in your face, you got to pick that Lucio, maybe pick up an Ana as well. Have to see what they want to end up playing. But with the Hazard ban, yeah, I want to see the Cuffer Winston. I really do. Just this 1v1 matchup against Gaga. A real test of strength for North America. Obviously, everybody expected, once again, to run away with that first seed coming out of China, right? But once again, they've got a couple of legends on their team. I mean, they may have not carried the trophy, they may have not won like MVP of the Overwatch League like Leave has, of course, back in 2021, but there are some very, very big names that have been found for a long while, so they're here to make a statement against North America. But Nightmare, on the other hand, look, they've been around the block, they know what it's like, and
It's already been 4
there's
hours.
always been an NA versus EU rivalry too. Even if they don't end up winning against Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they want to go as far as possible and knock some EU teams out of the pool as well, I'd imagine.
But I think there's also something to be said about just how North America has actually
These championship
been able to
series
stand
skins are
up
cool.
on an international stage. I think that North America as a region has had some more recent disappointments when it's come to how they've actually performed against the APAC teams. So
Damn,
I
check
think
that
this
out.
is also another great point for them to be able to say, no, you can't actually count out North America. This is a region that has a lot of incredible talent. It's just been hard, I think, to hold a candle to some of these Asian teams.
Yeah, the lower bracket's looking rather scary too. You don't want to go out. Hey, you don't want to go out the
Yeah,
bracket.
it's tough. You're a Chinese team in front of a Chinese crowd.
Though. Like, they're all so strong.
Getting knocked down this early, not great. I'm ready and ready to go. I mean, Suravasa, a very interesting map too on the face of it. When we saw like the pure Mauga meta, it was like Mauga Juno, right? It was TPing around with Sim, just a lot of like big brawly team fights. But the opening fight is just so important a lot of the time. And so your initial picks can really dictate the flow of the map. It's just how Flashpoint ends up working out. And with that Hazard ban, like we mentioned, maybe, honestly as well, by the way, we could also see Gaga Ball again. A map that's pretty decent for it. Like, there's a lot of ways you can get in and out of the backline, and a lot of mega health packs. Map's obviously rather large, and Ball thrives in a place where he can just escape, get the mega, run back.
Yeah, I
to
wonder
the
if
team,
all these guys
on the
play
back,
on this same monitor.
It puts a lot of the
Computer monitor.
responsibility on the rest of your teammates' shoulders, though. Because if you are playing Wrecking Ball and you're skirting around the point trying to find the health packs,
Ooh,
then who
lethal
else
on
is
the-
there to actually be able to
lethal
stall
on
out
the
the point
Cassidy.
for you or take advantage of it, right?
Just like a small pause on the Nightmare side of things. Cover yelling at one of his teammates. He forgot to plug his mouse in. No, I'm not sure what the issue is, but I'm sure it'll be fine in just a moment. We saw a quick hover there from Cuffer, actually. It was the Ramatra. And then Gaga was hovering the Winston.
I wish it was more Flashpoint
Ramatra
maps.
a lot, especially in the first
The
couple weeks
Suravasa's
of
dope.
the North American
Um,
stage one. Couple was playing a lot
I
of
like
Ramatra.
the-
I think the rest of the
the
team
junk
being
one, so I
able
can't
to
remember the
support
damn name
that
of it right
was kind of just an interesting choice coming out of North America in general. We saw Zera play Genji,
I wish there was more.
Lethal oftentimes playing Ashe, and then Admiral and Ultraviolet being able to follow that up, playing something like a Lucio Juno or a Lucio Ana, just to be able to put Ultraviolet on one of his best heroes.
Yeah, his Ana is just filthy.
Oh, the sleeps are disgusting.
Hoping we get to see a little bit more Ana from UV. Yeah, the interesting thing to think about too with this Ramatra matchup, if they do end up rocking out with this, you can play a lot more defensively too. You hit a Vortex on the Winston, he's basically dead. Doesn't leave as many avenues for Gaga to really get in the back line. Although because there's no Brig, it's going to be a little bit easier, I suppose. And of course, as we jump on Suravasa, we
I
will
think
always
Cassidy's
get
pretty strong in the
the
Winston.
pigeon cam.
We always have to have Pigeon Cam.
Every single
His
game.
right clicks when he jumps in can be
All
pretty
right,
brutal.
Gaga, Winston, Kiriko, Lucio in the backline for Team CC, Ultraviolet on the Juno, Cover, and Lethal actually too. On the Cassidy, was banned that first map, but now Lethal's back in this. This is going to make Gaga just, he's going to have to take some very, very strong painkillers after this, because this is going to be such a headache.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Cassidy is being picked in this matchup, you're kind of prepared to see either the Winston or the Wrecking Ball. You're going to be able to have those Hinder Grenades actually slow down this Winston and hopefully make it a little bit easier for the rest of your team to actually follow up on this. But I'm very excited to see how Zera and Kaneki fare against each other with a Tracer versus Tracer.
Yeah, bubble broken.
those
Gargo
right
knows
clicks
he is
will
not
set
welcome on the point. Should be a fairly easy cap from Nightmare
pretty
here.
quick.
But look how forward Letha is playing too. He knows that Team CC has to invest basically their entire selves onto him or onto someone else to get a kill.
I wish the spectate audio and
It's
the
way harder to dive than
fucked
something
up.
like an Ash.
And
You
sometimes
only
it's a
have
bit
that
laggy,
one
too.
coach gun to actually get away, and Lethal gets a chance to play way closer to Kuffa, as you were just pointing out. So very difficult to get access to an individual person when Team CC is trying to set up for this dive.
Oh shit, Lethal
Running
down.
out of CDs, you saw everybody just running through the Ravenous Vortex. The one pain in the arse is dead, that's Lethal, but can they actually deal with everybody else? Pineapple
I
on
see
the
that
high
height
ground's
now.
going to dispatch Recover quick sharp as
He's
that
gonna go
rush
down now.
is going to aid
Yeah,
them
they got
a
it.
victory in this fight and a flip.
Really good setup there from Team CC to just play a
They
little
used the
bit
Kasumi
patient.
rush though.
Now they're going to be able to take control of the splash point. Not before Nightmare is able to capture 57% though. It's quite a lot to be able to get away with when you know you get a chance to come back into this one with ultimates
So
at your
Nightmare's coming
disposal.
back. They're about to
You're
have
gonna be able
High
this
Noon, which
High
is
Noon from Lethal,
worthless.
maybe help push people back. You also are
The
going to have
Macho is not
Annihilation pretty
worthless,
soon
so.
here from Kuffa on
And
top
Beats
of the
coming
sound
up.
barrier.
Both teams about the same on
Team
sound
CC
barrier.
there. High Noon, unleashed by Lethal, doesn't find the connection. Gaga super low, still manages to take out the Cassidy, however. There's an attempted flip, but it's not looking pretty. Especially with Pineapple on this high ground.
There goes
They're going to
Ramalt.
continue this fight, though. They're going to use the Annihilation and Super Rich popping a little bit too close to that ult. The flips
that
almost
shit
come
is
through as well
strong.
as Nightmare find it halfway through the fight. And Kuffa, despite losing Lethal that early on, still manages to get the job done.
I mean, that's
Did
just
they
the
have
power
beat
of the
before he went
Annihilation.
down?
You've
Maybe they
got
should
so
have
much
used beat.
self-survivability, and you're able to just go in and get some big punches onto some pretty small, squishy targets. Lethal, after falling in that fight, though, is going to come back on the Sojourn. Just has a little bit more
gonna be able to
presence to be able
recontest?
to deal with somebody like Pineapple that's going to be playing the same hero.
Should be able to get a touch it. There it is. OT triggered. There in the backline. He's gonna
There's the
force
beat.
a little summit here. I mean, Soundbarrier comes out from Admiral. Same with this Ray. I mean, this is a fight for Team CC to lose. There's just too
Where's
much damage.
Primal?
Pineapple 2 HP, eventually taken out by Zera. You just don't win these fights. A Ray's Soundbarrier fight almost unlosable from Nightmare's perspective. There's only Gaga left. Still manages to pick up the kill though, but there's the point. Couldn't quite
point
get back to it in time, unfortunately, as Zera and Cover finish off Farway and Kaneki.
Yeah, super good
That's
effort there by
that's
Team
pretty
CC,
close
and
first
maybe had they
first point.
been able to touch the
I wonder if they're
flash
gonna switch
point,
anything up though.
that's something that could have flipped in their direction, but I think you're right. Just having invested both of those support ultimates in, Nightmare should win that fight 9 times out of 10. A lot of investment to put
Sydney
into
Rush
that
coming
last
up soon
fight, but
for
it was
Team
worth it to be able
CC.
to get that first flashpoint
Nightmare's
of
got the
this map.
pulse.
Now that we go over to a smaller one, Zera gets caught out
Nice
of
pick.
nowhere as Pineapple just says, free feeding.
Can't use that pulse if you're
with
dead.
5 seconds with the point unlock, like, how much are Nightmare going to invest?
I mean, the
quick
position goes over
slide
to
out.
Team CC.
That fucking vortex
Yeah,
is
I mean,
annoying. You
Copper's
get
gonna
stuck
take
in
so
that
much
shit.
damage. I think it just
There
ripped
goes
the
the
rush.
Sydney Rush.
Both support ults used in the last fight, like you said, Rose. You think
Yeah,
it's a
Lethal
little
got
bit of revenge
connected
there.
though.
Tracer down, but Team CC should be able to cap. There it is.
They got the cap, but they're getting off the
I'm
point
actually
quick.
wondering
So.
for how long. Because you see Kuffa already stepping under the plate, and Annihilation in his
Punching
pocket
the hell out
as
of
he's earned
Gaga.
that from just being able to get
He's
some
got
punches in.
Annihilation again
He's just
too.
gonna run
Oh
it down as
shit.
well. Pineapple, a little bit too close to the stun. Annihilation just doing so much work for Nightmare already.
Who can walk up to that?
Well,
That
that's
Annihilation
zero
is so strong.
Yeah, it's
Good luck.
just so tough. And now the fact that you actually saw Team
Alright,
CC
Kaneki's
back away
got
from
pulse.
that, again,
And that's
Kuffa
all they
is one of
got.
those players that's taking
Nightmare's
advantage
coming up
of them
on
pressing the S key.
Overclock.
Especially with something like this Ramatra, you just go in and you know that you've got this Juno and this Lucio behind you to also help speed up those engagements.
Oh, he's
Vortex as
fucked,
well.
dude.
Gaga there in a corner. Cries immediate
Never mind.
medical attention.
I thought he was gonna just keep punching his
Farway
ass in the
and
fucking
Super Rich
corner.
Just healing him up. But all the time, the Nightmare is stalling Rose is going to lead Lethal to maybe find a couple of kills with this overclock. UV down. This overclock is not doing too much, but it's actually just making sure Team CT are too scared to peek, and that's exactly where you want to be right now with your Nightmare. You've almost got the complete cap,
Zera popping
and it's
off.
just Zera. You're hiding behind a wall, scared of Lethal. You've got to be more scared of me, son. 85% and building as Gaga ends up going down. Rose,
Yeah, I think
it's
that's
just a
point
cap
two.
for Nightmare.
I think it is, and if they can hold on to this sound barrier and maybe even this pulse bomb as well, it's going to set them up for success heading into potentially the third and final flashpoint.
Not looking good
of
for
this
Team
map.
CC.
Nightmare are really starting to run away with things.
They're kind of getting shit on in front of their fucking home crowd.
Same with this pulse one for Zera. A little 3-0. Is this what I'm seeing
They
right
got a lot
now
of
from
ults coming
Nightmare?
up. Coming up
Okay,
soon,
really
though.
started feeling themselves on that second control point. Went 100 to 0. We'll see if Team
Hopefully they'll
CC
get some
wanna go
points. I
early.
want
Looks
to
like
see another
Garga's
game.
jumping into the back line as Cover tries to trade. A small little boot there from Superich, but instantly taken out by Zera. I mean, Cover, honestly, at this point, looking like a dive character, not much of a rush character. He's just kind of tag team with Zera, and it's been easy pickings of players like Superich.
I wouldn't count Team CC out of it just yet, though, because they have built up a pretty intense bank of ultimates. Yes, that pulse bomb was a whiff and a miss, but they get to come in with this Primal Rage.
Soundbar invested by
He's got
Apple
lethal
there.
with
They're
the
in a 4v4 now, as Pineapple also ends up going down. Gaga juggling away lethal. He's going to be able to find a nice little angle onto the backline, but Ultraviolet is taken down far away with those Pulsar torpedoes. And Nightmare, they're just kind of letting Gaga do his thing,
that mega.
and then just killing everybody else around him.
I mean, this is just a bad fight for Team CC to have lost. You saw
Pineapple
3,
coming in on
4
Sombra.
ultimates get invested to no avail. Nightmare just used the sound barrier, and that's kind of it. They stopped them in their
They're
tracks,
gonna
and now
have
we're looking
Nightmare's
at potentially
Orbital
last
Ray,
fight
Annihilation,
territory.
and
Look at
Pulse.
how the Annihilations have gone so far, and
push in
Kappa's got
deep.
another one.
3-man sound barrier as the orbital rays on the point. Superich evaporated by Ultraviolet.
Yeah, I think
mean,
that's
this is
GG.
final fight, Rose. No question about it. Pineapple, the only one left alive from Team CC.
Well,
They
it's
should
nice
be
to
able
see
get a
NA
recontest
team
here
looking
as Zera
strong,
goes spy
but I do feel bad for
But
Team
that
CC
recontest is
because
going to be very,
they're in front of a
very
Chinese
difficult.
crowd,
Pineapple's
so.
already so low. Who else is going to go in and touch? And you know
They
Nightmare's
found
thinking
Pineapple
this
already.
out.
Admiral's managed to chase him down. Zera's still got a pulse bomb in his back pocket. They got an Annihilation too. I mean, this is just over, surely. Team CC have got nothing left.
oh, he sucked him down with that
Annihilation
vortex.
rips Gaga down.
Yeah,
and,
that's-
well, Nightmare,
that's
they're just
Jover.
going to run away with it. A clean little 3-0 after the 2-0 of control. North America here to stay in China as Lethal with a victory firework shooting up
Dude,
in the air.
Lethal's fucking
At
been
overclock,
popping off.
not even required. Nightmare 2-0 Team CC.
Nightmare looked
Yeah, they made that
very
look
good
easy.
in that particular match, and I know the home crowd is probably cheering for Team CC there,
Oh, they're silent now.
but Nightmare, they
Yeah, it sucks to get shit
really
on in front of your
earned
home crowd like
win.
that.
I mean,
I
they
hate
just
that
look so
for 'em.
clean. I think
That's gotta
Kappa was
hurt.
able to put on just an enormous amount of pressure.
Especially after
and
their
Team
other
CC
Chinese
folded.
team came out and fucking went crazy. Once again, like strong
I
as
mean, look,
hell.
it looks super close that first round, 99 to 100% going Nightmare's way. But that flashpoint wasn't really close at all. And I expected, and everybody was kind of expecting Gaga, Winston, big things, like jumping into the backline. They've got no brig. But Kuffer, I think, played that very, very smart. Just holding out a little bit. Look,
I think Ramacha
you wanna
is really
come in,
strong.
You want to get to our backline, Ravenous Vortex, and then
He's
Zera
so
is
fucking
just
hard to
whipping
kill, and
in
his ult is
and
crazy.
just
That
mowing
vortex sucking you
everybody
down
else
is fucking
Team
annoying.
CC not off to the hottest start, jumping down to the lower bracket, but what a confidence builder here for Nightmare. A little 2-0. We'll jump over to the desk though. Everybody can break it down over there and send
That
us to the
Nemesis
next one.
form block, like
Clean
he's so
series
hard to
coming
kill.
out from
Amazing.
Nightmare, and you know things looked a little bit closer. Round 1 of Ilios, it was at 100 to 99, but then it really seemed like Nightmare found that tempo and continued to run with it.
Yeah, and I think Nightmare, they're just a really, I don't want to say a weird team to play against, but like a lot of the different things, they're kind of quirky, like where they play a lot of Ashe, they play a lot of Hazard. These are things that they were like finding success with in North America. And it's like a lot of other
Kuffa was
teams
looking good on
don't
tank,
play
man.
this style, so even for Team CC, it's
He looked
even
good on the
harder to
Hazard
kinda
and he looked
game
good on
plan
the
against.
Ramacha.
And
Lethal's
they
aim is
play
just
this
fucking
style
insane.
extremely well. They're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think just a
I
very
think
talented
they're
roster,
playing good.
and There's some of the youngest players that we sort of have, but like Zero just doesn't die on Ilios, like full stop. Like he's a huge impact over the game, and you can start to see some of the value proposition for Ashe in general, right? Against these ball comps, these dive comps, Bob is amazing at staving off anyone who would try and get into your backline, and not to mention that upfront CC you have. Kappa has tried to play Ramatra all the time in NA. And there are some metagames that are pretty like, you know, hostile towards him, but you can absolutely play him into these dive setups here. And it's something that like has to be looked at to ban. I think that we've seen teams try for that. He's really favored into Winston. Player like Kuffer as well is going to be happy to go there. But Zero, my boy, he's a DPS player, make no mistake. I tell you, he's one of the biggest talents in NA. Great showing from him.
Yeah, he played extremely well in this matchup here, Matt.
And I've loved watching this player throughout, you know,
He's not
kind of his
support,
run here
right?
in the OWCS. Is like you can definitely
he's
tell like
DPS.
he's a
Says
player who's
support.
extremely motivated, puts in a ton of work, wants to be there at these big events. And
I don't know if I
awesome
would
to
have
see
gave
them
him MVP. Not that he
qualify. I know,
did
although
bad or
obviously
anything.
we had to
but-
say goodbye to Team Liquid. It was awesome to see
I'd probably
Nightmare
give it to
qualify
Cuppa. He
because he
looked
knew how
really
much it
strong,
meant to
too.
some of these players. And first, you know, coming out here, first game at this international event, putting on a show on the Tracer. I mean, hey, he's what's scary, I think, as well. Like Lethal is like a really sick player. He didn't even really like pop off that series. Like you imagine there's going to be a few games where he kind of like
and not a whiff of the
goes
Sojourn either. Like
Yeah.
just didn't touch it. Like played a Cassidy because obviously there's a ball. You want to try and hinder. He's got.
Maybe this is our event, NA's event.
All right, settle. I mean, this is the number one
Too
team.
early to
NA.
call.
They got that easier seed. That's because they were able to win out, you know, domestically here. But we know who else is lurking in this upper bracket.
That's the thing.
This team, like, they got the jitters out. Like, they didn't win a map at Super Cup against, like, sorry,
That
second-rate
notebook
teams,
has
like,
seen
from
better
all
days.
around the world. So it's
That shit
great
looks
for
like it's
them.
got water
Dealing
damage
weaker
and
against
shit.
Team C, but they are potentially
Don't rain on our parade right now.
They're the-
Let us have this
I,
moment.
look, I want them to win, but Team CC are potentially the weakest team here at the Champions Clash, so we've got to see more from them. It's a great start.
You know, keeping it real here, right? But let's take a look at the bracket, see where we're getting with this coming up behind us. And with Nightmare moving on over to match 8, we obviously have Team CC dropping down to the lower bracket. It'll be interesting to see how things continue to carry forward with Crazy Raccoon and SSG even coming up next year,
I mean,
Matt.
I mean, looking, that's going to be a banger. I was also looking at match 5. It's like some EMEA on EMEA crime there. You know, sending somebody.
Someone get Geneva on the phone, bro. That's rough.
somebody. But dude, this game coming up next, like Crazy Raccoon, SSG, that's gonna be.
this game's about to be
I mean,
freaking
SSG.
good.
I mean, not a typical number 2 seed. Like they're very good.
They have a lot to prove to me. I think they've got like the level they have with this team and where they ended up placing in their performance in NA. Like I'm not satisfied. I'm a bit of a downer on this desk, honestly. But I know I'm hard on the NA teams. I think that's the reality of it. They've got amazing players. They need to lock in. Sometimes these guys like to have a good time. I know they've got the kind of mentality though that lets them, when the rubber hits the road, they will get serious. They're going to have to be more than just a little serious in this game.
Oh, absolutely. With a foe like Crazy Raccoon that they're going up against here in the upper bracket quarterfinal.
Yeah,
but
that's
we're going to
gonna
throw to
be
a quick
fucking-
break, so grab some snacks, and we'll be right back with
That's gonna
match
be
number
tough.
4.
Some cosplayers. The Farrah cosplay is dope. 7 minutes. Yeah, I'm stoked for this next game. This is probably one of my ones I was looking most forward to. Honestly, wish all the games would have been first to 3 though. I don't like that it was only first to 2. This is the full series, you know. All right, well, I'll be right back during the break. I'm gonna go refill my drink and shit. Oh yeah, perfect timing. Might have to turn this heater on. It's getting fucking cold down in this bitch.
Hey, we're Nightmare, and you're watching the Champions Clash.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions Clash.
Look at the old
The
one.
inspo, you guys got the inspo. Oh my god, wow. I mean, if you guys are just tuning in right now, I want to remind you guys at home to link your Battle.net accounts here.
Link your Battle.net account.
Okay, thank you, team. Thank you, team. Let's go, team. Just because there's plenty of time to lock in on a lot of these drops. We've got unique drops throughout all 3 days. For day 1, they've been super sick. Matt, what's your favorite one here?
You know, I like my chances with the loot box.
I take the loot box.
Yeah, look. I mean, you.
I like the first one. I like this one.
It's like, look, you get a little toss up, right? You know, with that.
Can't be
loot
mad
box.
about a loot box, but if it's not your 20th one, then it doesn't seem like you get shit.
Yeah, you're gonna get a blue one, you're gonna get a gold one.
We're gamers at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah. So here's the play, right?
Okay.
You turn the stream on.
Yeah.
You know, you've already got your 30 minutes. You hit that 1 hour.
Okay.
That
I'm gonna
loot
turn
box
this heater
isn't
on.
great. You're not feeling the vibes of what you get. You come back, you get those other 3. Then now
Or you
vibes
just
are back
keep it
up.
on.
Vibes are back
that
up.
$5
okay,
from
okay.
PayPal comes through because Matt's paying you to be nice to him on Reddit, and then you're living large. And then you put that towards Overwatch.
I don't even have PayPal.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
learning
fella.
so much right now.
Yeah, that was your excuse at dinner too. I didn't buy it. Yeah.
Learn so much. Love it, love it. Well, we do have a little content piece coming in from Danny, so let's check out what's going on in China.
Danny!
Guys, look how amazing this Ashe cosplayer is. I mean, she got it down to a T. The details. Let's look at Ashe one more time. Come on, one more time. The poses.
Yeah, she killed that
contacts,
shit.
everything. I swear, I would say Hangzhou has probably one of the best cosplayers. And Ashe isn't the only hero that's being cosplayed. There's one more, guys. My personal favorite, Hanzo.
Oh, Hanzo.
Let's go.
Is there no string on the bow?
Let's go.
No.
Do you work out? Yeah. Oh, he makes me look small. All right. I heard that you have a special move. Yeah, let's show it. Yeah, let's show it. Yeah. Hanzo came ready. Hanzo came ready with his sword.
I could imagine
All right.
cosplaying. Like, you'll never
let's
see
go.
me fucking cosplay. They look good, though.
You got this. Woo! Boom!
nice.
Perfection. There's so much to enjoy in Hangzhou, guys. Stay tuned. I'll be back.
Thank you so much, Danny. Love to see that he's made some new friends over in China. Do you think
Sorry, you got his Shimada brothers mixed up though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Could you pull
He's
those
Hanzo and Genji.
Look, I'm pretty
Right,
confident.
this guy can pick higher than you would think.
Yeah, you
Really?
Hanji.
You're flexible.
When you're in Toronto, I literally almost kicked Danny's head off.
Yeah, I mean it was.
How tall is Danny, though?
He's
That's a little BM. That's a little BM.
7 foot. He's 7 foot. Yeah.
He can't go on any of the rides whenever we go.
Okay, fair enough.
Brother, that's crazy.
Well, he's not here to defend himself, but we got to move on to our next matchup, right? We've got Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming.
This is going to be a good one.
Expected
Crazy
to be
Raccoon
a little
is
bit of a
fucking
banger, but like you're saying,
the
Space
team that's
Station
probably
Gaming
going to win it all, in my
Look,
opinion. I think
the team is
they're
really
better than
good,
Falcons,
right?
even though Falcons
This is
just
the
beat them,
team that. So Team Liquid comes in NA. They pick the best players because they get the money. The other best players sort of come to SSG, but this is a team that was really born from Sugar Free and Seeker wanting to play together, and they built an incredible roster around them. But they like to have fun. They really this team really cares about the enjoyment factor of playing Overwatch. But when they get serious, they can really deliver. They should have been the #1 seed in NA though.
Right, but you say you were disappointed in them. Like I wouldn't say they had one slip up, at least in my opinion. Like towards the end of NA, I wouldn't exactly say this team I'm down on them, right? Like clearly Nightmare's good.
Yes, I mean they're amazing and they're really well rounded. My problem sometimes with SSG is that it feels like it's so much rises and falls on whether Sugar Free can get his Genji and take a game over. And it's fun to talk about that, get in the back line, and win fights with that ult advantage. But it's a lot to ask from one guy to do this.
Sure. Yeah, you don't want all of that pressure to fall on just like one player. That's a huge thing when it comes down to those win cons. But we got to talk about the predictions coming in here, which I feel like our
Nobody's
predictions
not
honestly
gonna
have
pick
not
Crazy
been
Raccoon.
that spicy on the desk so far today. I don't think today it's going to be much.
No, you guys are spicy thinking you'd give CC
I like
a
Heesang
map
a
win,
lot.
You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Fair enough.
I like
fair
Sugar Free
enough.
and
I'll take
Secret
it, I'll
too.
take it.
And I like
love
Lip.
that.
I don't know.
thought
I like a lot of
crowd
players
would
on
get
both these
involved.
teams. So.
I'm like, man, this one, crowd ain't getting involved.
No, it's not. It's not.
They're all going Crazy Raccoon.
Wait, hold on, you got
2-0, 2-0,
one
2-1.
map?
Wait, hold up. He goes, oh, I'm so disappointed. SSG. Gives him a map.
Explain yourself.
What's the deal? I mean, I like these guys. I'm just
Okay.
hard on them. I genuinely like.
They owe you drinks or something? What's going on?
Hey, Lenny, hit me up. You know who to call, bro. No, look, I think these guys do have it in them to win a map. The thing is, they had to play Dive Mirror. They have to do it. They have to win a map in the Dive Mirror. But Kellen is the kind of player that can hang. I really do think that, so, like, him up against Junbin. And look, we just need one Lenny time game, guys. Just give me one Lenny time game.
The one thing I would say, and obviously,
Sugar
we
Free
go
can't pop
2-0. The players on SSG are players who play better in bigger moments.
Yeah, they're a
historically.
match day team.
Yeah. Like the online stuff probably doesn't excite them that much. That's where I think you see some kind of slip-ups at times. But like in these LAN environments, these players have risen and had good success internationally. Now I think if you tell them, hey, that Nightmare game is either you get to play Team CC or Crazy Raccoon, I think they probably go into that one with a different mindset of like, we must win this.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's
But
a
I also
hard
don't
first
think this is
matchup
a
to
team
get
that
in a
is necessarily
fucking
scared of like
tournament, dude.
Crazy Raccoon, and I think you probably look at least if
Gotta
I
play
was
Crazy
SSG,
Raccoon
I'd
on
look
your
at the
first
situation
fucking
of
game.
like, hey, almost in the same way that like Alcatia, right, where it's like, hey, if we get two maps here early on, we get by Crazy Raccoon, we send them two lowers. And then we play Nightmare, a team that we already had in our region.
Okay.
And like we kind of have a path.
Again, it's the best of three cope from.
Yeah.
But I mean, for these guys, like they don't care who they play first, right?
Yeah.
Because and this is like, Hunter literally says, okay, so we get a CC in round 1 by getting #1 seed. We're gonna play Crazy Raccoon in the second round anyway. Like it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So for them, like they're locked in. I do think like under match conditions, they're a much better team.
Yes.
They've got players that have had a lot of experience at those levels. Seeker wanted to link up with the other best DPS in NA. This team has got the firepower, right? But I'm looking at their ban strategy. I think it's going to be really important. It's something that this team hasn't always like shown as their biggest strength. I think like Unter gets vetoed a lot on veto strategy by his team, so I'm curious to see what they come up with.
Okay, well, let's see who the Lanimals are going to be as the teams take the stage here with Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
Let's see how confident they're looking coming out.
It's now battle ready. Let's welcome second seed from Asia Pacific, Crazy Raccoon!
Well, look, they're the #2 team out of OWCS Asia, but you've really just got to throw that moniker away and realize this is a region with incredible depth. This team has got what it takes. You've got Lip and Heesang, incredible DPS duo. Chorong, literal champion, alongside Shu, who is hailed as one of the
Yeah, I like
greatest
Chorong 'cause he was
flexible
on
players of his era.
Mayhem,
These guys
Florida
have got
Mayhem.
it all.
And now, the second seed from North America, Space Station Gaming!
And SSG always steps up in the big moments. Seeker and Sugar Free leading the way. You got Unter there in the back, looking fresh. And this is a team that's
got a
coming in.
notebook.
Yeah, he's got a notebook here. He's ready to go. And this is a team that's coming in.
They're a good
prepped for
team,
an
man.
upset,
I think
prepped
CJ's
for a
really
deep
good on
run
fucking
at
Ana and
this
stuff, too.
tournament. This match is going to be nuts.
It's going to be an insane
This is the match I was
one.
most excited for today, I
Crazy
think.
Raccoon, no doubt the favorites here. Jaws, Necra, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yes, Crazy
I'd like to be the
Raccoon
team one, so.
facing up against Space Station Gaming. Rose, Mitch gave them a single map there. I like it. I like the gumption. Are you giving them a map?
I don't
versus
think it's
Crazy
out of the
Raccoon?
realm of
I think they
possibility.
could absolutely take a map, but I don't think I can give it to him. I think this has and should be a 2-0 victory for Crazy Raccoon. Do you want to know why?
Sure.
Because I think history can repeat itself.
Okay.
I have a crazy statistic for you from
Is it
Crazy Raccoon.
okay, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon in the 2024 Overwatch
They're coming off a
Champions
defeat,
Series
though, because Falcons
lands
beat them for the...
went undefeated against Western teams. Western teams couldn't take a map off of Crazy Raccoon. Not only did Crazy Raccoon do this at DreamHack Dallas, where they won the whole thing, they did it again at the World Finals, just short of winning that too.
It's a little silly. It's a little silly. I don't expect them either to lose a map here. I mean, this team isn't historically accurate, I think, for a lot of teams in Overwatch history. It's like, oh, they've stuck together for a couple of years. This is insane. I mean, SSG have got such a large task on their hands. Do you think Kellen can stand up to a player like Junbin? Is the backline going to be able to stand up against Chorong and Shu in the backline? Like, there's so many questions here. SSG need to prove themselves. Of course, Nightmare have already made it through. They want to meet their brothers there. Are they going to be able to do it? That's the big question.
And I think they can. I think Space Station Gaming is actually a team that could surprise a lot of people. Maybe didn't necessarily have the performance we expected out of this roster.
I think they can all pop off.
This is absolutely a
I think
team
they could get a map.
Undefeated.
I don't think they'll win,
this
but
is their
I think they can get a
chance.
map.
Actually come
I'd like
in,
to see them win.
show that they have what it takes to be the best dive team in North America and actually be able to take it to a team like Crazy Raccoon.
It's just so hard, though. I mean, the
Like I said,
value on this
Crazy
team
Raccoon is
alone,
coming off a
despite
fucking
all the
loss.
records and
But that man
their
got something
trophies,
to
the
prove,
medals,
you know.
etc. It's just so hard to bet against Crazy Raccoon.
4 out of
He's
the
saying
5
lip.
players
Fucking
on the starting
gentleman.
roster won an award in the OWCS inaugural season. They are role stars. They are
Shu
MVPs.
is crazy as fuck.
This is a roster that is expected to win. It's why they are considered one of the best, and why you can't take a look at them being the second seed and think, oh, it's a done deal for
If
Team
I had to bet
Falcons.
on anyone
Crazy
winning
Raccoon
the whole
can
thing,
win.
it'd be
It
them.
starts
It'd be
here.
Some of
Crazy
the best to ever
Raccoon, I
do it.
think.
I mean, look, as well, Junbin on the roster.
If I was
We
a
have
betting
Max
man,
as
I'd like to
well.
see another
They can
team win,
swap
but-
in and out in a meta that is currently a little bit more dive favored. But if, we don't want to play Junbin this map. Oh, we want to play something else. That's fine. We've still got another world beater in Max. I mean, it's going to be tough for Space Station. What do you think would be like the key success? Do we need a Sugar Brawn flu game? Like, where is the key? Where is the path, the avenue for Space Station Gaming?
I think part of it for Space Station is kind of what the desk already touched on. It's maybe just having that pressure off of your shoulders a little bit and saying, we got Crazy Raccoon as our first pull.
Right.
That's unlucky. Maybe just take that and run with it. Because sometimes it is about having that weight off your shoulders. And you go, okay, we're just going to enjoy playing the game of Overwatch and see where we actually can go with that energy.
Just enjoy Overwatch and then play your
Just
hearts
have
out.
fun.
And just have fun. Just load to the server, have a little bit of fun.
It's
have
a
little
video
banter.
game at the end of the day.
So true. Just with a lot of money on the line.
That is also true.
And a trophy at the end of it all. It's
And
gonna
the
be a good
pressure of a
time.
bunch of people
Space
watching you
Station
play it.
Gaming, I think Lenny and Seeker, of course, in the DPS line. Look, they're pretty well equipped in this meta. Seeker is a phenomenal Sojourn. Sugarfree is an exceptional flex. But the DPS, the 7-foot gaming warlord of Flip. Like, we've even seen a little bit of Sombra here today, one of his best heroes. And honestly, there's not too many heroes you can't really call his best. He's just still that good. And Crazy Raccoon, I think a lot of people are going to have them going all the way through this upper bracket, maybe even winning it. I personally have Crazy Raccoon winning here in China, but I
Yeah,
think a lot of
if I,
people
like I
also
said, if I was a
Team
betting
Falcons,
man,
to be
I would
fair.
bet on them too.
We've seen some upsets. Can we continue to see them? That lower bracket is going to look rather scary if Crazy Raccoon managed to go down there at the hands of SSG. That is crazy. He's studying the Thesaurus and Danny Book. Okay.
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay, that was what was in the notebook. Okay.
It's just a picture of Thesaurus' face.
I knew there were no notes in there. I knew there were no notes. Just
It's all
Thesaurus'
for
face.
show.
Just the aura, the energy.
It is about the aura and the energy, though. I think in all seriousness, you have to take a look at these DPS players and see what kind of numbers can they actually put up in the server. Lip is a very tough opponent to actually go up against. But you do have these incredible stars in the North American roster of SSG that are really hoping to actually cement themselves as some of the best, not just in North America, but the world. And this is absolutely two players that can do that when you take a look at the caliber of the DPS.
These series as well, especially being first to two, can go very quickly. Sometimes you can't even find your footing.
Yeah, I
in a
wish they
game,
were all
it feels
first to
like
three.
in the first to two. First to three, you're like, okay, we go down a couple, maybe we can kind of win it back, maybe take that third map. Looks like we're going to Ilios as our first one. Winston ban for Crazy Raccoon, and a Farah ban for SSG.
I think we're going back to Wrecking Ball. What do you say? Junbin
Nah.
has
Well,
an
Junbin is good on
amazing
Wrecking
Ball. Love
But
to
I
play the
think they
Wrecking Ball.
probably
We
saw
just
that it didn't work
Wrecking
out.
Ball.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
think
feel
they're
like I want
gonna.
to see more Wrecking Ball.
Can probably play Hulk too, just saying.
Oh my gosh.
It was a bit of a-
that was a great moment.
It was. I mean,
Yeah.
look, they won that tournament too. I'm just saying, like, hey, Jimmy can
I
play
don't
pretty
think
much,
he'll
like,
play
anything
ball
he
after
wants.
seeing it didn't
And
really
Wrecking
work
Ball,
out for
honestly,
the
at this point in time, I
other
wouldn't
team,
say it
but-
was a bad thing whatsoever.
No.
Can Seeker and Sugarfree kind of shut that down? Do they flex over
But
to a
Junbin,
Sombra?
I
Not
know
a
he
hero
is
that
good
they're,
as fuck, man.
used to playing, and I'm pretty sure they'd prefer to play something like the Tracer, you know, the long-range hit scan, or even a Sojourn. They don't really want to just be like, okay, we have to.
Honestly,
now deal
Junbin
with
might
this
be my
guy,
favorite
like, he's
tank
being
player.
such a pest. I mean, Junbin and the rest of the dive. This team was built really to play dive, if you think about it as well. Like, shoes on it, it's just gross,
besides,
man. Like, one of the best to ever do it.
Goujoy.
I mean, in the last couple of weeks, though, I think this is where we can see sort of the growth
Both-
of
I like both
Space
of them.
Station. They've really locked into trying to play the dive. Now, not being able to play the Winston, it does beg a couple of questions to be answered of where do we actually see the roster go in terms of what Kellen is going to decide to play, but we're gonna have to wait to find out. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to kickstart this match between Crazy Raccoon and SSG.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. Yeah, so if you get knocked down, you don't stand any chance to win. Like, work your back to get like first. That's not how the bracket works. I wonder why these games are all first to two, and then these are just gonna be first to three. That seems weird to me.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Kuffa from Nightmare. Big congratulations, 2-0 victory for Nightmare. Easy? Was it easy?
It was pretty easy.
All right. I honestly kind of want to ask you about just playing on stage in Hangzhou. We kind of sort of talked about before we went live, but
voices
you
are
said
off.
that things were crazy. Can you expand on that?
I mean, this venue is just insane. Like, I've never played on anything like this in my life, so it's kind of just a blessing to be here, and I'm really grateful. And, you know, we'll just keep going with it, keep the energy going. And,
Yeah, and even the fans are really good, really crazy too, right? Good stuff, good stuff. All right, one last question. Your next match is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, it's either going to be SSG or Crazy Raccoon, right? I have a feeling it's going to be Crazy Raccoon. How confident are you going into that one?
You know, I mean, they're like the best team in the world, so I think we're going to give it a all, see how we go. But no promises, but maybe we can cause an upset. Maybe we can be the one team that can beat the Koreans. 'Cause I think we're the best in the West right now, so I think if anyone's going to beat the Koreans, it's going to be us.
I mean, upset was a thing for you guys, even in the NA side.
I think they just lost it,
Big
though.
congratulations. Good luck moving forward. Kuffa, thank you so much.
Or
That's
maybe,
it.
well, I don't know.
Studio, take it away.
I don't know. I can't remember. I think
Kuffa,
T1.
all right, I
won
like
something.
it. Fighting talk, best in the West. All right, so you know, bring in their all against probably Crazy Raccoon opponent a little bit later on. Likelihood rose, like we were mentioning before, pretty high in this series for Crazy Raccoon to make it. It'll be a pretty insane matchup, to be fair, if Space Station end up winning here. But let's go into the match at hand, however. I mean, Kuffa's going to be chilling, waiting, relaxing, wants to play the best team in the world, get a bit more, get a few more reps in, I'd imagine.
My
to
dog laying right by my feet.
through that lower bracket, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good experience, but it is going to be a tough task, as we've already said. Crazy Raccoon has yet to drop a single map to a Western team in any of our international
Pretty
lands
ridiculous.
for the Overwatch Champions Series so far. That is an incredible statistic for one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best teams in the world, some of the best players in the world too. It was Ilios, the map, I believe that was chosen with a Winston ban there as well. So like we were saying, you know, maybe a little bit of wrecking ball here. I mean, Kellen started off a bit slow on the ball when we saw it like quite a while ago, like last year. The Eichenwalder game just sticks out to me like a sore thumb. And the impact that Kellen was having just wasn't really there. But as time has kind of progressed and he's just improved so much on the wrecking ball pick and was one of the pivotal picks for the team in winning some of these big games in North America in stage 1. So we'll see if he ends up bringing it out on Ilios, or like we were saying actually just as we were in that small break, could be a little bit Hazard showing too. I mean, he looks really good into the wrecking ball.
We already got a chance to see that particular matchup play out in our previous series, but this is also a hero pick that we've seen Kellen actually opt for when things like Winston have been banned out. Kellen can go for something like that Hazard as replacement to the dive and still execute a very similar strategy.
Yeah, I mean, look, unfortunately, we are just waiting on a PC to be changed out on the stage. I think Unter got into the USB port and there's just Kasaurus pictures everywhere. So we have to, you know, we have to kind of system wipe that and get a new PC up and ready. So we're going to jump to a quick trailer.
That's kind of crazy. I got to put a whole fucking new
coming out
PC up there.
soon, and then we'll be into the first map.
Like, just while the PC is up there, just shit the bed.
To the stadium.
I guess it happens.
Let's
But
get
I'm gonna grab a
look at
drink
our
first. Yeah.
competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They barely clinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss. Against all odds, they've won it all! You love to see it, folks. Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end.
I wonder if they made any changes to Freya.
I'll get
Or if she's coming
quite
out just
the
how she was
payout
on the
for you.
playtest.
I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart! Brigitte, the heart of strength! Amelie, the heart of grace! Kiriko, the heart of passion! Freya, the heart of courage!
Damn, I take this guy's off. Shit's great as
And
fuck.
I am Juno, the heart of hope!
Kind of hurt me with the damn headphones are smushing in my head though. I'm gonna get some in
Together,
here.
we will take down the Hollow Hearts! The Full Heart Beam!
I honestly probably have some somewhere.
I run this show.
My spirit grows strong.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked. You are under my guard.
Another 5 fucking minutes. There's probably gonna be some crazy matchups tomorrow. Yeah, this shit's gonna be going on until fucking 10 in the morning at this rate. I'm gonna be so ready for a shower and some sleep when this shit's over. Alright, do we think there's gonna be another timer or what? I have a feeling there's gonna be another breaker. They're gonna play the fucking stadium for next battle pass shit again. go. Told you.
Freya, at your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid. As the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you. You wanted the best, and you got it?
Sir, I think you should see this.
Damien Barbosa, Mashiti Betty, and Sahil Bedia, aka the Wolf. All bounties recently posted, all neatly delivered, all very, very interesting.
Interesting. I thought you'd be more surprised than that, Max. I'd call you Marquis, but dark web monikers are so impersonal.
I see. Giffen, I presume. And you come bearing gifts.
Not gifts, bounties.
Yes, bounties. And my cargo that seems to have gone missing. Might you also have something to do with its absence?
Considering there was a problem with payment last time, I helped myself.
There was a problem? Oh my. Perhaps I should fire my accountant. Speaking of surprises, I am curious how you found them. And so quickly. I thought you worked alone.
I do.
Well then, please, enlighten me.
What's the tell? Your targets were nipped. And I'm not. So here we are.
Your storytelling leaves much to be desired. Instead of a story, perhaps a demonstration.
Got a snack and it's still ain't fucking starting. Got some broccoli and sugar snap peas. Some fucking orange stuff. Great range stuff. I don't know if I'm having it yet.
Very good, very good. Expensive, but good, good. Here. This is for the bounties. All of them. Keep the cargo. Consider it a bonus. Hmm?
You wanted me to come here tonight. This was all a test.
Figure with this shit
It was
taking
a
so damn long, at
calculation.
some point I'm gonna get hungry.
I had to be sure you were right for this.
Right for what?
For a problem no one else has been able to solve. I think you might find it particularly interesting.
I've got other jobs, Max. You understand.
Indeed I do, Giffen. Or should I say, Freya. But I also recognize those moments, rare as they are, when opportunity knocks.
You should have led
Yeah,
with
my
this.
bad. I've got all the fucking unlocked
Leave him
shit
to me.
on Twitch already. 3% away from the maze skin. That's the last thing.
We have so many cool additions to Overwatch with season 16 incoming. That was a beautiful trailer, by the way, with Freya. I know everyone's really excited about this new hero, man.
I cannot wait to play this hero. I think my teammates would probably think the opposite. You know, they're not excited for me to jump on because
No.
it looks like a hero that, like, obviously you need a ton of like mechanical skill, which I have.
That's you, right?
Occasionally,
Oh, okay.
I'm hit or miss. You know, I run hot, I run cold.
Inconsistent.
A little inconsistent.
It feels like we're adding another hero into like that mid-range designation that previously like only Cassidy kind of like, you know, occupied, but also with like way more mobility than he ever had. But then an ultimate that is really about like, you know, CC. It feels like a mini graviton surge in a lot of ways, and being able to draw everybody together as well gives us a great combo opportunity.
I think the mobility is key though, because it seems like there's so much
wonder if
mobility
the-
in the game in general that if you
like
don't
bros
have
and shit
it,
are gonna play Freya.
you kind of
Yo,
end up-
Cassidy.
Yeah, right. You know,
She
you gotta
felt
wipe
pretty
the
strong
dust
to
off
me,
every
but
time he comes out.
you get your
But
ult
I
really
think
fucking
having
quick.
the mobility and being able to have that kit.
Her,
I think she can be a
she's a
ton of fun.
playmaker.
Yeah.
No, for sure, for sure.
Her
I
like
think
fucking
especially
arrow
with
or
how
whatever
the meta
seems
is
really
looking
easy
right
to
now, with how
hit.
things are consistently shaking up week to week. It'll be a really interesting addition to see how that kind of continues to shift the way we're looking at DPSs in the game.
Yeah, like how diveable is she is like the question I am going to ask about any DPS that isn't super long range, because I don't know necessarily
can
she's
fly
gonna
up and
fit
dash
into poke
3
compositions.
times,
I think that
so-
she's probably a little bit more limited than that, but I think, like you mentioned, it's got to reward like your individual skill, because her take aim ability, right, you know, slows her momentum down, lets her float a little bit, and then like fire from like a really high-powered bolt. So a lot of options. Her perks are also really cool if you've sort of seen some of them, even like the minor ones, like, you know, final blows, like every third final blow giving you more ult charge quicker.
Yeah.
Like, it's all stuff that rewards.
That could get dangerous.
Exactly, it rewards, and at this level as well, like you're going to see her do pretty dirty things.
Super exciting, super exciting. I know something that you are obviously really excited about. The Doki skins?
The Doki, right?
Chat, we're gonna educate this guy.
So look, I mean, we
need to
know.
teach him.
I didn't really know any of the anime skins that we had. Now I know just about all of them. I know that Bebop is not a character; it's a ship.
It's the ship.
Ship.
Yep. What do you know about Gundam Wing?
I mean, I know so much about Gundam.
Yeah, like, I mean, what's a Gundam? What's a Gundam?
They're kind of like mechs. They're like AI,
You know that because Doa used to build
AI.
them.
The AIs become the sentient, and they become. I mean,
Maybe we're.
I've heard of Gundam, but I'd never heard of Gundam Wing
Is he
before.
accurate there? It's not bad.
I mean, I'm close. Yeah. So the Doki thing, I thought
Can't even
like
lie.
this was kind of like because there's so many animals with the skins, right?
Yeah.
I thought there was like more to do with the animals, but Mitch told me that it's like aspects of the heart, right?
Well, okay. The way I had to explain it to Matt was it's basically, I'm using a lot of IP here. It's Care Bears, but anime with costume changes, right? Obviously, do you know what Maho Shoujo is?
No.
Translation is magical girl. So, you know, it's like Sailor Moon, card captors as well, like old anime like that, where it's like there's a distinct transformation. There's actually anime right now called Zenshi, which also like throws back to that era a ton, which is really good. It's about an illustrator who basically her power is that she draws things into reality, but it like captures a lot of that, and she like kind of draws things from in the past in anime. So I'm very excited about this.
I just see these, I'm like, oh, they're cool skins. I'm just gonna buy them.
Think like magical superheroes type vibe.
Right. All right.
Except with more hearts
Yeah.
and you know, like lens flare.
I don't like eating
Lots
at
of
my
lens
setup.
flares.
Okay.
And also, like the Mercy,
extra careful.
the Mercy mythic weapon also fits into that as well. It reminds me of Sakura's like stave from Card Captors. It's very similar. So
No, it's really cool. I know that, like, for you viewers at home, everyone, like, all Overwatch fans, I feel like, have been always super excited for a lot of these, like, anime skins and whatnot. The Magical Girl one's always super popular. So super sick. We're gonna have to keep.
But then there's other people out there like me who have no idea what's going on, but they're like, hey, those
So Matt wants a Tyreek Hill skin.
Cool. Yeah, those are pretty flashy. I'll buy those.
It's a
Can we
learning
get to the
opportunity.
fucking game already? Holy shit,
You need
dude.
to learn about the. This is what the people want,
sick
bro.
of hearing these dudes yap about a
you
fucking
gotta keep
skin.
your finger on the pulse, man.
I am.
We got to figure out what our anime is to get you into the genre. There's going to have to be one, but it's got to be enough. It's got to have no books. No. The problem is you have to read. You have to put it in English. So it might have to be Full Metal Alchemist because it has great.
Oh wait.
I was gonna say we have to get him on a sports anime.
The basketball one is actually potentially as good as Haikyuu. I'm not gonna lie. I forget the name of it right now, but there is a really good. Like, there are sports anime. Go hard, bro.
Okay. All right.
Ice Shield 21 also very good. That's an NFL one.
That'll be my project. My project.
We know the gateway now. We know the gateway to get into it.
We can pick one, and we can all test me at the start of stage 2. And I'll take a test.
That's a segment to keep in mind.
I don't know if we get.
I don't know why I signed up.
You volunteered.
I don't know if we get owned for copyright, but that could be so.
Now I'm
an anime quiz.
But I'll take a quiz. You know, Eric and the boys back, cook something up. I'll take a quiz.
Okay.
I mean, outside of that, like
Let's
obviously, like
fucking
season
get to
16
it.
has
Holy shit.
Freya and also those
Stadium.
skins, but Stadium, right? I think that's like something we're super hyped about because. I don't
Are
know
they
if we've
building
ever
a
sort
whole
of
nother
experienced
computer?
a form of Overwatch. I think Perks explores that a little bit, where you can build in a direction as the game
don't got a
goes
fully
on, and there's
complete
a
built
feeling
one
of, like,
on
getting
standby.
stronger and like adapting
Plug
to how
that
your
fucker up
opponents are
and
getting
turn it
stronger
on.
as well. And obviously Overwatch, a map isn't like a super long form, but when you have like shortened, truncated maps in like a series, and it's only ranked, right? There's only ranked, so
I just like how it pushes it in a direction where, like, there's so many cool ideas and crazy ideas with like Overwatch characters that like you just don't want to exactly put into, you know, the main game in a ranked, and like, okay, here's an opportunity to put all these crazy things together. You kind of build up power over time, you over the course of the rounds, and then at the end you end up with just this like overpowered just demon of a hero. And I think that's like super cool. I mean, it'll get addicting. I think you already see like some YouTubers like, hey, you know, we're gonna put together different types of like, you know, guides and strategy and different builds. I mean, it opens up a whole new kind of direction. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, we like. It's funny when we sort of first picked up. Like when Overwatch first came in and kind of revitalized that arena shooter genre, we wondered if there'd be this like almost itemization aspect to it. It's really complicated and you know, really deep. I think we've been able to like explore it in Stadium in such a way as like there's a lot of depth, but also it's not like overwhelming. I feel like there's like a decent, you know, like the fact that Reaper can now TP forward and Death Blossom for a brief window, like after he does it's kind of sick. Ana also nanos whoever's in her field of view with one of her sort of abilities here. So, and also like DPS Morris can, do their thing.
It's sick. It's sick.
If you could make one ability for any of the heroes, this is like all the guardrails are off going into something like Stadium. What are we doing?
360 Reinhardt Shadow.
Wait,
what?
It activates in a ring
around you. Yeah.
So what is the counter, to just not exist?
Oh yeah, just put a just put a shield up, bro.
Shield up?
Yeah, shield up.
Okay.
I want Reaper, because there was a trailer like ages ago, and he could use his wraith form to go through walls. I want.
Oh, that was a ridiculous.
I want to be able to go through walls, but not just go through walls. I want the ability to hide in the wall and jump out.
That was like a glitch in the game. there was actually a bug in the game where if you Reaper TP to the right part of King's Road, you could actually see part of a in development PvE map that was in the game.
I want to be able to
it was in the game. It was crazy.
Jump scare people.
You used to be able to get out of the.
And like they don't know and they're in the wall. Like you want.
Yeah, I'm just no audio cue, no visual cue. I'm in there and then boom.
Okay.
Because it's Reaper, he has to say, I'm in the wall when he does it. Otherwise, there's no point. He's got to announce what he's doing.
That's fair. That is fair. I think for me, I would cook up like, give me original Mercy Res plus self-resurrection.
Yeah.
Like she self-resurresses, and then you hit the original ultimate.
That's crazy. That is a wild one. What about Cassidy? His ultimate slows the game down for everyone, including him. So everyone's like moving like this, and he's got like some bullet time. Like,
Mercy should be able to put her staff in the ground.
I'm waiting.
Reese does this already, by the way.
Hold on. Yeah. And then it exists as a respawn beacon for, let's say, 45 seconds.
Okay, whoa.
That might
For anybody who dies within that time in that area.
And call, like, I don't know, 100 yards.
100 yard. Okay.
100 yards.
Yeah.
Maybe,
What about
let's scale it back. Maybe 20 yards, 30 yards.
100 yards is kind of wild.
What if they gave
I mean, that's
Bastion
like-
a shield?
They did that. They did that.
That's pretty good though, wasn't it?
What if
Bro, can we
Bastion
get
could
to
turn
the
into like a
damn
little
game?
helicopter?
Holy
We haven't
shit.
gotten like a helicopter.
That's true. You're like an AC-130.
Dude.
You're talking about how you're anti-helicopter, though.
I'm cooking. I'm just scared of heights, and helicopters are obviously up there. So
Yeah.
So are planes,
I'm
bro.
vibing.
So are hot air balloons, bro.
Yeah, I don't even really like planes that much. I just
These
don't
dudes
like
just
I just
yapping
don't like
about
being up high.
nothing, bro.
Fair enough,
That's
fair
why
enough.
we keep-
I think we're
I think
overcooking
you're
a little bit
loud,
on the desk right now. I gotta shut this down before we get a little too crazy. So we're gonna head to a quick break and we'll be back soon with match number 5.
Another break. Shocker. At least it's only 2 minutes. Put some fucking eye drops in.
We're back, but for real this time. Yeah, I've arisen from my slumber, and I think they sorted out the issue. I think it was a PC issue or something, not entirely sure. It gave Hunter enough time, at least, to raid the Library of Alexandria to find some ban strategies, I'm sure. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. We're about to get into this one, the first map coming up in just a moment.
And this is going to be hopefully a good match. I mean, we take a look at Crazy Raccoon, the second seed coming in from Asia Pacific, going up
Bro's
against
taking a
Space
nap.
Station,
That's a
which is
vibe,
also going to
CJ.
be the second seed of North America. And
I would be too,
yeah,
man.
I mean, it's been quite some time. I hope the players have been able to actually stay warm for this one.
He's fine.
Maybe just getting into Zen mode before we go in.
CJ, you got to get up, my guy. Upright the seat, get into game. There's the bans. Winston for Crazy Raccoon. Space Station Gaming banning Farah. If you've only just joined us, this is the perfect time. We're about to jump in. Ilios is the map. And yeah, we spoke about it before the obviously extended break there, Rose, but an expected 2-0 for Crazy Raccoon here. I think anything else would honestly be a little bit of a disappointment for them.
Especially when they took all of the 2024 inaugural OWCS season and didn't drop a single map to a Western team. They do not want that trend to start now, especially when this is a huge tournament and
I'm
just
not banned in
huge
the chat
prestige
anymore.
on the
I
line
must
for
only got
this
timed
team.
out for like a
Crazy
few hours.
Raccoon in the APAC finals honestly had a disappointment
Lip
themselves.
kiss kiss.
That is an insane... What?
Wow.
Yeah, that's facts. There he is. There's the man himself. I'd run away from that.
He's
specific
too
man.
tall.
He's too tall,
He's
yeah.
actually
We were
just too tall.
We were just talking about it, like how tall's Johnny versus Lip? Johnny is taller than Lip, not by much though. 7-foot gaming warlord, of
I mean,
course.
both of them are just too tall.
Yeah, way too tall.
So.
It is really funny watching Lip walk out with the rest of his team. Shu's pretty tall though as well, to be fair. So it's both of them and everybody else is kind of short. It's
like
kind
a
of
whole head taller than everybody else.
Yeah, seriously.
All
All right,
right,
there you go.
let's fucking
Lenny
get
got his
to it.
hands warmed up, ready to rock and roll. CJ, chair upright. Coach is shaking hands. There it is. Secrets exchanged. Good lucks and well wishes either side as we're about to rock and roll. Here we go. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming. We're in it, Famalamps. So a little late over here. And I can't wait to get this one started to see how Crazy Raccoon end up matching up.
A lot of people coming into this tournament expected that dive was going to be one of the more prominent strategies.
They definitely
for
got
these
some
teams
kinks
to go
they need to
for.
iron out
so the fact
before
that Winston is
tomorrow
banned
in
out
grand
right
finals.
now means that we get a chance to see something maybe a little bit more interesting come to the table for this first map of the series.
Crowd's very ready as well. Just praying for no more pauses, although I can see. I call this the ant cam because everybody looks like ants. And there we go. We're in game. Round of applause at home. We finally did it. We are here. Crazy
Let's fucking
Raccoon
go, dude.
and Space Station Gaming. And is that what I think it is?
Looks
Junbin
like
Saying
it.
on the Echo.
Oh,
I know
yes.
Sugar Free plays a good ass
Some of
Echo
that,
too, so
Wrecking
we
Ball
could see
is
Echo
one of
mirror.
Junbin's best heroes, so with Winston off of the table, it feels like it's natural for Junbin to go
Yeah, I
in the
guess they are
direction
gonna
of
go
being able to
ball.
go for the Wrecking Ball. But
I was
on the
kinda thinking
other
that they
side of
might not,
things,
'cause that,
Seeker going to opt to try to play the Sombra, maybe play
that
into
last
the hands of the Space Station
team didn't
strategy
do so well with it,
just
but-
a little bit, despite the fact that Winston got banned out. This is something that Space Station can actually prep for now, having the Sombra as a perfect target anti-Wrecking Ball strategy.
It can be so hard, though, to be fair, to lock down that Wrecking Ball. Junbin's not going to stay
Somber
around
Tracer.
for too long.
It's interesting.
And Seeker's ability to stay in fights now that you can't go permanently invisible can be quite tough. Kellen does get anti there by Shoot. Seeker goes down first, though. Lip chasing him.
Nice.
However, they do end up trading for Charon. Sugar Free a little bit low, though. Only one blink to his name. Lip trying to chase him out. No recall for Lip either, though. There goes Shoot. Okay, Bliss
Dude,
with
Lip
the double
versus Sugar
kill.
Free on the,
There's actually a trade back and
the
forth. Crazy
Tracer.
Raccoon
is
do
sick.
own the point and own Kellen's mech as well. 1 HP on that mech on the high ground. And there is the D-suit. Crazy Raccoon are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, despite the trades here, Crazy Raccoon taking control of the point first and eventually taking control of those damage trades later on. Junbin actually gets
Junbin's
hacked
low
out
as
here,
fuck.
and this is where you can see the power of this Sombra. Seeker, though, is going to have
Low Tracer's
a
about to
pretty
have a
tough go of
pulse.
things. Not only are you trying to target down this Wrecking Ball, but you also need to make sure that you can keep yourself a part
Yeah,
of
the
the equation
Sombra
of
might be
these
pretty good into
teamfights.
the ball.
You have to act a lot
This is a
quicker now as the
counter
Sombra. Like I said, that limited invisibility can just be such a pain. Normally you'd want to like hang around on the periphery, wait for the ball for the engage, but you can't do that anymore. And already actually spotted out on the high ground, so not too much longer can Seeker stay around, attempted the hack there, but Junbin was about 50 miles away from
Oh,
him.
with the
Pulse
sick.
bomb thrown out by
Nice
Sugar
shadow.
Free, just a swing and a miss there, a little bit of damage on Shu, but that's about it.
And they're already at
Kind of all
54%.
you're going to get out of that one as Space Station Gaming look to have to reset for this next engage. Kellen's coming in with maybe this
I think they fixed the audio though, which
just
is
to be able to
nice.
reset here, but you're missing a lot of these other critical engage tools, like Secrecy
What
and
is that pulse?
Seeker's dead again, and it's been so hard for Space Station to actually get
Maybe
a
he thought he
kill.
was gonna fly
Like a
backwards.
single kill is all that we need to maybe find a fight
They
on
lost
the
Kellen.
point, but Crazy Raccoon are not giving them a single inch to work with.
no breathing room
Yeah,
for
and they
Space
have
Station
fucking
Gaming, and
4
in
ults
fact, Crazy
up, too.
Raccoon are actually going to take the fight to them. With these Wrecking Mines available from Junbin, that's one way that you can just kind of layer them onto the main and make it so much easier for Hisei.
It's gonna be impossible to
There's
take.
just too many tools here for
They
Crazy
got
Raccoon.
nano, rally,
Space Station don't have
mines,
this EMP yet, as they're
duplication.
running up to
Bliss
the
died.
overtime.
Bliss died to mines and he had the beat. That was their real
Ooh.
saving grace. Seeker 1% away from the
Yeah, he
EMP,
died with
but
beat.
I think unfortunately for Seeker, fight's already done.
I think EMB
Space
takes the
Station
mines
Gaming-
out, but
They got choked out. Man.
100-0.
Is anybody surprised? I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon we're talking about.
Not super
That's
surprised about that outcome, but maybe a little bit surprised that Space Station didn't have a bit more say in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, I
Especially
thought they
when
were at
put
least gonna
so
flip it
much
once
value
or
on
so,
being
but-
able to target down something like the Wrecking Ball. Felt like that strategy fell flat. I almost kind of want to see Space Station Gaming go back to not necessarily trying to defend away from this particular strategy from Crazy Raccoon, but try to actually play a little bit more fast-paced, like with their own. I don't know, maybe just not the Secret Sombra. It just doesn't feel like Space Station to me.
Lip is hounding him down too. And that's what you need to do as the Tracer. just permanently tagging
Yeah,
the Sombra.
I think they're going Sombra just because he's playing ball. But it didn't really seem to matter too much.
Looks like Chorong might be switching. Okay, Crazy Raccoon go back to the Brigitte. Bit better on this map too, hanging out with Shu. You're expecting dives to come in, of course.
I love the whip. I just like the shield
saying
bash
way
or
out
even the
there.
whip shot to be able to deal with the Tracer or the Sombra. I think there's a lot of reasons why this break would give you a little bit more utility in this particular matchup. Look at Jumpin getting hacked though, does have to play a little bit more careful, but you can tell that's kind of the game plan here for Space Station is make Jumpin's life very difficult.
Yeah, Jumpin do be balling right now. I mean, yeah, CJ's already dead. A slam, Lip follows up. I mean, this really does feel like taking a hedge trimmer to a single blade of grass. It feels complete overkill for Crazy Raccoon. Backline down though, but quickly traded. Look at that, instantly. It's like, oh, we got the kill on Chorong and Shu, great. Oh wait, he's saying, and Jumpin Lip just killed everybody. Okay, well, Crazy Raccoon end up capping the point again.
All right, they're gonna switch some shit up. They're going
Take a
Hazard
look
now.
at this though. Space Station are finally going
Dude,
to make an
Jumpin's
adjustment
crazy,
in their
bro.
strategy, putting Kellen on this Hazard. This is a hero that we've
He's
seen
chilling
Space
on the
Station
roof
go
here.
for in some of these dives. Maybe this will help them engage a little bit better, knowing that Kellen can actually go in, maybe isolate somebody on Crazy Raccoon.
Zeke's having a tough time of it as well, Rose. Like you said in that last round, tough for him to stay in and then actually get that EMP. Only got it online at the very last moment. He's 47% on EMP right now. Good whip shot, actually, from Chorong there, stopping Kellen with a dive.
There's still time for Seeker to be able to get this EMP online, but I think
Oh, they
it's
got
like
Junman.
it's gonna take a lot of this coordination from Space Station to actually win a team
Maybe if
fight
they
here.
get the point, they can keep it from
Jumping down.
getting the flip back.
Now's the chance to strike. T-Sack. Oh, well, they got two traces now. Uh-oh.
Duplication.
Sound barrier coming through from Bliss. Nice little sit there from Lip. Holding up the arm, though, is Kellen, so reduced damage there on the Hazard. And guess who's back in the action? Oh, it's Jumpin. He's got mines in a couple of moments. They didn't even let the point go. A duplication, a post bomb thrown out. Kellen, Seeker down.
Damn,
and
dude.
oh,
That's
Space
crazy.
Station knocks clean out of orbit. There's no chance you win in this fight, not against that rally. And we are looking at final fight territory woes with Mind and Nano Boost still in the tank.
And a very similar situation to what we saw in that last round, where Seeker is still.
I thought there was a chance and they
15%
killed
away from
Junman,
being
but
able to get this
it's not looking
EMP,
good.
And it still takes setup for Space Station to be able to execute on that particular game plan. And so
Yeah, they
while
got
Crazy
Nano, they got
Raccoon are gonna be in the
mines.
driver's seat here, gonna walk into all these mines.
Okay, what is Chorong doing up there? I mean, they're super far forward. I mean, surely Shoot dies. Scott Nano deploys it onto Hisang. Seeker has got the CMP, but he needs to touch. He needs to be a presence on the point. And actually locking someone down is going to be tough. They end up hacking Jumpin, but he was already on the high ground. Seeker ends up falling. A good sleep onto Kellen, and now still Space Station Gaming need to find another pick for this to be worth it. The EMP found basically nothing, but Kellen actually settles the score. Chorong falls down to the Mantis Blades as the downpour does manage to connect and kill Shu.
Shu goes down,
Kellen
but
goes
Hisang
down
is
right
quick to
after.
follow up on Kellen. And the backline for Space Station Gaming are starting to falter. With these reinforcements coming back from Crazy Raccoon. Might just
Maybe
be
they
a
get
matter
it
of
right
time
here.
before Lip is able to lay the
All right,
pulse
well, at
bomb,
least they're on the
but
board.
Space Station
Shit.
finally get a flip. This is where they have to start to turn things around, but it's such a tall order. Maybe the support ultimates coming online for Bliss and CJ, but Crazy Raccoon, they aren't missing a step here.
Yeah, that
Nice
sound
cue.
barrier and that rush just so crucial. Look at that defense there from CJ. Narrowly escaping this life there. Did Bliss has got the sound barrier now. With the pulse bomb, looking like they want to try and force this one out of him before they try any meaningful step into this fight. A couple of trades.
They
there.
got Shu,
and
but
Seeker
Seeker's
ends up
down.
going down. They're still jumping, still in this fight.
They
Shu
have
with
beat
no
and they
recall,
have
no legs left to his name. He's
fucking
getting
Cassini rush.
chased by Jumpin.
Oh, he didn't get it
Throwing
off in
that
time to
sound
save
barrier for
CJ though.
Space Station Gaming as the duplication comes in onto Hisang, and look at this!
With his
They've
rush
just walled
forward.
him in! Someone help my mans! Kellen is super low, just forced into this small corridor. A free downpour as well, straight on top of your head.
dude.
Hisang just does it better as Crazy Raccoon end up getting the flip.
They're gonna get the flip, and it looks like they're gonna get the map as well as the round expires. And
Yeah,
Crazy
I
Raccoon,
don't know about the
they kick off
Sombra,
this
man.
series with a dub.
Yeah, hello 2-0 there for Crazy Raccoon. 46% on that second round.
That
but
looked damn near
full
effortless.
control, full presence there from Crazy Raccoon, and the tempo, the speed in which they play, you're not really shocked at that at all, but and Space Station shouldn't be either, but it feels like when you go onto a LAN environment
I think they gotta
like
switch it
this,
up.
and especially in a
Put
first
Seeker on
things
Sojourn
can
or something,
really
maybe
start to
Sugar Free on
snowball and
Echo as
slip out
well.
of your hands a little bit quicker than you may expect.
Well, a good call out on your part that like that second round did.
I don't think the
look
Sombra's
a
the
little
move.
bit
They got
better.
one
I mean,
EMP
the
the
fact that
whole
Kellen
time, I
switched
think.
over to the Hazard Hazard gave them a little bit more presence on the point. And I mean, just getting 46%, I think, is still a huge deal. A lot of investment from Space Station to go into this Sombra strategy, and it takes time to build up to an EMP, and I don't know if that payoff was quite worth it.
They kind of knew what was going to happen, though. I mean, you touched on that at the very start of the map. It's like, okay, Winston gone, so ball. So
maybe like a
obviously, right
Sojourn
now, we're
Genji
gonna
or
run out
something.
as the Sombra. Sombra did get a little change, of course. Like I mentioned a couple of times there, where you can't just perma be invisible anymore. You do have that small timer. So Lip is able to kind of chase you out. Same with Jumpin, to be fair, in a way. You still get interrupted when you get hacked, but when you go for a hack, like it is hard for Seeker to find a lot of value, even though it's the perfect counter.
I do think that Seeker was doing a relatively good job.
I just don't think it's worth it. I get trying to, you know, hack the ball so he's not rolling around and shit, but I just don't think it's worth it.
You could get away from some of these more like crowd control-y type of skills that Crazy Raccoon had on the team. But I mean, if you're getting forced to translocate out, it means that you're not having much say in the damage department for the team.
Look at him trapped in there, dude, with his fucking spikes.
The overall job of Space
And he gets the
Station
down
a little
for
bit
that shit is
harder.
crazy.
I mean, take a look at how Kellen kind of gets caught out here, and I mean, what a statement from him. He's saying like just that, you know, dupe the hazard and then
that's dirty.
lock the opposing hazard in.
That double wall was a little devious, I will say. That was, not exactly.
Yeah, that's like a
somewhere Kellen wanted to
disrespect,
be.
dude.
Literally trapped in a little jail cell.
We don't like tiny Overwatch.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Kellen definitely doesn't, especially with the wall too, because you get like bounced around when you get hit by it.
Oh,
it's so
yeah.
Yeah, he's saying we're doing him one.
Playing against
better there.
Hazard
So
fucking sucks.
now moving on to a Space Station map pick. Obviously, Winston is still on the table here. Do you reckon they'll go for a map that's less catered to that? Maybe they still want to run something like a Hazard? Like you said, Kellen looks pretty good on it.
I think you could realistically see Esperanza, Saravasa. I think any of those maps would still cater to a Winston, but also still allow you to play something like the Hazard if you felt like that Winston dive or the Winston mirror wasn't necessarily working out. I also think that it wouldn't be a bad call for Space Station to maybe pick something like
Give us a
Junker
King's Row. Give us a King.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row would also be great.
Or a Blizzard World. I know Jake hates Blizzard World, but I really like it.
I like Blizzard World. I like the aesthetic of Blizzard World.
I don't like pushing third, but first and second are really fun. Very different points to kind of navigate. So yeah, we'll see where they want to go. Of course, this is Space Station's chance to pick, and that they'll be banning first as well. So again, coming into this, you're thinking Crazy Raccoon. They're definitely gonna. Mitch was saying, you know, a little 2-1, but I think a lot of people had this on the cards as Crazy Raccoon just kind of blasting them away. But, you know, signs of life at the very end. Can't imagine we're going to see a whole lot of Sombra. I mean, normally you're seeing Seeker rock up on something like a Sojourn, which is maybe where you want to go to a bit of a slower map where Seeker can really shine.
I think just anything that's going to give you those more long-range sight lines does benefit Space Station, but I think it benefits Crazy Raccoon as well. But kind of as we were discussing, you've got Esperanza as a dive map on the table, so kind of doesn't surprise me that Space Station wants to go that route. But take a look at those bans. We've got Cassidy and Brig coming out here.
Interesting, yeah. So Space Station also want to go kind of fast, but first Crazy Raccoon is like, we don't really mind this Brig ban because we have Chorong already, and Chorong's Lucio is just cracked, and then we have Shu. So I'd imagine what we're going to be running here is just kind of good old-fashioned dive. Like, we're just going to have the Winston jump into the back line, and we're going to have
they're
Nana
going
set up with those names,
Esperanza,
and then Chorong just doing
then
what Chorong does
Cassidy,
best,
and
just kill people
Vegeta.
on Lucio solo. So
Yeah, just do Lucio things.
exactly, yeah. Do you think where do you think Seeker's going to go from here? How is he going to actually pivot?
I feel like I just want to see Space Station play like the similar game plan of go Sojourn Tracer. There's a big reason why a lot of these Winston teams decided to go for those particular DPS. I think the Cassidy ban is a little telling. I also think that maybe Seeker could go in the direction of maybe playing something like Ash Tracer, but you kind of need to have the long-range hit scan.
If anybody doesn't follow Crazy Raccoon on socials, you definitely should. The artwork they've made for the players is honestly incredible. You can see it, the little sign there. Each individual person on the team, and even the support staff as well, they've got their own characters. It is really sick. Esperanza is the pick for Space Station Gaming. Hey, I ain't lying. German can still run out with a wrecking ball here. I would like to see some, like you said, a little bit more slow-paced from Space Station. Don't want to get bowled over too early. See if Lenny can be the big difference maker as well. Maybe he does need that flu game.
Hopefully they put up a fight in this game. I want to see at least.
Space Station trying to be
Look how they put the tape over the chair.
You know, I feel like Sombra can be very reactive, and I would love to see that more proactive gameplay coming out from Space Station. So I don't know. We'll see if that's something that they can execute on. But it's still a tough ask.
I kind of wish they didn't ban Cassidy. I'd like to see a little
I mean,
Cassidy gameplay.
100%. I mean, you were playing against Crazy Crew in the rest of the world. I mean, even Cuffer was saying it as well in the little interview with Danny we had. He's like, look, we know they're the best in the world. Like, all their players are cracked. The team as a whole is just ridiculous. It's them or Falcons. And Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, that rivalry has been going on for the last couple of years, and it has been a spectacle every single time both those teams log into the server. Looks like we're going in though, and I can see a little screen peek there. Seeker hovering the Sojourn.
I'm telling you, I mean, this
That's
is
what he needs to play. The Sombra,
the last couple of
it's just not worth it.
So it was a bit of surprise
yeah, what, you
to
hack
see
him
that
for
Seeker wanted
fucking
to
half
go
a second,
to play
and
the
then what?
Sombra,
Like,
which is just not a hero that we've seen him play super often. When the key to success for Space Station has been Winston, Tracer, Sojourn. Having CJ maybe play the Ana or the Juno, and then go for Bliss on something like the Lucio or Brig. Very standard type of Winston dive gameplay.
Helen on your screen there just a second ago. Here we go, getting into game. Yep, there is the hover. Unfortunately, yeah, I think she was going to play Kiriko. I always want the Ana, but if you're in these really super fast dives, like
hopefully they both stay
Ana's
this.
not as good. Obviously, the enemy plays Kiriko, you use the antis, and obviously your mobility.
This is the Overwatch I like. I like Winston
especially
and
with that double
Tracer.
dash perk as well. Two small swift steps, so sick.
And it just makes sure that you're not going to be the one that gets dove first. I think that was something that we did see on Ilios, and so maybe just make
These
sure
mirrors
that
like
you
this are a
aren't
lot
going
of
to be
mind
that
games.
person that's going to be that target. But it's going to be a complete mirror on both sides here, as you do see Seeker truly lock into the Sojourn. I'm excited to see how we're going to get that done.
Okay, Titan down, Lip already dead. Traded by Seeker though, all onto the Traces now. We'll see if he's saying, and Jumbin, yeah, just demolishing the backline. And
Shoes
this is
down
going to
now.
be it. It's the trades of the backline. How long can you realistically stay alive? Susie
he's
used by
trapped in that
CJ,
fucking room.
no Swift Step. And to be honest with you, Swift Step probably wouldn't have landed him all too far away from Junbin there, as the rest of his team were just hodling around him.
I mean, this is still going to be a team fight win that maybe Space Station can stall out. You still have the reinforcements coming back. Kellen is still alive, has these Winston bubbles, but there's so much pressure from Crazy Raccoon to try to burst those and get that frontline access.
He's saying for sugar-free Tracer's going to be sick.
He's saying not blowing the recall. Knowing that Shu is pretty close by, doesn't want to blow that resource too early. There's the jump onto the high ground. Attempted boot from Bliss. Doesn't stop Jumping, getting up there.
Wow, he's saying his post bomb already and sticks Kellen.
Good stick, yeah, good follow-up as well. Jumps straight over the top and Lip out a railgun with his name on it. At least he can take him down, but this will slowly fall apart here for Space Station Gaming. Unless Sugar Free can continue his spree. He's already taken down Chorong, and this spot is still being
It's looking, you know, decently close, actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple of trades that make this an indecisive team fight win for Crazy Raccoon. Space Station actually steal the bot away.
Sugar Free just went absolutely nuclear there.
Kellen jumped right. He was trying to go get that mega, I think.
This is the type of performance that we need to see out of Sugar Free, though, especially when we see these dives. Sometimes
looking good. They're about to take the lead.
To try to be those difference makers. And when it comes down to Space Station being able to take a map off of Crazy Raccoon, I think we have to see Sugar Free and Seeker really show up in the server. And that's why I'm excited to see Seeker on the Sojourn, a pick that he has found so much success with in this first stage of OWCS for the season. Maybe something that can really take it to Lip.
Susie used pretty early. Both rushes are available. Beats coming online as well in his second, but Seeker already down. Happy with the progress, I'd imagine, Space Station Gaming, but CJ still wants to push this towards this checkpoint. Another rush coming through from Shu as well. Sound barrier unleashed from Crazy Raccoon. They've got to deal with this Primal Raging Winston in their face, but they're going to take the fight to the back line of Space Station Gaming as Bliss falls. And Space Station.
Yeah, they lost Seeker early. That really hurt them.
Crazy Raccoon are now in the lead, or in control of it at least.
Yeah, I mean, Jumpin just had the later
They
primal
got 50
rage
meters, man.
there.
They almost
He's
had
able
the
to get
forward.
that resource on quite quickly. Lip is now
Lip's
going
got
to
the
be on a
overclock.
bit
Seeker's
of an
coming
angle
up
to
on
try
overclock.
to get some access to Space Station as they start to make their way back in. Going to have the overclock ready and just lets it rip.
Yeah, just creating a lot of space here. Kellen's on this.
He doesn't have the perk for the
super low
150
as
yet.
well. Doesn't wants to get back to the rest of his team, and no one can peek, so he's in a catch-22 situation. Crazy Recruit might take the lead here as well. They're going to try and push all all the way to Space Station spawn, trying to force Sugar Freeze to press his recall button, and he did so. So he's going to have to play safe for a little while.
I mean, he's saying could just get a stick here as well, and that's just going to be that first checkpoint.
Not quite.
No, they're gonna try and.
And Seeker.
Nice,
He's
Seeker.
the railgun. Okay, he's in a prime position.
Oh.
As he's saying, gets his face torn
Ooh.
off. Seeker with a triple.
I mean, this again speaks to where we
Yeah,
want to
see,
see Space
he should have been
start to carve
on
out these opportunities.
Sojourn. The
Seeker being able
fucking
to
Sombra
put
just
on the
wasn't
carry
working.
pants and
It
show
wasn't
us
worth it.
what he's got on the Sojourn. And Overclock not just
Nice,
the
they can
perfect
hold the
ultimate
space,
to do
try and
that,
push
but
that
I think
fucking
just
bot a
Seeker
little
being
bit.
able to have these charged railgun shots are what's going to really open up these fights for Space Station.
Sugar and Freeze, a nice little spot there on the high ground. Chooses to now potentially look at Jumbin and juggle the bot. Really tough spot for the Tracer to be in it. Wants to find entrance, but
nice,
Seeker's actually
Seeker.
going to unlock the door for Space Station Gaming.
Seeker's popping
Yeah,
off,
look
man.
at this. The difference here between the Sombra and the Sojourn for Seeker is night and day.
CJ's coming up on that
They're going
Kasune
to have
rush
that
too.
first checkpoint activated.
Shoe's not too
and
far
now
off
they've
either,
got
though.
those forward spawns to play around with, and they're already starting to hold this corner. Crazy Raccoon know though, this is where they're going to have to start to turn things around.
Yes, I hope we get a
He's gonna be
fucking
the one
map
that has the
3, man.
pole
That'd
ball,
be
but it's going
sick.
to be the Kitsune rush around the corner that gets Space Station through.
Yeah, Jumbin's now trapped on the wrong side of the team fight. Sports a
They
recall
got
that
the
he's saying,
forward-
so this could be
forward,
easy pickings for
checkpoint.
Sugar Free, but it's Seeker again. Back-to-back deaths there on the side of Heesang. Here comes the rush, the return one. It's a 4v5 on the point. Seeker still with the dash, and look at this firing line he's got right now. So he has to be careful. He's in enemy territory currently. But still,
Oh!
leave Heesang alone, Seeker, please. Straight from the
Jeez,
spawn,
Seeker's popping
just
off.
180s, clicks him in the head. Okay, Crazy Raccoon, they still lost control of this bot, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station Gaming, we're still pushing there. Not before we see Crazy Raccoon start
Dude,
to turn
Space Station
things
looking
around.
good, man.
They have finally got their bearings together as Space Station do have to back
We're
up.
coming up on beat. Both
And
teams
Crazy
about to have
Raccoon, they've
beat.
got ultimates.
Junbin's about to have
Space Station
primal.
have the lead now.
Phone's a
There's
little
still
off.
4 minutes and 40 seconds to play around
Overclocked
with. And
looking
Junbin's got
about
Primal
even.
Rage. We've got Sound Barrier as well here from Chorong, and he's saying with a Pulse Bomb.
Soundbarrier engagement.
Oh, he almost
Choron
Ajax.
so close to Ajax him, but they're going to carry on this pursuit of this Lucio. A little bit too slippery though for Space Station Gaming. A good stick, but an
force
instant
the
prep from the
primal.
Primal Rage, and Lip falls
Oh,
to the
Lip going
hands
down.
of Eleni. Jumbin does end up using his own Primal Rage here, but it's looking a little worse for Crazy Raccoon right now. Seeker dodges out of the way of Jumbin, kept
Holy
alive.
shit.
CJ and Bliss keeping him up for a little bit
Oh,
longer
right
than
click,
maybe
though.
he should have
Sugar
been.
Free gets shoe. He's
Eventually,
saying
Crazy
get
Raccoon will win it, but they are still in a deficit in terms of meterage right now. If
Damn, dude, this
Space
game's
Station
crazy.
Gaming managed to reconvene here, they should be able to touch before the lead is gained.
Lip's got the
Bot's gonna have
overclock though.
to take a couple of seconds to start to push this barricade and then be able to capture this checkpoint. And unfortunately,
Alright,
there
get that forward
just
spawn.
isn't a touch that can come through. Space Station Gaming know that they've got to group up as a team of 5 before they can go in and
They can
start
still
to
try and
contest
not let
this
him
spot. But Crazy
get the
Raccoon
lead,
are
though.
starting to turn things around. Lip is going to be the one that has his
They gotta be
overclock
careful of this
now,
fucking
and look at how
overclock.
far back they're able to push Space Station.
Yeah, look at that. Easy space creation tool there for Lip. I mean, Kellen had nothing to say in that fight. I mean, you pop the bubble down, you jump
They
away,
took the lead,
and
too.
then no one else wants to peek. They're going to get their faces ripped. And Crazy Raccoon, they're taking the lead, Rose.
And they got
Taking the lead
Kasune.
and might
Crazy
even be
Raccoon
able
has
to
Kasune
extend that
rush.
now. With this Kitsune rush from Shu, they're going to be able to play around the straightaway. CJ is a couple of percentage away, but look at the wraparound.
They're so passive, though. They got to go. Go buttons pressed. Both rushes on the point now as Heesang looking towards the back line, but Chorong also already falls. It's a
He's going for that
4-on-5 as
pulse, I
CJ
think.
is taking another kill. But still, we're in the danger zone now. 3 minutes to go and about a 30-meter
Looks looking good for
deficit
Space
for Space
Station.
Station Gaming. And with how deep the bot has pushed, it can be a very, very tough fight to win on that small stretch.
It can be hard. Space Station have to win 2 fights in a row here in order to actually try to take the lead. But they're starting to work up to a potential win condition. Sugar Free still has this pulse bomb. You can also see that the sound barrier is starting to come up, but it's going to be about this neutral fight. If you're going to be able to match in terms of those ultimate utilities, then it's like, again, it comes down to
I love how
Seeker,
nobody's swapped,
Lip
too. They're
on
just
these
keeping it in
Sojourns, actually opening things
diagonal
up
like
here
this.
with a pick,
I love
and
it.
Seeker's been able to do that for a couple of team fights now, but it's got to start racking it up here.
Soundbar is available from both Lucios right now with Seeker, Public Enemy #1. Both beats hit. Kellen didn't receive the sound barrier though. Should be the focus fire right now for Space Station, but he's saying double
big
pulse bomb
pulse.
kill. Bliss Seeker obliterated.
They're gonna fucking run
And
Kellen now.
96 meters is looking also juicy for Crazy Raccoon now. He's saying getting his
Damn, that was a
sweet
huge
revenge. That's beautiful stuff. A team kill, and they're going to get forward spawns, Rose. I said it was a danger point in the terms of the time bank earlier on, and now even more so, 1 minute and 30 to go.
Really coming down to the wire here. Space Station have zero room for error. Not again. Back in this territory. Immediate win, like 2 or 3 team fights in a row.
Wait.
No way.
Jumping in the spawn. Kills Bliss. They're going to extend their lead a little bit further. This deep primal rage, and he's still going too. What are you doing here, Seeker? Oh, not on my watch. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. We're going to just extend this lead. A primal rage from Kellen to try and settle some sort of score here, but he finds absolutely nothing. And
Bliss comes back and just gets obliterated.
Nice to see you. There's a minute now, and this
falling
proactive
apart.
play from Crazy Raccoon, this probably nets them the series.
Looks like it, especially because Lip is going to just sit
There's only a
with
minute
the
left,
spawn room doors in his sights with the
Yeah,
overclock ready to
Kitsune,
go.
though, they can maybe
How does
make
Space
something
Station get out of spawn?
Both teams have it.
What is doing in the spawn? Jumpin is literally touching the spawn doors right now. Both overclocks have been used on this straightaway, but 126 meters and counting for Crazy Raccoon. There's a couple of rushes being thrown out here, but Space Station Gaming need an absolute miracle and then more to try and find the win. Kellen super low,
shit.
Seeker dead. I mean, the pulse bomb goes a little bit wide, but
like crazy
honestly,
faster
at this
for a
point, it might be all for naught. The bot in control. Sugar Free tried to steal it away there to try and
Yeah, I
turn
think
the
that's all
ire
she wrote.
of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, they put up a good fight,
but,
though.
Unfortunately for Space Station, Crazy Raccoon are not here to mess around.
And they might even be able to just finish the map out here. They still have the sound barrier in their pocket as these respawns from Space Station Gaming are coming through.
Jumpin's about to have Primal
Bliss is
again, too.
20% away. Beat comes in, it hits 4, Seeker down, Primal Rage to boot. I mean, this is a full cap from Crazy Raccoon, no doubt about it. I mean, Bliss, he's got beaten too. Can he actually get it off? That's the question. He's in
Jumpin just holding him in the fucking
Jumpin
spawn,
is
though.
pushing them back in with the Primal
Holy
Rage.
shit, dude.
And that's going to be all she wrote. Crazy Raccoon just bowling over Space Station on, honestly, what will look a fairly competitive game from them. A very early lead garnered, but it is all Crazy Raccoon, and it always is.
Wow.
Damn, they did good. They put up a good fight at the
Another
start.
statement being made here by Crazy Raccoon.
That was a crazy
They
game.
win this map with a full cap and just start out their run in this tournament with a 2-0.
I mean, you're not expecting...
That might be my
anything
favorite
less.
game so far of the
It
day.
looked very competitive, though, to be fair. Space Station.
They put up a
ended
damn
getting
good
the
fight,
checkpoint
honestly.
early. Seeker
I like
had
seeing
a
that dive mirror
marvelous
like that.
performance on the Sojourn, but
Alright,
stronger heads
let's
prevail
bust into
there
the
as Crazy
fucking,
Raccoon finish out the series with a 2-0 advance in
bust
the
into
upper
this range
bracket.
dip.
Letty and Liv giving each other a swift little hug there as now we see Space Station drop into lowers.
I think this was still a match. Maybe we would have expected this as the outcome, but I have a lot of hopes for Space Station after
100%.
seeing just how Esperanza
They put up a
went
good
for them,
fight on
especially in those
Esperanza. That was good.
early couple of minutes. I think if
Damn
Seeker
good game.
continue to have performances like that, Sugar Free as well, and as long as the team can keep their heads held high, I don't think that this lower bracket is going to be the end for them as we take a look at the rest of this day.
Yeah, we're going to jump over to the desk, though. Crazy Raccoon with a 2-0 as they advance through the upper bracket.
Hey, how's that prediction feeling, Uber?
So baby.
Why would you try that back, bro? What are you saying? It doesn't make any
So bad.
sense.
It was bold of you. It was bold of you. You did keep it spicy. I did ask for a little bit of
Did you
spice.
give them? You didn't give them a map.
No, we
right?
voted 2-0 together.
No, we've been when we were at the same
Yeah.
prediction, we're undefeated.
There's so much to dive into here. We only saw 2 maps, but I mean, I do think that like SSG knew they had to play a Winston mirror to try and get out of this game, and they knew that they just have to pound for pound try to find a way to match up to these guys. And it's a big ask. It's a big ask.
Not many in the world.
That's
are
tough,
able
man.
To do so.
I mean,
dudes are fucking
look,
good as hell.
the band strategy here for Crazy Raccoon with map number 1 being control is always to try and set up your wrecking ball. So they ban Winston a lot of the time. The one sort of tank that can maybe dive a little more effectively than the ball in the right circumstances. And great, you banned out Hisek's Farah. He just plays Echo. He's the best Echo player in the damn world. Like, this team is everything.
I like the hazard look there from SSG, but it's too late. It's a composition that we see Nightmare use, like Lethal has a really good Sombra. But you see it here, right? Seeker is so good on the hit scan, it always feels a little bit criminal when he's not on it, and the fact that like
Bro was playing Sombra map 1, man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that like you really want to try and get an edge on a map like Ilios, which is definitely like a dive-friendly map. But when your opponent backs Winston, you're like, oh,
what are you gonna do?
So they try and play Diva, right? Which can't dive, can't out-dive the ball, and often can't peel the ball adequately as well. And you're like you fully buy into like playing like a dive agnostic front line that doesn't have a hit scan that can be quite vulnerable, right? Like you even if you're Soj and you're sliding away, even if you're Ash coach gunning, you're still under a ton of pressure from this stuff. But I mean,
there's not many spots you're gonna find.
Slip MVP.
No, definitely not. We got to shout out our player of the match though for Crazy Raccoon being Lip. We saw a lot of flexibility from him coming out in this match.
Yeah, like you know what's crazy to me is that I think that
I would have given it to John Benner.
He's incredible, but he might be the weak link on this team. And that is not saying much because he's still incredible, but he had a great series, and I think like saw his Tracer play. The fact that they have a hit scan that can flex the Tracer and set up the Echo Tracer comps is a big deal.
I don't know why they would give Lip
I would tend to
MVP there.
agree.
Maybe Max, I guess, is like a a pinch hitter, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think when you kind of go against some of these other teams, right? Like really for them, it's Falcons like needs to play that Sojourn at like an extremely high level, and he can. It's just not. It's not as like consistent as we see some of these other Sojourns. They enter the server every time; they're just dominating, right? So we'll see if he can continue the strong play, right? I know for the first a few minutes there, like Seeker was getting the better of him, but he started to come along later.
Yeah, you have to lean into the Sojourn gap. They were trying to create one. I do want to see SSG keep trying to lean into like the DPS skill expression. And like try and get Kellen on that Winston. They are a Winston team. I think that's definitely like the way they approach things. So we called them a game day team, Ash. I still think they are, but this is like a really, even for them.
They may think the game starts tomorrow.
Okay, well, it's not the end of the line yet, right? Because let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see what's going on, because we do have 2 more matches left here for day 1. And it's crazy, Matt, that we're already going to be looking to send some teams home.
Man, it's fast. I mean, you fly all the way there to Hangzhou to be done.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Worst places to be done in, to be fair.
I think this next one will be interesting because these are 2 teams that obviously have a lot of knowledge about each other. You know, with OWCS and Virtus Pro.
A really close EMEA final too.
Yes. Now it's just
this one will be interesting
like
because
a month or so later, so we'll see how that
they've already
goes.
played each other a
And
bunch.
for
So
Team CC versus SSG, I think. Okay, so the interesting part here
SSG will win
is
that
that
one.
like SSG just has a really tough loss, right? They still have to play again today, right? So you already saw CJ on the stage, like just kind of like laying back. Long delay there.
Yeah.
Now you get a break. Now you got to play another game, and then the other team is kind of playing, you know, at home in their comfort zone, so to speak. So you'd be like, okay, maybe, but I think the SSG will be fine. But like, if somebody told me that game ended up becoming like close and a little bit of a fiesta, I wouldn't be shocked.
I'm on the same page for sure. I think that one could be like a bit of a trap game. I think like playing against Nightmare is weird. Playing against Lethal is sometimes he's just a server admin and you just go next. So there's no guarantee that CC gets swept aside in that game.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun down in the lower bracket, but we've got the first one coming up right after this break. It's going to be EMEA running it back from the last time we saw them in grand finals. OWCS versus Virtus Pro right after this.
these ones are first to 3. Going up. Not the best sugar snap peas I've ever had. I'd be surprised if Crazy Raccoon don't win the whole shit. Seeker was popping off. So was Jumbin. I don't know how Jumbin didn't get player of the match or whatever. Or MVP, whatever the fuck they called it. I don't really remember Lip doing anything crazy memorable. I thought he seemed a bit better than him. Oh, broccoli's good as fuck. Here's one piece of broccoli. Some broccoli, buddy. Broccoli was got fucking ranch dip on it. He's not too picky. Hopefully they get these next games going quick, man. These breaks in between have been crazy.
Joined by Junbin from Crazy Raccoons, coming out from a great win. Quick and easy 2-0 victory for you guys. Junbin, this was your first match at Hangzhou. So I just want to get your thoughts. How was playing in front of the Chinese crowd? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 2대0으로 되게 빠르게 승리를 거두셨습니다. 어떻게 오늘 항저우에서의 첫 번째 경기였는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 첫 경기 때 이제 슈 선수 세팅으로 좀 시간이 걸린 거 빼고는 무난하게 잘 흘러간 것 같습니다.
Other than Shu taking a very long time to get into the game, other than that, everything was fine. Yeah, it was a bit of a pause. 좀 걸리긴 했어요, 그죠? He agrees. All right, and also let's look into the future. Your next match is going to be against Nightmare, and I think I have a really interesting question because I talked to Kuffa from Nightmare, and he told me that if there's any other team other than Falcons that could beat you guys, it has to be them, the #1 NA team. So I want to get your thoughts on that. 자, 두 번째 질문은 다음 경기 이제 나이트메어 경기가 있는데 나이트메어에서 커파 선수가 뭐 팔콘 말고 다른 이제 팀들 중에서 크레이지 라쿤을 이길 팀이 있다면 우리밖에 없다라고 이런 말을 되게 크게 말씀을 해주셨는데 그거에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요, 진민 선수?
이게 OWCS로 바뀌고 나서 한 번도 북미 유럽한테 져본 적이 없어서 한번 좋은 도발인 것 같습니다.
좋은 도발이요? Okay. Jinmin says that after it changed over to OWCS, we've actually never lost to any teams from NA or EU. So I think that Spice is a good take. Good take. All right. Well, that's it for the interview. Jinmin, congratulations. 박수 한번 하고. All right. That's it for me, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. What a great interview. I mean, Rose, you're talking about that stat, them not losing to any Western teams. And for Jinbin, it was like another day at the office.
It really is, though. I mean, what else could you really expect? I feel like Crazy Raccoon is one of those teams that you see the name, you see the players, and you go, yeah, okay.
Excuse me.
They win.
Yeah, we're chill. We're just going to lose this one. We'll go down a lower bracket, we'll win there.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think everybody's kind of expecting that, right? At the end of the day, like, Crazy Raccoon, they're pretty good. Same with Team Falcons. I think a lot of people, if they're doing their brackets at home, they're probably putting those two teams in the final. Maybe once again's up there as well. It's kind of an expected victory for them in the last series.
No, for sure, for sure. But with that victory, that also means that we've got, teams knocked down to the lower bracket. We're not going to get quite to the SSG matchup yet because we've got the EMEA rematch match coming in. Last time OWCS and Virtus Pro faced off, it was in the grand finals of the EMEA region, where Virtus Pro remained undefeated, Rose.
Virtus Pro has been at the top of EMEA the entire stage. They went undefeated in the regular season as well, leading up to the playoffs, and I feel like it's gonna be no different taking a look at this match.
It was crazy they went undefeated and then just got
It's
smashed earlier.
like, they're just so good. Clean in the regular season, only dropped like, what, 3 maps or something silly? Like, they're just so stacked. It's when you come to international competition, I felt like this is where they're truly going to be tested, and they have been already, right? And the thing is with being the top of the region in your own respective one is that there's probably not an opportunity for you to really be pushed to your full limit.
Fair.
You get a nice little rematch now, but that lower bracket crawl is going to be a tough one.
It definitely is. It's crazy to already be sending a team home, but let's get into the predictions right off the gate. Hear me out. Hear me out with this one.
Do they scrim with the other regions and
You know,
shit?
we're down into the first to 3.
You would think they would.
And
Oh, what the fuck?
I actually put my money on this one going the distance. I'm expecting maybe a 3-2 from OWCS. I want to see the revenge.
Wait.
This is also a team that took a map off of Falcons earlier today.
I'd like to see OWCS win.
Okay, that's a good point.
The
Let's
vibe
checkmate.
check is there. I agree. That's a pretty bold statement, honestly. A 3-2? I went 3-0.
Checkmate and Labda.
Like, I just think it's going to be a clean sweep for the team. I think OWCS, they have a lot of strong merits,
so.
and they have been the dark horse. They were the surprise team. They did catch a couple of teams lacking, honestly, in regular season.
I think Virtus Pro got
and
kind
it
of
really
shit on
just
in that
worked
Soup
out for
Cup
them.
or whatever.
Perfectly
And then they
timed
got shit on
everything.
last
Not like
game
they
they just
could
played,
time that
so.
kind of stuff, but I just
That's
think
2 in a
Virtus
row
Pro,
I think they've lost, so.
Not unstoppable when it comes to facing other EMEA teams.
They had the goods when they needed it most,
don't know.
but
We'll
I
see, I
think
guess.
in this particular situation, I have to go Virtus Pro 3-1. Maybe I'm splitting the difference a little.
I'm going
bit. I think we can
OWCS.
give OWCS a map, maybe even 2.
OWCS,
I
however
think
you
it's
say
also
that
very
name.
possible that it's going to be a Virtus Pro victory 3-2, but it's still going to be Virtus Pro at the end of the day. I think it's just so hard to bet against this team, especially given the caliber of their roster, the success that they've already had in the season. And I think OWCS, like maybe the tread tank is gonna work out, but we haven't really seen tread tested in the regular stage because OWCS had been playing Ziad the entirety of the first stage of EMEA, and so now it's like, can tread really show up on this international stage? Yes, they got a map early on, but there's a long road ahead.
Yeah, there definitely is. It is a lot of pressure too, and to also have to go back and have to have like this kind of revenge match for the side of OWCS, and for VP to, I guess, continue to show that even though they fell earlier on in the upper bracket, it was a difficult opponent that they're facing up against, and this time around they're here to prove why they were this undefeated team, Jack, in the EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, look, Virtus Pro against OWCS here, you can even boil it down to like veteran status on stage versus more rookie talent, right? Tread, very much a rookie in his own regard, facing players like Shockwave, Vestola, they've been on the Overwatch League stage. Like, this is an opportunity for them really to stake their claim as this true dark horse team. Are they going to be able to do it? Obviously, I don't think so, because I think it's going to be a VP 3-0. But if there's
I don't think so, man.
that can just be flipped on its head completely, it's probably going to be this one, and I will look like a fool.
Hi, it would be super exciting, but we're
I
going
don't
to
think
toss
there's
it over
any
to
way
Usher
it's
to get this
3-0.
matchup started. We saw Jake and Johnny earlier today. Jake, who do you got your money on?
Look, I'm with you, Ash. I'm on the vibe check here. I got OWCS running this one back.
Let's go.
They showed up against Team Falcons, and honestly, where were Virtus Pro in their series against once again? They were quiet. They were not coming to play on land.
It was once again, Jay.
Okay,
Come
all right.
come on now. Do you think that OWCS can replicate what once again did to Virtus Pro?
Maybe.
Yeah, but OWCS took
maybe.
a map off the fucking Falcons,
Landa
which is
that guy.
arguably
He
the
was
best
put in
team.
work that match. He was popping on land. I'm believing in
We're a
OWCS.
little bit split, as you can tell already, because I'm sticking with Virtus Pro as well. I think they're the #1 EMEA favorites, of course, and so, you know, OWCS, they gotta show it first. You gotta prove it first.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that there's a reason they pretty much went undefeated in Europe. Alcazia made it
Not that
competitive
they're bad.
in the
I just
playoffs,
don't.
but in the
I don't
end,
think
it
there's
was
any way
always
it's a
Virtus
3-0.
Pro, Jwoo,
But you know what? They're probably gonna feel more
TPS lineup has
comfortable
been incredibly
playing
potent
against them
for the
because they
squad.
know they can beat
Storm
them,
has been that
and they have beat them. You
veteran
know,
core
so
on the tank.
they have that
So
confidence
crucial for them.
going
And of
for
course,
them.
great stability coming out of the back line.
They know they
Fixa and
can
Gala.
do it
I mean,
because
this
they've
is
done
not
it.
going to be an easy team to beat.
I think these
but
two have played
when
each
it
other
comes to a
a
LAN,
lot,
I just
so.
put a lot of value on the momentum, on the vibes, what a team is feeling. And I think emotionally, OWCS has got to be coming into this match in a much stronger place.
Yeah, and I think OWCS as well, if you look at that EMEA Grand Finals, they actually had a lot of momentum in that Grand Final series because they had a lot of aggression going their way. They went deep in with these Maga compositions, and Virtus Pro even said in the post-match interview after that Grand Finals, we had to adapt to the aggression from OWCS. We just didn't know how to deal with it. So they had a bit of a break mid-series, of course. They talked it through, and they found a way to get past OWCS. But OWCS, throughout that Grand Finals, they had a lot of momentum going their way. And so they certainly showed before in that Grand Finals that they have what it takes to take down Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's something we're going to have to be watching out for in this series as it develops. How does Virtus Pro deal with the aggression, right? That was what caught them off guard against once again. And like you said, I mean, it's easy to watch once again and think that you can just replicate that. But
Oh,
it's
here
a
we go.
far
We're
cry
actually
from
getting
really
right into
doing
it.
We're going to jump right into the action here on Lijiang Tower.
Okay. Lucio banned from Virtus Pro coming out first, and Genji banned from OWCS.
A high rate of play here on the point. Shockwave instantly drops Haku though, and that's going to be pretty brutal. Coming back without the brig, unlikely, but OWCS continuing to fight this one out. 3-on-3, I think Vestola's presence
be a
on the
ram
point now
mirror.
able to heal him up.
Both Sojourn,
Should
both
make this a
fucking
fight win for
Symmetra.
Virtus Pro, but
That's
OWCS still
complete
have
mirror.
something to say about it. Still going to keep a bit of map control and keep this one at least potentially in contest as their spawners return to the fight.
Yeah, they're looking for someone in spawn right now, OWCS. They are able to find
Oh,
Fixa,
shit.
actually. So 5 versus 4 situation here for OWCS.
That's smart to
approach
go.
the point now.
Go focus the support from the back.
They have a lot of damage going their way. The Symmetra Sojourn. Vestola dives in with the Nemesis form and finds a pick up the Haku, so leveling the playing field there.
Haku going down again. Really slow rally charge, but the flip is going to come through from
Yeah,
the
you get the
OWCS.
flip.
Virtus
Now
Pro
you can sit in
licking their
Sin
wounds,
turrets
going to
up
come
and
back
shit.
in, fighting at full strength. TP just being baited out for now. Katsuya trying to fight this 4v5, but so far it's not
fuck.
enough. Fixa Shockwave
Checkmate
getting the
in there, go
cleanups
down.
that they need, and now it's just scraps for Katsuya. This one is done and dusted.
Need to take a breath there, Jake. That all happened so fast. We loaded into the game. Mirror compositions. Both teams utilizing the Symmetra teleporter
Yeah, I need to
to
get
contest for the point, but checkmate.
shit together here.
Going to swap over to the far
Wasn't
here
expecting
now.
them to get
Katsuya
into it so quick because they've been
throughout the
fucking
rest of this
dragging
round,
ass.
probably going more poke heavy, looking to capitalize on those far rockets.
Yeah, and that support ult advantage here for Virtus Pro sets them up well for this fight as well. The annihilation from Vestola, something you really got
Checkmate
to be
over on
worried
the
out
fair
for
now.
Katsuya as they try to bridge the gap on these crucial ultimates, but every second that passes is a second that Virtus Pro are going to be happy about, just racking up capture time.
Yeah, Orbital Ray coming online for Gala here in a second. Some poke from Vestola. Shockwave going down, actually. That's real bad news for Virtus Pro.
That's the hero the team needs, but Vestola is going to rip the annihilation. Katsuya no ults to counter. They have to fall back. They have to try and stay alive. Vestola may have overextended himself a little bit, though, taking a ton of pressure. Maybe the support
Oh,
ult
shit,
Fixa
Labda got taken
finds
out.
Labda on the off angle, and Vestola has been able to stay alive even without the deployment of a support ultimate. So VP, despite this
Here's
one
that
being
Ray.
a contest, now the Ray comes in over the top. Landon thinking about whether he wants to counter commit, is going to rip it, though. So commitment from Katsuya. They're not giving this one up yet. Tread pops the annihilation, now pumping in that big
Symmetra
AoE
wall.
damage on the point, but the rally from Fixa as well as the shield ball from Jwoo keeping things stable for Virtus Pro. Hellfire's looking pretty decent. Shockwave very close to that overclock, but Labda strikes first,
Ooh.
cuts down his opponent. Tread's fine, Jwoo in the
Got
chaos,
overclock.
and this is going to be Katsuya flipping the point.
Nice.
A lot of ultimates invested there from both sides, but so much percentage.
Shockwave's
built
gonna have
for Virtus
overclock
Pro.
coming
They're
up.
juggling the point.
Checkmate's
efficiently,
getting
and they
kind of
still have
close to
Shockwave
fucking
with an
barrage.
overclock here, so Jwoo swapping over to the far as well, so matching OWCS's composition here. A lot of percentage on Virtus
Yeah,
Pro
Jwoo
here now, and
switched.
with a nice overclock from Shockwave, they could go ahead and wrap up this round.
That could be what they need. Retake ultimate, it is powerful, but of course Labda always a threat even without the OC. Checkmate very close to the barrage as well. Jwoo takes a big shot, forces him out, and some aggression from Katsuya despite being on the defense here is something that has become a signature for this squad, that they're always willing to find an opportunity and take a push in. OC comes out, mostly shield block, slide back, very passive so far from Shockwave as he looks to
He doesn't have the
find a
perk.
connection, not really getting any targets on his screen and constantly worried about that Checkmate
Yeah,
barrage
the
as
150
he
perk.
should be. Players low on Virtus Pro pushing in. Tread does
Barrage,
go down, but
the
Katsuya
Checkmate,
thinking
I
about
don't know if
striking
he's
back.
gonna-
They do have a potential
He's
opportunity
gonna go
for
for the
a
flank to
retake
use, I
here, so
think.
not necessarily the
Checkmate
end
needs
of the
to
world
play.
if they lose the fight. Here's Barrage over the top. He doesn't have
Oh,
the
he
perk
didn't
yet,
have
though.
the
He gets
perk
instantly
either.
chopped down. And that's going to be a quick flip for VP. These late deaths for Virtus Pro are going to be costly. They got to get off the map ASAP, take
that's
that
rough.
reset instantly. Looks like Landon. Is he
They're
going to
gonna
live?
push up
Oh
here.
no, he's going to die late. That's so brutal.
That's really bad.
And that could just be the round right there,
Yeah,
Johnny.
no speed ring available here, so Can anyone get the touch here? Someone should be able to get the touch here, I feel like. Tread is going
Diva
for it
gonna
on
try
the
to
Diva.
fly over for it.
Boop, still. Yeah, nice. Block.
Oh, he did it. He got it, but
This is gonna be so
I don't
hard
think it's
anyway,
gonna
Jake.
matter.
This is
Yeah.
all but done.
Coming into the Annihilation, the Orbital Ray, this is impossible for Katsuya. Coming back into the round. Nice retake from Virtus Pro, some good stabilizations, and it's going to secure them this opening round on control.
Damn.
This is a back and forth affair. Really, teams going blow for
Alright, it's
blow
just
here.
one round.
Lambda impressed us as he did in that previous match. But across the board, Virtus Pro, some of those early picks from Shockwave, Haku going down twice in the first 2 fights.
Man, that just
Painful
shows
start
how
for
good
Katsuya.
once again is because
Painful start
they
indeed.
fucking
And you
crushed
really
Virtus
need
Pro,
Lambda
100 to
fire on
0,
all
like
cylinders.
on,
You showed
on every
in that
game.
series against Falcons what he can do. Just take over the game, and obviously maybe a bit harder in these kind of compositions, but still, Lambda has been on fire so far this tournament. Needs to turn it up big time against Shockwave, Jwoo. They've been dominating so
They
far.
need to
in
get this
EMEA.
first cap,
Can Alcatsia match?
especially on
that
this
level
map
of
because it's hard to get the
I've
fuck
seen
in
the
here
Venture
through
come
these
out from
strokes.
Jwoo here. Interesting
on the
choice.
stage,
Yeah, it is powerful here, but does kind of put a lot of pressure on the opening
I
initiation.
wonder who Checkmate's gonna go. Is he gonna
I
stay
think it's a
symmetric?
little bit difficult to get deeper into the round, but Virtus Pro going to go all in on the close range. Katsuya
So
taking
aggressive.
a few seconds. Yeah, diving in right on a checkmate. They
Yeah,
have to
Venture
do
can
this
be
in. They
really
have to
annoying.
Get rid of her, and they're
Ooh,
able to
fuck.
target her down first. Perfect there from Jwoo, and Virtus Pro have done enough. They can kind of chill out now. Just play the poke game with that player advantage. Jwoo, though, uninterested in falling back and to get in. Big burrow here onto the back line, zoning the rest of them out. Tread goes down, unable
Yeah,
to
I
get
gotta
the
start
support.
playing Venture on this map. She
And
is
this is the
strong, man.
playstyles we have been seeing in the EMEA. Just unrelenting aggression from both teams. I suspect Virtus Pro, they're gonna keep doing just this with the Venture. Dive
don't
in.
know about Farah on this
Checkmate on the
map.
Farah, on this off angle, so landing some nice rockets, but Virtus Pro going to be very aware of this Farah's positioning and try to rotate accordingly.
Yeah, Jwoo forcing the defensive cooldowns. That's going to get Katsuya up to the point. Checkmate has a nice position here on the outside of the point. They need to force out some
Yeah, I guess
aggression from Virtus Pro.
I guess she's
Survive
pretty good
and
out here.
counter initiate.
Pistola's
Haku
in.
takes
Ooh.
pressure. Lambda as well, feeling
Ate
the
a
threat.
fucking rail.
And VP, they strike. Fixa finds Haku with that boop into the wall from the Brig perk.
Yeah, and they lost
Now
Brig,
Jwoo
takes one
fighting
out.
on the point. Fixa finds another into Tread. And so far, this unrelenting
Yeah.
aggression from Virtus Pro. We talked about Katsuya being that team, the team that constantly takes
Getting
their
this point
opponents
back
and
when you
catches
lose
them
it is
off guard,
fucking
but
tough.
The script has been flipped here, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramadro matchup kind of like slows the game down because you have that Ravenous Vortex, of course, to slow everything down. A lot of mitigation to be done with the block as well. And it kind of favors Virtus Pro so far. Very comfortable in this kind of pace. Wide swing from Checkmate. Again, trying to get that poke, but Pistola has this Annihilation. Looking ready to unleash it at any moment.
Yeah, the formation totally split here from Katsuya on the walk-up. Vistola is going to rip the
there's the
Annihilation. Landed
Annihilation.
orbital ray to counter. Vistola's surrounded, getting damage from all sides
Yeah,
here.
fucking
Needs to
melts
stay
his
alive.
ass.
Needs to get
There we
tanked up.
go.
Fixa pumps the rally. It's not quite enough.
Damn,
He is
fucking
able to shut down Haku,
Haku
but
goes down,
Checkmate
damn.
has those perks now. Drops the ultimate. It's not enough, though. Cut to pieces by Shockwave's overclock.
Yeah, I think that's a
Strikers here. Tread
that's a
jumps off
GG.
the
I
map
think.
to reset here as well. 75% to 0, Jake. Only really have an Annihilation going for you for Alcatsia. They'll build that overclock. Get close to a rally as well, but
I feel like
Virtus
Haku's
Pro
going down
fighting
too
this
early
orbital ray is going to be so powerful.
on every
Everyone
push.
getting involved here with this brawl. This is a tough fight here for Alcatsia, despite arguably having an ultimate advantage.
It's been a rough round for Haku. Just hasn't really been
keep
able to
that shield up.
stabilize. Not even quite that close to rally. Jwoo
Oh,
already takes
fuck.
down Checkmate. And this could be the round over before it's even begun here. The touch for
Yeah, I
Alcatsia,
think
but
that's
Virtus Pro
fucking-
happy to fight off point.
They
Happy
somehow
to get the
flipped it,
cleanup.
but it didn't
And
really
Tread,
matter.
1v5, unlikely. Even with that Annihilation, it does stall things out, but of course, just impossible under the massive might of Virtus Pro. Great play from them to close out the round, fighting off the point. Just textbook play from VP going up 1-0 in the series.
Wow. What a dominant performance by Virtus Pro there. They
Yeah,
felt
that was rough.
incredibly comfortable. And considering, of course, that we saw a lot of Mauga being played in the
Yeah,
NBA.
that shows how strong once again is
during the
because
EMEA
they
playoffs,
fucking stomped
now
them
just Virtus Pro
on that
coming out
map
in the
too.
Romato composition, obviously something they've practiced heavily going into this tournament. They knew exactly what they wanted to accomplish, and they got it done.
Yeah, I feel this is a little worrisome for Katsuya. I mean, like to be
They're
playing the
looking-
mirror matches against
they're
Virtus
looking
Pro.
boom,
We
dude.
know how good VP are in that style, in their comfort zone. Jwoo, I think, played a particularly impressive game there. You know, bringing out a lot of these flex picks, changing it up throughout the rounds, and the Venture was executed immaculately. Like they were constantly putting Katsuya on the back foot. Katsuya could never really get into the game, and a little worried about Haku. Got heavily punished on the break in that map.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He
I'm
was
really
getting
impressed seeing
fucking
some
wrecked.
flexibility from Jwoo because, of course, you know, in stage one, pretty much exclusively, we saw the Genji. And of course, sometimes he'll get target banned. See JWoo swap over to the Tracer at times. But I feel like more recently, we have seen more heroes come out of JWoo. We've seen the Mei, for example, on Circuit Real, but here also the Pharah being played, the Venture, and this is a really promising young player, Jake. Just 18 years old and showing us everything he's got here. This could be a future flex god we have in our hands.
Yeah, just an exciting player to watch. I'm not gonna lie, Johnny. There's a little bit of a brig gapping going on in this map. Fixa just put on a clinic, super aggressive, leading the team into battle. And more often than not, it's Haku who's going down first on the brig. I mean, that's just a painful spot to be, to be being caught off by that aggression. And it feels as a team, once you lose one of those supports in the brig Juno comp, things fall apart. You rely on those supports being so durable and pumping out so much heals, especially into one another.
Yeah, I think Fixa has been incredible on that Brigitte, and we saw in Virtus Pro matchup against once again as well that Mew got really involved in the front lines. This has been something we've seen reoccurringly so far in this meta, this patch. I think that Fixa in the Soup Cup, the Korean tournament that happened this previous weekend, even though Virtus Pro, they lost that grand final, Fixa still had some really good moments on that Brigitte. They got involved, played alongside Vestola. So Virtus Pro here, they're really showing that they got great synergy between
I think that's the best way to play Brig, honestly.
Yeah, I really think
be a little
Brig
aggressive.
is a huge impact character. I wonder if, Katsuya even want to think about banning it just to limit some of the impact Fixa
They
can
love
have
playing
in the
Lucio
series.
Kiri, so that's up their alley.
I think it probably would be a more comfortable look for them. But by the same token, I think VP can have something they can really rely on. I mean, especially the way, once again, like that was exactly what happened to them in the Once Again series, that Mew was kind of running them down on the Brig. I thought Mew kind of got robbed for MVP in that series. I was like, okay, this Brig is actually carrying kind of ridiculous performance from him. And then Fix is like, all right, you know what? I can do that too. Let's turn up the aggression. Like, I felt like maybe I was worried about them with how that series went, but I feel like they took a page out of Once Again's book and we're starting to really put the pressure on their opponents here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Virtus Pro when they're comfortable as well. They like to be aggressive like that and take initiation. They are so fantastic when it comes to these brawl kind of compositions, because obviously that is what Vestola has done on the international stage so many times for Team Finland, of course with ENCE last year, and now here with the Virtus Pro as well. And if you play around Vestola, if you enable Vestola, that's really how you can get an upper hand for this team, of course. So going up against OWCS here, heading to our second map. And if I had to guess, I would expect a Suravasa pick to come through here. It's been a go-to map for OWCS so many times before.
Yeah.
We'll see how Virtus
I mean, they
Pro
beat
responds
fucking
were that to be
Falcons
the choice.
on that map.
You did beat Falcons on Suravasa, and so I think there's
beat
something,
Falcons on
there's something to be
Suravasa.
said for
Yeah.
like run it back, but I also think VP is like almost the most of all the teams in the tournament, the furthest from the Falcons in terms of what they want to play.
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons is like trying to force Winston on Suravasa. I think that's kind of part of what OWCS played to their advantage, playing those Torb comps, making it really awkward for the dives and able to sustain through them in some cases, even through things like EMPs. But I just have a hard time imagining that VP are going to play Winston if we go here. And we are going to go to Suravasa.
And the
What's
Brig
bands
ban.
and the Brig ban,
Wow,
yep.
a Diva ban from VP is like wild, actually.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising there.
I like the Brig ban though. I think you actually needed to brand big. Like Fixa was, he was slapping you silly in that game. Like, let's be real. We all saw it. Haku's like, get me off break, bro. Just let me play the Lucio, man. I need to change of pace here.
Yeah, and again, this team, OWCS, they have played a lot of Lucio Kiri throughout stage one. Not only recently in the playoffs, but they showed throughout the regular season games that they like playing Lucio Kiri. It's a style that favors them, so they're happy to move away from Juno Brig anytime they can. But yeah, that Diva ban, what do you think, Jake? What are they getting in mind?
He's going Genji for sure.
I think we're probably either going to Ramatra or maybe a Amaga style. Up to these teams, I guess, what they think is the best. Vestola's looking happy, though. I think it looks like he's going something that he likes, in terms of vibes. Maybe a Ram comp could be strong on these maps. I mean, I think there's always that possibility. I wonder who's got the edge in the Sojourn duels. I mean, Labda, as good as Labda is, as consistent as he's been, in the end, he's going up against Shockwave. Like, you're not going to do that much more than Shockwave is. Even if you have a great day, going toe-to-toe is already impressive. Shockwave, insanely consistent on the Sojourn. A big reason why
both
he
of
was
them are
undefeated
gross on
in
the fucking Sojourn.
Yeah, Shockwave is a veteran at this point. Starting out, of course, with Vancouver Talents in the Overwatch League, and later on Philadelphia Fusion as well. Been around the scene for so long now and shown proficiency on so many hit scan heroes. I feel like Shockwave is one of those hit scan players too that just like makes big highlight packages, just like so many highlight reels, get 2Ks, 3Ks, has these individual moments where he just pops off. So it's certainly a player you have to watch out for. You can't let Shockwave come online. So far though, still think Labda needs to show us something here on Servasa to get something going for Alcazia. He was so big in that Falcon series, but it's a new one. It's an elimination match series. It's now or go home.
Hear me out. Checkmate Torb. Run it back. I don't care what the other team plays.
Yeah, I mean, look, they love playing that.
Nice on the Torb. He is nice on the Torb. I think the team understands the matchup well. We looked at it. I mean, the Torb was one of the most.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't play Torb.
DPS, right? In EMEA. Torb is on the
it was
come
actually.
up these days. I swear, Torb. We talked about this.
Let's
Actually, we
didn't
talked
play
about
Torb
in
last
the pre-show, right? The perks like Ana and Brig, super powerful. I think Torb actually, Loki has some of the best perks in the game. Like turret on the ceiling goes crazy against dive.
Is that where you land, by the way, for the major?
And the
perk?
overload
Sticky
get the
turret
fucking
versus the overload turret.
I believe it like in the professional games. I think we see more people putting the Torb on the ceiling. You know, it's just like putting it in these crazy angles that like defends your team that Tracer can just never clear in her life.
It's so annoying to look
It is
at.
really powerful.
Yeah.
Whereas the
I don't even try and play
sometimes
Tracer
it's a
in the
little awkward.
Torb.
Like you're on retake. Do you really
You
want
can't
to
even fucking kill the turret.
Like you're hamstringing yourself a little bit in the flexibility.
Yeah.
Where I think at this level of play,
And if you do kill it, you're gonna have to recall basically. And then he's gonna have a new turret by the time you fucking recalls.
Kite away from that power turret a little bit more easily.
Yeah, I agree with you. That being said, ranked games though.
Ranked games, no. The OP turret, bro. The OP turret goes oh my, look at this VP comp. This is dirty. If they actually run something
beautiful.
like this.
So I was asking you the pre-show as well. Are we going to see the signature hero, Gala? I know
this is why Pistola's smiling.
Yeah.
He's like,
I'd
give
love
me
to see the Ilari for a little bit, yeah. We'll see though.
Interesting.
I mean, VP have gone
Yeah,
like
I'm surprised he doesn't want to run the
greed. You
Torb.
can see how double speed Maga Genji, like, there's a storm coming. The question is, are Virtus Pro ready to endure it?
Alcazia, they love going in as well.
Yeah.
You know they are coming for that greedy backline. They are not going to let the Ilari
I'm mostly surprised to see Sigma here too. That is
Yeah, I mean, the
Macho
key is
again.
for Katsuya is not pulling the trigger too early. They can't get
Here they
into
go.
it. Here they come. Tread charging right past the tank into the back line. Does get stunned up.
fuck.
Has the tankiness for the moment
He's
to
going
endure
out
through.
for sure,
Lambda
I think.
finds Gala. That's a crucial pickoff early on in the fight. And Alcazia able to
Nice.
fall off, go back to the point, but it's a fake. Now they're re-engaging Jwoo. Trades under checkmate. Shockwave blow, but
Dude, he's
stabilizes
running
for the
in with
moment,
no
and the
fucking health.
DPS to combine on Virtus Pro to clutch this fight out.
Dude, they're pushing spawn doors and they haven't even capped the point. They were definitely committing hard there, but yeah, that pick from Lambda kind of like bailed out Tread almost because he went so
Just ran
aggressive
him.
on that Maga.
Yeah, I don't know. He was
End up
pushing in on
losing that
Mago with
fight there,
fucking
and
no
Tread
health.
heads over
Unless he
to
was
the
trying to
Remark
die
right
at the
here,
end.
actually.
I don't
So
know.
you still have double speed composition here. You should be able to threaten that backline. It's Baptiste and the Ilari. Still that Nemesis form. Quite good against Sigma here, of course, but it's going to be a bit tricky here for Alcazia to maneuver all this poke damage coming in from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the thing is, even if you know, your initial rush does find a kill, there are so many threats across the board on VP. Alcazia are walking up onto the point though. Pistola tanking for the moment. Alcazia haven't really pulled the trigger yet
Lambda got
with
the
their
high
dives,
ground.
but Lambda is kind of on his own, suppressing that backline a little bit, forcing some skills out, and they're starting to cap the point.
He needs a fat ass rail here.
And though,
window.
right in front of Tread. Yeah, no way you're tanking through that. Fixa is going to be able to do just way too much with the Amp Matrix.
Damn,
He has to
man.
fall back once more, take
How
the
they beat
reset.
Falcons on this
It's gonna
shit,
be
now they're
one
getting
last shot at
stomped.
this first point. I will say, this opening mid-fight is really where Sigma's at its best. I think the other four surrounding points are a little bit more difficult, but Tread's going over to the mirror.
Yeah,
I like the
91%.
fucking heart crusher.
They're not going to touch this one. Yeah, they're not even
No,
close.
that point's over.
Yeah, I mean, Alcazia here against Virtus Pro, they're on a bit of a time limit, right? Like
They need
you
to
have
run the
engage
comp
and
that they
get a
ran
pick,
earlier.
and then you have to follow up on that pick, like you said, because otherwise you just get picked to shreds. And especially, you know, swapping over to the Sigma here as well. Now you're getting involved in kind of like a poke duel of some sort, still playing the Juno Lucio here. Captive Sun coming online here for Gala.
Yeah,
they're make something happen with it.
They're coming up on all these ultimates. Katsuya really need to farm up a little bit more. Lambda with the overclock could be a pretty big difference maker, but
Hawk was so
gotta
low.
get past the stall. And look at the damage already pouring in on VP. Gala gonna rip the ultimate, looking for that connection. Lambda ready to fire right
Got
back
the
onto that.
overclock on
Oh,
every
one
single
shot there,
committed, though.
extremely close for the follow-up on Gala. Lambda can't get the
Oh,
cleanup though.
fuck,
Jwoo
Haku
trades
goes
one for
down.
one with the
Jwoo goes
barrage.
down.
Could be enough. Landon just trying to heal everybody up through all this chaotic damage being poured in. Virtus Pro, Pistola with the flux for two and a
Man.
third. It's over. VP getting that opening cap, and Lambda no choice but to take a long walk up the short pier.
Bestowal out in full force here. I mean, he's so comfortable on these slower heroes, right? Because
Damn, VP's
stall
looking
out
strong,
this fight,
man.
Alcazia, they invested a few ultimates in that. They thought that might be their fight to win, but
Yeah,
Bestola
beaten Blade though.
gets a 2K there with the flux,
Virtus
delayed
Pro's
third
got
pick
Bob.
as well, and they're getting a lot of ultimate value right now. Virtus Pro looking mighty comfortable. Alcatraz here though, they have a Sunbury and a Blade, so could just go all out if they wish.
If you can't win with Beat Blade, this match is over, man. This is Katsia at their strongest. This is the peak of their comp. Tread coming in, trading with Pistola. Bob comes in, over the top, right on Shockwave, forcing the Beat as well to just secure the Blade. I think they needed this. Checkmate was at risk of dying here. Virtus.pro still have 4 players alive. Bob holding the point for the moment. This has not been an easy fight, and Gala finds Haku in the chaos. Pistola now being surrounded. This tank absolutely must go down.
No way.
Without the shutdown, it's
Damn,
not going
dude.
their way. They get it done, but it's too expensive. VP, the fact that they're able to win this fight is a death now for Akatsuya.
This point's done, bro. There's 2 people here, Tread, with Haku, I believe. And I mean, they're gonna contest the point for a bit. Spawners are coming back. That's a nice
fucking
window.
window.
So much poke damage.
Man, Fixa has been playing so well. I think he's deathless in this map. I just haven't seen him go down. He's always juking the aggression. The Baptiste has been played to perfection, and Alcatsia has really backed off. I mean, they came into this map with all-out aggression, extreme, dive in, and
This is
after
their map
one
pick
really
too,
solid
man.
attempt, they immediately swapped the comp. Now they're going to go back to something a little bit more middle of the road, a lot of opportunity for aggression, but it's also going to cost them a bit in the perks. Virtus.pro is sticking with
I was
their
gonna
guns.
say
and
you're
it's been
switching
working.
late, man, and you don't have perks.
Yeah,
Which
let's see
fucking
how they
sucks.
approach this point here. Might rotate through the high ground a little bit like we see them do here. Take the off angle. They want to get involved. Close range, of course, but Virtus.pro, they're ready. It's going to get a bit of a point touch.
I think
going
Checkmate
here.
needs
Alcatraz has
to
decent
either
off
play
angles, though, but Jay-Woo,
Tracer or
crucial pick up the
Torb.
Lambda there. And that just halts Alcatraz. They have to back off here.
Yeah, following up the damage, but you can't even retreat. Treads in too far. No hope to back out. A cap goes in for VP, and I can't help but feel that Alcatsia are losing to their demons here. I mean, they've lost to Virtus.pro before. VP, despite a tough loss to open the tournament, now they're coming in, they're fighting with full strength, and playing against an opponent, frankly,
Yeah, I think
know
they just
can beat.
know they can beat them. So
Team, man. Virtus.pro, they looked outclassed against once again. We were
Once again,
questioning, like, what is this
crushed them.
form we're seeing from Virtus.pro? No, don't like them at all. Now, this is them on top. They're looking dominant.
Lambda,
as I say that,
savior.
Jay-Woo goes down.
If Bro can't do it, nobody can. Lambda, this is his moment, needs to find more. Gala is going to rip that captive son. No connection there, but the flight is going to get him out of trouble, able to get back to their safe side. Pistola taking the point
Just noticed.
miraculously well, getting pumped full
Jay-Woo's
of
got
heals
the
by
pulse here. What's he
Fixa.
gonna
The
do with
flank
it?
from Jay-Woo as well, stabilizing, and Alcatsia
They almost got
pressure
Bob.
are able to secure the flip. Virtus.pro weren't able to hold on to that.
Big ultimates coming online, though. We got a Bob here. Crucial contest the point, of course.
Oh, missed
Not
it.
gonna
Set
be
it
on
on the
point,
point.
Bob. Mostly defensive, but the flux from Pistola
Oh, it gets
cleans up
checkmate,
Tread.
though.
The fight on the outside of the map goes Lambda's way, but even he is pushed away by Pistola. Katsia holding onto the point, but they must
Big
win
investment.
this.
Pop
I'd like
the
to see it got
overclock.
to win now. It's do or die here. Katsia on the ropes, being
Ooh,
swarmed from all
fuck,
sides.
dude.
Jay-Woo, Pistola combine and shut down Lambda.
You pretty much had to win this fight. Those were 2 huge ultimates.
Yeah,
in
I
the
think it's
overclock and the
Joker.
Kitsune rush, and now staggers here. Landon dies fairly late. This flashpoint point is going to take really fast, and Virtus.pro, they're going to push up with another window, Jake. Alcatraz is going to have a hard time touching this point.
They could window the spawn here if they want to. Alcatraz are forced into a touch. I mean, they do have checkmate on the Venture, who could stall for quite a while, but a great position here. Shockwave benefiting from that double damage, just pouring it on, and they can't even touch.
that's
Katsia, where
over.
are you?
What is going
Damn,
on?
man, that was their map pick, and they beat
this
Falcons
series
on
is
this map.
flying through. This is just
This is over,
a
man.
speedy
This is
run.
over. It's not over.
I was wrong, 'cause I
Confused in the
said-
chat, but come on, I mean, you watch
I said there's no way it'd be 3-0 and this was
but
looking like.
this is a first to
Need a
3.
reverse
we got
sweep.
still one more map needed for VP, but
Look, they
man,
look
talk about
fucking just
spirit breaking
mentally
for
doomed
Katsia. They
too.
came into the tournament. They looked pretty competitive against Falcons. They won a map. And VP looked so beatable. Once again, proved these guys aren't so tough. You can take them down. But it feels like this is a team that has kind of regressed, and VP have found their footing playing against an opponent they know and understand so much better than the wild card that is once again.
Yeah, I mean, Alcatraz, they were so comfortable playing aggressive with
Fuck, I
that
wonder
Mauga composition,
if,
right? But Mauga
they could play dive,
saw a
'cause that's
couple
what they
of
fucking
nerfs
lost
in the
to
most
earlier.
recent balance patch, and maybe that's thrown Alcatraz off their game a little bit. Virtus.pro, we know that they love to slow things down, because as you saw right there, I mean, they're playing Ilari, they're playing Baptiste, Sigma. They're just slowing the pace down so much that if they can drag these fights out, they're going to get the picks required to win those fights. And Alcatraz not feeling comfortable enough to really get in there. They swapped off Mauga after the very first fight, right?
That's like a crisis of confidence to me. I think that Mauga comp is actually the correct strat. Maybe you drop Genji to Tracer. I think Genji's actually probably fine there. and just keep the aggression pumping. Like when you get the ultimates, you start cycling. There's like a couple swaps you can make, but I felt as soon as they started to slow the game down, they're playing right into Virtus Pro's hands. Like, you don't want to try to play a slow poke trade against VP. You just don't want that. It's not a winning play for you. And I felt Katsuya strayed away from their identity, you know, but in the end, it's their call. In theory, right, the Ramatra with the Lucio carry, it should also be aggressive. It should also be able to take it to VP. But I felt VP, I mean, Vestal, you saw him like smiling, confident before the game. Maybe the hero bands put them in a spot where they're like, oh, you've fallen right into our trap, you know, like with taking D.Va off the field, and we're just going to crush you on Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of resources there from Virtus Pro to make it so difficult for OWCS to approach. And at this point, you pointed out Fixa during that map, and it's a player I just want to give a ton of props to, because
Did
Fixa...
he actually go deathless that map? I don't think I saw him die. Maybe I'm crazy, but I mean, regardless, it's a ridiculous stat line, whatever it was. Like, he is constantly alive. He was never caught out by the rushes. Like, sometimes he would lose a teammate or two, but he would just clutch these fights out time and time again with the Ant Matrix. Fixa's goated this match.
Yeah, and on the Batiste as well. Look, we've been seeing Fixa in the scene for a few years now, dating back to Soul Infernal, etc. in the Overwatch League, and really making a name for himself in this Virtus Pro lineup, not only for the Lucio play, but this tournament it's actually been the Brigitte. It's been the Batiste in stage 1, right? So really impressive hero pool coming out from Fixa and making big plays for his team here.
It's a scary spot to be for Katsuya, because now VP has beaten you from both sides. They beat you playing fast on map 1, and now they beat you playing slow on map 2. It's like, well, we can't, it's not going to be a simple answer here. We're way past that. For Katsuya, it's really about holding on to confidence and continuing to find their footing in the series, their style. But somebody like Labda, I mean, think about the performance he's had across the season. I mean, even today,
I'm gonna go put this ranch back in the fridge.
So huge against Team Falcons, kind of like being like really a huge, I would say a major reason why they were able to get a map win was his performance on the Sojourn. And now he's facing elimination from the tournament so quickly after that. That's a whiplash turnaround. It's very hard to reverse sweep from this spot.
Yeah, OWCS, they gotta be shell-shocked at this point. The fact they've gone down 2-0 so quickly, especially when they had so much momentum against Falcons, right? We're still waiting for map 3 to get going here between OWCS and Virtus Pro. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with the third map of the series.
Let's see a reverse sweep happen. Yeah, that looked tough, man. They got stomped. It's so weird how they can beat Falcons on that map and then they get stomped and then once again stomp the fuck out of them. So weird how like that can, how the matchups can just.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Champions Series. We're here in Hangzhou, China for the Champions Clash. The best teams in the world right here, the two best teams in EMEA. One of them has to go home, and right now, it's kind of looking like OWCS is going to be going to the airport soon.
It's our first eliminations match of the tournament, Jake. OWCS, what went wrong? They took a map of Falcons.
Let's see what the hero bans are going to be.
And now they find themselves in a 2-0 hole against Virtus Pro. What can they do to reverse sweep here?
Kiri opening ban is interesting.
That is interesting,
I think that's, I would think that's more of a hero that OWCS want to use. Typically, I would say a Kiri ban puts you in, like, you're protecting an Ana, like you want to play an Ana style.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, but...
I mean, that might mean they want to play like an Ana Brig Winston and try to change pace in the series and show a new look, which I actually don't hate given that you've just been obliterated. You've got to do something different and change it up. But the Tracer responsive ban from VP makes it quite a bit more awkward. Without the Tracer, you know, it takes a lot of the teeth out.
I wanted to see fucking checkmate on Tracer too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a confusing ban from OWCS here because, you know, are you really gonna go down playing Brig Ana OWCS? This team, which we've seen play so aggressively all in, you know, like Lucio Juno would be a kind of composition I could see this team go down with, but Landon, of course, can mantle the Ana if required. I'm just not sure. What composition would you feel comfortable like going down with? Because you know this is potentially your last map in the tournament, and you don't want to leave this series thinking you left one stone unturned, perhaps, especially with how you've been looking these first couple of maps, Jake.
Yeah, but you can't think that way, Johnny. You got to be planning on the reverse sweep, right? Like, that's how you got to be thinking right here as a player. You got to be thinking, how do we come back and win the series? It's not like, how do we make, like, everyone will understand when we lose playing Rush. It's like, no, screw that, man. Like, we are coming back. We're going to make this happen. We have to find the way to win. And honestly, I think, like, an Ana Winston style is probably their best bet when it comes to really flipping the pace, trying to take it to Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make that argument, then, yeah, Winston generally matches up pretty well against Virtus Pro, and that would give you an easier time to maybe close the distance on some of these slower compositions we're seeing from Virtus Pro. I want to keep in mind as well, here on Esperanza, we have seen Virtus Pros play similar double flex support kind of compositions, and, you know, play the BAP, for example. Like Fixa has played BAP here on Esperanza before, so it is something Virtus Pro can do, and OWCS, of course, very much aware of that. Maybe they'll go to the Winston. I'm seeing the Lucio Juno, actually, in the select screen here. Before we're heading in game.
It's bait, Johnny. It's bait. We're like
looking at their screens. Just because I said it a minute ago?
All right, it's bait even when they're in the spawn. We're like looking at their screens like we have no idea.
I need anything, Jake. Any detail.
I hope they play Ana Winston dive it. That's what I would do if I were them here. You've got to just like take the once again blueprint and believe. And also, I mean, in fairness,
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if they can play dive, maybe play it because
I think Checkmate's pretty happy
VP struggled against it earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Checkmate, capable of playing a lot of different heroes. We'll have to see what's in store. But yeah, it's probably going to be the Genji. You don't expect it like
Pharah. I saw Fixa on Lucio, but it's a bait. I refuse to believe it. No, it could very well be the Lucio here. Oh, Juno Brig is also available. Juno Brig probably gonna be too powerful for the sport line to ignore here.
Yeah, the problem I'm sensing here, though, and we're seeing as these teams go out of spawn, is that Virtus Pro, incredibly confident playing the Brig Juno. I don't think OWCS want to mirror that backline, knowing how comfortable Virtus Pro are in that. So OWCS instead, they're going to play the Lucio Juno with the Diva, Torb, and Soj. This is eerily similar to what we saw them play against Falcons when they had so much success.
Yeah, Ziad's going to come in on the Diva, maybe be the change of pace that they need. Checkmate on the Torb could put out a lot of spam damage, but I feel Fixa can have so much impact in this matchup, can make Ziad's life hell when it tries to dive in. Here he goes,
he's gonna get first pick here. Oh, Gala goes down.
Fixa low as well. That's the type of dive, the pace thing we've been talking about here. OWCS, Checkmate goes down, is traded back.
Checkmate
goes down as well, so Shockwave firing, but Lambda takes the turn, punishes him right back. Virtus Pro trying to clutch out with just a few players left in the fight. Seems like this is going the way of OWCS.
Yeah, 2v3 with a Lucio advantage for OWCS. Lambda gets caught a little bit, but slides away.
And they can't kill this damn Ram.
Bit of an even fight here in the end. Not going to get a lot of push from this. You don't want to die late, though.
There they go.
So, Basola goes down late. Virtus Pro gonna have to regroup now, and OWCS will secure the high ground.
I mean, Juno going down first is the worst case scenario when you play Juno Brig. That really shouldn't happen in this comp. But now Lambda has a bit of space to work with. We've seen what he can do on this Sojourn. Ziad Instant follow-up there.
Oh,
And this guy's just
Shockwave
come off the
down,
bench.
nice.
He's hot, though.
Labda needs to come online on this map for Alcazia.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice it was a
Momentum
damn
they
different
can
tank.
get. And see,
I
with
forgot
the
the other guy's
aggression,
name
you're
was.
just seeing him scouting these close corners, going in with the missiles.
He's looking good on the Diva, though.
All right, Ziad just called, put me in, coach. I'll make plays, and he's doing it. He's delivering. Genji dashing in, holding the point for now. Ziad trying to fight it out. Checkmate on the Torb now, under a bit of pressure, but Labda with a bit of a free
They
fire
need to win
zone
this.
now. Gonna come up to the
Oh,
flank
there's
on
a
the high
turn.
ground, instant burst, and there's the
Oh.
Juno down. That's some of the core healing for Virtus Pro. Fixa assaulted. Now they know there's no
They're
second
about to
healer.
get-
Ziad has the
Dude, they're
self-destruct
looking
if
good
he
this
even
game.
needs it, and
They're gonna get
maybe
that forward
Walt would
spawn, I
love to
think, so.
stabilize that for the next fight. And Cavastola, I don't think he's going to be able to get the trade.
Diva seems really good here because she
well.
can
Many players dropping
get
low,
up on the
but they're
high ground
really
easy.
trading the pressure perfectly.
That's going to
Trying to
be
get the late
checkpoint
stagger.
for Alcazia. And they
Don't-
haven't
don't
even
get
used
too
an
crazy.
ultimate yet. They're coming online, the orbital ray. I'll have to see what Virtus Pro can pull out.
I mean,
What
Gala's
about
been
fight here?
slaughtered in this map. 60% to orbital ray. Where's your ult, bro? Landon has it
Not had a
online.
good time.
Big back flank here
Labda
from
with the
Labda.
big
The
flank
pace has
on the
been completely
overclock.
switched up here. Virtus Pro struggling to find their footing. The rally from Fixa, though, gonna stabilize things for the moment. Shockwave just
Oh.
chopped in half there. The beat from Haku
So
as well.
diff.
Now full aggression comes in. Jru rips the blade. Mostly defensive, but turning this fight back onto
Oh,
Alcazia. It
fucking
costs
the deflect.
everything from Virtus Pro, but they get the job done.
Still though, 81.5 meter for Alcazia, just 3 minutes into this push map. Just when they needed some
Dang, I
momentum,
didn't think they would
got
even
it.
lose that far, but-
Alcazia still very much
Oh, they
alive
got
in
81
this
meters.
series.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, Ziad has come in and breathed fresh life into this team. Checkmate on the Torb. Has that ultimate. A little awkward when your only ult is the Torb lava. Sort of hard to make it work here. And Gala with the orbital ray, a much more powerful, much more potent situation to be in.
It's
Katsia
a
on the
big flank
retake.
here.
Yeah, they're getting out on the map this way, but the cart is rolling, and I think VP are kind of happy to play the slow game.
You'll see the contest.
Yeah, because they can just
Good
keep
spot
walking
from
the
Open
cart
Core here.
backward, but
Zoning players away. Now, Orbital Ray comes over the top. Virtus Pro looking to get aggressive.
Oh.
Checkmate. Cut down. Jwu has a dash.
I think he's
looking
gonna
for more, but
switch.
The card is continuing to roll. I mean, Alcazia, damned if you do, damned if you don't. The objective's going against you. Are you really going to wait for Checkmate? They say no. They come in fighting the point, but this is a 4v5. Fixa
They're
on the
getting the high
bridge, so
ground,
stable,
though.
and Shockwave starting to stand and deliver. Alcazia, they don't have the HP to contest this Sojourn. And Virtus Pro coming up on that forward
everybody
spawn.
low on
They need to
Alcazia's side,
stabilize
though.
here, Alcazia. They need to heal up and look for a pick here. They have the positional high ground here. They just need to capitalize with it.
Ziad comes down to hold the point, getting pressure, getting popped right out of that mech. Quick dash reset potentially available here for Jwu.
Oh, the turret
Gala
got Fixa.
gets that follow-up finish. Fixa went down in the chaos, so supporting advantage to Katsia, but they don't have the tank to stabilize. Checkmate finds one, Labda finds another. Somehow Katsia are battling this one back.
Oh,
It's
nice.
the Torb. He will not be stopped. Checkmate
101.
making this one possible. And a one where he's got no HP though,
Oh,
solo.
shit.
That is one of the closest fights I've ever seen. Johnny Pistola wins with 50 HP. And
Yeah, that is fucking
there's not
crazy.
a single player left alive. No, there is. Haku's back up the spawn.
You're 20 health. Oh, they finally get Pistola, but wow. That
And
looked
that's such a
scary
late
for a
death
second
now,
there.
too.
Whew. So they didn't get the checkpoint though. That's crucial for Alcazia.
It's a knockdown drag out, but exactly the stabilization from
crazy.
Alcazia, they did what they needed to do. They bridged the gap to some of these key ultimates. VP trying to stabilize a little bit here. Jwu getting a little bit of a cheeky stall there on the Genji, buying a bit more time for his teammates to come back in. Landon very close to that orbital ray. Something you've got to worry about for Virtus Pro, but they're building up to a massive bank of ultimates of their own. The game really rests on the edge of a knife here. Alcazia don't want to risk getting too
They have
aggressive.
Rally. Virtus Pro
There's
has
so
Rally.
much
They're about to
defensive
have
potential here for the Virtus Pro comp.
Annihilation, too, and they
I was
got
gonna say,
damn
don't need to
overclock.
force anything, but
Blade.
Alcazia, I don't care. Orbital Ray committed. They're pushing through the choke.
Two ult spores, trades coming in.
Landon
Virtus
goes
Pro
down, though.
getting the better of this engagement. Shockwave doesn't even need to necessarily pop that ultimate. Annihilation and Rally seems to have been enough. Katsia still fighting with 4 players, but they're solo. Haku is going to rip the beat. Overclock from Labda. Shockwave responds in kind. Now dueling on these soldiers, but Labda has found the first pick. The connection as well onto Shockwave. Can they find the finisher?
Haku
Not
goes
quite
down.
yet. Haku goes down. And once again, these teams are just trading. It's a bloodbath.
Shockwave is finding the picks, but
These fights
Labda
are
didn't.
crazy.
And it's going to be Alcazia slowly but surely losing this fight. Virtus Pro. We're going to get their
Pixel goes
positioning
down.
back here after checkmate goes down.
Checkmate always gets his one on Tor. He always gets his one. And now Vistola is going to go over to the D.Va, trying to match some of the pace. That forces Haku over to the Brig.
Okay, now I got a D.Va mirror.
And the advantage isn't that big for Alcatsia here. Virtus Pro, a couple fight wins, and they are
Virtus
right
Pro
back
has
in this
Blade
map.
and,
They have the ultimates too. The Orbital Ray, no support ultimates available for Alcatsia. Jaywu as well.
Once
with
again,
the
they
Blade.
only have
Virtus
Turbo.
Pro, they could very much take the lead these next couple of fights.
Virtus Pro, the rookie with the Blade, stands ready to potentially seize the advantage for his squad. Big rail connection from Lambda onto Fixa. He's going to cow the aggression for a moment. But the cap comes in. I mean, Virtus Pro just not feeling like they can touch here. Checkmate is going to rip the ultimate.
I think a bunch of
Ray
it got
in
8
response
with
from
the...
Gala. Kind of an awkward Ray, maybe. See if there's a potential for aggression. The card's going to continue to roll. I think Cassia are sort of happy to cut
Dude,
this
that
one
Matrix
out.
like half of that
Just
Molten
the
Core.
Checkmate turret going down. Jaywu not seeing any openings to rip the Blade, but Blade rally as well coming up into the fight. Ziad doesn't want to wait. He's going to dive
this
in
guy's
straight to
crazy
the
on
back
today.
line. But here's Jaywu chopping it
Oh,
up
fuck.
with Fixa, cutting them to pieces in the back line. Vistola finds Checkmate in the chaos.
with the
Ziad
D-Mac.
popped out of the mag, and Virtus Pro seizing
Damn,
the
they might
advantage
take
here on
the-
Esperanza, seizing potentially the series.
Alcatsia just collapsing here in the second half of this push map. No ultimates.
gotta take the lead
coming
here.
online in Virtus Pro. They're going to take the lead.
Checkmate's gonna switch
with less than
Genji.
3 minutes remaining.
We're on to the mirror.
Labda needs a
Alcatsia,
big
they need
overclock.
hero, and his name is Labda, coming up on the overclock. That's really all the tools they have to work with in this fight. Landing close to that Ray, but it feels like this is a fight you need Labda to win. You can't be over-ulting in a situation where you've already lost the advantage. Here's Labda, overclock ripped, looking for connections, pressures on Vistola.
He's
Very
gotta
low
get
HP, the
somebody with.
turnaround shuts
Okay,
down
they got
Jaywu on the
Jaywu.
flank. Now, Virtus Pro just full kiting out. Got to take the forward respawns, try to reset. In the end, it costs an overclock. Virtus Pro, they know they
they're
have
just
the
gonna pull out.
tactical advantage here. They don't have to win in this fight.
Still though, only the overclock investment. That's big news for Alcatsia now. They keep that
We're gonna have Orbital Ray coming up.
and that means they have a good chance of winning
Shockwave
this
has
next fight, which
overclock,
is going to
though.
allow them to contest Virtus Pro area. Let's see though, this is a great Orbital Ray location.
Shockwave looking to play spoiler. Under a lot of pressure though. Overclock giving you a lot of that offensive
D.Va
potential
getting in his
support,
face.
providing the defense. Stabilization is
Oh,
bound. And
Haku
Haku gets
goes down
headshot, couldn't get the rally online in this fight. Virtus Pro not over yet, just yet though. Cassia have traded it back, but with no support, surely Vistola has too much HP to make this happen. Labda though, somehow finding a miracle kill. The trades coming in. Jaywu low, the deflect stabilizing for just a moment. And a high HP Vistola coming in, holding down the objective. And this fight has become so incredibly scrappy. Hold on, Vistola. Maybe going a little too deep. Ziad found 2. What is going on? This should have been Virtus Pro every single time. Vistola feels it as well. He was
They
chasing
tried to
after
chase the
kills. He
Genji.
thought this was done.
A lifeline for Alcatsia there with Ziad getting 2
Dude,
picks
Haku
as
came
well.
back and
Now
fucking saved his ass.
They will get the high ground on the Virtus Pro side of the map. Haku with the rally here.
Haku's got to keep that damn shield
It'll
up,
be a
man.
tough fight into Gala's Orbital Ray, but maybe Alcatsia here with some nice execution, they could put
I
themselves
feel like he's getting picked
in
off
a
every
position to
fight.
stay alive here at the Champions Clash.
Jaywu had his chance with the blade. Checkmate's turn coming up very soon, and he's got
They
the
can, if they
rally
win this
at
fight,
his
they can
back.
get the lead, I think.
This is the moment
They
for
have
Cassia
rally.
to seize the advantage, to take it back, to force more
Orbital Ray
maps
versus
in the
rally.
series. Virtus Pro looking to hold
Flank.
strong, going over to the Ramatra. Haku into the backline, struggling to find a connection with that rally. Few percentage more for Checkmate, but he's low. Labda already fell. There's no connection from this fight. Virtus Pro are just running over them in the backline with the Orbital Ray. And they're flipping the map. They're pulling the cart away. Katsia
They gotta
struggling,
reset.
no connections.
Yeah, they're trying to
They're
back up.
rotating out there because they recognize they cannot take the fight against Virtus Pro. They need to get all their members together for one final pusher. This is Alcatsia.
Virtus
They're
Pro's
like
about
in
to
the
get
tournament on
fucking,
the line.
or they have rally and they're about
They
to have
need to win
blade.
these fights, Jake, otherwise they're out.
Oh, Checkmate blade.
Sword fight, but Jaywu's dead. Drop the blade. He's
Oh.
done. Sion found 2. Both ultimates shut down by the man off the bench.
Let's
Sion
go,
has come
dude.
in to save this squad, and Alcatsia snatching potential victory from the jaws of defeat. Virtus Pro, they gambled everything on that fight. Now Alcatsia
Ziad's
stands ready
fucking nice
to
on
force
D.Va.
more maps in the series.
Virtus Pro doesn't have any ultimates coming up in Alcatsia. They just have the self-destruct for now, but Labda is very much going to build that overclock and have great sightlines here in potentially this final fight.
They gotta win this fight.
It comes down to individual plays. Who can make it happen for either team here?
Virtus Pro needs a hero play. If you allow this fight to go long, Labda almost certainly going to have his way with you. Ziad also has the bomb, so that reliable backup for the
Labda?
tanking. Here it comes, ultimate pop, deflect out. Now the break under pressure, the flank, they were trying to force it. Genji has nothing left. He's just trying to turn it around, fight it out. Jaywu though sometimes
Oh, fuck.
get checkmate. Ziad
Checkmate
low,
goes down
maybe
now.
forces self-destruct. Virtus Pro fighting this immaculately. They bridge the gap, they survive the ultimates. Orbital right from Landon, trying to stabilize things.
Oh, nice.
Trying
I
to
killed
stand and
Shockwave
deliver,
on
but
this
he
shit.
can't under the pressure of that Diva. Bastola, though, the annihilation on the point, the overtime, you just can't stand into it. Checkmate, Ziad going down, and it was such a close contest,
man.
but Virtus Pro
That
are
was
going
crazy.
to eliminate their longtime opponents in EMEA. And OWCS are
Damn,
going
I was hoping they would
home.
win and get another fucking
Wow.
get another game, but
What an incredible
GG.
back and forth on that Esperanza.
game was
but
pretty
it's
fucking
Virtus
crazy.
Pro coming out on top.
Hell, they might have should have put that
such a
Ziad
close
dude in
final
fucking
fight
earlier.
in overtime
He was
with
looking
no
nice on
ultimates
the
on their
Diva.
side, but they weather Labda's overclock. And they win out on Esperanza. 3-0 series against OWCS. And like you said, OWCS are out.
That was
wow,
pretty
that was
intense
gonna
game.
hurt. You take a map of Falcons, but you go down in a 3-0 fashion against Virtus Pro just hours later.
Dude, Ziad came in off the bench cold
so
and was
good.
just throwing haymakers that whole map. That is a
Yeah, he looked-
heartbreaker
he
for
looked
him. I was
insane on
really
Diva.
impressed
I've never
with
seen
that
anyone play
performance,
Diva that good.
especially the amount of pressure he was under in that moment in the series. But it's VP who get it done in the end. JWoo and Fixa combined so many times on the flanks, just crushing into that. I mean, Labda, despite the huge performance he was still able to put out, he was under pressure. Man, that Genji and Brig were gunning for him.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Vastola as well, like in the front lines as well, controlling this matchup and then putting pressure on the backline of OWCS when it mattered most. You saw in that final fight, the front line of Virtus Pro kind of pushed OWCS back, that they weren't really able to find their footing. They weren't comfortable at all, and ultimately, I believe it was JWoo, the Genji player for OWCS, who went down there, 4 versus 5 situations. Checkmate went down, of course, and then it was OWCS just falling down in overtime there. Well, that's OWCS out of the tournament, Jake. Unfortunately, we'll throw it
That
over
was
to the
rough.
Destin.
I thought they could win that
See
map
what they
for
have
sure.
to say, how they can break down this series.
Tough loss there for OWCS. Not able to find the revenge that they were looking for, and a 3-0 sweep for Virtus Pro to continue to show why they're the top seed coming in from EMEA. Jack, I know that you were so hyped about how they handled those last couple of fights there on our push map.
Yeah, that was sick. Like around 2-3 minutes when they got the lead, their ultimate economy game there was so clean. Like just paced the ults out over and over and over again, and it was like, okay, we go in with Blade, and then we go in with Rally, and then we go in with this, then we go in this, and it was a very, very slow crawl to a lead. Of course, it started out on a pretty scrappy first map. Saravasa also really excited me.
That was, it's really heartbreaking to see OWCS go out in this fashion. I think Jake and Johnny did touch on this, the fact that you have OWCS that does something that feels impossible, taking a map off of what is considered to be one of the best teams heading into this tournament.
Yeah, I was hoping to see some
Literally
Checkmate
our reigning
Tracer, man.
OWCS champions,
He's insane on Tracer.
but cannot convert over into a full match win. And they got so close here. It really is just it's just tough.
Yeah, this last game, this shit was good as hell. That was a good game
as well.
OWCS taking a map of Falcons is crazy too on Saravasa, and you can see why they wanted to go there. This was the fight I was kind of mentioning too, how they ended up getting the lead. Very, very good ult tempo and ult usage from VP, and it shows the veterancy in that squad too. Like, just ridiculous stuff from Virtus Pro. But I don't think OWCS should be too disappointed with that. Like I said, getting a map off of Falcons is a crazy feat, because it's not every day we see a Western team beat Falcons or Crazy Raccoon even getting a map. But Fixa getting your MVP.
One more series.
Yeah, Fixa getting the MVP in this match. The backline was massive for VP. I feel like we saw like Vastola with
Team
smirking
CC
on the
versus
player
Space Station,
cams
I
and
think.
whatnot. It's because his backline was there to keep him up in these matches.
Yeah.
You can be
Oh,
so
yeah, that could go to
confident with a
bed.
lot of those plays because of Fixa and Gala. And I think when you take a look at this backline,
Shower in
something
bed,
that has
I'm
been
ready.
so impressive about Virtus Pro the entirety of the season, gotta talk about Gala for a second on top of Fixa, right? Because like Gala comes in, Jack is so excited because Gala is an Alari player and plays Alari a lot and is so competent. But then you have Fixa, because like you can't just play the Alari, it just like by itself doesn't do enough in terms of being able to bear the responsibility of both doing like the support and damage. So you got Fixa to get your back and like make sure you can actually enable all of those big plays. And so major credit. It's not often that we get a chance to see a support MVP. So
Right-click
I love
is
it.
Larry, let's be real. You just throw the pylon and then start shooting people. That's it. I mean, Gala does that super well. Their poke style on Saravasa coming into it, just playing literally pure poke, was really cool to see. And I'm glad they whipped it out because that was what tripped up a lot of teams actually throughout the regular season was that mad flexibility in the backline.
No, for sure. But let's see what teams have actually gotten tripped up in the brackets and where we're landing for our last matchup of today here as well. Of course, we see in the upper bracket, no surprise, Team Falcons, and once again up there, Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon as well. And then VP,
Okay,
we just
so
saw
yeah,
the 3-0. They're
the
gonna
lower
be
bracket
moving
team
on
does get to
here,
come up.
But Team CC, Rose, versus SSG is going to be really interesting.
It's so hard to tell where these teams are going to fall because
I think
we
Space
saw them
Station
both take pretty
have it.
hard 0-2 losses in their respective matches. And it's like, on the one hand, I think there's so much hope for North America being able to get another team further into the competition, something that Nightmare's already been able to accomplish. But then what about Team CC? A hope for China, being able to play in front of the home crowd. And we're kind of hoping that that's going to come in clutch for them, but it's so tough to actually see where these two teams are going to stack up against each other.
It feels like an SSG win to me down there. I think I want to check our talent brackets as a whole. Like, I want to see how I swear. Like, I'm looking at these brackets, I'm like, it might be 4 a.m., so I might be hallucinating a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I was correct most of the way down. Because Team CC and Space Station, they kind of expected to be in this position. I expect Space Station to just come back in and just start swinging, I really do. Team CC, there were a few bright spots there, but SSG felt especially in North America, felt head and shoulders above the competition a lot of the time. They came in as the second seed, but it did feel like the first seed, honestly. They're just so stacked.
I still have high hopes for them as a dive team as well.
Yeah.
I think, how do you expect yourself to go toe-to-toe with a team like Crazy Raccoon? I think that when you look at just being able to like kind of see them live up to those expectations and reach that final form, maybe Team CC is going to be the team that allows them to do that.
It definitely is possible. It'd be interesting to see, but we've got Danny actually on the ground with an interview that we're awaiting with Shockwave. Let's check that out.
Go. Welcome back, everybody. Danny Liv here, joined by Shockwave from Virtus Pro. Let's go, 3-0 victory. I gotta say though, at the end, the very last match, it got a little close. It got a little close, but you guys pulled it off. You guys got the win, 3-0 victory. Big congratulations. How do you feel? I mean, this was the lower bracket run. I mean, if you guys lost this, you guys had to go home, but you guys won and you guys are staying alive. How do you feel right now?
I mean, it's amazing, a bit relieved as well. Like, I think, you know, losing is never fun.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy that we can still like show that we're the best EU team for sure. So yeah.
I feel like you guys definitely proved it. And also another interesting thing is, I mean, you guys were facing off against OWCS. I'm pretty sure you guys faced off against multiple times. And because you guys are undefeated, you guys probably never lost to them. Do you feel like because of those reasons, going into this match today sort of boosted your confidence, knowing that you guys never lost to them, and also, you know, it's like, oh, like we faced them multiple times. So like, were you a little bit more comfortable?
I don't think like we haven't been like this comfortable like in a long time. But I don't know. I feel like we've been focusing a lot on like Apex or like Asian teams with like their styles. But when it comes to like these like more brawly like ear comps, like we have that stuff like locked down, you know. So yeah, we're confident for sure going into that. So.
All right, one final question. I mean, talking about Asian teams, you know, Crazy Raccoons, there's Falcons as well. A lot of good teams. How are you guys prepping against them?
I mean, we had a boot camp in Korea, so we're testing a lot because, you know, we kind of have to, you know, cook something up and Smash is cooking.
Smash is cooking. I'm so excited to see what he's cooking and what VP is cooking. Hey, thank you so much. Big congratulations on getting the win. That is it from me. Let's send things back to the burb.
Thank you so much, Danny. I don't know.
What did he say?
No idea, but it's okay. It's okay. We had some great words coming out from Shockwave there. Great to hear that the coach is cooking in the background. The team sounds really confident there, Rose.
kind of humble as well, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
The humble or tired, I'm not sure either one. There's
He's probably
lot of
pretty knackered.
adrenaline.
Adrenaline running through his veins. I think, yeah, they've got a long road ahead of them, but the veterancy and Smash in the back room, like, yeah, they're going to be good.
Okay, well, we still have one more matchup for today. It's an elimination match between Team CC, who are defending themselves on their home ground, up against Space Station Gaming.
Sun's starting to come up. Take these fucking headphones off. All right, well, we got 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Hello guys, this is Virtus Pro.
And this is Hangzhou Champions Clash.
Okay, guys, we've got one match left for OWCS Champions Clash Hangzhou for today. But before we even get into that, I want to remind you guys at home that there is the opportunity to contribute directly to the Champions Clash prize pool. We've got that sick Ember Juno bundle that you guys can pick up until April 22nd. I love this skin, Jack.
Yeah, it's sick. I've been using it every time I play Juno. And we're on the main menu as well. I was like, oh, like pointing a meme. I was like, oh,
In client. Poggers.
Yeah, it's really nice. And you get the loads of little bits and pieces as well, like an icon, a banner as well. It's really sick.
We love it. We love it.
Winning, honestly.
Yeah.
Like with that bundle, with the new skins coming for OWCS.
There's a few Juno skins.
I can't wait.
No, things have been spicing up. Things have been super exciting for Overwatch, but we still have one last exciting match for today. It's another elimination one down in this lower bracket. Team CC defending themselves again on home ground here in China up against a Space Station Gaming, who I've heard usually is pretty good with taking energy from the crowd.
Very good indeed.
Fortunately, the crowd is going to be against them this time. But I want to give Team CC a map, and I think I will. It does feel like a Space Station win here, though. I know Jake was throwing stuff at me a minute ago because I gave Team CC a map, but I think there is still life in the team. I think what they did show was a little bit, especially with Gaga on the Winston, very aggressive, very fast. Space Station should be able to handle that, though. They're kind of used to this at this point, and they've been in a meta where, like, you're playing against Rush, we're playing against Dive. It's like
We've been live 7 hours.
Back, honestly, in this match.
You would think so, just because of how North America as a region also likes to play the game. I feel like we've already seen some good examples of that from Nightmare's match earlier. So, like, Space Station, they've been down this road already. And so, I don't know. I also think I have to go 3-1 for this one, just because I have hope that, like, Team CC would be able to make a map, and I maybe, like, is Hopia?
Yeah, I mean, getting straight into the prediction, it's across the board, right? I think that's the tough thing about day one as well is
I got Space Station also.
Crazy with predictions, and
you went 3 to our captain.
Okay. I had to spice things up somewhere. I went vibes with
Yo,
that.
Born, what's up, man?
But when you're looking at this particular matchup, it does feel like SSG Rose are a league above Team CC.
We got one more series, and my ass is going to bed.
I mean, it's so tough because I think that talent in North America
Take a shower
has
and
gotten
pass the
closer
fuck out.
together over the last couple of seasons. And so when you take a look at a team coming through from that region, especially as the second seed, it's very hard to not give them that credit heading into the rest of this tournament bracket. But I don't know, maybe Team CC can surprise us.
Okay, well, Jake,
Nice,
Johnny,
what you
do
making,
you
bro?
think Team CC can surprise us?
No. Space Station Gaming, 3-0, baby. North America on top.
Look, just building up the
He's so
3-0 makes the Team CC surprise even sweeter.
Yeah, that's
you
a
gotta
good one,
tell it
Johnny.
how it is.
That's exactly why. No, come on. Did you see Sugar Free? I know they lost 2-0 against Crazy Raccoon. Okay? That's Crazy
That sounds
Raccoon.
dope as
I
fuck.
saw you, Sugar Free.
I'm not a huge Olive guy, though.
He's hot.
That's the
LeBron
greatest
is hot.
Bronza.
Give him the ball.
They took it in a mirror.
But still, I'd eat it. Sounds good as hell.
It was competitive.
Brilliant. All right,
I'd definitely
SSG
crush
then.
that shit right now.
Like I said in the pre-show, Jake, we knew they were potentially going to lose to Crazy Raccoon because Crazy Raccoon is one of the top 2 teams in the world. But I still think that this team can make a deep run in the lower bracket because what we saw from them on that mirror composition. When Kellan is able to play the Winston, he looks phenomenal on that hero. When he doesn't play the Winston,
I'll
like
eat.
on
The only
other
time
side
I'll
of
really
Raccoon,
ever even
they
eat
struggle to
olives
find their
is like on a
momentum.
Supreme
But
pizza.
when they get to play their 5 best heroes, they look sensational. And this meta is shaping up to be an environment where they're allowed to do so.
Look, everybody looks like chumps when they play Crazy Raccoon.
Like, I'll eat them, but I don't go out of my
That's
way
just how
to
it
eat them.
is.
If I can
On
have
the
them
other
with that,
side,
I'd
though,
do that,
Team CC, I think
I'm
it's
not
going
gonna
to be
pick them
about
off
the
or nothing
hometown
like that.
crowd for them. It's going to be about these players finding it within themselves to play beyond their potential to really show us something shockingly impressive. because
yeah, I'm going Space
Nightmare have
Station
shown the formula to
3-0.
beat this team. They need to evolve. They need to level up to take down Space Station Gaming.
It'd be
and
cool to
stay
see
alive
Team
in this
CC win
tournament.
because they're
And maybe the
a
crowd
Chinese
behind
team
them
and they're
is that
playing
X
in
factor
China
could change things,
in front of a
but
Chinese
lot of
crowd.
bets
So
on
like,
Space
it'd be
Station. I
cool
don't think they're gonna be
for
too
them to
upset
pop
about
off a
crowd
little
that's
bit.
against
but-
them. Something to be said about silencing the crowd being an even stronger motivator.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone from Team CC needs to step up. Someone
But they didn't
needs
really
to
impress
get a
me
big
earlier.
highlight. Someone needs to generate some momentum for this team Because part of the reason why I think we're underestimating CC is because we haven't seen a lot from them. It was a pretty short OWCS China stage, a quick groups play, followed by a single elimination bracket. And they pretty much beat all the other teams besides, once again, who they got 4-0'd by. And so there hasn't been a ton of match.
So we're probably going to see
TGC.
Winston,
so
maybe.
Who is going to
or
step
Diva.
up for this team? Especially against SG is going to be a tough task, but can either of the damage players pop off? We're just going straight into it here, Jake.
And we're going to be going into a Winston on a mirror on well. Team CC going to go with the Pharah. Kaneki has had some success on it in the past, but he's going up against Seeker and Sugar Free with a classic comp. Bliss is already down though, bursted by Pineapple. And Team CC, no Brig, running a very aggressive style, going to rely on keeping the pressure on Space Station Gaming. And this first
he almost hit
goes their way, although
rockets.
hold on, Tracer slept. Could be a scary spot. No follow-up on Pineapple.
Yeah, no follow-up. Should be the cap here for Team CC. And of
That was
course,
a good first
when you
fight for
play
them.
this very fast composition, it alleviates some of the coordination.
I'd like to see him at least
when
win
you're
one
trying
map.
to play it more slow, right? Trying to be in line of sight of each other. Pineapple goes
Bronze
down.
got the ball.
That's not good news for CC.
Far away. There's no Brig to defend him. He's kiting away from the Tracer. Nice jukes for now, but I mean, even just the distraction that the Tracer puts on here, Space Station is winning the fight elsewhere. Ana's gonna go down almost eventually. It's like inevitability. Still has that sleep for the moment. Delays long defense as well. But I mean, Sugar Free
What happened
did
to
his
Kaneki?
job there, right? Like it took the Tracer coming back off spawn to deal with him in that scenario, and Space Station just cleaned up elsewhere in the fight. Super Rich is gonna be a long way back to be in the fight, and so SSG have control, taking into a serious lead here.
But still, though, this is a composition that CC actually can play.
I know they had lost
on
Pineapple,
this
but
roster from the Overwatch
I feel like they didn't even fight to
playing
keep the
Brig,
point.
Ana,
Contesting, they just let him have
probably
it.
Super Rich was part of that Hangzhou Spark lineup with some of the once again players, so they know how to play this comp, and they're getting busy in the backline now.
Nade on the Seeker, he's got down by
CJ
far
is
away with the
doomed.
nano onto Kellen, gonna look to clutch this out. It's a 3v4, but Kellen still healthy, still riding the high of that nano. Gaga goes down, and so it's a 3-on-3. Bliss stabilizing with Sugar Free
Station's
Far,
getting
now
a lot
putting
of
pressure onto Kellen.
percentage,
93 to that Primal though. Gotta watch that. Pineapple looks for the stick, tries to find a connection, but it's Sugar Free who falls. Kellen might look to clutch this one out with the ultimate.
So low.
Barrage comes in, it does take down the Brig. No trade can come through. Oh, it does finally. One last shot from CJ.
They get the
Shuts
flip,
down
though.
the Pharah. Space Station are gonna elect to give that one up though. They don't rep the Primal. They don't throw good money after bad. They have the patience to re-up and come into the next fight
it's
with
pretty
ultimate
smart.
advantage.
Yeah, I
Save
think
all
if
the
you're
ults and
SSG
go
here,
in
you
again.
play patient. You don't need to rush into things. You don't need to overly invest in these fights. Already here, spotting Pineapple, recall force. That should be the pick. Following up with a beautiful by Sugar Free. And now it's a 5 versus 4. You can take it slow. You can play the resource game. Put pressure onto the point.
He's
And
about to
slowly
hit
but
a
surely
fat
you should
pulse
win
right
this
here, I
one.
feel it.
Anti-nade from CG onto Yaoji's does get healed up, but so there was so much pressure here.
Bronze got the ball. He fumbles it though. Ana still forced out of the fight. Kaneki trading backline. Team CC playing this one well, actually.
They're not letting him get the
Despite being
flip this
down to
time.
ultimates, the backline trade pays
Kaneki found
dividends.
two.
Both a Primal and a Far in the backline. Kellen
Fucking juggling his ass.
just has to take the reset.
Ooh, man.
And that's a painful fight. Space Station had the ultimate advantage. They opened this one with a Tracer pick.
Yeah, I'm surprised
This was
they
their
won
fight
that.
to lose, and they threw it away.
Wow, that's an impressive fight win from CC.
They still have
to spend
overclock
some
and
crucial
primal though.
ultimate spot. I mean, you take that. Now you're 70% and counting. You're going
They're
to get
80%
up
to rally
most
though, so
likely
maybe they can.
299. Seeker
They
with
gotta
an
try and build that
overclock here.
shit quick.
Will Seeker have the room to operate here? Have the line of sight.
Kellen has already found one. Seeker shuts down the main threat in Kaneki's Pharah. Gaga naded far away as well, and it's a full cleanup here for Space Station Gaming. They wipe CC off the map.
They're gonna come back with ult advantage though, because they got rally
87%.
and
This is a really nice
ultimate.
recap from SSG because even if they lose a fight, there's a chance that they're gonna get a last retouch. Well, the spawns are relatively
almost done.
close.
I'm jealous.
Now Team CC on the retake. Rally.
I might make
Pulse
something
bomb,
before I go
main
to bed
tools
soon.
work with.
I'm definitely gonna
It's
take
an
a fucking
interesting fight here,
shower.
Jake. No big
Anytime I
ultimates
stay
here
up
on the
all night like
voice
this,
of
man, I
Rally.
feel fucking like
Pineapple
greasy
coming up on
as
a pulse
shit.
bomb. CJ's with the nano. But besides that, okay.
And I don't
want to
get my bed all
Kellen,
greasy and
going
shit.
aggressive here.
Diving into the back line.
Feel like
looking to
oily.
find some connection. So far
Maybe
can't
grease
get
is
much,
not
but
good.
it's Seeker who finds far away, forced into the open from that Winston dive. Team CC. The opponent's up at 85. Brig, she can't die here. Yeah, has to put that rally.
There goes the rally.
Superbird's still incredibly low, still in trouble. Kellen found himself a bit overextended for that. Gaga is low.
Kellen goes down. I think
but
they
still
can
looking
get the
like a
point here.
retake here on the cards for Team CC. Space Station gonna cook up to 99.
Gaga goes down
Sugar Free
too, though.
finds Gaga, but Barrage surely too much to overcome. Sugar Free falls. It's a late death for Sugar Free. Could be a potentially awkward retake. But with 10 seconds to work with, Kellen should be able to get this touch, should be able to get them into the fight.
Kellen should get this touch. buy some time for Sugar Free, but
All
Sugar Free
comes
is
down to
so
this
slow.
fight right
Didn't
here.
catch a spawn wave at all, so this is essentially a
And
5
Sugar
versus
Free
4
do
fight
something
for
with that
CC for
pulse.
the time being.
Rally's
Nice
coming
minimal
up
touch there
too
from
for
Kellen.
Bliss.
Doesn't take too much damage. Very greedy, touching for that
Sugar Free's
maximum possible overtime. Nano available though for Team CC. This could be going to the far. No, it's onto the Winston. Seeker
Nano
under
monkey.
pressure, flanked, hit from all sides. The rally's done the sleep, and they're completely
Oh, this
controlling
huge
Gaga.
sleep.
Now, Sugar Free with the pulse
Oh,
bomb,
damn.
looking for something, but CJ finds a connection first. On under
Oh.
pressure, Brig takes a wayward pulse bomb, picks it up off the ground. Don't touch those, Brig. Farah, last one up, and there's no shot in a 3v1. Comes in for a last-second
Just a
touch.
touch, that shit
But
burning down
Space
quick.
Station Gaming taking round
Damn.
one. What a control on Gaga's Winston. Couldn't even get the primal off.
Wow, what a stall there to buy enough time for Sugar Free to get back into the fight. And then beautiful engage.
That was pretty
Earns
crazy.
Space Station
That was
Gaming
close.
the first point here
Closer
on
than I thought it
Helios,
was gonna
but
be.
That was a back
Shit.
and forth. I gotta say, Jake,
competitive.
A little bit more life out of CC than I actually expected. I thought SSG would be
Yeah.
quite dominant here, but that was about as close as you get.
Yeah, I will say, I think Space Station bringing out the Ashe here is nice. I mean, Farah much stronger on Well than Lighthouse, where I feel Ashe is going to have a little bit more dominance. Team CC, they need to keep the aggression up constantly. They need to be pressuring Seeker and keeping him down, not giving him angles from which to shoot. But that's far easier said than done with Kellen and Sugar Free, the amount of pressure they're putting on your backline.
All right, round
it's not so
two.
easy to keep on the gas.
Yeah, Kaneka's gonna stick on this Farah. We'll have to capitalize on these rockets.
It's gonna be hard to play a
Make it
fair
hard
into
for Seeker
Ashe.
to
though.
peek out of this
Ashe
room.
and
Kaneka drops low, actually. Gets healed up.
Gaga in
gets her
trouble.
fucking face.
Yeah, Tracer redive
And
back
down
to the
it.
high grab. I mean, Kellen's just full counter diving, full trading. Listen, CJ taking a lot of pokes. You
So
can't
low.
fight Seeker though, he's too healthy.
Gaga's going
And
down
this
for
Winston
sure.
be
Oh no.
constantly being harassed down
Damn,
by
he had
Kellen.
like 20 HP.
Both teams though going blow for blow.
Oh,
Kellen
Kaneki
continuing to
goes
fight despite
down.
being on low HP.
Oh,
Brig
Kellen
is
goes
up here
down. though.
helping to win this fight against the Ashe on the high ground. They know how important this position is. Gaga gets the nade, stabilizing for the moment off the back of that faraway. He's found two in the fight. Pineapple cleans up Sugar Free, and the fight goes the way of Team CC.
Oh wow, it looked like Gaga was going down there for like 10 seconds, so low, but stays alive because of Farway's beautiful healing on Diana. Hits a crucial butter grenade to flip that fight, of course. And they win first fight here now. Kaneka has the angles on the Farah.
They won
Again,
first fight
SSG,
last game too.
Hard time walking up against this Farah.
Yeah,
He's gotta
early
not
nano
fumble.
online for Team CC. They could put this on Gaga or Kaneki.
I'd like to-
The
I'd like it
dive
to be
is
a
gonna
close
aggressive.
series
They're
at
gonna
least.
quick stop. The whip shot from Bliss is
I don't want a
perfect.
3-0.
And this dive has no teeth. It's just Tracer forced to read, forced to blink out of there. And the back cap coming in for spaces. You've got to contest this.
Gotta contest this, but CC, they're fine for now. CJ coming up on the Nano, but CC, they're putting the pressure on. Kaneki has
just
the
making that good,
rocket
the whole
barrage
team.
unleashes, and Kellen goes
Oh,
down.
Kellen goes down.
Yeah, it costs 2 ultis, now 3 with the primal from Gaga. Should be enough. Space Station, though, they're trying to clutch this. They're going to dump the nano onto Seeker. He's being proud of the
Oh, he jumped off the map.
He couldn't make it with the
No.
primal. What
That's
in the
crazy.
world?
I gotta
Oh
get the
my
flip.
goodness, that's not a
Oh
good spot
my
to be.
God.
Winston falling off the map, and 3 ultis committed for Team CC, and they lose the fight. Now Kellen,
Blade staggers.
blood in the water, looking to clean up the backline, gets it done. And I mean, that's a
Damn,
dream
that
for
was a
Space Station
huge
Gaming,
fumble.
winning off the nano turn into a heavy commitment fight from Team CC. They may be down in percentage,
SSG's
but
got hella
when
ults
the
too.
ultimate position is like this, you feel very good on an Ashe defending the point.
Yeah, retaking with the Farah is going to be so difficult because you really don't have any angles whatsoever to shoot these rockets, right? Seeker's gonna sit very comfortably in the backline. You have a Bob to stall out, you have a Primal Rage, so much survivability for Space Station, so you can take it slow here.
Yeah, and jump into Seeker, but I mean, way too much pressure on the Gaga, getting countered by Kellen now. Supports need to fight for Team C. They cannot afford to back out. Pineapple drops the pulse, but no connection yet. Kellen forcing the primal
anti-bait
bomb
pulse
on the
to
point.
Primal.
Seeker goes down, but he's already got the ultimate in play. Bliss taking the rally fight, and that's a rally going down for Team CC. Space Station
rockets,
having a
though.
clear advantage in this fight. Gaga trying to force something onto the
God.
backline, but it's hopeless. The synchronicity really isn't there. Pineapple wasn't able to connect at the same time. Space Station make the hold, but it's expensive.
But that's what SSG got because they won that cheap fight earlier, only investing the Nano. You have those 4 ultimates to stay alive so long in that fight, and so
Nice shots from CJ, finishing off the Brig, and that's a painful one to lose so late. That's going to be a very slow spawn wave. Tracer still trying to stay on the map, still trying to fight, but Kellen happy to trade with this, force some blinks, force some cooldowns. Just
be last
playing
fight.
with a lot of confidence, farming up this next primal.
Both teams gonna have
And
nano.
Nano's almost online for CJ. The retake is very scary for CC here. A nade connection would be deadly.
Kaneki drops low, gets Nano'd here, but it's a beautiful peel Nano onto Seeker. Fire grenade,
Oh,
that's too much
big
damage.
rockets.
5 versus 4. They're just getting busy here. Last fight territory, Kaneki invest the barrage, and that should be CC at least staying alive in this map.
Kaneki very clean there. Sugar Free not giving this
He's
one up
looking
just
good on the
yet.
fair, especially that, you know, having like
Few
some kind of
targets,
missy pocket or
looking
something.
to stay alive behind enemy lines, and Team CC, they're very aware of
They
this
gotta
threat.
hold this shit the
That also is
entire
gonna create
fucking
some
time, though.
opportunities for Space Station Gaming to walk in down mid. Sugar Free has the pulse bomb. You gotta be very careful here, Kaneki. Yeah, knows the threat is available. Great position there from far away on the high ground. Gaga rips the primal, and it's gotta be a cut from the Space Station backline. They're trying to stay alive. He's trying to get Seeker, but failed jump from Gaga. And that's gonna cost him. The boop's coming in. He's just getting controlled on this Winston. Can't find the dive he's looking for. Seeker's getting massive peel from the support line, and Sugar Free finds the pulse bomb. Now it's Kellen's turn with the primal in the enemy backline. He's cleaning them up. Gaga's getting nothing.
Oh, yeah,
that's map
it.
over. SSG stalls out that fight beautifully, staying alive, pocketing Seeker, ensuring his survival, and then they flip it with the primal rage, of course. Really well patient play from SSG earns them map 1 here on Ilios against CC. That's exactly
They
what
put
we
up a
want
good
to see
fight,
from
though.
SSG in this first map of the series.
Yeah, they knew the dives had to come in. They really adjusted. They played so patient there, constantly giving the nanos defensively to Seeker. Kellen also constantly counter-diving the Winston jumps, bubbling off his own team. They know that the clock is on their side in that match, that Pharah has to get in, Pharah has to get kills, and they can just deploy all their resources to holding the position. And I mean, I'll give it to Team CC. They fought out really well in some of those engagements, but Space Station Gaming just had the strategic edge in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it gets expensive real quick for CC, right? Because you need to invest so much to get up close to get that engage going. And then if you're Space Station, you get to hold your ultimates, you get to flip momentum, and that's what we saw several times on the Ashe, of course, there. Investing the nano, like you said. So, CC, they got busy, though. They got involved. I still, though, I gotta say, Jake, I left that map feeling like CC, they at least have a chance.
I mean, look, Gaga's Winston...
He was in there. He was committed, Jake. You gotta give it. He was committed.
It's really good that the Wrecking Ball ban is gone. That's what I'm going to say, Johnny. That's as diplomatic
He
as I
jumped
can
off the
be
map with
after
Primal,
what
which
Kellen
is
just did to them
that's a little
on
rough.
Helios.
Oh, come on. He got invested.
He jumped off the map with Primal!
Yeah, but, you know, you're on stage. There's a lot of adrenaline going.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
it's a very difficult mechanic. Look,
he needed the
you
watch.
just missed. Oh, that was.
He needed like 1 second.
I'm going to give it to Kaneki, though. Kaneki on the Pharah, scary, right? Like, making a lot
Yeah,
of
he looked
plays,
good on the
getting
Pharah.
active. And it's what you got to do on this Pharah comp, but I just felt there was too many moments where Team C are just, they feel disconnected. Like, individually, there's strong plays from the Pharah, from the Tracer. They're finding
It's
opportunities.
not easy to play
But,
into
man,
fucking
when
Ashe and
the
Ana.
SSG hit, they hit hard, they hit together. They're like all cohesively on the same page, playing that defensive style, like whether it's the nanos to Seeker, the counter dives, the Winston bubbles. And then, I mean, Sugar Free's just like doing his thing, just dropping picks. Like, it's like you every 10 seconds in the fight, Sugar Free gets a kill like clockwork. That's a scary thing to be playing against.
Yeah, but okay, so if we're on the side of CC here, and we're looking for a way to them to win this series, I still think that the fully commit strategy is going to be the recipe for success here for this team. Kaneki goes in with the Pharah, lands some rockets, Gaga goes deep, tries to follow up on that damage, Pineapple on the Tracer, close in hand as well, trying to capitalize. Because we know when these fights break down, that is when SSG is really going to shine. That is when Sugar Free is going to get the upper hand in the Tracer head-to-head. That is when Kellen is going to outplay Gaga. So if you see, like, there's not a lot of outs for you here. There's not a lot of options for you when it comes to strategy. Of course, they have played some Ramatra, they have played some Juno Brig, but forcing that against SSG here, it's still, you know, it's still a tough task. They're way more comfortable on the dive heroes, Jake.
I mean, we haven't seen much NQS yet. I do think that's New Queen Street is a real spot where you could play the Wrecking Ball if you want to go that style. Maybe even like a double flex support look. It's something you could consider.
Who I think
could
it'll
take us to
be.
Blizzard World, another map where I think Ball is actually quite viable. But it's scary because those are also both maps where Seeker's hit scan is going to be a huge threat. And I think it's going to be potentially awkward. Like, if you're going to double down on Kaneki's Pharah...
I think it's going to be a push map.
I mean, I'm trying to think
it's going
where
to be
you really take us.
Esperanza.
Maybe Kings is like the best Pharah map.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout,
Saravasa.
Yeah.
Those are your best bets here. So, you know, maybe that's the direction you want to go.
It'd be cool to see Kings.
If I was an SSG here, I would honestly consider a Pharah ban. Because I think that Kaneki is so comfortable on that Pharah, and if you ban that Pharah, you probably move Kaneki to the Tracer actually, and Pineapple will play the hit scan instead. And that's clearly a look I favor SSG on, so we'll have to see what Hunter got it.
Yeah, they probably will ban Pharah, because what else
Yeah,
was
he's
it?
got a lot of serious documentation there in the draft book, a lot of information that he consults
Surely
regularly.
he must have some notes. I mean, there's a lot of
There's
scenarios.
a full-page
You're not just
picture of
winging it on
Kasaurus.
stage. Come on.
I mean, Hunter.
So you would just sit in a chair there, you know, hands in your pockets, and be like, yeah, we'll bounce this.
It's all in here, you know. It's all in here. It's that's what we need, you know, from the coach. They need to adapt in the moment.
What kind of access do you have to your memories? I can't memorize that many different
you watch the game, bro. Like they're Winston jumping off the web with Primal. We don't need to ban Winston.
Oh, come on, come on now.
All right, I'm sorry, but it's 4 a.m., Johnny. I'm in your house. I have a rip tire, and I'm blowing up the Winston.
Oh no!
I'm blowing up the Winston.
It's
literally 4 a.m.
Oh my. Oh no, not the rip tire, Jake.
Sorry, bro. You're right next to me. That's on you. Bad positioning.
Bad positioning. I thought we were teammates, Jake. I thought we were teammates, and you're gonna unleash a rip tire on me at 4 a.m. Oh my God. Yeah, we're losing our minds here a little bit. Of course, Team CC. This is an eliminations match in the lower bracket after SG lost to Crazy Raccoon. CC lost to Nightmare.
Saravasa.
So this is Team CC fighting for their life.
I think you're on the money with the Pharah ban. I wonder if CC have to ban a DPS to just defend against that.
Honestly, yeah.
Do they see it coming is the other question. I mean, I don't even think the Pharah is like good on this map. Like, I think it's like playable, but I think you're kind of forcing it. But maybe that's what CC's about. Maybe it's like the ball Pharah style could be good.
Ban Kiriko.
Kiriko. They're gonna ban.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know if they'll do
Kira
because I don't know
ball
if this
style.
is
You're worried about Kiri just cleansing. You know, whether it's cleansing your slams or.
Crazy
This would be the Pharah ban for SSG.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, for CC here, like, you probably stick with the composition, Jake. Obviously, you can't play the Pharah anymore, but
They might play Reaper and shit because I've seen them play like Reaper
Soldier
and
Tracer
more.
is just objectively better, but can you pilot it on CC?
Okay, so, you know, a fun little trivia here for you on the broadcast. And obviously, take this lightly because this is not,
stuck in my teeth.
you know, hard analysis research. What do you think Kanaga's 3 signature heroes are on Wikipedia?
Pharah, Pharah, and Pharah.
No. It's Ana, Kiriko, and Pharah.
Yeah, the series looking real good for them, Johnny. They're in a great spot. They're really making the comeback now.
Yeah, it's tough here because Kanaga is really like a flex damage player for this team who can flex the support as well if they need it. But they have a 3rd damage player waiting in the wings as well, which is Insane, who can play the
maybe they'll
Tracer
bring
as well, but it's
Insane
more hit scan oriented, whereas Kaneki is more flex oriented in that role, of course. And then Pineapple plays everything apparently for this team. So a lot of options for CC if they wish to make a player substitution.
They might
Of
sub
course,
him
they're
in.
not fully committed to this Pharah. It's not like they're Pharah one tricks by any means, but it is probably their best chance in this series. So one way to look at it, Jake, is that it's 1st to 3, and while you get the Pharah ban out of the question, you can play the Pharah rest of the way.
Guys, we're in a
reverse
great spot. We lost the first 2 maps, but they used some good bans on us. Am I right? Am I right? We're making the comeback now.
Look, you're gonna grasp at any straws you have, Jake.
I want to see the Gaga Wrecking Ball come out. That is what I want to see. I do think Ball can work. I think it's comfortable for the pilot, and it always throws that X factor, could put a little bit of pressure on Seeker. By the same token, I feel Seeker could bring out like a Cassidy or a Sojourn here, and if he's just lights out, if he's just like popping heads, this is a very scary spot.
Okay,
for
let me ask you this, Jake. How good do you think Ball is currently? Can we start there?
I mean, I think it's like okay. Like I think it's like worse than Winston realistically. But I think it's Ball is like always playable. If you're just crazy on the ball, it's always playable. I mean, Crazy Raccoon played it. They were
Ball's
styling.
fucking
Among made it work
really
in
hard to
2019.
kill.
It can be done. I mean, Crazy Raccoon did it like an hour ago. Like you don't have to dig that deep.
Did they make it happen on Saravasa, Jake?
Maybe not Servasa. Okay, they're gonna
So
go
they
with the
didn't
Winston
sub in
mirror
Insane.
here for Gaga.
As they should. Look, this is
Which honestly, they
again,
probably
I said
should
it in
have.
map
'Cause
1,
I
but
think he's pretty good on Tracer.
they're realistically going to play the Winston
I think this is a
Brigana.
great Tracer.
That's what they're most
They're
comfortable.
playing a better comp now, frankly. So, I mean, I think the Pharah comp it's like I can see the vision, but it's so all in. A team like Space Age Gaming, they read that, they knew it was coming. Once again, though, with the Brig, Team CC are going to be forced into some aggressive moves.
Lucio
Lucio
instead.
deceptively is a stronger poke hero in this matchup, typically forces the Brig team to get active to pressure the enemy team.
Oh?
And here the dive
Ooh,
comes in.
Seeker
Seeker
down
gets
early.
bursted by a rail. Nice follow-up shot for the dive. SSG with 4 alive, trying to stabilize, trying to fight this one out. Kellen being chased down, trying to escape to the Mega, but he can't quite get it. And Pineapple with 2 in the fight. It's enough for
There's
CC
no
to
way
get that opening
Kaneki is
cap.
going to be
I think we're seeing
on
a bit
par
of a
with Sugar
pattern here,
Free
though,
on
that
Tracer.
Gaga is going to play very aggressive, take forward positioning here, so need to put pressure on
They've
Gaga,
won
because
every
at that very moment,
fight
Gaga's
first,
up
I
at the
think.
point.
In
Goon
the
goes
last
down
series and
Seeker.
this one.
Then in a 5 versus 4 situation. So Space Station, let's see how
They
they
get that early
adapt
pick. They just gotta
to
fucking
this
hold
play
their
of
point.
CC. Now with high ground control here on the point.
Yeah, Sugar Free on the retake. Let's see what he can get done on the Tracer. Kellen dies kind of on the high ground. And, almost zapped
Oh
down
my goodness.
the Sojourn. That was a very scary, too close to call there. Gaga, though, felt the pressure.
There
While
we go.
supports turned to the
he's
Soj.
down.
The pressure came in elsewhere. Sugar Free cleans up. Super Rich on the brig. Pineapple not long for this world with Sugar Free and Kellen on his tail. And it's a quick flip for Space Station Gaming.
This is such a tough matchup now for CC because, like, where do you find the advantage in these compositions? Do you think Kaneki is going to take on the Tracer head-to-head against Sugar Brawn?
Nope. That's why they probably should have brought.
Finding picks here against
Insane.
Seeker.
I don't know how
Sojourn.
good he is,
God,
though.
they had the Nono here.
I thought I saw him before in these group.
What can make you happy with it?
Yeah, there's no way this
Nano, the
Kaneki
Nano
dude
on the
can
Seeker is gonna
keep up
get
with
the
Sugar
kill.
Free.
Okay, far away. Maybe the Ana is something you can start to build on. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free, can't get the connection. Is shut down again.
Nice, they're
Also
getting
by
a take
Nano.
like that.
Nade onto Kellen, trades it back. 3 versus 4. Kellen can get the primal. This could be winnable. Kaneki finds Bliss. And the pull spot to CJ.
I don't even
Thanks,
need the
Kellen.
pulse, but
Just has to fall back, just
Okay.
to take the reset. Can he get out on the Winston? He's falling back. Yeah, seems like he's out of the woods for now. And that's a
Maybe
big,
Bro can play
Faraway
Tracer.
was a hero in that fight.
Big Nana there. Get some momentum going, of course. We got to give Kaneki some props as well, Jake.
Yeah.
Big Tracer moment for Kaneki. So
Faraway 2025. I thought his name was Faraway like
Kaneki, but
1987
Came
or
out on
something.
top there. Now, Gaga with the primal. Let's see those mechanics, Jake.
Team
Oh, he
CC,
changed
though,
his name
need to
for
bridge
this.
the gap to this rally. Gaga could help buy that time with the Primal Rage.
They get the
Space Station
touch.
touching with the front line, back line playing slow, waiting out that bubble. Now a redive, Primal onto Seeker, instantly slept by CJ. He's gonna wake up
slept
in a
on his
moment.
primal.
Pineapple trying to fire back
Oh,
now.
him too, though.
Beat comes down from Bliss, not on the Kellen, but the rest of the team gets it. They're fighting strong. CJ low under the beat though, needs to be saved in this moment. Seeker needs to find something in the OC under pressure, but turns it around on Gaga on
He
the
has
extreme
17
low
HP.
HP.
Oh,
Parting headshot as well onto the enemy Sojourn. 4v3 this in contest.
They
Only
flipped the point.
3 players live for SSG. Kellen is low. Very difficult fight. OC from Pineapple should be securing this first point for Team CC.
Wow,
Dude,
what a
that's
drawn
huge
out
for them,
fight
man.
there. Space Station. It looked like they weathered the storm temporarily, but then CC that turns it around, finds a couple of picks, gets a contest here from Sugar Free, recall force, but there's not going to be a second touch here, baby. Kellen gets involved there.
They're gonna try.
No ultimate.
Wait. Oh, if they get one more touch, this is starting to get scary now. Johnny, Space Station Gaming still healthy. The point contest is difficult here. Nano comes in onto Gaga. They're
This is
desperately
crazy.
trying to clean this one up. Seeker
Seeker
is
down.
going to go down to that. Space Station Gaming haven't given up yet, though. Sugar Brawn finds one. Pulse Bomb.
Oh.
Can he find another? There it is.
3v3.
Connection on the honor. Sugar Free continuing to fight this one out. Does not care about the number. CJ, though, does he
They need
like
to
the
get him.
Nono?
Oh.
Just before he dies, Kellen looking to clutch this one out. Seeker coming back fast on the Sombra. And somehow, some way, Sugar Free has
That's
snatched this one
insane.
back.
CJ dies though. Team CC, they should be able to regroup here if they stay alive and get a 5 versus 4. No ultimates on the board for CC. This could be an early opportunity for CC if they get involved.
Man, this is so scary though. Space Station Gaming with incredible tenacity. Slide force on the Pineapple could be a target. Seeker looking to engage. Winston on the point
Seeker's
now,
on
being
Sombra
pressured.
now.
Recap comes in for CC though. This is good for them. Pressure on SSG. They have to keep touching. CJ, Nade finds one onto the enemy brig. Can he stabilize? Can they keep Kellen alive? CJ with the second. The Ana's coming in so clutch here on the opening map of Sarabossa. This point has gone on way longer than it has any right to, but I think CJ has done it.
Damn, dude,
Came
they
back
fucking
and
actually
clutched
got
out.
it.
And that's going to be CC falling here in the first one. This was not supposed to happen, Jake.
That's gotta
CC's
suck if you're
point to
Team
win.
CC, because
Nah, you just... Brown had the ball. You never needed to worry.
Dude, they barely got the touch in.
That stall
and they find a way.
That was
ridiculous
nuts.
from SSG. The fact
Come
that they're
on.
not only able to keep that
That's
overtime
gotta
alive,
mentally
but they
feel like shit
stabilize
if you're
and
Team
get the win.
CC,
I mean, that's
because
masterful
they
play
had that
from
point for sure.
SSG.
How did CJ get 2?
I mean, he's the GOAT. He's just the GOAT like that.
GOAT.
Yeah,
Team
CJ is
CC
fucking
on the
crazy
retake
on
with the brig. Let's see what they can get done. Sugar Free has that bomb. Looking to stick it on an unsuspecting support. Team CC, though, have a nice bank of ultimates, just a few % away. Gaga with the primal. Let's see what he can get done. But it's SSG who want to take the aggression in.
Kellen's going to primal here.
Oh, yeah.
Kellen's getting involved.
You can't turn too much and focus him. They're trying to deal with him, trying to put the pressure on, but this is also creating an opportunity for the cap.
Oh?
Pulse Bomb goes wide, though.
They get the
Pineapple
cap.
shuts down Sugar Free. Player advantage for CC, though. This is a position for them to get the recap. Here's Gaga with the primal. Can he get the connection? Trying to pull one, but slept, danced
slept.
away from the back line.
Nice pull.
Kellen
Nice
down.
stick.
It's
Yeah,
a flip
that's
for
it.
CC.
That's the cap right there. They find some momentum there with the pick onto Sugar Free. Kaneki secures the 2K.
Heck, you're doing good on the Tracer.
And now you have the ultimates. Needs to be said. You got a rally and a nano. Double support.
And that's so
available for
crazy they
SSG
didn't
as well
they
here.
didn't win that
Pineapple
last
coming up on the
point.
OC. So CC once again in a position here, Jake, to at least
Both teams
get
had
some fight
both
wins
support
on the
ultimates.
board.
So.
They're in control here off the point.
Pineapple about to have damn
Secure their
overclock.
voice point here on Servasa.
Yeah, typically I'd favor the rally in this spot over the beat. Nano comes in onto Kellen. He's naded though. He's low. That forces a relatively early beat from Bliss. But they're bursting down Super Rich. He lost the rally. Double Nano comes online, but there's no one to heal far away. He's eventually going to fall to the sugar-free Tracer most likely. Pineapple finds a connection on 2. Bliss off the map.
Pineapple
with the
popping off there.
What happened to Bliss? Sugar-free can't do it alone, man. Where's his team? Maybe, wait, hold on.
Okay. Pineapple with a clean 3K there on the OC. Okay, 85%. Sugar-free is dead. Someone will have to get the touch here. Kellan should be able to jump in, or Bliss perhaps.
This
yeah,
one's
there's Kellan.
Desperate though. I mean,
I've seen it before. Don't count them out.
Exactly. I won't count them out until we see it, but this is a scary one on the retake.
They did it last
scared, though.
fucking.
He's playing very passive.
That's why, because you get that fucking anti-nade.
From CJ, that sends Team CC reeling. Space Station Gaming once again back in with their backs against the wall, but they're not feeling the pressure at all. They're continuing to stack it on, chasing CC all the way back to the spawn, wiping them.
Push it all the way to spawn.
Crazy.
Why not fight out here?
Okay. Yeah, surely the Tracer chase that deep into the flank is too much.
Look, Seeker has the OC here, Jake.
This is such
so
a
why
scary
not just
thing
make
to
some
retake.
space for Seeker here?
Kellen's
This is
Primal,
what I'm
though.
talking about.
I think Kellen's Primal is the bigger threat. I mean, look at him. He's in a beautiful position to get a back dive. CC don't see this coming. Slide used. Hold on. Sojourn very vulnerable. Counterflake comes in on a Seeker. Limits on the threat. Pineapple again. Takes down Sugar-Free. I was going for the pulse bomb. That's massive. Let's see what Sugar-Free can do with the OC. He's got to find a connection here. Seeker.
Bro, there's no one here.
I mean, he's pressuring the Winston. Gaga has the Primal probably. No, he's holding it for now. Pineapple with another.
Yeah,
Okay,
video it.
Pineapple's been the hero of this map on the Sojourn. But Kellen still has that Primal. Still could look to double down. And if I know anything about SSG is that they won't give up easy.
No, on the Seeker here, but under so much pressure. Gaga has the Primal Rage here. Seeker should go down, surely. He does,
Yeah.
so. And that Primal should be enough. Pineapple gets a 2K
Yeah,
there.
Pineapple
There should
popping
be
off,
CC
man.
on the board.
Kellen, surely too low. Surely too low to clutch this one out. Bliss, CJ, support's falling. Kellen too low to come into the point. And CC, as you mentioned, on the board for now. Pineapple,
There we
man,
go,
on the
dude,
Soldier has
1-1.
been lights out. When his team needed a hero, he stood up. He answered the call. Has been cutting down Sugar-Free on quite a few
Yeah,
of
they're
the
playing in
last
front of their home crowd
Yeah, I
and
think
shit.
that's quite
So they
noteworthy,
gotta
actually.
fucking.
It has to be said that
They gotta
Sugar-Free
put on a
died
show.
early a few times on that
Honestly, they
second
should be
point,
2-0.
That can't
They should have.
happen. Sure,
I
you can
think
play
they should have
aggressive,
won that first one. That's crazy.
You
They
can get
didn't.
involved with the Winston, but if your Tracer goes down,
I'm impressed,
it
man.
turns into a 4 versus 5 situation. That's not sustainable.
Oh,
Huge
those
save by
fucking nades
CJ.
are brutal,
Rally
dude.
though from Super Rich. It's not enough to save Pineapple. The follow-up comes in from Seeker, sliding in aggressively. And Space Station Gaming are now taking it into the rally. Full confidence from the squad.
CJ's going
Gaga
crazy with those
trades
nades.
on to
Oh,
CJ.
CJ's down now.
But Space Station showed no indication of backing down. They're continuing to trade.
Oh, they lost the Nono.
Brick down.
They lost the Nono. It was coming out to keep the Brig alive, but don't get it in time. That's a Nono wasted for CC and SSG now.
Yeah,
On the
that's
point,
rough.
Bliss has a Sunbury if need be.
CJ's coming back as well. Pulse Bomb comes in, connection
Ooh,
from
connecting
Kaneki
with
onto
the stick.
Kellen.
Dude,
He
he's actually
couldn't come
popping
down
off
in
one
time. Space Station Gaming are going to recommit. Just the DPS and the Lucio trying to fight it out with this sound barrier. They need to find kills. Seeker.
Big boop.
Looking for
Is he
a
off the
connection.
map?
But yeah,
Oh,
too
he
deep
is,
onto the
dude.
Ana, who still has full cooldown. Space Station grabbed the cap, but they're not
Let's
long for this
boost his
fight.
ass off the map.
Yeah, just a couple of players here, and they're going to back up for now. Kellan thinks better of it, does not commit to the point, and instead they're going to regroup. Bliss swaps over to the Brig, so we have a pure mirror on our hands here. Seeker with the OC, Pineapple with one as well.
The OC battle. I mean, Pineapple's been the key playmaker in this map. Has made the difference time and time again. Nade comes in from far away, but there's no
Yeah, they've been
follow-up
cooking.
dive. And now it's the OC trade. Advantage for CC holding the point. Positionally gives them an edge. But Sugar-Free with the pulse bomb could turn that right on its head. He's already starting to win this Tracer duel. Forces the recall, takes the packs, putting a lot of pressure here on the flank.
slow.
Gaga is
Getting
low.
low.
And it looks like it's just going to be a cap here for Space Station Gaming. CC electing
This
to
is
kite
tight.
this OC, but giving up point control, I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yeah, tough spot here for CC. Nice. Another great nade from CJ there. Space Station going to capitalize.
Primal, too.
Primal here. Kellan turns it on,
He's cleaning
unleashes
it
it.
up.
Here you go.
Very nice Primal from Kellen. It's an expensive retake from Space Station, cost them 3 ultimates. Team CC elected not to really force that fight. They backed down. They lived to fight another day with a big bank of ultimates though. Space Station Gaming only a nano to their name.
Both teams got
but man, if
nano.
CJ can find a nade, I almost wonder if the ults
Team
even
CC
matter
with
for Team
overclock
CC.
and primal
I
coming
still
up.
think you're in a
Rally's
good
not
spot
far
here
off
for
either.
SSG because you're going to get the recontest even if you lose this next fight. An opportunity here to make it expensive for CC. Here's the Nano OC.
nice shot.
Shades
Nice
of Shy.
Okay,
Nice
that is a
fucking shot.
combo that you cannot ignore. Space Station getting
Nano
out tempo
overclock.
there. Trade was good on the flank from Kaneki. Meant that Space Station couldn't steal the tempo away with their own nano boost, and the Nano OC just blew them out of the water, frankly. Once Pineapple started to find connections, there was no hope in that fight.
Let's see what CC elects to do here.
Dude,
You got
Team
a primal,
CC's
so you
playing
can
good as
get
fuck,
aggressive
man.
with it. You're not going to build this OC and on-off because you just invested it, of course. An opportunity here to go aggressive with the
Popping
rally,
off this
with the
game.
primal. Kaneki as well. Off the pulse. Nano to Seeker.
Seeker finds one, CJ finds
Oh, wow.
another,
Kaneki
onto
down
the
as well.
Tracer as well. Gaga, are you going to primal this? Yes, he is. He's going to take the commitment.
3v3.
But the flip came in. Clutch now, coming in from the Brig rally, so powerful in these low number situations. Sugar Free and Kellen have to fight this one out. But a primal and a rally, surely that's too much, even for Sugar Free. Taking the whip shot there, parting damage coming in. Kellen, low HP, needs to get some support, needs to have these respawners get back to save him. Overtime available though for Space Station Gaming. They can give up the flip
Get the
and
flip.
come back in for a last touch. We've seen them do this time and time again. They're masters in this kind of pressure moment.
They're close to
Pineapples are
ultimate
on
as well.
Slumber now.
80% across the board.
Big
Nice,
nade.
huge nade from four-way actually.
Where's the follow-up though? No connection, no kill. Space Station trading the pressure, keeping the OT rolling. The ultimates are ticking up, 10% on quite a few of them. Rally comes out first from Bliss. Now the pressure comes in. Space Station Gaming swarming over the
my
point.
God.
Sweeping Team CC off the map here. And cleaning up what looks like the second point on
Dude,
Surabasa.
this game's crazy.
Every single point into overtime, Johnny. Team CC are making them work for it, but Space Station come out on top.
They stalled it out again and built those ultimates, and a single rally made the difference there in that overtime fight.
And they got three
So
big
close
ults in there.
between these two teams, but SSG, they find a way to
Well,
just
2 big ults in the pulse.
stay alive for long enough to build the ultimates that flip it around, and now 2-1 lead here on Surabasa.
This is not a good spot for Team CC. Big ultimate bank for Space Station. They're in point position here, in control. Kellen comes over to the flank, gets up, but he's got a primal. You don't want to go in a small room with Kellen right now, and they have to fall back here, kiting away the primal. Sugar Free, no pulse pump connection. Seeker pops
and they got
OC
the
as well.
mega.
Wait, all the ultimates came out for SSG, and they don't get a fight win off it. They don't get kills. Team CC fall back immaculately
Yeah, that's
there.
best case scenario
Space
for
Station
them.
have blown their advantage. They get the point cap off it. That's something. But well played by Team CC to survive with their lives.
Yeah, huge kite, and
They
now
got the nano.
they have the advantage in the ultimate bank here. Oh,
Nano monkey.
nice nade onto Seeker.
Seeker kiting, beautiful slide.
He's gotta not
Gets
get
out of
swept,
trouble,
though.
just barely survives. CJ now has the counter
Nice
nano.
sleep.
Slept on a Kaneki. CJ is outplaying on the flank. There's 2 from CJ. Sugar Free gets the clean up, and Team CC so close yet so far. CJ snatches it away again.
CJ is going crazy on the on this map. Play after
Yeah,
play.
CJ's fucking hitting those big
Clutches
nades
it up for
and
SSG.
shit.
They shouldn't have won that fight. They were in a hole. They used all their ultimates, and yet they turned it around. Beautiful kite by Seeker, and then CJ turns it around once more. And now, this is last fight territory here for SSG.
Team CC, they have the ultimates they need. Nade comes in though, Brig forced into a very defensive position on the rally. Gaga
Yes,
finds
he did
CJ
now.
in the Chaos Space Station, elected to go very early, fight off the point. Looks like they're gonna lose and get wiped here, but they force 2 key ultimates and they're able to reset relatively quick here. If Sugar Free and Kellen can stay alive, not much time for Team CC to regroup or farm ultimates.
They gotta hold that bitch the
This
whole
is
time,
another
though.
good position for Space Station to potentially close out the map.
Yep, this is fine for SSG.
They got rally coming up. They
They're
got a
content
pulse.
sitting back, and Jake. Sugar Brown has the ball.
Ooh, big stick.
No ults left for CC. No Ana in the fight as well. So difficult to find a play. Maybe Pineapple with the OC can make it happen. Sugar Free doesn't have recall, but he does not care. He will not back down from this position. Now CC falling back, hoping to force an overtime. They know they need their Ana in this team fight, but the clock's against them. They have to
They need
get
a
the
miracle
point.
from Pineapple.
Pineapple, he's instantly down. Sugar Free cuts it down even after the headshot. Bliss rally on the point. It's all over for Team CC. No shot you can contest into this. Braun's got the ball and he's beating you down with it.
Damn, that was a good ass game.
Oh my
Shit,
God!
Team
what
CC
a
played
comeback
great.
from Sugar Free on that map. Got picked a few times there. We
I'm
mentioned
impressed. They played really good.
the first couple of points, but then just turns it on the last couple of points. Makes some huge plays there in the last fight. And SSG, they come out on top there on Surabasa. Firm 2-0 lead in this series, Jake.
Look,
That was a good
you know,
ass
for
game.
Team SSG, I don't think this feels amazing, like that so many points go that close. But for the fans at home, man, it feels good to know that SSG is this clutch, that under that kind of high pressure scenario, over and over and over again in the map, they can edge it out. They can come out on top and continue to play with that.
Well, this could be the last game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they're doing an amazing job just like stalling out these points, right? The fact that they're making the right decisions, they're playing the right way. SSG, yes, this series looks a bit close, but I don't think they're committing a bunch of mistakes, right? Arguably over-invested ultimates in a couple of fights there, but for the most part, they're playing some damn good Overwatch in this series, and they're making sure that they stay on top on this series.
I mean, Pineapple was really nice on the Sojourn. He made their lives very difficult. Kaneki was good on the Tracer as well. I feel like Team CC, they don't need to come out with some crazy comp. They can compete, but in the end, it's scary. Can you continue to run this now that you're down in the hole 2-0? Do you go back to the Wrecking Ball? Do you go back to the Pharah? I mean, it's such a difficult call to make in this spot. You found some success, but in the end, it felt like all those points were snatched away from you.
Yeah. You could make the case that, I mean, you're a few CJ plays away from actually winning that map, right? Sugar Free, a beautiful pulse bomb there. But yeah, I think if you are CC, you look at that map, if you're the coach and you're just like, I can't believe that SSG won that map. Like, we should have had a couple of those points, but SSG, they stalled it out. I think if I'm CC here, I'm not changing anything. I think we got, you know, some pretty good proof already that we can stand up against SSG in these comps. We're just not winning it.
I do feel like Sugar Free is creating a clear gap on the server. And I think, you know, honestly, as much as I want to hype up CJ for the ridiculous plays he's making, I feel the Ana trade is actually pretty competitive. Faraway also finding huge plays of his own, also being that big playmaker when the squad needs him most. But man, just across the board, there's too many strong, comfortable players. I mean, we talked about NA playing this Winston dive all year long, looking really solid on it. And Space Asia Gaming, they're incredibly comfortable in this matchup.
This is Chinese Overwatch, Jake. Bless you. This is Chinese Overwatch. I mean, because we talk about once again and how much they love playing the dive, but it is kind of like a region thing as well. Like, China loves to play these kind of compositions. They obviously have so many players comfortable playing the
I feel like it's the most exciting to watch, too.
But then, like you said as well, North America, both Nightmare and SSG, this is what they played in the grand final. They loved playing these Ana-based compositions with the Winston, of course. And so we're seeing two regions going head-to-head in the composition they love to play.
I'm not gonna lie, it's so good to watch. This is probably the most fun it gets in Overwatch. This is kind of peak. This is kind of peak. We gotta take a moment to celebrate that we're seeing some of the very best players in the world in Overwatch on their respective heroes playing. I think one of the highest skill compositions that you can come out with here in the server. And so Space Asia Gaming, they're up 2-0. They want to cruise forward to an easy victory. You know, go to sleep and start thinking about those matches tomorrow. Team CC have to force a reverse sweep from this spot. And with how good Space Station is with their back against the wall, that is a scary place to be.
It's a very scary place to be. So where do you go next?
I'd like to at least see them win a map, though.
We're just going to Esperanza again.
They're in front of the home crowd.
Yeah,
it's,
if they didn't win that one,
a lot of maps. I wonder, like, what is a map that, you know, could be up their sleeve, like Route 66 or something?
They could play Pharah again, though.
I have seen them play that map in the qualifiers, but it's tough. Are we going back to the Pharah? Like, at this point, I'm like, why play the Pharah? Like,
Pineapple
the Tracer
was nice on the Soch. Pineapple was better on the
was
Soch.
nice. Skip the Pharah. Like, we're fine.
Kaneki did just fine. You know, I was dogging on him for being a sport player, but he was doing just fine. He was holding his own on Tracer, all right?
Yeah,
maybe not. Sugar Free's insane, so okay. But he
pretty
was
damn
stable.
good.
He wasn't, like, feeding on Tracer. He was doing his job. Pineapple
I'm
was
willing
doing
to
more
go
than that.
one step further here, Jake. I think Kaneki played quite good, actually. Oh, my goodness. Who is he?
66.
Route 66?
This is a wild move because I'm not convinced this is a Winston map. I feel like this may be a Hazard map or like a Diva map.
It is a strong Hazard map, yeah, you're right.
Historically, Winston is good on this map. There's been times where it's really strong, but I feel like
I'm surprised they picked this map.
or like a hybrid dive rush style tends to be a little bit stronger in my eyes. But SSG could just be like, you know what, screw it, we're running it back.
Have
we're
we seen
gonna
like any
slap Facility
payload
on the Winston comp. We're not gonna
maps
show you anything
today?
else.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you know what you're getting with
I
CC.
can't remember
There's
any
going to be
payload
no
maps.
double flex shenanigans here. The Brig Ban,
okay.
the Brig Ban is actually really powerful here. Because the reason I don't think we're going to see double flex from CC is because they have Super Arch in that role. Obviously changed his name going into this year as well. But if you're familiar with some of the old Overwatch esports history, Super Arch, of course, was part of that, once again, actual Spark roster that did so well. And that was him playing the Brig for most of the time, right? So removing that Brig, it's going to put him in a situation where, you know, you kind of have to stick to the Lucio or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen a
Don't
single
think we're gonna see
payload
double
map.
flex, and so this puts actually CC.
No,
on
we
a
did.
tricky
Never
spot
mind.
here on
I'm
Root.
lying.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the better supports
saw,
from a matchup perspective
Circuit
against
Royale.
the Hazard, if that's the direction that Space Station want to go. As much as they played a lot of dive, Hazard can be played in that dive style. It's a little bit more of a hybrid look, but I think Route 66 is like
Insane
the best
7 for
Hazard map.
Kaneki.
And we're going to have Insane come in for Kaneki, so I wonder, this signals a bit of a change up for CC. I mean, this is the moment to do it, right? Where you know what? If you want to make a change, if there's any kind of comp up your sleeve, this is the elimination map in the tournament. You came this far, maybe give somebody else a shot.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to predict what they're thinking.
Hunters fans representing.
Yeah, I saw Shanghai Dragons
Hunters,
jersey
baby.
as well. Yeah, they're repping all the Overwatch League jerseys there. I'm so intrigued by this sub. So when I did my research, Insane plays the Tracer, but also some of the hit scan heroes. So we might even see Pineapple move over to the Tracer in this
You can't
scenario.
take Pineapple off Soj after what we just saw. That would
Also,
be
like,
criminal.
Kaneki did fine on the Tracer, so what
Yeah,
are they cooking here?
Kaneki was doing good on Tracer, so I don't really know.
I mean, you know, maybe
Maybe he plays
Insane is
Ashe
more
or
comfortable
something.
on. Yeah, it's interesting because they could have subbed him
Genji?
in the last map. I do think it's also a better Genji map than a Tracer map.
Yeah.
Usually with that, like,
Could be the Genji.
there's just enough verticality where Genji just has a bit of an edge mobilizing in some of these fights. Blade can be really powerful. With no Brig on the server as well, that's another reason to play Genji. I mean, it can be difficult to match that Blade without the rally stun.
CC here. One map away from being eliminated here in the losers bracket of Champions Clash.
These guys look loose.
They look loose.
They look loose and
I mean,
threatening.
is this team ever not loose?
That's true. This team was built for looseness.
I feel like they're
Peak
one of the
looseness.
chillest teams in the tournament.
The
like,
vibes, if this were a tournament of vibes, they could just take the trophy.
Yeah.
They could just leave.
100% here.
I like that, though, for Team CC, to see some smiles, to see a bit of confidence. You know what? You're here playing Overwatch 2 professionally in front of the hometown crowd. You got to have a little bit of fun with it. It's an amazing opportunity for these players.
Yeah, it has to be amazing. Playing in front of the Chinese fans here, looking for an answer. Gotta
Yeah, I'd like to
say,
see him get at least
the
one map,
the
just
crowd
because
have
they're
a tremendous impact on the series so far. But
playing in front of
maybe
the
if a reverse sweep
hometown.
scenario presents itself, you know, maybe on the 5th map he could make a
Samantha
speed throw
would
off
be
the
crazy,
vibes a
man.
little
Yeah,
bit,
we'll see
but we
that.
got a long ways to go before we get there.
Okay, and Bliss, I mean, he showed that he kind of wanted to lean towards the Lucio in that
Ooh.
last map. Now with Brig off the table, both teams locking in a Lucio Kiri, and it's just another Winston run back from SSG. I mean, I can't blame them for not wanting to change anything. It's working. Why shift it up now?
I feel like this is going to be the composition as well that kind of decides this tournament, Jake. Early on in tournaments, we usually get an answer to what the meta is, but then we see some mid-tournament adaptations, especially from the Korean
I would kind of
teams
hate
as
getting
they
subbed in
jostle
like this
with
because
each other.
these dudes are all
They're gonna
warmed
give
up
us some
like,
kind of a Winston.
and you're just coming in like in the middle of this shit. You know what I mean?
Mauga team's gonna Mauga, but at least we're getting some Winston gameplay here, Jake.
Yeah, a couple players dropping super low right off the rip for CC. Spawn hold looking really nice for SSG. Damage onto the high ground, followed up with a quick right click from Kellen. And the spawn camp. This is a spot where things could get a little bit
Yeah,
scary
these dudes just
here.
played like
Team ZZ needs
2
to break this
series. They're
position, but
super
it's
warmed
not
up,
easy. I mean,
like
it's actually quite
in the
a strong
zone, and
place
you're
to
just
hold
coming
for
in
defenders.
cold. That's got to be
Seeker has
tough.
that Overwatch position, and Insane struggling to get in on the flank. Gonna be marked by that Lucio.
This is such an annoying fight for Insane. Gaga goes down as well here.
Okay, Seeker off the
Fakes
map.
it out. Fair
Pineapple
enough.
with one. Okay, this should be a spawn camp broken here. Space Station Gaming backing off for the moment, looking to potentially stay alive and reset.
Still though, Jake,
They're still
I
in
mean,
the Sugar Free.
Yeah, bro, looking nice.
Is a safe play here.
Yeah, I still have to say though that
He need to
first
get that hair
minute
out
is
his
just
fucking
gone
face,
because
yeah.
essentially what is just like a free fight. Like if you're Space Station Gaming, like you didn't really lose anything. You'll get back with speed. It's not like CC can capitalize with any kind of positioning here. Yes, you have some garage roof control here.
But I saw him playing Tracer on another game the other day, and
in this
he
map.
looked good on it. So
Hao-Yo-Chan, very
Nice
quick
move,
beat
actually.
though. I wonder if SSG see this coming. Bliss only 50% to his own. Immediate beat coming out from CC. They need to get aggressive. They need to capitalize on this. Kellen's extremely low. Forced out of the fight.
he's got
CJ
44
is down.
HP.
And I think this was unexpected. Space Station Gaming didn't see this coming, but if they die on cart now, I think there's a very good chance they get
Sugar-Free.
back.
Staggering,
Sugar-Free,
actually.
He should die in the spawn here, 1v2 against the Lucio. Surely even Sugar-Free can't do this.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a stagger actually.
Oh,
Full
man,
spawn
Vietnam
committed as
pulse.
well. This is a... I mean, SSG are going to get back because of the space created, but I don't think that's good I don't think that's good there for SSG.
Nice,
Now
yes.
5 versus 4 situation for CC. They could very much just drop the Kitsune Rush on the point and cap this point out.
I mean, Space Station Gaming are continuing to fight this, dropping a rush of their own. Bliss goes down again, though. Not going to be able to get that beat online.
Yeah,
Kellen
hey, Insane came in. He's going
so
insane, right?
CC are going to clean up point 1.
Yo, Insane? Living up to
Insane
the
is
name.
insane.
Okay, pushing the momentum. There you go.
All right, here's the
Wants
crowd.
to get involved in front of the crowd.
Bro must have been back there
Feeling,
shooting
getting some of the
fucking
energy
bots
up.
in the
Oh, yeah. That's what Team
practice
CC
range for
needs.
a couple
You
hours
find a
now.
little inch in this series, start to get some of that momentum, start to pop off and make plays. A pulse bomb connection, just what the doctor ordered.
Let's get aggressive here. Gaga close to a Primal Rage. Make some space for Pineapple here. Make it hard for SSG to come out. Sugar Free takes the low
If
ground
they were,
here, so
you know, they should have
SSG
put him in
develop
last game.
all
I thought
safe
Kaneki
and
did
fine,
bad, but
and now they can
if
build
he's like,
on
you
this
know, their
positioning here.
designated
Gaga
tracer
is
player, they should have
contesting
put
as
him
a
in last
Primal.
game.
Should be able to stay alive. Just both teams trading positioning here, Jake.
Seeker taking it wide with the OC. If he wants to pop it now, he's going to rip it, looking for connections. Primal forced onto him. Oh, the shot onto Insane.
Shit.
Tracer wiped off the face of the earth. Winston sent packing. And SSG make the hold with only the overclock.
Well, he's got a
Gaga
fucking
low as
Primal and
well.
Winston
Here's the
coming at
Primal.
him.
Careful, gotta fall back.
That's a lost Primal there for Gaga as well.
That was
And
a
now
clutch
only
shot.
Pineapple with an ultimate. This is SSG now. Very comfortable. They have a Primal as well. They can invest. Maintain that space. Keep Kellan alive. Bliss as well with the sound barrier. SSG looking good here. And CC, they have to find something going for them to get out of these close choke points.
Walking out high ground, so difficult. Gaga takes a bit of attention. Here's Pineapple, looking to get active, slides over the high ground.
Okay.
Onto Lucio,
Oh,
beat
he
counter
almost forced the
from Bliss.
Ajax.
Space Station Gaming stabilizing, and that was also a beat committed by CC. Now the slide force here. Pineapple out of cooldowns. Kellen on the chase down, not this Soldier, dead to rights here. Beautiful Primal from Kellen, gets the cleanup. CJ takes down Insane. DPS down for Team CC, and they're sent packing. Option for a spawn camp here for SSG. If they want it, looks like they're gonna get active, gonna push deeper into the spawn.
Big vibes, perhaps? No, Kellan jumps back. They don't want none of that. They have the positioning. They feel really comfortable. Sugar Free has the
Both
full
sides
time
got
in hand.
Kitsune Rush.
Can't trade Kitsune Rushes here. This high ground, so good for SSG. So difficult for CC. They have to kind of rotate here to the left-hand side, find an opening. Gaga is going to work his way under here to contest that positioning, and meanwhile,
It's hard to
Fights
deploy
here
the rush
to the left.
on offense.
Yeah.
You have it from far away, but using it is not easy.
Here's
Rush
the
comes
rush.
out for CJ on defense.
Dude,
Insane,
he's
trying to
crazy
battle
on
out on this
Tracer.
high ground. The rest of Team CC falling back, trying to kite away from that ultimate. Trade good for the moment, but if Tracer goes down, nope, is gonna stay alive, is gonna
Oh,
make
man,
it
he
back
stayed-
far away,
stayed
rips the
alive
rush, and
super
now
well.
it's Space Station's turn to kite. It's gonna open up some card push for the offense. CC now pressuring into the flank on the Lucio. Insane looking for that pulse bomb connection. Ever elusive in this composition.
so you finally got some space here if you CC, but SSG, they have a pulse bomb in hand. Seeker coming up on that OC. Those ultimates should be what SSG can engage with.
Kellen as well, 70 to the next.
They're gonna
Primal.
have to beat when he
They're playing it
overclocks.
slow on Space Station Gaming, playing in the position. Dive
He's gonna
comes in
pop that
first,
shit right when he
force
gets
on
the
barrier.
pull.
Counter dive moves, high ground dive.
Oh, yeah.
Soldier's holding it down, taking the duel,
There it is.
very low HP, needs some care, but Sugar Free takes down Pineapple in the chaos. Beat is over for the Lucio, cut to pieces, and here's Seeker with the overclock. Just finishing off the attackers. 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, when
Team
these guys
CC,
get
that
overclocked,
was
you
their
know
best
they're getting
shot.
kills. It's
That was their ultimate bank.
fucking
Now
crazy.
Space Station Gaming in full control, coming into 4 major ultimates.
They don't miss their rails with that shit. It's crazy.
SSG are grooving, Jake. They're feeling comfortable. You got 3 ultimates coming up here. CJ close to a Kitsune Rush as well. They should have all the ultimates they need to halt CC's push here on the second point, Jake. Susie used.
Just oppressive here.
I love that it's
from
dive
this
mirror.
defense. Lucio
Oh my.
cut down on the
Ooh,
rotate.
man.
Gaga, are you even gonna primal this? Pineapple has found one, but Gaga down in the chaos, couldn't pump the primal. Tracer stalling card, but yeah, no way you're getting out of this. Faraway finds one. Sugar Free though on the chase, has the blink advantage. Looking for the cleanup. Tracer as well on the cards. No, she'll be able to get out
They
to her
got
team
Bliss,
for the
but he's
moment.
gonna
So
be back
Insane
quick,
Should
so.
be able to make the touch happen. Pineapple dodges the pulse bomb. And now
Last
another
12
opportunity
seconds.
for Team CC as they come in on the offense, but they're gonna have to weather the storm. Bliss has the counter beat here, so Pineapple, as
Can they
scary as the
touch?
overclock can be, this can easily be turned around on him.
Gaga has the Primal Rage here. Or they got the touch. Can make space here for Pineapple, but Pineapple needs to pop off.
And they got
3
beat
ults
too.
ripped
It's
from
gonna be hard to do
CC.
anything.
They're deploying everything here. Seacall getting the full blink reset is gonna stay alive. Potential retake here on the cards for SSG. Seeker fights far away, and Kellen is
Holy
back,
shit.
full HP in the fight, close to that next primal, and this is Space Station Gaming making the hold.
Dude, that's crazy.
And keep buying time for the spawners to get back. Callan survived. Oh, that's gonna hurt if you're CC. You could have gone that Winston.
I thought they were
gonna
gonna get that shit.
Sugar free on that point, but they get back again. Contest the
They're
cards,
insane in
CC
overtime. Like in the
really
last
felt
map,
like they should have ended up with
they
the
were
second
fucking
point capture,
clutching out.
Jake, but instead they get held to 69 meters. And 1 point here on Route 66. SG in a great position to close this series out and advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, SSG are just so masterful on this comp. Like, even when they're dropping players, they're so clean in the clutch. Even when the resources are a bit low, they know how to spread
they're
that
insane in
pressure out across the
overtime.
team.
Like,
Kelly knows, like, look, I don't have the HP to come back into this fight. The only thing I can do is live and survive, bait Gaga away from the cart, and it's, guess what? It's Sugar Free finding the opportunity. You come back to clear Tracer of the cart, and now Seeker finds one as well. And so you're just being hit from all sides. This is a classic place to hold on Route 66 right there at the bottom of the staircase on second point. Team CC, I feel like you need a very strong opening defense, maybe a spawn camp to really slow Space Station Gaming down. You got to gum up the works here. If they get rolling on this map, this series could be over.
yeah, they gotta.
Yeah, I mean, this is
they gotta hold them on this
1
first
minute of
point.
the timer here in spawn, and that's a beautiful first kind of contest because then you leave 3 minutes, of course, for
They-
the rest of the point. And
Team CC did good on the
OWCS, they
first point here. They rolled.
kind of arguably messed up that first point defense. Could have had 3 touches perhaps, so Sugar Free died in spawn. If CC can replicate that, there is a chance. We've seen first point holds on this map before, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Oh.
No way, bro.
That is
no way.
TP Widow and Sugar Free
Insane.
are in. Spawn camp is over. Space Station Gaming are not interested. Seeker out of the Sojourn, looking for more without Lucio.
That's
They're playing
rough for
confidently into the
Team
front
CC.
line. Team CC have to fall back, have to regroup at full strength. So much pressure on the defense right now. The
They
North
might be
American
moved
squad, they want to send Team CC home. Luckily for them, it's not a long flight.
Oh my.
Lucio can get back quick though.
Okay,
so.
Callan jumps up.
He's about to go down again.
Oh, he goes down again.
Big rail
my
from
God, dude.
Seeker got followed up, and Kellen is healthy and happy on the high ground, sitting pretty. This defense has crumbled. First
Yeah, I
point
think it's
rolling
Jover for
away
him.
against them.
SSG's looking
Far
too
away,
damn good.
Finished off by Sugar Free.
He won so fast, it might even get a third touch here, actually.
I think they're gonna. I mean, Jesus.
You might as well try, right?
Hey, man, might as well. Come on.
TTC on the retake. Good luck coming out, man. This is so scary. You have no map position. No one's able to start this fight. You got to walk through the chokes, but look at this Kellen counter dive. Bubbles off the back line. Gaga finds Seeker, though.
Oh,
finds
shit.
CJ.
They get 2.
Okay, this is the retake you needed. Things falling apart very quickly for SSG. The dive came in first despite them having no map position.
Great jump by Gaga
Damn, they did
on
it.
the rooftops there.
Holy
Finds a
shit.
pick and makes space for the rest of his team. And oh my god, that looked like it was going to be a, over
They
very
needed
quickly,
that if
Jake,
they
but
wanted
instead
any kind of
CC,
chance.
We got a minute and 30 seconds off the timer here on the defense. Oh,
Oh,
no!
man.
Give them a chance to hold. Goodness sake.
There's no mercy in their hearts. Space Station Gaming, they want to book their ticket to stay alive in this tournament. They cannot afford to take another loss here. And there's Kellen following up on
Sniper
some damage
monkey.
onto Faraway, and that's the rush down. You're not going to be able to deploy it. Insane follows shortly behind. Tracer off the field. 4:30 on the clock in SSG with only
They don't got far to
69
go
meters
either.
to push. It feels like a foregone
Kellen's
conclusion.
taking space.
They're snowballing over the defense.
they're moving
Sojourn's
on up.
isolated. He could primal this. They could pull the trigger. Kellen, for now,
No need to.
So patient.
the better path.
Disciplined. Iron will
Oh,
from
sniper
Callan
monkey.
here. Can hold close.
Tracer recalling
They have
his
so
rough,
many
though.
ults, Jake. They have
Yeah,
so many
you're
ults.
right. Oh, and Seeker cuts down
dude.
Lucio again. Sojourn on the high ground, forcing everyone out. CC have to fall back and hard regroup, but the card is rolling. Tracer is in. Insane needs to
Lucio
escape, but
is going
there's
down,
no way out. Sugar Free's on
fucking
the
him.
case.
This is going to
Yeah,
be a
this is
desperation
Jover.
contest from CC, waiting for Insane to spawn here, but you might have to like double support ult out of here, and if you're SSG, you can just stall that out. You can just chill.
It's
We
not
got
gonna be
4
easy to
minutes
get
on
through
the
that
timer.
So
fucking
many
choke,
fights
too.
from CC, and the pressure is bearing down on them. Space Station with full position. Kellen primaling in the choke, disrupting this fight before it even begins. Seeker finds Pineapple. The beat gets nothing from CC. Gaga needs to come up huge with the primal. Seeker
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
get
over.
another. Only Gaga and Insane stand in the way of Space Station Gaming, who are cruising towards another capture. Winston is down. Tracer finds the bolt, but cannot touch. Team CC are going home. Space Station
Space Station
Gaming,
looked good, man.
3-0 victory. Booking their ticket to continue on for a lower bracket run. And the hometown crowd needs
GGs.
nothing Sugar-free.
Team CC, they started to come alive on that last map and a little bit on
It
this one.
looked
But
even the first couple of maps, but that Route 66 was nothing but a dominant performance on these Winston compositions from SSG, who it looked prime for a lower bracket run here, Jake. Looks so comfortable on all those heroes.
SSG
Sugar-free
looked
popping up with the
like
Tracer,
really
Callan
fucking good.
setting the pace on that Winston, and a nice 3-0 will be good for the confidence after a loss to Crazy Raccoon.
Dude, how about CJ's Ana this series,
That's
man?
crazy.
Really good stuff
Wonder who got MVP.
on the Ana. I think that's going to be a key difference maker, something you need in this comp. We talk always about DPS and tanks. They're the tips of the spear, but Ana in the Winston comp is just so critical, finding those nades, finding the big nanos, and CJ was always there, especially in that second map. Seeker also, I think, really came alive on Route 66, really slammed the door on Team CC, and this SSG squad kind of hitting their stride.
that was a good first
I think
day.
that's a great statement game from CJ, because I think you look at this SSG roster, and CJ might be one of the players who are mentioned last when it comes to like importance and playmaking on this roster, because you're like, whoa, Sugar-free, Seeker of course, can pop off Kellan on the Winston, and usually CJ is left for last, but CJ was arguably player of the match this series, came in huge with those Ana nades. So now, when you go up against SSG, CJ has to be a front runner when it comes to impact in these games.
It's a very tough call on POTM in a series like this, but I agree. CJ has been really coming into his own here, having a huge season and another great performance in this match. An incredible match indeed here. Team CC, we got to
they all look good. I can't think of one even like mistake any of them made, to be honest.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming taking Team CC out of the running here in this double elimination bracket. And it felt like Team CC, they had some bites at moments. A lot of that came down to, I think, Pineapple. Pineapple went kind of crazy in some moments there, Jaws, but it wasn't quite enough.
It was so close. There was, like you said, there were moments there when they
The
were
Saravasa
busting
game was
and
probably
they
the best game of the night, to be
almost
honest.
managed to get a W. I was waiting for it. Every single fight. It honestly felt like a big dogfight halfway through this series. It was like, okay, well, we're in for a treat. Kaneki on the far on this first map too was, woo, yeah, supreme stuff.
So good. I mean, like, the Pharaoh was enough of a problem that on the second map they decided to completely ban it out.
Yeah.
It's like, why deal with
Like
it
that.
when, it has just been such a problem. But I think that it allowed for Space Station to really show us what they're made of in that DPS lineup. I think something that we were hoping for in the series that we casted, Jaws, was like, Seeker, just play Sojourn.
Yeah.
Like, you've got this, brother. Like, you can hit these railgun shots. You're gonna be fine going toe-to-toe with some of the best Sojourns in this stage. You just have to believe in yourself instead of playing something like that Sombra.
Please say the freakish railgun shot on the Tracer.
Yeah, Seeker popped the fuck off,
It was
dude.
on this point, and he
So did
was
Sugar-free.
getting primaled, I think, and he zipped up into the air and just snipes insane from. Oh, is it this one? Oh, maybe not. It was ridiculous. Seeker is just so good on the Sojourn. I mean, both DPS players are just
Sugar-free with
insane.
MVP.
We know Sugar-free is just world class at what he does. Space Station, going down that early, not too much of a shock, but like their lower bracket run, they got a promising time moving forward, honestly.
Yeah, and you're looking over at the DPS on the side of Team CC, and no matter who's going to be on that Tracer, it feels so hard to go up against toe-to-toe, up against an incredible Sugar-free Rose.
I mean, it's like, I think all of them can play Tracer. Kaneki, Pineapple, and Insane can all play Tracer.
Yeah.
So you never know who it's going to be, but you're right. I think to be able to play Tracer at this level, we've always looked at Tracer
That
as one
teleport
of
snipe
the
is crazy.
DPS heroes, I think, that has one of the highest skill floors, but also has such a high skill ceiling. And I think Sugar-free is one of those players that has really started to hit that peak. I'm so excited to see where he goes from here.
Absolutely. He's been, a player to definitely watch here for SSG as far as
I'm gonna take a quick
that
piss.
playmaker for the team to be able to even take them far into the competition. But we got to see how the bracket has actually turned out for day one. I think we didn't quite get the upsets that maybe we were hoping for. Things have mostly panned out as expected there, Jaws.
Yeah, look at that. Loaded 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0. And then, Alcatsi taking that one off of Falcons. Hey,
That is something to be proud of.
It's
That
pretty
is
sick. They
so challenging.
Losing, unfortunately, against Virtus Pro. It's great talking about what happened today, but look at tomorrow. I'm just
Oh my
Falcons.
gosh.
That game
wanted to
is
see
going to
the
be
bracket.
so sick versus once again. Once again, we're just incredible in that VP game. Just unbelievable stuff.
Man, tomorrow's
And
gonna be
then
lit.
Now is where it really gets dicey because you go down in the lower bracket and then you're against teams like Virtus Pro. Yeah, it's all up from here in terms of, well, entertainment value and just, yeah, fun.
It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. What's your matchup that you're looking forward to, Rose?
I think it has to be the same match.
Same one?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, the fact
Falcons
that we
once
get
again is gonna be
Chinese
crazy.
Overwatch again, and especially in the form of once again, this is a roster that people are looking at for this tournament as being third place, second place. Maybe, just maybe, do we get once again winning the whole thing? Maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Just giving me a look over here.
look.
But I think they are easily
I'd be down.
like third top 14.
I had them going pretty far in my bracket, like all the I think I
They
had
look
them
strong
like
as
losing to
fuck.
Falcons
I
here
don't
and
know.
then just kind of sweeping through lowers, and then maybe facing.
Looks like a lot of these teams wanted to play dive. I mean, I think
All they
they're
need
gonna
to is
be.
play more Winston, play more Sojourn. Yeah, you've got it.
I think they're gonna be
The
tough to
homegrown
beat on
energy,
dive
you
comps.
know, the crowd backing them and everything like that. But we do have an interview on the line with Danny. He'll be talking to Seeker. Let's see what they have to say.
2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lev
You hear
here
him
next
count down.
to Seeker from SSG. First of all, congratulations on getting the win. I mean, you guys had to play not one but 2 matches, and they were pretty close by together. So I'm pretty sure you're pretty tired. But I do want to ask, you know, if you could summarize your day for day 1 of Champions Clash, how would you summarize it?
Very, very long day, but it was really exciting. I was really nervous to play on the big stage, probably the biggest stage that my whole team has played on. So, you know, it's definitely kind of nerve-wracking playing against the Chinese teams. They have the home crowd advantage. You know, you can definitely feel the energy and hear the crowd. So, yeah, I mean, it was fun. You know?
It was fun. And that fun is going to continue because you guys are going to be playing tomorrow. And it's going to be an interesting one because I heard that you guys are either going to play Falcons or Once Again. I would assume that you guys would rather play Once Again, but then knowing that you just said that the home crowd buff is real, I don't know. Who would you rather play?
I don't know. It's tough. I think that Team Falcons is really, really, really strong, and Once Again is also really strong. But I'd rather play Team Falcons. So
really,
the crowd is really loud, you know, and I think that
really
they
play
have
Falcons,
a
that's
certain
crazy.
buff. You know, Guishui, Shy, Leave, all of them. They just play better on stage, and they're really just like land performers. So I'd 100% rather play Team Falcons because I feel like we have a little bit better chance, even if it's not that much. I think we can still win.
All right. Well, everybody, that was Seekers. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on getting the win. And yeah, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny.
Tomorrow's gonna be
Okay,
crazy.
how do you feel about that,
That was
guys?
a crazy statement. I'll be real. I'd rather face Team Falcons.
Well, either way, you're gonna be playing a fucking insane ass team. So shit.
No, to be
There's
fair,
no good
though-
choice there, though.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's no
exactly.
good choice, and the home field advantage goes crazy. Like, you will feel it, obviously, if you've been to like a sports game or an esports event or whatever. When the crowd loves a specific team, the whole place like rumbles, and the players can
electric.
feel that on the stage because everybody is like looking at them and they're feeling it in those cans. Like, yeah, it's a real powerful
You
buff.
can see it out of the periphery though too. It's
Yeah,
like
of
not
course,
even
yeah,
feeling
when-
it on the stage,
yeah.
but you can.
I think Once
clearly
Again has, like,
see
more of a
when the fans are cheering. for a
unknown what their
specific
level
team or
is too,
player.
which is kind of probably like a little intimidating.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a lot of pressure.
It definitely is. It definitely is. But that's a wrap for today. It's been lovely having the two of you on the desk with me in the casting booth as well. It's been a long one. And we're going to have so much more action for you guys tomorrow. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you later.
All right, I think it's gonna be it for me too. If anybody's actually watching, I appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow, fucking, and do the same shit. So tune in if you want to watch with me.